Rivers State boiled the other day. Those who did not expect that are those who were not trained in the field of godfatherism. It is the only field in human psychology that says if he didn't dare, he didn't dare. Watch.
You give yourself that respect. I say, I have done my own. If he wants my advice, it's okay. If he doesn't want my advice, it's okay. But for me to begin from day to day, telling him he must do this, he must do that, that is not acceptable. Now,
godfatherism is a terrible phenomenon until you are in a position to be a godfather. It's terrible. The effort by former Governor Wike of Rivers State, who is now the minister in charge of the Federal Capital Territory, to remove his, what did they call it? Handpicked governor, yes, in Rivers State, failed. He had staged an emergency impeachment of the governor for disobeying him. It didn't go as planned. The governor got wind of it and went to fight for his job. Who will blame him? Watch the man.
On my way there, I was shot at directly by the OC operation.
Now, Governor Fubara, yeah, that's what they call it, joined a long list of new governors who slayed the godfather who had picked them. Yes, listen to the man.
But it doesn't matter. Somebody will die one way or the other.
Yes, you die once. Wike has yet to learn any lesson from history. Nothing. Not even from what happened between him and Rotimi Amaechi, the man who handed over to him. He didn't learn anything. The unforgiving one was that Wike did not learn a thing from the movie, The Godfather. Come on. Watch.
You're my older brother, and I love you. But don't ever take sides with anyone against the family again.
Yes, people should. You don't go to school just to study law, study history. You learn from everything around you. You know, former Governor Rufai Useni of Ekiti State, the man who had seen Governor Wike consume several bottles of 40-year-old Ogogoro, warned Governor Simi Fubara to avoid looking at things that didn't look at him. Else, he will see evil spirits and be in trouble. He warned him. Listen to the guy.
My counsel is to you. God will help you. Don't see more than what you are supposed to see. The moment you want to see more than you are supposed to see, you begin to see spirit.
Now, for resisting his impeachment, Governor Fubara has said to Wike to bring it on. And trust Wike, he won't mind abandoning Abuja for Shegumi and returning to Port Harcourt to finish this fight. He won't.
I know Wike. I know Wike. Now, if he say he will fight you, it's either you surrender or you look for that trouble to the end. God will not find you Wike's problem.
Only.
How are you two?
Yes, sir?
How are you two? How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm
good.
Okay.
Patriotism means supporting your country at all times, but also supporting the government when they deserve it. Mr. Onakwasa, I put it to you that you came here to misrepresent the facts today as regards subsidy removal. President Tinubu announced subsidy gone on Inauguration Day. And that was effectively pulling out subsidy. So you say he didn't remove subsidy, quoting the PIA law that had been there for a while, is misrepresentation of the facts. That's number one. Number two, since President Tinubu got in... Let me finish, Mr. Onakwasa. Let me finish, please. Secondly, since he got in...
Don't raise your voice at me, young man. Don't raise your voice at me.
Let me finish, Mr. Onakwasa. Let me finish.
I'm your guest.
So, since President Tinubu got in...
respect me.
Since President Tinubu got in,
I will
the
walk out
economy...
of your studio if you raise your voice at me.
Mr.
Talk
Onakwasa,
to me respectfully.
You may will take your decision if you want to. I'm asking a question. You might decide to walk out if you want to. Mr. Onakwasa, since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked. is at an all-time low as we speak.
It has not. It has not.
Let me finish my question. Mr. Onokpasa, let me finish my question.
You are a liar.
Mr. Onokpasa, moderate yourself, all right? Moderate yourself.
Do you know what you are doing?
Good.
Listen to me. Young man.
Secondly,
do you know what you are doing?
Since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked.
You are pretending to be a journalist.
The indicators are there.
What is the matter with you?
Since he came in, the indicators are there. Number one, the cost of the dollar to the naira.
What is the matter with you?
The cost of the dollar to the naira has tanked tremendously as a result of the fluctuation of the currency. All right, that's one.
Is that Bola Tinubu's fault?
Secondly,
that's why we established Resort Delivery Unit. At the end of this retreat, we are going to sign a bond of understanding between you, the ministers, the permanent secretary, and myself. If you are performing, nothing to fear. If you miss the objective, we review. If no performance, you leave us. No one is an island. And the buck stop on my desk.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Very dynamic.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, November the 4th, 2023. And we're here in New York City. Wherever you're joining us, welcome to the show. This is Have Your Say, a program that will give you a chance to have your say on issues in the news today and all of the week. Welcome everybody who is joining us from, I see our people are here in the studio. If you're joining us and you're watching, thank you so much for joining us. If you're on the comment section, we appreciate you. And we are going to have a wonderful conversation today. There are so many issues in the news, but the big one is whether you call it a yacht or a yacht. We are discussing the 5 billion naira that the country spent buying what is called the presidential yacht or yacht. And we're going to talk about expenditure and the federal government and the government of Tinubu in this day that we know that the country is broke, the country is borrowing another $7.8 billion. Does it make sense? So we want to hear your view. We're also going to talk about other issues, including the fact that our ancestor, General Sani Abacha, is just returning some money again to us, another 150 million from France. What will happen with the money and how much more do we have out there? So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about journalism today in Nigeria. You know, I've been bringing in on the other show, 90 Minutes Africa, some reporters to talk to us about the practice of journalism. And recently we've had so many reasons to discuss issues in the profession. We are going to talk about it in reference to Rufai, who has been on the other show, and the way some people are giving him knock. We want to talk about what people really understand as journalism. Other things in the news we are going to bring to you, but let me bring our people who are in the studio in to join us in this conversation. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. Ovia, welcome to the show.
Praise the Lord, somebody.
Dan, welcome to the show.
Good evening, sir.
Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning. Dr.
Alexander, we thank you. Welcome, everybody. Let me just, before we begin, let me just say that there's an understanding that I hope everybody, we all agree to. When you come on the show as a panelist, you know that whatever you say here can go far. I didn't know that I have to say that, but I needed to say that at the very beginning. You know, anything you say here can go far. So, and people will take your picture and your video and run with it. So I think we all understand that. I just want to make sure that from the very beginning, people know that we don't have control of what will happen to your video or to what you said here. So, all right. Man of Prestige, how was your week?
Great.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
It's nice to have you.
I greet everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Ovie, how are you?
They can't pay. Just put it like that.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's add stories to what we have. If there's anything we are missing that is important to you. Oh, Rueben Abati got married. That's a very important story. I think we want to talk about that. The third wife. What else? Are we missing anything, Man of Prestige?
Wait, is he actually a third wife? I've been just
when we discuss that.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. It's nice to be on this same platform, which I consider to be the best platform. So I greet everybody. Yeah, I have a two topic to add to the to this subject. Everybody's not talking about it. I'm even surprised the news media is not talking about it. Me and Ovie had brought it up in his in his platform, so we discussed it lately. But this could have been a catastrophe to Nigeria. Is the P&ID, which agreement Nigeria, entered for gas processing company. I think it's before 2010, right? And the arbitration, would have cost Nigeria by 11 billion. But they rule in favor of Nigeria. So we can expatiate on that. And one more thing I need to add about my state government, in Imo State. What Zodema is doing and some other things, the guy they beat up, Ajaro, they beat up. So that should be discussed because it just happened last week. So it's like a chaos in that state right now. So if we can add those two things, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, yeah, one thing I didn't mention is the election coming up next Saturday in Imo State, Kogi, and Bayelsa, the election for governor. So it's important to review that. Okay, Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for actually bringing that up. I know by now all of us are pissed off. We don't even want to talk about politics no more, right? But while we are at that coming election, it's good to also know that unofficially Nigeria is not a one political party system. When you have the opposition party leader at the top of the echelon praising the opposition leader for settling their own private matter, and that sets it all. So we don't have opposition party no more. We are unofficially one party system. And another thing again, I actually want us to also talk about is the fact that while we get carried away with yacht you're talking about, the ruling party has successfully nominated about 10 INEC commissioners that will serve the next election. Because I always say all of us followed. I think we go Chicago. We forget why we lost the election. We lost the election because election was rigged. Bola Tinubu rigged the election. He only invented street. He used people like these appointees, commissioners. 10 were sworn in while we are debating about yacht. So I think that to me is something that we should talk about too, because the next election is over.
Well, the next one is over.
I mean, if the man is appointed under commissioner who are carry member of his party, what do you expect? Are you going to win the next election?
All right. Okay.
That's why we lost the last election now. Those are the things that make us lost. We didn't lose the election because Bola Tinubu was a fraud or a no-go school. We lost the election because it was rigged. We forget that thing totally. I think we carry our mind go Chicago, forget about it, forget that no matter how we wait, no matter what happens, we are still going to have another election. They care less of what happens. But they don't set themselves in a pace, in a position whereby they'll clear them again. So the same thing all over again, but what do I know?
All right. Thank you, Ovia. We'll get to that. Dan, welcome.
Yeah, good morning and greetings to everybody again. Nice to see you all guys again. Anyway, for me, Obi said what I wanted to say. I think we'll carry us go another level. Meanwhile, they don't remove our, you know what I mean? That's Atiku's contribution, looking for something where we no need. It was a big disattraction. They are all the same. APC and PDP, they are the same. I wanted to say those days, the time we were talking about it, but I thought, let me just keep my mind, because how we lost the election was based on rigging. All those site attraction, that certificate or no certificate did not make us lose the election, Dr. Damages. You understand? But they because of their party government, like Fela used to say, they say, okay, carry them, go, make they talk about that. Meanwhile, and now they don't already set the table for. We were talking about this certificate. Meanwhile, they are setting table to stay there as long as they want. You understand? I'm very happy you raised that point. That's the only thing I wanted to add for now. Yeah.
So hold on there. Let me get something clear. Ovie and Dan, you guys were talking about we. Who are the we? Let me say this. There is this saying by I forgot the name, but he said that the only 3 people are allowed to use the pronoun we. Those are editors. When editors write editorial, they use we. Presidents are allowed to use the pronoun we. And then the third group is people who have tapeworms in their stomach. Otherwise, you can't use the pronoun we without explaining who are the we.
Okay, I will tell you who are the we. Let me tell you. Let me tell you who are the we to my own understanding. Nigeria has 2 groups of people. The people who have succeeded to take over our life in Nigeria, which some people used to refer to them as cabals. And we, the poor people, we who has no say. We do election, our election doesn't matter. You do this, nothing matter. That is my understanding of the we, the helpless people in Nigeria. That's my level.
But then there are people who are happy today that Tinubu is president. There are people who are celebrating, whose lives have improved. Are they part of the we?
Excuse me, they are part of the we. Those celebrating, they are not celebrating. Follow. Now fella call them follow. They are just following, like people like, sorry to say, your brother, you mentioned his name, that is Mary's 3rd wife. People like Abati them. They are the follows now. Don't you see his utterance these few days? Because he's trying to gain something from Bola Tinubu. Anything they say now in that their room, only him will clarify the ground. Tinubu is doing well. The retreat he asked Tinubu to do. Tinubu have done the retreat now, telling them if you don't work, you get out. These are the things we call, they are part of the we, but they are follows. They don't know their direction. They follow anywhere the breeze blow. They join that troop. So all those people you are thinking are supporting Tinubu, they are just the follows. What we go do? Let's move on. All those groups. Thank you.
All right, Ovie, who are the we?
Yes, I stand on the understanding of Dan on his definition of we too. Yes, we can pretend to be elite as we care, because even though they speak grammar and all that, expression and all that, we don't have the power of the elite. So we means here, we the losers. However I want to describe, however I want to classify it, right? Those who are saying that, who are happy that Bola Tinubu won, congratulations to them. That I can't control how they feel, right? I can only chastise the people that, yes, I know that we are feeling the same branch of the elite. That's why I'm always angry that why are we fighting ourselves? We are the losers. We are defeated. Why are we fighting ourselves, right? Those who are celebrating this victory, they have a reason why they are celebrating. But I can tell you that at least maybe 6 out of 10 people here can relate. I can relate with them on one thing, that we are all hungry that we have this kind of government or we have this kind of system. That's the we that we are talking about here. Why should we be waiting for them to dictate to us what we should talk about, right? I'm not saying we wait for them, but unconsciously, and that's why I was emphasizing on gaslighters and amplifiers, right? They gave them something to just the talking point, and they pass it down to us, and we stick on it, right? Instead of us to actually say, come on, is this actually going to solve the problem that we are facing? This is 2023. We don't have power, but they will come and tell us that they want to turn to the production. They want to go from consumption to production. How do you produce when you don't have power? How do you produce when you don't have education system? Me and you know this, but of course it's not important for us to talk about. I'm not accusing you directly, Dr. Dameji, but everybody that is listening, we all know this, but no, we prefer to say no, he's a fraud, he's not a Christian, he's a witch, he's a that. How does that actually take us from where we are now to the next level? It's 2023. That's where, when I mean we, that's what I'm talking about. Talking about people that every day we come here, we complain about the same thing, how we feel bad about the system. But of course, we still wait for them to tell us what to talk about, right? I mean, we all agree that we are all rigged. The election was rigged. We all agree. But how did the man not being a fraud lead to rigging the election? He rigged the election because there are elements among us. Because that's one thing I actually want to.
All right. Ovia is frozen. Let's go to Paul. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. I could remember last week I have a little bit heated moment with Ovia. So coincidentally, again, it looked like he just want to repeat himself because anything I say or do, we use against me again. So I keep saying that let us look about all great nations. Institutions make great nation change. That is, people inside the power choose to go the other way around. It's just like today, every one of us that feel we want change in this country will say, oh, the only TV station that is helping us in that narrative is Arise News. But guess what? Good percentage of us again will still say, we think Rueben Abati is going contrary, which means within that station, there is somebody who is going contrary to our belief. You understand? That's how it is. When we talk, let us even use the US. It is within the institutions that make people change things. We see what Abraham Lincoln did. We see the change that is trying to come with JFK, take his life. We see the change with even Johnson and every other thing. So when Black people fight, today I'm in America. If Black people are still slaves today, I don't think I will apply for visa to go be slave. They fought for it, but they've been fighting for God knows when, for hundreds of years. But when within the institution choose to say, let us change it, change come. The Civil War America fight today, they fight because of Black people in Texas on their own choose to say, no, we want to be slaves. Because how do we live? Doctor, I hate to say this, my Igbo people, even after the Civil War, they still give them 20 pounds. You understand? The Black people, they leave them with nothing. These are all the things that metaphors today that brought this gun thing, when they let people go with nothing. The institution fights for them to take something. So sometimes when we are thinking, we have to fight, we have to fight, we have to fight. We have to fight when the institution will fight for us. You understand? Somebody will obstruct the institution, inside the institution, to bring change. Not we in the street. You think if we just go protest, it will bring change? The answer is no. It doesn't really work like that. Go look at it. It take South Africa so many years. Nelson
But
Mandela was in prison for 27 years.
there was a figure in South Africa to make that change. All this institution you are talking about is controlled by the cabals.
There you go. That's why I said within the institution, somebody will change and say, let us change our ways.
Who is that?
When that's exactly what I'm telling you. So when we talk about institution, yes, it is good for us to protest, but we will protest, we will talk, and that's exactly what we are doing right here. That's exactly what we watch for us to say, we like this person, because the person is pursuing.
Talking is not enough. Talking is not enough, Paul.
So that's it. That is the tools that we have. If you go more than that, they call you different type of name. You become militant, you become rebel.
Let them call us any kind of name.
Exactly. So South Africa did that till nations started protesting. Go and look at the statue of Mandela in London. Go and look. Go and look the same UK, the name that they called Mandela when Mandela was fighting. They call it terrorists. They call him all type of thing. But when they choose to say, okay, let us change, let us support his fight, they call him hero. The same England, the same America, nations of the world, they keep calling. You see, Trump 2 weeks ago, he is talking that he is the Mandela of America today. These are people who call Mandela all type of name. But when we keep talking, that is the only weapon we have. But within those people that will not support us, when they support us, that is where freedom will come. Remember when America go against colonization, that is when you see countries, just look at it, 57, Ghana get independence, 60, we got, look all the old countries, because a bigger nation, within that their own institution, choose to say, stop this nonsense. Every country started getting independent. Every country started getting independent. But if we say we want to take the fight by ourselves, we will just be fighting, we will be losing, and we will not achieve much. That's what we are seeing in Yemen, Hamas today, Palestine and Israel. The day nations will start taking, you look at the way the world is going today. Nations, and you understand the big West, still in the side of Israel to some extent. It makes Israel is doing the shenanigans they are doing. But slowly, they are changing a little bit. Oh, let's pause. Let's do this. France is looking, our population, all immigrants, whether Christian, definitely will still support Palestine. They are looking, hey, I don't want to lose the election. Slowly. With the utterances these people say, when their utterances started changing, that is when it will work. That is also institution. So when we talk institution, it is not the you and I who fight. Labour is threatening for strike. Hope Uzodinma today, the beating of Joe Ajero, you understand? Let's say that Hope Uzodinma is trying to do the bid of Tinubu to send a signal to Labour. And it's making Labour, some side of Labour say, Labour, you cause it because you are too weak. Maybe Labour now they threaten, bring it up fire, we're going to go on strike. Maybe this time they might actually say, let us even test this strike if it will work for us or if it will not work for us. This is how it works. So every time when we say the people are docile, the people who seems to be docile, but the only weapon the people have is talk. Even from the Bible days, go and look at Moses. Let my people go. From the Bible days, you can't fight. When you fight, they give you name. But as you are talking, it's affecting them slowly from the other side that is pressing you down. One person will just choose to go abnormal, just like the way you see a Rueben Abati going abnormal for the station that every one of us feel is pursuing our narrative. You understand? That's how it works, slowly. Arise News know today that they can't fire Rufai because if they fire Rufai, they're going to lose their view. Remember yesterday, every one of us, we push our narrative to channels. We feel channels represent us. But when we see channels a little bit getting weaker and everything, we see Arise bouncing up and everything. We are in Arise today. That's why you see somebody like Rufai is there. You understand? Rufai being a strong man in that station. It is because of you and I. Who knows that if we don't see Rufai, they will start losing their views. That is the only weapon we have. You might think it's not enough. No, it's enough. You understand? But the enough that I tell you is what I call slow and steady win the race. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Let's hear from KJ. KJ, welcome to the show. Oh, there are a lot of people. KJ,
thank you, Dr. Damages. I'm on with you. Okay, I'm on with you. I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you. Thank you so much. You see, I've been listening, and I don't know where Paul is neither here nor there. I totally agree with what my friend has said. You know, the reggae man. You know, now the question is, we should be asking ourselves: are we ready for a country? Is this how we will go and say we'll make a country, we'll build a country? Why I don't agree with Paul so much is that if you notice this, if you read the story of the struggle in Zambia and the Kanekaonda's experience and the Mau Mau's group, it came to a point where it was not because the system wanted to give them independence that they got it. It's because they were tired of the struggle the people put up, a very resistance, a very thoughtful I don't know what to call it, whether it's call it voodoo or something, but they were totally defeated all around, and they had to run away. If you read the story of Ethiopia, how they were able to defeat their, their colonizers, because the people feared that they were flesh eaters. Okay, and so the war was lost because they came and mistakenly saw them eating flesh, and the reason why they were eating the raw flesh was because they didn't want to make fire so that the enemy don't know where their position is. But it was assumed that they were flesh eaters, and so the people who came to fight had to run away. Nobody, no slave gets freedom because his master wants to hand it over to him. I have never seen it. If you saw one, let me know. Even the struggle you quote about the United States, and they are blacks here, they struggled for it. They fought for it. Many died who were not written in history. Okay, who stood in the gap for what they got. In the case of Nigeria, in the case of the United States, why I don't agree with you totally is because these are different colors. But in our own case, we are all black people. We are all one country. We are all Nigerians. So when you make that reference that at the end of the Civil War, they gave Igbos £20, it really angers me. Because people like my father became poor after the war, and they never got to where they were until he passed.
Thank you.
Okay? And you say that they gave them $20. You know how much they had before they were given £20? And these are the same people who say you don't want them to be Biafra, you want them to be Nigerians. And you are glad to say they were given £20. That is so demeaning. And I think you should desist from saying that. Because some of us who suffered, the adverse effect, and our parents who saw that our parents couldn't get back, and they keep telling you till they passed away, how that affected them and turned their fortunes overnight. Those who were businessmen, who were traveling up to Spain to go and do business, how to now begin to serve as houseboys and house girls to be able to make an end, even for them to be able to marry. So don't say that, please. And it's not the same thing. We are from the same country, for crying out loud. If you say you didn't want them to go, then you should have rehabilitated them and given them enough resources to start their life and put them, reabsorb them into the system. We're saying we're looking at a Nigeria where nothing seems to be working. Okay? We are looking at a Nigeria where institutions are the ones now stamping good what is evil. Are you saying that now certificate forgery in Nigeria is not a crime, and because you can get away with it, you should do it, and then they court to stamp it? Somebody quoted the PIB judgment here. Did you hear what the British judges said? He said he was considering the Nigerian people, the people in Nigeria, how this will affect their livelihood, and he doesn't, in good conscience. Is that part of the request of the people who brought it to court? He was considering in good conscience not to go ahead and award this. Go and read it. And so because of that, he fired against the company who was supposed to have ordinarily got judgment. And then your own lawyers, your own judges, couldn't in good conscience see the evil they are doing to the future of Nigeria. They couldn't do that. And then you come and tell us this. You know why I'm on camouflage? Look, I don't even want to discuss Nigeria issue any longer, because after that I'm done. Not because I thought better was going to come from it, but because I was totally shocked that a learned lawyer who has come to the point of being a judge, and people who have gone to school and read, spent how many years doing research, being doctors, professors, can back evil unseen before in the African continent. Tell me why has that happened? Okay, and then we sit and just say, okay, it's good. Let's go ahead. Tinubu have become president. What is this? What one man? The whole institution is you even use the government money to fund his stupidity, and all of us are clapping hands, and people are even saying, coming to the media and defending it. What is there to defend? Is that how to build a nation? And before you say it anything, people will tell you Rome was not built in one day. Was Rome built in 100 years? Was it built in 100 years? Must we rewrite the history? Must we reinvent the wheel before we come to a place of development? Must everybody go through the same route before we come to the place of development? No, bros, no. And I like this. I hail all of you on this panel, because I see that some of them are gleaning from this panel to make some of the policies, even though they don't know, instead of just to call you and say, This thing you said, how do we go about it? You know. So Rudolph, your platform is going far, and it's making a lot of inroad into the Nigerian politics. But I dare to say that, you see, this is not how a country is built. If we are ready to build a country, this where we're going. You're not going to get us there. Thank you.
All right.
Hold on. Excuse me, Dr. Rudolph. Let me say something. I thought we are just having an introduction, what is missing, but it seems like people are going in depth. I mean, am I missing something? You need to stick to your protocol.
No, I'm sorry, my mistake. I didn't just swallow that Paul said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's only me and Ovie obey the rule. I don't know what Dr. Rudolph is doing, but anyway.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, what I was going for at the beginning is simply to add to what the subjects that we came up with, topics that we're going to talk about. If there's anything important that we need to add, But sometimes we're not very, very strict, so that there's flexibility for people, for us.
Doctor, it's a serious issue. We are in a serious dilemma. So sometimes don't blame anybody because we have a lot to say. There's a lot of pain in the heart.
But Dan, this is just an introduction. We're going to talk about it in depth. I'm just saying, Dr.
Man of President, I understand your point of view. Let us stick to the rule. But the pain in the heart of people, except I don't know how the pain is affecting you. For me, it's killing me.
So what Nigerian? Yeah. Sorry. Just to say, all the topics have been well articulated, especially that of Ajero. What happened to him in the Imo State, and it's unfortunate. Really, it's unfortunate. So we should touch on that. Not because I pity him, because he's part of the system, but because a man was able to grant him to that point. I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Paul, you wanted to respond to something?
Yeah, I just want to respond a little bit. I think KJ didn't understand where I'm coming from when I said the Igbo people got 20 pounds. So what I'm saying, the Igbo people got 20 pounds. I said, I'm making you understand, KJ, the height of wickedness they take because of the Igbo people won't change currency and they give them just 20 pounds. But what I'm telling you, during the African Americans, Black people in Texas, precisely on their own, because they saw the punishment that other people are going through, where they say, we've free slave, and a free slave with nothing at all. So these people felt, if I'm still slave, at least I'm going to eat in this farm. I'm going to feed my family from my slave master. So on their own, they said, we want to be slaves. Go and look at your history. That is where I'm coming from. You understand? So this is how the height of wickedness. But what I'm telling you is that say, within that institution is among them that fought against themselves and said, this thing has to stop. That is what I'm making you understand. So I'm not telling you that I'm happy that they give the Igbo people 20 pounds. That is the height of wickedness. You understand? Because of the Igbo people, they change currency just to punish them for those that have their money under bed. You understand? So I'm not telling you that they give them 20 pounds that is better compared to the African American. But what the African Americans saw in other places, it made the Blacks in Texas choose on their own to say, no, leave us like this. Let us be slaves. Because we just don't want to go and we'll be roaming around the street. Then somebody will just shoot me because of the fear you want to come steal from my farm. You understand? So this is where I'm coming from. So I'm telling you, within the institution, they fight against themselves. That's why I quote the same thing. It is America that fought that Britain started giving people independence. You understand? America had to even put warship down, threatening that Britain started giving people independence. That same institution is also bad. You understand? So what I'm telling you is that when you think we fight. Yes, it's good because it's the fight that we are fighting that make people recognize us, that make somebody choose to change. You understand? 2 labor leaders in England were fired last week. You understand? That choose to support Palestine. You understand? Within that same institution, 2 labor choose to go the other way around. That's how it is. So which means we are talking, somebody is listening. Like you said, KJ, we are talking here, somebody is listening. You understand? They might take some of the things that we say here and work with it. You understand? So don't think the talk that we are talking is not working. No, it's working. And that does not mean I'm not condemning your own part. Because if I also feel all of us should pursue it in just one direction, I don't think it works like that. Because Different countries have their different ideology. At the end of the day, if they delivered, not a problem. You understand? The British style of government and the American style of government is different. But these two countries may be doing well in their own context. Thank you.
All right, Paul, thank you. Ovie, you were saying something when we cut you off, or when you froze.
I think I was driving at the point. Yeah, I said, yeah, we're talking about we. The we, I mean, I think I've always make it on this platform that anytime we come here, we don't come here because of we that are on the platform. There are a lot of people are watching. So the we here is that is the we, the people who actually don't agree with the system or the government we are saying. And I think I disagree with, at this point, I disagree with people that say, oh, we should exempt the people, they don't know better and all that. Two people were born to death. For what? Say because they commit crime, they stole something. And that is what I keep saying. The idea that we cannot actually punish our public officials is ridiculous. If we can punish ourselves, I often use this example. I say either if Rudolph or me go out of the way, do something really terrible on this platform, say it's really terrible. Instantly, now we start to punish us, either begin to unsubscribe, begin to insult us and all that. Where is that same energy when we know the people who put us in perpetual darkness, people who rigged our election? We know them, we die with them, we sleep with them. Where is their own punishment? Two people were born down to death. Human beings, just because they stole something. They did not steal your destiny. They did not put that's the point I'm driving at. For the fact that, and I say that's why we always follow them. So we follow them to Chicago. Why the news? I'm glad that we are going to talk about journalism later on. Why the news always make sure we don't talk about these people? Because as human being, if you begin to point person, say now this person be your problem, if you not take long before one person will just go take justice into his hand. That is why the news media will not actually stay in issue that actually have to do with our progress, because the people who are directly involved with our darkness are dying with us, and their bosses. They know that, and that's why I'm always angry. Why are we talking now? We'll talk about yacht, for God's sake, right? Why it really is okay. Even if we want to talk about the yacht, can we go in depth? I'm not talking about us again here. I'm talking about the media, because media gave us what to talk about, right? We go on newspaper and that before we come here to talk. The media, why aren't they go detail and tell us this is who is responsible? Because they know. Emmanuel Presley brought the idea of PI, the case that we won. Now Nigerians, they're responsible. But the media refuse to talk about it, because if they spend 1, 2, 3, 4 days talking about that case, guess what? They will get down to the root. You will find out that it's one of their bosses that is actually responsible. And that's where, as they come, there's a need for us to actually pay attention to signals, not distractions. All of the journalists that we take praise, we praise them about everything. I thank God we are going to go there. How long actually stay in details that actually matters to us? Why is it that there's no among all the gaslighters and the amplifiers? Why is nobody calling for protest for the fact that we don't have lights? Not before that they respond for that, not before that they control our lights, that we don't have lights. But politicians will come and tell us that when we go from consumption to production. How? This same politician, all his life, he made his billions doing what? Importing. But he will come and tell you we'll go from production to production, because, and this is where the media will stay on. They will never give you details on what actually matters. I'm this angry because Rudolph, the fact that he said that yes, this platform is getting an inroads to our politics, which is what we want. And that time we start measuring them. And I'm happy that you said that anybody that comes here and say anything, whatever that person says is on whatever I can say anything, I mean, you will carry that into that person, not necessarily the platform. So we should start going into details. Who are those people who are responsible for our today? They live among us, right? Because I always use that example. They are the people who fought the Civil War. The people who actually fought the Civil War, the direct victim of the Civil War, are the same people who wrote our constitution, are the same people who are in charge of our political parties. The same generation. They live with us. We know them. But why is it that we don't call them out in our news medias?
So that's where I'm driving my point at that. There are some things that actually matter. If we actually see, of course, I said it during the campaign, there's time for everything.
All right.
This is the time for action,
Okay.
not just protest.
We'll go quickly on the topics. I don't want to be around when we talk about the media and everything. Prince, Mazi Prince, California, welcome.
Yes, Dr. Rudolph, good morning, and good morning, other panelists. Oh, KJ left. I was going to tell KJ, it looks like both of us are in military attire this morning, so probably we are ready. First and foremost, I just want to ask, are we giving submission or are we just giving?
We're giving submission. If there are topics that we haven't mentioned that you think is, that's where we are now. We're still at the beginning.
Okay. Just a little bit. Let me just touch a little bit on what Ovie just said. Ovie, when you want to go direct at somebody, say it, P2B said, from consumption to production. Okay? And just say it, call the names. And what he meant, he has explained it time and time again. From consumption to production is a way of first financing this, the small and medium scale businesses. Okay, and at the same time going into agriculture. He is not the one in position today. The person in position, what did he tell you? He never gave. He gave you what do you call it? Manifesto, something, and said, and now he's saying that he has an 8-point agenda. In his 8-point agenda, any of the things written in those 8-point agenda, are they being implemented? But rather, they are after things, to buy things and all that kind of a thing. When you talk about distractions, okay, that's a yacht was being placed in a budget, a supplementary budget, and people raised eyebrows. It's not a distraction. And for your information, that yacht is bought. It's already bought. Okay? And look at the illegality that they do in the Senate and the National Assembly. They now said they move the money to educate, to what do you call it, to fund education, kind of like a student loan. Student loan, but that is not there. They've already bought it. It's already been supplied. So it's kind of like to shut everybody up. They say, "Oh, we put it in loan." It's not there. It's illegality because budget is item by item. What is it? What is it? I bet you I'm waiting to see how many students that will be able to get that loan next year. I'm telling you. Apart from that, PID happened. The PID, whatever you're talking about. Yes, the media might not talk about it, but guess what? Most of the politicians are also involved in it. They are involved in it. It's only by the grace of God that Nigeria was being saved. Because if Nigeria had not gotten that judgment, the positive side of it, Nigeria would have gone bankrupt. So when we come here and we talk, I know to some of us, for me, like I said before, it's kind of like a therapy for me. It's kind of like a therapy because sometimes, believe you me, during the week when I listen to all the news, sometimes I just feel like throwing the gadget away or doing something, but it's not going to solve the problem. I've been waiting since last week. I wanted to see people like Sam Ho. I saw him. He wrote something when Omoye was saying something last week. But I'm trying to see him come on the panel, and I will give him my own piece of advice because he's also among the people who were talking about that whatever we're saying, that as if we didn't know what we're saying. Whatever that is going on in Nigeria, I don't know about any other person. If it doesn't affect you, I'm sorry to say, it affects me.
All right.
It affects me.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, can I say something? Because I'm going to leave soon. I have some engagement to attend. Because people are already talking, going into detail, but I'm not going to be here long. So let me make my own point about the yacht. We're talking about.
Now, can you hold on? Let me go to Ike and Chim, and then we'll come.
They're gonna speak all day. You already broke the guideline. But anyway, go ahead.
Oga Emiloko. Oga Emiloko.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Papudoka, thank you. Thank you, the panels. Well, we haven't started the topic, but I just want to kind of go to what Paul says. Actually, Paul, I'm one of those people that lost too many people during the Civil War. I remember as a child, I'm a project of, I'm a son and a son of outcome of Biafran War. My mom is a nurse. My dad was a captain in the Civil War, and my mom treated my dad. The rest of the story. Here I come after the Nigerian Civil War. So I think that is the only outcome that is good, because if there was no Civil War, my parents would not meet. But I remember as a child, my grandmother's, I don't know if you know those metal box with black and red color. That is where the money is. They call it ego mege. The money, piles of money that was rendered useless because of Nigerian Civil War. And guess what? In any war, there's a rehabilitation. So there will be a closure. Nigerian Civil War, there is no rehabilitation. And when we talk about it, people say, let it go. We can't let it go. I lost 3 big uncles, grown uncles, that would have contributed to Nigeria today. Highly intelligent individuals. But we can't close it. It's a wound. Igbo people say, when wound heal, you forget the pain. Onyana follow. You forget the pain. You can never forget the pain of what this war have done to our people. So when we say it, you guys say, oh, let it go, let it go. We cannot let it go, because what caused the war is still what is happening today. It's still what's happening today. Could you imagine? I don't know if anybody see the posting. All the commissioner of police in southern part of Nigeria are Yorubas, including Imo State, including Anambra State, including every state in Igbo land. So how can a commissioner of police from Yoruba land understand the intricate part of Anambra State, intricate part of Obaru, intricate part of Osomala, where I come from? I want you to understand that what is still happening is what caused the war to happen. Who have tried to make Nigeria work for everybody? The only person, the only group that have gone to any parts of Nigeria and established and build a home and bought their land and build a home is the Igbos. So when we say that, you guys need to understand, we are only ethnic group that have made it work, but we are the only ethnic group that have been marginalized since inception of Nigeria. So I want you to understand, when you make that comparison with America, Black Americans and Nigeria, and the people that indigenous of Igbo, the Igbos, that is not a fair comparison. I'm sorry to tell you, that's not a fair analogy. You need to make a fair analogy. We are all Black people in Nigeria. We are all Black. There's no white. Nobody should be any slave for any ethnic group. But all the ethnic group in Nigeria have made Igbos, differentiate Igbos in every aspect. So I want you to understand that. Please never make that kind of analogy. 40 pounds. Guess what? We are more educated. We are better than a lot of people, a lot of ethnic group in Nigeria with that 40 naira that they gave us. So I want you to understand, Igbos do not ask for give a handout. We are asked to put in the same fair game so that we can play our own game. Then every ethnic group can play their own game. Since 1970.
Okay, let's end here. Let's move to.
Hold on, Dr. Rudolph. Let me correct something about Ikenna.
No. That will not help us.
I just want to defend Paul because they are changing the narrative. That's not what Paul said.
No, man of President, no, don't go there.
Okay.
Any news story?
Anyway, thank you. We go to when we go over there.
Yeah, thank you. Achim, go ahead. Any news story you think we should talk about?
Well, I don't know about a news story. The thing that I was going to bring up has already been mentioned, which is the thing is that the PIB thing, that the case that Nigeria has recently won, and how. But I wanted to address something that you and I have had a conversation over the week, and that is something I said here last week that people have misconstrued. I said last week that Peter Obi needs to lead the way, and then I said he needs to, not be afraid that his life will be at risk and all that, and people misunderstood all that. So first and foremost, let me quote Brutus to re-emphasize my point. Brutus said that there is a tide in the affairs of men, which, when taken at the flood, leads to fortune. We all know this. In simpler parlance in Nigeria, we say strike while the iron is hot. Going back to the elections we had, I told somebody as soon as that result was released and people were contesting it, and then Peter Obi made that his appeal for peace and calm. We're going to the judiciary. I trust the judiciary. I told somebody, I said he has lost it. That's the end of the road. When there is injustice anywhere in the world, the response that literally helps to bring back justice or lead to an addressing of situations is not calm. The solution that brings it is always spontaneous response and a pushback against the evil happening. The moment you start negotiating calm and civility, you've lost the plot. The elections in other parts of the world where people contested the results and the way they responded has shown it. So when I said that, I told people, and in the labor movement, they had people who were, for a better use of word, hot-headed, who could have easily, created fear in the system and made the system to pause, and perhaps, even if they are not going to address it exactly the way people expect, but will give something that is middle course. But the moment we began to trust this system, we lost it. I listened to Professor Chidi Odinkalo yesterday, and then in a conversation he had with Channels, with Sheun to be specific. I'm not sure how many of us have seen that video, but I shared it with you, Rudolph, and I'm sure you've watched it. And we heard the things he said about the system, how systematically our judiciary got to where it is. First of all, there were no corruption allegations initially in the 80s at the highest level. We only had that at the magistrate level, where magistrates were taking cow, collecting sheep and chicken for passing judgments and little bribes here and there. It is those same people at that magistrate level that have been moved to the appellate level and finally now are in the Supreme Court. What do you expect those kinds of people to do? Do you expect them to give you justice? Seriously, really, let's think about it. We don't know that things are graded, are graduated. It is that your classmate that was, I keep repeating it here, that used to cheat in an exam. He is the one who has become a member of the House and is doing the things you and I don't like. It's just a simple fact of life. So the point I was trying to make last week that people misunderstood is that there was an opportunity, a window where Nigerians needed to push back. But incidentally, and this does not take away from whatever Mr. Peter Obi has accomplished in this past election cycle. I give him his due. He has made his point. But when it comes to trying to change the system, he was not perhaps a P2B would have been good in a society where things were working, but not in a society where the elites already knew the kind of system they wanted. And then you were coming to say that you would not buy a yacht if you become president. That you are coming to tell them that they will not be getting the kickbacks if you were, they will not allow you. I always say this, and I'm ending here. Most Nigerians, why we don't push back on evil is because most Nigerians are waiting for their own time. The Emilokon concept did not originate with Tinubu. Tinubu only expressed it. It is, I mean, for those of us who have entered buses in Lagos and somebody forgot their change, you hear something like Oluwatisefumi. I speak Yoruba, so pardon me, it's easier for me to use Yoruba language to express my point. I've entered buses where somebody forgot change. Driver, give me my change. I don't get change. Wait. And then the person gets to their bus stop and comes down and forgets their change. And people are looking and the conductor moves on. At the end of the day, the conductor will tell his or her friends and family, Oluwa Shefumi, God did it for me. And I've always asked, this God that loves to rob Peter, to pay Paul, what kind of God is he? Oluwa Shefumi. Tinubu will go. If Tinubu was a Christian, his wife has already gone to give thanksgiving at the economical center to thank God for how her husband became president. Presidency he stole. He stole. So, without over digressing, the point I was trying to make is that Obi lost a fantastic opportunity of pushing back. See, people say, oh, he took us on a journey. I wasn't interested in going on this journey with him. I knew that already the Nigerian system was corrupt. So I don't know the journey Obi took me through. Obi did not reveal anything new to me. I have gone to police station with a colleague and the police told him that if he continues to insist on his rights, that they will forcefully put on a inspector's uniform on him, shoot him, and then allege that he was impersonating a police officer. That is not new. It happens every day. So there was nothing Mr. Peter Obi was proving. We already knew that our elections are always rigged. We knew that. We know that our Supreme Court and our judiciary, make wrong rulings. We knew this. So there was nothing new. What he needed to do was to show for once that we had somebody who was going to insist that things be done right. And if it meant people demonstrating, going on the street, putting fear on the system, and forcing the judiciary to step back a little bit and think before they pass their judgment, that was what he was supposed to do. But he lost it. And Brutus, through what I just read here, has told us, you strike when the iron is hot. That was the point I was trying to make. I'll leave it at this until we go into the core of issues. But let us just realize and know this. Majority of Nigerians are waiting for their turn to have a go at the national cake. It is a national mindset. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Let's begin the conversation.
Mr. Rudolph, please, if you can, I just want to give just a chip in, a man of prestige, please. Let me just say something to what Chim has said. I think I heard Chim. I wasn't in the panel when you said that. However, I heard it somewhere, and I was wondering, it was your voice, okay? And I was even coming to address it today. Tim, you believe with me that this is two fingers. They are not equal, right? The same way that these two fingers are not equal, in psychology, it's called two personalities. Now, what am I talking about? When I talk about personality trait, I'm talking about you and I'm talking about Obi. Obi is not a desperado. Remember, he said that he got into politics when, is it Humphrey Mosu or somebody came to him and,
Professor
ABC Mosu, yes, and had to talk to him on all that. Do you think he didn't know that all these things are going to happen? He knew it. But one thing I am very grateful that he did is that he never took that position you're talking about to strike, because by now Nigeria will be boiling, and you already know the target. The target is not gonna be any other thing. It's gonna be
As the cowards
anybody,
rise many times before their death. There's
you
no
know.
explanation. Let's move on, please. Leave that
Let's
matter.
just move on. I
Let's
just
move
came
on,
here to clarify that. I don't think I want to go into that conversation,
Sure.
Mazi,
Sure.
because think about the matter is this. What do we want? Do we want to change Nigeria, or do we want the status quo to continue? If we want the status quo to continue,
Come on,
then
people, you
thank you,
have
Mr. People,
spoken.
the status quo continues. But if we want a change, we cannot say we want a change. You don't get change by negotiating it, especially when you have the kind of cabals we have. Something dramatic and radical has to happen for a change to happen. But Rudolph, please, let's move on.
All right.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, I came in first, I'm going somewhere. Can I just speak on my, please, if you don't mind, the panelists, I was the first person, but I have an engagement, please.
Oh, go ahead. It's your turn now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to start, but let me start. I'm going to be very transparent. Dr. Rudolph, now I've learned my lesson. Whenever I come to my turn, even in the introduction, I'm going to use it to utilize what I want to say, because you're just missing the guideline. A lot of people here have spoken about 5 minutes, when it's supposed to be an introduction. But anyway, having said that, let me begin mine. I'm going to begin mine by defending what Paul said, because I understand Paul's narrative. When he's an American slave, and the Biafran, giving 20, I think it was $20 or whatever. I don't know what it was at that, but 20 pounds. I'm sorry. He was putting it to be something not good, like the American slave. They were not giving any money. The Igbos, they gave them like $20, whatever. I mean 20 pounds. I'm sorry, I keep on saying dollar. He said none of them is good. It's like a slave. It's like a slave mentality to bring them into the fold. That's what he was narrating. He never come here and degrade the Igbo that they gave them $20, $20. They're supposed to survive. That's not what he's trying to say. So I just want to correct that. I don't know why you're going after him. Like he said something against the Southeast. No, he did not. This is my strictly opinion. But anyway, let me start my conversation. I'm going to start about what happened with the Tinubu, the yacht, and something like that. I think people are making a big deal about it. Yeah, there should be a big deal about it, and I'm going to come to that. About about the first lady. Okay, in Nigerian constitution, there's nothing like budgeting for the first lady. That is true. But we model our constitution through the American constitution, because if you look in American constitution, the first lady, there's a budget for him. Even at all, it's not in their constitution, but it's been approved by the government, by the Congress. The first lady has a chief of staff, it has a press secretary, it has a communication director, it has the White House secretary too. Even have the chief of flora designer. So they budget a lot of money for her. It's not something new, and this is the way Nigeria does. It has been happening, previously in Nigeria. This one, it just came out because of the social media we're having right now. But I have an issue with that. This is not the right time to do that. That's a lot of money. People are suffering. Don't even have, don't even drink a cup of gari a day. They should have been very conscious about that. And I'm not. They should publish it, whether they publish it or not. It's going to come out because we're at the age of social media. People saying that they're spending too much money on that. Or yes, too much money, but this is not the right time. That's my main focus. They are not doing something right. They shouldn't have, they shouldn't have budgeted that money. And moreover, there's a mistake they made. They call it a supplementary budget, not a budget. For you to have a supplementary budget, it has to be something very important. So what is so important, about investing all those money, renovating their, giving Tinubu that amount of money for his yard, even in Lagos and something like that, the first lady, giving her that amount of money. That is wrong. I'm totally against that. This government is not performing good. They need to learn. I don't know, even their communication, is kind of docile. I don't know who is guiding the whole thing. This is why nothing has taken off in Nigeria. Tinubu need to, redefine where he stands for, because everything he's doing right now is just going down. We are regressing. Let's put it, I don't know when they're going to start what they propose, So having said that, something again I was very much interested in was the retreat that they went. I was so baffled about what I think it was the British Montgomery or whatever that was praising Tinubu. I don't know if you all see the praise he was giving Tinubu, like he's an icon, he's breaking all kind of ground, that he's making Nigeria to be the best, in Africa. This is just my own statement. That's the way I understood it. So you'll get to see how the British people have so colonized us. So whatever, happening in Nigeria, they're going to follow. This is the same British. They said nobody died in the, in the end star, So this is how they operate. It's just something wrong with that country. I don't know when we're going to learn, not to listen to these British people. They just want to go wherever things go. They have something to benefit from Nigeria. There's no doubt about it. So that's my point on that. And if I have the time, I will speak on the emo stuff. Hope who is other man wants to win an election, which is coming on the 11 by any means necessary. That's exactly what he's doing. From what I understand about that actor, because there's a video circulating when he touched down the emo. I don't know his main motive for being there. We know that, he supported Labour Party. There's nothing about it. He may be partisan, but there's nothing wrong being, with being a partisan person. Because if you look at the video, because they were saying that they were fighting some other faction people, were against him. Some other faction of Imo State Labour Party were against him. That's not the case. That may have been the case, but they was already at the secretariat of Imo Labour Party. That's when the police came and they just dragged him and beat up some people and took him away. So he was actually beaten up in the police custody. It wasn't a fight, that started from somewhere. It's not that. So Hope Uzodinma just want to win. I mean, that's my state. He just want to win any means necessary. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm thinking he has gone to Wike school of whatever, school of politics and learn. And now he's even, more dangerous than Wike. So my state is like in a chaos right now. And I think he's going to win because he has pretty much commandeered all aspects of Imo State right now. That's the way I see that. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. Let's go to Show. Show, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Rudolph. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Let me first even say, been in the UK for 2 decades, and I somehow missed it. I joined now, and I thought, the show was about to start, and I remember we've gone back by 1 hour. So when I saw the invite to say 4 o'clock Nigerian time, in my head, we're still 4 o'clock, not knowing that, I should have joined 3 p.m. UK time. So you need to include that for those of us in the UK. 4 p.m. Nigerian time.
You should use the notification button.
We're joining tonight into Sunday morning.
Use the notification button next time.
Yes, I have the notification. It's just that I wasn't with my phone. Anyway, let me touch on a few things quickly, and then I would leave and come back much later. I'm not sure if people mentioned it, because I know the first thing you discussed is the news that probably that was missed. Now, this sort of news are not things that we're going to discuss or necessarily deliberate on, but just for sharing news sake. The Minister for Power, Adelabu, who's from Oyo State, I'm not sure if he was on board, but a private jet conveying his team, maybe himself was on board, going to Ibadan today, had a crash. The plane crash landed, but the early reports are saying that everybody on board are safe. So, that happened this morning. Adelabu, who contested for governorship in 2019 under APC. So that happened today. Also, Lagos State, I think they had a 50% rebate on Lagos State-owned public transport. The governor introduced that in August to ease the suffering. So anybody who boarded the Lagos State transport was paying 50% less, but they've said from tomorrow, go find the full money. It's now 100%. So Bonanza don't finish. Also, maybe a bit of good news. So it's not all doom and gloom. Ogun State, as you know, sorry, I hope I'm not caught up. Yes, Ogun State, they launched, I think, 17 buses, CNG buses, during this week. I know that's very little. It's not going to solve the problem, but it's a good start. My only worry is, I don't want to find out that they've spent a trillion naira on those buses on the conversion. But Ogun State have rolled out some CNG buses, and the federal government are saying next week they're going to roll out 11,500 CNG buses, and they're planning to roll out about maybe not buses now, but they're looking for about 1 million cars by 2027 to run on CNG. That's positive. And also, I think yesterday the first freight train directly from the port to Ibadan, took off yesterday, and it took about 2.5 hours, and I think it took about 40 foot containers directly from the port to Ibadan, in 2.5 hours, which is good, because all these containers falling on people's cars and killing people needlessly, that would help in some way. So that's some sort of positive news coming out of Nigeria. And I'm going to touch on the yacht quickly. I read news this morning that the Navy are saying that they have custody of the yacht. It's currently with the Navy. So the Navy confirmed that they have it. But they are saying that, they don't know what to do with it now that we've not paid. So they're saying that the decision has to come from above, that is beyond them. They cannot decide what to do. So they're waiting for decision. But the fact that the yacht is in custody of Nigerian Navy, that tells you that we're going to pay somehow. They don't, I think they just won't announce it now that they know that people will push back. They will find a way, find a way to pay for it without people noticing. So yeah, those are the sort of things I wanted to mention quickly. But I'm going to come back much later. I'm on my phone right now, and I know it's going to overheat. So I'll go fire up my laptop. Hopefully, in another hour, I would fire up, and I can join you later.
All right, thank you, sure. Thank you so much.
All right.
Let's go to Reyes. Reyes, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph, and thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Well, I would always, I've only had opportunities to speak a bit about once or twice. I guess this is my second time. I see every one of us here, and I just would love us to actually focus on possible solutions that could actually help. Because in as much as we all discuss several things and we discuss the problems, but we tend not to focus on solutions sometimes. People are still languishing. Our country is going down by the day, and we're just here talking about the politicians who are actually so comfortable. Them and their generation are so comfortable, while the people that really matters are still languishing in abject poverty. I don't know if you still remember that country, I don't want to call the name now, we all know which one we're referring to, is actually referred to as the poverty capital of the world. What are we going to do about these things? What are the solutions we actually propose? Most of us here on this panel are in the diaspora. Life is better for us. What can we do? How do we change things? Do we have to rely on these same people who we see that are not actually willing to do anything but just to enrich themselves? So since this is the realities we're having right now, then what do we do? You see, I would really love it if we can begin to focus more on solutions. There are several things we can do, dear brothers. There are several things we can do. I mean, we can come up with initiatives on how to actually create employment. We don't necessarily have to rely on the government. Since things are not really working the way we intend them to do, or the way we would have preferred they do, what then can we do individually? We may not be able to accomplish so much, but we can at least start from somewhere. You see, so I don't know if it's the best thing to actually talk about the problems that every one of us are already aware of. I don't think anyone from that part of the country needs anyone to tell them about what the problems are. What do we do? What can
Right.
be done to better people's lives and all this?
Right.
Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, Reyes, don't go, don't go. You still have 3 minutes. So you can give us a few solutions. And people might know you as a solution guy here, while the other people are just ranting. We get you to be the
All right.
solution.
A very quick one, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you very much. And Chin, thank you. Thank you. I see you want to ask me a question, but please, do you know that as all of us are here today, we can actually look at the things that are working in the parts of the world where we are. For example, we can think of raising some kind of opening some sort of factories that can actually generate employment for the people, looking at the resources within the location where we intend to open these things. For example, there are people who do farming. If you're farming, you're going to require people. What is it they produce in the area? What can grow in that area? We can look into probably processing some of these crops so that they don't waste. For example, think about the bell pepper. They call it tatashe in Lagos. Tatashe, the red one, it doesn't have a long lifespan. So if it were to be spoiling, you can dry it. We have more than enough sun in Nigeria. When it's grounded in the Western world, it's called paprika. Some of us know what this is. So it means such goods will not be wasted. if we begin to grow things like this, or listen, there's so much. I'm just talking about agriculture. I'm into IT. I would even love to talk about IT. What are the kind of IT systems we can put in place to at least expose some of these issues we're having, or probably give us environments where we can actually whistleblow some of these things that are going on so that we can call people out. How do we track the monies that are being spent? This yacht they've been talking about, I've seen the pictures on TV. I mean, how do we track these monies that are being spent? The monies that they've allocated to buy vehicles and all that, they don't want to patronize the locally made vehicles in our country. They want to buy it from elsewhere so that we know what's going on. But so some of these things are some of the things we can actually begin to look into. I may not say all the solution in full, but at least we can all begin to contribute into things like this. But when we bring up ideas like this and we build up on them, we can probably go backstage and think of how we can fund it. Every little helps.
Okay, can I chip in, please?
Every little helps.
You're not muted, Rudolph.
Oh, I said 1 minute, Chim, and then we go to KJ.
Okay, all right. So, Ray's fantastic. I love your demeanor. I love your approach. I mean, all of us are not going to be hotheads, and I like the perspective. But, you know, I will push back respectfully in a few ways. One is, people keep coming here to say we don't proffer solutions. We have proffered endless solutions on this platform. Now, as on a personal level, we're talking about a system that has an issue. And some of the things you're trying to talk about cannot be accomplished when a system in itself already has problems. I'll give you an example. In 2015, 2016, the road to my village was not tarred. It was horrible. And several efforts to get the local government chairman and the state governor to do something about it. These are taxpayers. Women will harvest their crops and then they can't take it to the closest market. My community is almost close to the capital of the state, but we can't even get those crops there. People kept having things that were spoiling and destroying. The roads were terrible. You take your Prado, you get stuck. I happen to have access to a particular media house in Nigeria. I won't mention their name. And they promised me that if I could get videos, take a video with a narrative of how long this has happened, then they will begin to put it in the front burner. That was going to be my contribution to my community. But I didn't live in the East. So I got someone who had access, gave them, and I told them, don't tell anybody anything. I will pay for the video. Tell me how much it will take to run a video from the beginning down the road of my community to the end that comes out of the express that goes to Port Harcourt, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu Expressway. I said, just do it for me. Give me the audio and I'll take it to this particular media house. This guy went and told people that somebody is trying to put them into trouble. And then they made him stall. I gave him the money. I gave him the money to do this. I mobilized him. A few weeks before I left Nigeria, I had to force him to return my money. Not too long, I realized that he was playing pranks. So where am I driving at? Sometimes it looks as if people are not making efforts. The issues we're saying is that the system needs to be addressed. If you don't address some of those issues, some of the things you want us to begin to implement cannot be accomplished. For instance, the Patache thing you're talking about, this is a personal thing. It's, for me personally, it's not going to make any impact in terms of national growth. What we're trying to say is, how do we fix this system? Now, lastly, before I forget, some of the solutions we are proffering, it is these same politicians we're talking about that will implement them. I've been watching Arise and I've been seeing Rufai constantly asking senators why they are not patronizing Innocent and there's another company. Just yesterday, Ali Ndume was defending why they will not buy Innocent and why they will continue to buy Japanese vehicles. Is this same politicians with this mindset that
they're not going to help
profess and we will take, they are the ones who implement it. So if we don't fix that part of our system, all the good policies we are bringing up cannot work. And then lastly, I've had doctors here. I have doctors in Canada who have set up arrangements, met with Minister of Health. We're not asking you for money. were just asking for permission to come and carry out a medical, medical outreach and all those things. And minister and PAMSEC will be looking for greasing. I have on good authority from Professor Pat Otomi. Once upon a time, there was an initiative from an American institution that came to Nigeria to set up something. It was technology driven. And he referred them to the minister responsible. And the minister promised he would do something. 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 8 months, nothing was coming. They went back to Professor Pat. Pat said, okay, you know what? Let me find out from the minister what is going on. He goes to the minister, and what did the minister tell him? These your people are just talking. You know, are they going to do this thing for nothing? And the man was like, what are you talking about? He was looking for a gunjet to just be specific. Pat Utomi had to go back to these people to say, you know what, please, I can't get involved in what is going on. Where else do you want to go and set up this thing in Africa? If it's Ghana, please go there. And that's how Nigeria lost an investment. So what for me, our ranting is about mindset. I've spoken about it here. We need to change our mindset. The moment we start changing, if we have a raise, 10 raises with your kind of mindset, sitting in the National Assembly, sitting close to a president, making policies, perhaps we start having changes. But for the type of people, the principalities and the powers we have right now, sitting in Aso Rock, sitting in the National Assembly, I don't understand how we're going to make this progress. So we're not ranting. I understand your frustration. We're actually, many of us are even meeting behind and asking ourselves what we can do. You may not know it. Talking about how we can bring.
I would love to be part of this, because I mean, because if we don't do something, I don't see the set of these politicians being able to do something.
I yield the floor, please.
But thank you very much for clarifying.
Tell people to use their time to rebut whoever they want to rebut, and if that occupies all their time, that's fine. If you give us 1 minute to
I haven't made my own contribution on the topic. Remember,
allow people to use their time to rebut.
Okay. The only thing
thank you very much, gentlemen. Please, I would have to take my leave now. Thank you.
Ray, please, can you give me a minute? I just wanted a minute. I will use my minute judiciously. You gave a good idea. Okay. And one thing I just want to say, you know, in kind of like in contribution to what Chim has said, is it not when you have security that you can actually think of investing? The Tatashe, you know, you're talking about, farmers don't have that safety. And nobody is even saying anything about security anymore. The other day, about 40 people were killed in the north. Nobody is talking about it. That we sit here and we talk, in every one of us, in my own little way. I tried a few weeks ago, and I told somebody in my community, I said, you know what? What about if I establish something like a Babin's, college for you guys, most of the guys that are, that doesn't have any job doing, and I will be paying them, just to learn. And guess what I was told? Nobody wants to do that. They are more interested in Yahoo. So, am I supposed to go and force them to do it? But that is what is going on. The thing that is happening in Nigeria is systematic. We have a systematic problem. The security guys are not doing anything. They just collect money. You hear them talk about, oh, we'll provide security. Elections is coming in Imo State, Kogi State, and I bet you the voters' apathy that will be in those elections. None of us will imagine it. But I rest my case for now.
All right, thank you, Master Prince. KJ.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know, are we still contributing, or we're going ahead to?
No, we are contributing. We are on the topic number 1, which is yachts and the expenditure of the government in terms.
Okay, the interesting thing about the yacht is that I don't know why people are kicking against it. You should allow this man. They are going to hold executive meetings at the middle of the ocean. How do you want them to get there? Nigeria is trying to build. Look at the extension that Lagos State wants to build now. Where will the meeting be held? Shouldn't it be in a yacht? And then that Nigeria has produced a lot of swimmers in the past who are experts. And then we're not even talking about maneuvering the waters around Nigeria. Somebody should use those waters. Tell the truth. Like I said to you, Rudolph, I have lost, not be today, I lost it again. That is, I don't get any one kobo, whatever you call it, to that nation, because we are just a bunch of people who do not understand the times and the season which we are living in. Okay? If not, you see, Alin Duma, one of the things you should know about Alin Duma is that he somehow manages to tell you the truth, whether I like it or not. So as he came out to tell people, look, forget it, it has already been paid. That's the truth. Forget whatever the Air Force is telling you. You see, these things are done on commission. You give your specification and they build it. You pay for it. They don't deliver to you when you have not paid for it. Please, anybody, Paul, you are aeronautic engineer. Do you go and get a plane delivered to you when you have not paid? You pay everything. You finish paying and they will deliver to you. Their hands are off.
Paul is in maritime.
Yes. So, okay, sorry. You're also in maritime. So you know that already, that ships are not built and then delivered. And then you go and deliver yourself, be waiting for your pay. No, you pay. So that is totally gone. Now, if you look at the mindset of those who wrote that, who bought that yacht, you know how far Nigeria is going. Because if you're looking at the people who there's abject poverty, 130 million to be precise, are living under abject poverty. And then your government can afford to buy $5 billion worth, $5 billion naira worth of yacht, which you apparently use, okay, and then you are buying more aircraft for the fleet of the president. So what else can be described as idiotic? What else? What else? I mean, should we even be debating this? And you see, why I say I've lost total, I mean, I'm not going to talk about it. It's because the Nigerian people are just docile. They just sit there and nobody's saying anything. Okay? And you see, again, I agree with him when he said, you see, Peter Obi lost it. You see, look, as a Christian, there's a time the Bible asks you to take action. There's a time to be peaceful, but there's a time to go out. In fact, there's a scripture in the Bible that says that you should hold your javelin in one hand and hold your Bible on the other. He didn't call you to stupidity. He didn't call you to forfeit your territory, because if not, Israel should have also clapped their hand and gone to sleep. And those people who are hoping that Israel is going to relent, even if the whole world says Israel should relent, they are not going to relent. They are going to take that land each by each until they remove those so-called people that are totally against them. Look, the truth remains. How do you hold a nation that has over 230 million people and then you don't even you wake up and you're just doing stupid things? Okay, you are borrowing money to go and buy luxury goods. You're borrowing money to buy luxury goods, not money for your education, not money to repair the roads, not money to pop up the infrastructures, not money to build factories, not money to even try to stabilize your naira. You are borrowing money to spend on luxury goods, and you keep telling the Nigerian people to, gear up. Don't worry, sacrifice them more. My brother was trying to get me to, train him. He had to go and renew his license. To renew his license, everything is going to come to about 32,000 naira. Okay, which is all the pop-up they've done, and that is minus all the nonsense stuff they put in the registration of the vehicles.
Alpha.
So what am I trying to say? I don't know. Rudolph, I said I should leave, and so you can explain what's on the screen or what.
No, keep talking. That's the subject, yeah.
So what I'm now saying is that, my brothers, if we're expecting something different from what we are seeing, I doubt it very much. Okay, I doubt it very much. I don't know. You see, look, the truth of the matter is that the best way for Nigeria to go forward is just, let's go back to regionalism. If we don't want to let the countries, let's all go back to regionalism. Let the regions take control of their places and let everybody do whatever they want. But tell me which justification? I've thought about it, and I'm just like Pastor said, it runs my head crazy. Okay, it runs my head. We're not in Australia. You're not Madagascar. Why are you buying yacht? Why are you buying yacht? And some crazy people are even following because they all have built in a gunja into that budget. That's the only reason why they are approving it. Okay, that's the only reason why they are approving it. They built their gunja into it. So that 5 billion, I'm still definitely sure some of them will come out of it millionaires. Okay, because that is only what they specialize in. And I was telling my wife that I said, if I was Nigerian, probably by now I would have joined APC because that's the best way, to live a peaceable life. You join them and people eat the country down. Whenever I finish eating down, everyone can go their way. If you survive, survive. Because you look, even in this, if you go to the panel, the people making comment, they are calling you stupid because they are saying like where they're living should be good. They are calling you stupid. They are giving you names. They are saying all kinds of things. It's not because they're going to whatever. If Nigeria becomes good tomorrow, it's going to be you're going to be the part of the people to enjoy it first. It is them who are living there, and they don't see what you are saying as any contribution. Rather, they. This morning I was listening to Asare Dakubo and he was saying, "Oh, now he's warning Tinubu because this appointment, what he's doing now, is going to be a problem to him, and he cannot defend him any longer." Oh, you're waking up now. Good morning, as the Igbos will say. It's your morning now.
You forget the song "Turn by Turn," no. Turn
Yes.
by Turn, no.
Thank you so much, Rudolph.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let me go to CM. Yeah, CM, welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, Rudolph. Good afternoon, everybody. It's like I came at the right time. Actually, I had the last somebody was saying we should be preferring solutions. That's good, but that's what we've been doing here. I'm not trying to hold brief for Chim because he said it all. That's what we've been doing here. But the thing is, how many of those solutions have been put into practice so that we know whether it has worked or it didn't work? Because the Englishman will tell you, why make a law when you can't enforce it? Why do you waste your time making a law that if you park your car this place, we tow it and then maybe smash it? And somebody did it and you didn't do anything. So it means that you shouldn't have made that law. So you see, we've been providing solutions. But the thing about Nigeria is, one thing people should understand about Nigeria is, Nigeria must first, by hook or by crook, whether we like it or not, intended or unintended, we must ask ourselves the truth. It's part of nation building. Dialogue is part of nation building. What really are we doing? Do we really want to continue like this, garbage in, garbage out? In 2015, Orubebe, people must have forgotten, Gode Orubebe, held up Jega and he said, look, this is a sham election. We can't accept this. We can't accept it. He cited so many instances to show that there was massive rigging. Ordinarily, what a serious government will do is that they do what they call root and branch examination after everything. They do it in the UK here. You evaluate, you interrogate, you set up a panel, and then lesson learned from it, you carry it forward. People say, hey, no, let's move on, let's move on. Dollar then was around, pound was either 250 to the pound, as at when Jonathan was leaving. We moved on. 8 years later, pound was around 700. Now we moved on again. We are now talking of 1,500 naira to 1 pound. It's not, it's a move on, move on. Where are you moving? We've been moving on since 2015 at least. Look at where we are moving to. So Nigeria defies every solution. No matter what you say, it defies every solution because the people are not willing. The people are not willing. When a senator on Dume tells you that they don't want this type of car, they want they want a car from Japan. Do you know what it means? Let me tell you. When you borrow money from China in dollar or IMF for anybody, you come home, then you are back home. The next day, you offload this money to Japan. When you give it to the Japanese company, one, to this year they will declare profit. Oh, this is a good business year. Two, if they had opportunity, if they had the plan to retrench workers because of bad business, they will say no, or may even give a bonus this year. Three, the government of Japan will get more tax from their industries and workers. Now, what does Nigeria gain? Nothing. But Innocent is there. And Mali, the government of Mali is asking Innocent to supply them vehicle. South Africa wanted Innocent to come and open a plant in South Africa, but Nigeria ignored it. So when you don't, there's something they said, there's something we say that you that is running having diarrhea, it is you that will be in the front. Why me that will be escorting you to the toilet will be following you? I can't be in the front. Nigeria should help themselves. We don't want it. Simply because we are not one. We are not. But when you say, people will say propaganda, all this, until we sit down and they address the questions Bola Ige asked. Must we be together? Yes. Under what terms? That terms means constitution. Why can't we buy made in Nigeria to grow Nigeria? Okay, if those senators we are looking at, if you tell them that they have to attend a meeting from maybe Abuja to Kaduna and they are going by road and it's a public bus, it might be nothing bus. So you can enjoy it. But why when you now move from the passenger position to the driver position, you now want a different thing? So you see, Nigeria is really, that's why sometimes after all this, in fact, let me round up like this. The solution we've been looking for, most Nigerians, majority, found it in P2B. Because he's the person that is speaking the way we speak here, from consumption to production. Let us cut waste. I bet you if P2B is in Aso Rock, that yacht, P2B won't look for yacht. Oil theft would have stopped immediately because he knows what to do. But when you have a criminal, a certified certificate forger, age you don't know. In fact, the world look upon Nigeria now as a country of criminals. So how can I want people to tell me how something good will come out of an evil mind. It cannot work. But when you say it, people will always look for you to call you names and they say you are saying this. If you want, we can continue singing Hallelujah and deceive ourselves. 2015 to 2023, 8 years. What did we gain? We sank deeper because let's move on. I mean, election has finished. We had to move on. Let's prepare for 2027. By 2027, the road between Benin and the Abo may not be tarred, and people are suffering. So please, gentlemen, when we want to say certain things, or let's not take a blame. Nigeria, we've provided more than 1 million solutions everywhere. But the people who feel that they own Nigeria do not want it. Nigeria should have interrogated, why was the beavers switched off? Something as basic as conducting an election we cannot do. Is that not a shame? Something as we made our own law, we can't even obey it. We are 10 here on this show now, we are 10. And we want to say Ovie is standing election, Ovie and Paul, and we vote. In the end, we'll be saying, we don't know who win. It will take us 3 months to be dangling between Ovie and Paul. What we know is 1 man, 1 vote. Is that not a shame? Is that not a shame? We switch off beavers deliberately because we don't want P2B to get in. And because they want that, they feel that Nigeria will continue like that. Look at the suffering now. What they sell petrol in Irabiji, where Tinubu comes from, is what they sell it in Nnewi. So does it make any difference? What is sold in Umuahia is what they sell it in Bauchi. Does it make any difference? So why can't Nigerians, reason? Forget about all these tribal sentiments. If we want to go tribalism, let us sit down and organize ourselves in tribe. There's nothing bad with it. But if we must blur the line, let us blur it in truth and honesty. Than coming to waste our time, people will be talking. If you moralize, at the end of moralizing, you can't do anything. Somebody in Gombe told me that they don't go to farm anymore. A lady in Gombe, which is Christian area, southern Gombe. I said, why? He said, there's no point in planting your crops. The Fulani will come with their cattle and eat it up. People do not know that is one of the reasons why we have high cost of foodstuffs in Nigeria, because the people of Benue State that farm very well are in refugee camp. And who put them in refugee camp? The Fulanis. Simple things we have to interrogate. When you have a problem, start from the first principle. The simple ones, you put them together, you know where the problem is coming from. Our own problem, we inflicted it on ourselves in the hope that when you cheat the people of Benue State, take their land, put them in refugee camp, then you have arrived. But everybody is suffering it now. A tuber of yam, 5,000. Nothing is coming from Benue State. No yam is coming from there. So everybody is now battling, and they are printing money. Nigeria is in a mess. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Nigeria is in a mess. The earlier we come back to sort it out, or we go our separate ways. Otherwise, let's move on. Okay, Century 33 is ended. Let's move on. Supreme Court has told us that Abuja is not in. Abuja, 25% of Abuja is not needed. Let's move on. What of the forgery? Oh, the thing came late. Let's move on. What of is all these things? Are we not ashamed? To be honest with you, I'm no longer perfect. I don't. One Nigeria is a scam. Bringing people together, we are suffering. By next week, the pound will change, the dollar will change. It keep rising. Now we are buying yacht for what? What do you need yacht for? A president, you want a yacht for what? In a country that is the poverty capital of the world, in a country that Dave Umahi said Nigeria is importing bitumen. Nigeria is importing bitumen, and there's bitumen in Ondo State. I'm not quoting. We all had it. Maybe the road between Lagos to Shagamu must pass, from Shagamu to Benin must pass through Ondo State at Yore. If they want to tar that road, they have to go and import bitumen. Why bitumen is under the soil there? What really are we talking about? I thought God helped those who help themselves. What really are we talking about? Why should Nigeria be importing bitumen when there is bitumen in Ondo State? Who are we deceiving? Tomorrow we say we pray to God. Let us pray. There's no solution. The solution is in separation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Senior. And to be seen.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon, Doctor. And greetings to my brothers and sisters. We have spoken well. We all know that we have been looking for solutions here on this program, and part of the solution was the election that just passed. We saw somebody who had a good grasp of what the country should be and how the country should move forward. That was the solution. Unfortunately, the powers that be, who want the old system to continue, who feed off the old system, didn't allow things to run its normal course, and it happened the way it happened. So right now, is anybody surprised what is going on? What do you expect less or more on how this man is running the country? Because they all feed from the system. That has been their way all along. All of them, you saw they are only interested in what they will get. You are asking people to tighten their belts, and instead of investing money in making life a little bit easier for the people, you are going on squandermania, spending money on yacht that you know is too expensive even to maintain, apart from the cost of purchasing it. Buying cars for first lady whose office the constitution doesn't recognize a president's wife. Where has it happened in same countries? Lawmakers justifying why they should own SUVs, foreign SUVs. And many of them don't even go to their villages because bandits and terrorists have sacked their localities. They only land in their state capitals and remain there. In Borno State now, I bet half of that state, there's no administration in half of those states. The terrorists have taken over those areas. Farmers don't go to farm. And these people are not interested. They're only interested in just what they will get, money for their own selfish end. And their kids are outside. By the time they are getting older now, their kids will come back, take over. Some of them, their kids are already in the National Assembly. In the judiciary, the same thing. What Shane was talking about, I listened to that Professor Dinkanlo's talk. He has been happening for long about the seeming quiet corruption going on in the judiciary. He has been exposing them. And you saw what he said, that a justice who retired in 2004, Justice somebody or Wifo, said that in the 70s, 80s, only magistrates were known to be corrupt. Like Shim said, they were asking for cow, goat, sheep, this and that, farmland, and all that as part of their bribery stuff. But in the 90s, it came to the High Court, and suddenly, up, appeal court, and now this is what we have. And he achieved the segment again that the man said that the kind of people that have been brought into the bench, that many of them don't even have the capacity to manage those positions. And now they have all risen to the highest level now. This is what we get. They don't see corruption as anything. In those days, we used to hear that judges don't even appear in open events. You don't see them in ceremonies because they don't want to be seen to be dining with people whose cases are before them. But now, what do we see? They invite them for events and all that. The country is gone. Anybody who is expecting something, say, let us pray for this government. The person doesn't even know that this is their stock in trade. They will never change. In fact, they have now come in, like Shim said earlier, they have now come in to say it is our turn now. It's our turn to eat. And those who are supporting them, they are hoping to get some cake off the table. Those who are supporting them. Because and some of them are even looking at, oh, this system, the way it's going now, maybe by the next election night will be our turn. So now that we can get INEC to do our bidding, some of us can equally go. Let us have amass money, so that when next election comes up, they will use the same system to come into power. But the country will keep going down, down. I can tell you that in many communities where there is massive farming going on, who have been serving as food basket in their local areas, people no longer go to farms again because of the situation. My own little community, in my own also local government in Imo State, where we have people who are basically farmers, they've all left because of the IPOB military problem over there. A small place, some ragtag boys are running riots over there now. The military cannot go and take them out. And so the same thing in most parts of the country. So the situation is that Nigeria has been living a lie for a long time. We know it. The military came up with a constitution that the people never ascribed to. And then it was used to start off the so-called Fourth Republic we are now into. And there are so many lapses in that constitution that needs to be addressed. And the National Assembly, they don't want to do it because they are all part of the system. If you get there, do your own. How can we be talking of buying cars when every 4 years they buy cars for lawmakers? Some have been there for the last 3 or 4 or 5 terms. So that means they have maybe 4 or 5 cars, official cars from all those terms, and we are all looking. There's so much to be angry about and protest about. But it appears that probably they have worsened our conditions that Nigerians are now like traumatized people. Nobody wants to do anything. Everybody just say, okay, let it be. The only solution, like I've been saying before, which Tony Nadi have been saying all this while, no need for any further election. Let us come down and sit and say, how do we want to remain one? If we say we want to remain one, let us sit down and address all issues, be it ethnic, all kinds of issues we have in the country, and address it. Let there be equity for everybody. If nobody wants equity, then people should be allowed to stay on their own, be their own state or their own country. Because this really is not working. One set of people or one set of political class cannot be lording it over the rest of the country, dominating others. It's not done anywhere. The country cannot move forward in this way. And I don't want to be hearing about next election because come next election, it will even get worse. Because if this madness is not stopped, people will be emboldened to act more. See what some governors are doing now. Those who want to return to government house or those who are pushing up their surrogates to become governors. See how they are doing. Like my own state now, I heard that the governor has booked almost all the hotels in Owerri. For what purpose? Because that may be where he's going to do his thing, his rigging thing. And INEC will collude with him to make it work for him. And they will ask him to go and vote. People may not come out so much to vote, but they will write their result in their normal way and they will say we should go on. The country is really in a mess, in a serious mess. I'm saying that for me, the only way out is a systemic dress down of the country. A true dress down. We have to come down and sit down and discuss Nigeria. How do we want to go? Because we can't continue like this. People go into powers in here in US and other places to serve the masses. But over there, they go in there for their own selfish end. Even the so-called labor lawmakers that we have voted in, they are doing the same thing. Everybody wants to grab and grab. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you, Ndubesi. Let's go to Ngozika. Ngozika, welcome. Ngozika, unmute yourself.
Well, am I audible now?
Yes, but yes, you are. You are now.
Good evening. So please, I apologize for the mask. I have a really bad bout of catarrh and I'm in the market. So I had to wear a mask because
Rudolph, is it an automatic thing? Something is muting her automatically.
Not me.
That is Nigeria, that's why we are here. Everything is being muted.
am I audible now? Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So I was saying that I apologize for wearing the mask. I have a really bad bout of catarrh and I'm in the market and it's really dusty here. So I didn't want to aggravate it. That was why I wore the mask. I apologize. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damages, our panelists and the viewers and all the people in the comment section. So I was watching in the background. I was going in and out because I was inside the market, like I said. And I only came to say one thing. See, last week we had an interesting session on this show where Omoyes Corner said something. Nigeria is turn by turn limited. And I really feel sad, very sad, for people who, for whatever reason, feel Nigeria cannot happen to them. And when I say Nigeria happening to you, it might not kill you. No, it might not kill you. You might not be that lucky because, yes, I consider people that are dead the lucky ones because they don't feel anything anymore. They are gone. But it can happen to you in various ways. The failing institutions, when you need them to come through for you, they will chew you out and spit you out. That is Nigeria happening to you. When you buy something today and you run out of it and you go back to buy it and it's no longer the same price, that is Nigeria happening to you. When you have an appointment very early in the morning and you can't leave because, of course, your safety is not guaranteed, that is Nigeria happening to you. When you go to the hospital like I did and they misdiagnosed me, I was misdiagnosed and given a prescription. And when I got to the pharmacy people changed the prescription. So on top of the fact, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. On top of the fact that I was misdiagnosed, Jesus Christ. Thank you, sir. On top of the fact that I was misdiagnosed, I still got the wrong prescriptions. When I went to the pharmacy inside the hospital, they didn't have the drug that the doctor wrote. And they gave me a different one that had nothing to do with what was wrong with me or what the doctor said was wrong with me. So Nigeria can happen to you in many ways. And for people to sit here every other Saturday and talk as if they live in space, it's I don't know what to think sometimes when I come on. Like that's why sometimes I just sit, watch and not comment on that. Like Mr. Show will say, I don't have anything to add. And this is me telling you that yes, call obedient wailers. They can sleep, like I said on last week's Saturday, they can sleep with a clear conscience, knowing that they did not bring this. They had no hand in bringing this to themselves. But you lots that have a hand in this and are still supporting whatever wrong move this government makes, you people really have something wrong with you. That is the only way to say it. This whole yacht thing, how can any normal human being defend this latest addition to their madness? How can any normal human being defend this? How? How do you rationalize this? They are telling us to tighten our belts to the point that we don't have anything left to tighten the belt on. There's no structure to tighten the belt on. And you're buying yacht. For what? Make it make sense. And somebody is defending it. Already drafting nonsense to defend it. How? What? Should we used to laugh at Ngozi has gone to the market again and she's coming to tell us price. If I tell you price, half pint of tomato is 2002. You know what half pint of tomato is? If you have 5 children, plus you and your husband, they can't cook Sunday stew for you. The Sunday stew will finish that day. That is half pint of tomato. It's 2002. So if you buy half pint of tomato, what else are you going to buy? Choose and cook this stew. Are people come here and defend nonsense? What are you defending? Don't you have conscience? Is it that you're conscienceless or what? Please put me in the back seat. I don't have anything to add. Maybe I'll come back later when I get home.
All right.
Even Ngozi, they said bread, a loaf of bread It's over 1,000 now.
I bet turn by turn,
Let
no,
me
turn
Over
by
just
turn, guys.
1,000.
Turn by
price.
turn, because
You know.
That one,
Let me give you price now. Maybe
that's
somebody was mocking
is still
themselves and not me. That every time I come and say prices of things. The, the decent bread you can buy now. When I say decent, something that is not chaff, that you can get now. It's from 1,011.
Hey.
And if you have kids, if you have like 2 kids, you will use that bread for just that day, and it will finish. And the following day, when they are preparing for school, you have to go get another bread. So in a week, if you're going to incorporate bread into your meals like 3 times, you're going to spend 3,000 naira to buy bread. Who does that? Who?
So bread is not a
Nigerians do
luxury.
that. And some of you come here. Egg, a crate of egg, the cheapest protein, a crate of egg is now 2,800 naira. 30 pieces of egg, 2,800 naira. If you have kids, you know how many kids eggs you use to make breakfast for them, to make lunch for them, and it is the cheapest protein. And the other Nigerians can't even afford it anymore. And people come here and rationalize nonsense in the name of this government to favor me and my family. Favor you and your family, which you and your family. Are you okay? Favor you and who? People are suffering every day. You will see people that in their entire life, they've never had to ask somebody for 1 naira. This time
You're
around,
not
they've gone
doing
to
so.
beggars and they can't help it. They can't help it. And people sit here and rationalize nonsense. How do people do this? How? How? How do you sleep at night? Or are you paid to do this? Or you are really just that wicked? Because let me understand. I can't hold it anymore. The people that defend these things that this government do, are you paid to do it? Because you have to receive payment for your wickedness. If not, your wickedness is a waste. Because you can't be this wicked for free. You can't be this heartless for free. There's no way any normal people, unless of course you're a service, which I'm beginning to think that yes, some of you are really sadist for coming here every Saturday to defend every nonsense this government does. Every single Saturday and Sunday, you come here and defend it. And when people try to checkmate you, you call them all sorts of names and call them whalers. Are you even listening to yourself? Yeah. You want Nigeria to work, we should support a thief. I beg.
Yeah,
All
Doctor,
right.
can I quickly just weigh in? I'll go back to backstage.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Gozika, I can feel your frustration. Actually, your figures in terms of the cost of egg I think it differs from state to state. In the state I started 2 days ago was 3,000. Yours is 2,500. Where I'm from, Mogele is 3,000 naira. So, and she's actually right. Let's put all jokes aside. We can pardon those who are in the comment section, but when we come on the panel, what is happening in the country over there is real. To me, the yacht is not an issue. Anybody can buy a yacht. Any government can buy a yacht as long as they are doing right by the people. And Biden can decide to say they want to buy a yacht, but when the figure is presented to the House, questions will be asked as to why do you need a yacht? How much does this yacht cost? Don't we have other things to do? So, and I keep saying, and I will say it again, as a prophecy, our major problem is when we hold those who are responsible for oversight on the executive, then we will start to see the change. And when we also, the citizens, start to perform of our oversight duty on the legislators, then we will see a change. It doesn't matter if it's P2B that is there. Like I said this and I'll say it again over and over. If he's there, the same principle will still apply. The rule of law. And if we don't address Chin, what's the name of Rudolph, what's the name of that legislator that says they gave the executive presented the bill for the cars and they didn't ask questions? All they do is they just
Ali Ndume.
So you can see that the executive presented to them rather than asking questions as to what do you need this money for? Why do we need to buy so amount of cars? Don't we have enough cars? There are other issues. What do? They will just sign it, free to go. So please don't let us come and defend foolishness. It's what Ngozi Kaisele is saying is true. I know some people take Nigeria for a joke, but those are lives there. It's not a joke. Those are lives. Generation to come will be affected. It's affecting us. It's going to affect generations to come if we don't do things. Let me weigh a bit on what Chim defended or tried to defend his statement earlier when he spoke about if Peter B wants to be president, he must be prepared to die. If I'm quoting you wrong, I apologize. Now, the fact of the matter is, in the present context of Nigeria, anyone who is coming forth to say they want to take the nation forward or recapture the nation must have that at the back of their mind. That is just the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Because of the system or the corruption or the so-called evil people that exists. I will leave it at that because I'm going to run a broadcast on it sometime, maybe tomorrow or sometime in the future. Rudolph, thank you. I'm going back to the backstage now. God bless.
All right. Thank you so much. So there's an aspect of this that I want us to quickly, maybe not everybody will weigh in, maybe not for long, but I want us to touch on this. This is the list of what they had on the supplementary budget. And when it came out, the first thing that happened was that media picked on a few things and started talking about it. The yacht and the vehicles for the first lady were the big ones. And the defense from the government, I want us to weigh how the government reacted. If you look at people like Bayo Ononuga, who is advisor on strategy and information, if you look at the genesis or how the defense he presented came about, it raised a lot of questions. How many people saw this? How many people saw the supplementary budget before it was presented to the Senate? What did they say when they saw that? What did they say about this? That you are going to spend 200 million naira to computerize Aso Rock. Was it not computerized before? They're going to spend 2.5 billion to renovate Shetima's Agoda house. They were going to spend, I don't have all of them here. The residences in Lagos, one for Tinubu and one for Shetima. So there are fundamental questions here. One is, did they feel that those things are really needed to be done? Or do they think that there are no better ways to, if the president needs to go to Lagos, could he stay at his home? And I think he built a new house in Lagos. Would they fortify the house and have him stay there? Would that have been cheaper for the country? So there are so many things about the reaction. I'm interested in the reaction because it's important that we understand this process. Initially, the government said, we didn't put it there. It wasn't for the president. It was for the Navy. It was just called presidential. Yeah, it was just, so many things. And then, it was done by the government of Buhari, not by our government. And then we heard now that, it's been delivered. We are not really buying it. So that tells you there's something wrong in communication, in the process, how we do things, in even the passage of that. How many people, I'm interested in how many people saw this? Did they raise any questions? Did they think that they needed to explain this to Nigerians before it goes out there? And when it came out, now they started running for what do we say? So let's weigh in on this and then we go to another topic. So I think I'll just, if you want to weigh in, raise your hand and then we can go. I don't want everybody to just to go around and around.
We never talk at all.
It's my turn. It's my turn, doctor.
Wait.
Say, who did it? On the issue myself.
Who did it?
Brother, it's my turn. We have not said anything since. So we did only the introduction. It's my turn.
I'm going back.
I'm sorry. I thought everybody spoke on the issue. All right.
No, we just made introduction now.
Okay, all right. So
Doctor Dan, I've not spoken. I've not spoken. Ovi, I've not spoken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I've also not spoken. No, I've been talking
Even
about
Maxi and the Chan. Yeah.
all right.
King,
Okay. So let's
that's
now that I introduced a different angle to that. So Dan, start the conversation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Before your show, you were saying that we are going viral in Nigeria. I'm so happy about that because this is my own contribution. Whether that my being here will help Nigerians to understand where we are going. And to be honest, I don't care. Anybody can put my picture anywhere. I'm proud to fight for Nigeria because I've been looking for a way to fight for that country. And if this is my way, I'm happy. And through my music, of course. So, before I go into my topic, I won't waste much time like usual. That brother who said that we are living in Europe or in diaspora, we are feeling happy. Bob Marley was asked one question. They asked him, "You have made a lot of money." He just kept quiet. Then after I asked that guy, "What is money to you? What is riches to you?" The guy was stunned. That guy who thinks that we are living in diaspora, we are in heaven. He doesn't know it. I wish I was in Nigeria, my own country, where I can walk freely, where I can eat the food I was brought up with. You understand? Where the sun can shine on my skin and give me vitamin D. I'm living in a very cold country. So it's not easy. I want to make that clear to that brother before I go into the main topic. Yes, now, Peter Obi, to be honestly with you, he disappointed me personally. Because I remember there was one video that went viral exactly the time they cheated us in that election. I think the next day, one brother was asking, say, "Oh, I ain't Iwasiba." Peter Obi was telling him and Andy no go here for so long. I gave you one weapon. But Mali had a song too. He said, "Strike the hammer, strike the iron when it's hot. If not, you lose it." You want to change Nigeria, you want to rule Nigeria, you want to help the obedient people. And he came when Nigeria was yawning. We are looking for people. Showore has come up in 2019. They brushed that brother away. You came up now. We decided to come to you. You just let us down. Now, in fact, now everything has lost because now Tinubu has legitimacy. Anybody will talk now, they go just carry on. Put one corner and say you want to, you know what I mean? It's now I forgot what that offense is. When you want to take over a government where they don't recognize treason. So nobody can say anything again now. All what we are saying now is make we just manage and pass through. Or maybe there will be something magically that will come up that will bring us back to the street. So Peter Obi for me, I don't know other people, my own personal opinion, he let us down. He has made me very sad. And I know many Nigerians are angry with him and let him just go out. I don't want him to come up again because he came to Labour Party and the people who were contesting for Labour Party gave him everything he needed. People like Patu Tommy tore his nomination in the television. Okay, this brother, so you come here, let's give it to him. He let us down because he's afraid. And I remember that saying in one of Macbeth's story or Julius Caesar, cowards dies many times before their death. He's a coward to me. Yes. And to conclude, like my system used to be, all these expenditures they are doing, yacht, this or whatever they are buying, first lady, and all this money they are stocking. Since they came to power, that's what we've been hearing, how to spend money. And they say we don't have money. They never said they want to open one factory to do one thing to employ people. They never talked about refinery, nothing. All what they've been saying since they came to power is how to take care of themselves. You have shown us a list now. They want to renovate vice president's office, billions. They want to put computer, all the things that has already been done. Many brothers have spoken. I don't have much to say again. They've said it every time they buy a new car. Just like when they come in, they change the new chief of staffs. Every time they buy, they just use Nigeria as joke. They use us to laugh. They fuck us up. But I know that one day, like they say, monkey go market, you know, go return. I know there will be somebody who will rise up somewhere. Or when the hunger, you know, hunger can make somebody angry. When that hunger bites more, maybe one thing will change and Nigeria will now realize that no, we have to get these people out. And I pray it won't get to that point. That is my own fear, because an angry man, a hungry man is an angry man. This is what is left now, because we are watching them helplessly. You know what I mean? We are just like helpless. What can we do? If you talk now, look at our brother. In fact, I was very happy what happened to him. That guy with them blowing face, where scatter all his face. I'm very happy, because when they tell us they are going to strike, everybody's ready. They will just give. I don't know what. I don't want to contradict myself. Whether they give them something, they could just talk. So okay, we postpone. I was happy the day they give him that blow, because this is what they have been doing to Nigerians. They give us hope. Suddenly, they will bring the hope down. Now he went to Imo State. Now, okay, now the action, they beat him. Where? I'm happy. I'm very happy. And I was told they were going to fly him abroad to go and treat him. And God knows that trip to abroad, whatever will happen. Because poor people are suffering. When they beat a poor man, somebody said somebody stole bread, or the other day, they killed them in Nigeria. But the politicians are stealing billions. Nothing happens to them. But when a frustrated person now goes and commits something out of hunger, we same people will burn him alive. Let me stop here and continue listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. Paul, you're next.
Yeah, Doctor. Yeah, talking about the cars that they're buying from the Senate and the yacht itself, it makes me laugh, because when you're talking about you're buying that type of cars and everything, you talk to the manufacturers, they customize it to your taste. It's like buying a brand new house in the West. You have that privilege of saying, okay, it's a 4-bedroom house, I need 4-bedroom and suite. You want all the bathrooms in the room, or you want maybe 2 bathrooms. Then they start giving you your quote and everything. When I was buying house, it's okay, I want all bathrooms there. It's okay, 1 extra bathroom in the kids' room will cost you extra $25,000. Okay, I hear you. Make it 2.5, not 4. This is how you cut your cost, or you say, you know what, I want it. The same thing with aircraft, the same thing with buying of a yacht. You can never go get a yacht and say you see a yacht in the showroom and everything. Nobody buy that type of yacht that everybody must have walked through the manufacturer and see that yacht. They walk the person through and see everything inside. Nobody does that. You want to customize it to your own taste. So for us to hear a yacht and hear that it's already in Nigerian water and everything, this is something that they've carried out. And if somebody like my old friend called Konata who said this thing was appropriated during Buhari's government. So if Tinubu government is telling you about it again, which means they are still paying, which means price don't go up. Somebody is still customizing it again more to say, no, I don't want that black and white TV. I want this LED TV. So these are the things. So by the time you check the actual cost of this yacht, you'll be marveled. The same thing with aircraft. You must customize it to your taste. You have that luxury of doing so. In fact, not like you have the luxury of doing so. The manufacturer want to convince you to do so. They tell you, oh, this is the latest thing. Oh, when you check Gate yacht, he has this. When you check this one yacht, he has this. They convince you, because the more they keep convincing you, the more you pay more. If you go buy a car, the same thing. They convince you with this, with that. You have intention of what you want to buy. Then they start convincing you pay more. So I think that yacht thing, this is the height of we not having the National Assembly. You understand? To check all these things, because they are all the same. The National Assembly was the one that we were crying some weeks back. Now it moved to the executive arm. And when we talk all these things, it just it makes me laugh. Now some other persons will tell you about when Alain Dume is talking, and every one of them talk about the innocent motor and the Nord cars and everything. The same thing goes to those people. You don't go buy a car like a poor man like me that will just go to the store and walk around, see one and say, I like this one. Then you close the deal. You don't go buy a brand new car like that. You are buying plenty. They're going to bring it to your taste. You can ask that same innocent,
You understand? You can get your own specifics. They're going to customize it, design it to your own taste. But love of a nation, we don't have. Doctor, when I look at my street, when I look at your street, we look at everybody's street, what we see Germans, we see Japan, the Japanese car, the German car. Today, we see the South Korea, the Kias everywhere. We don't see the Nigerian cars in our Nigerian street and road. All we see is foreign cars. We live here in the West. What do we see? We see the American cars. We see the so-called foreign cars. Good percentage of the foreign cars are the cheaper ones. Some may be luxury, and it's not for everybody. You know, it's not for everybody. The Americans, I like the way Americans call Mercedes Benz and BMW. Ovie can testify. When you buy a BMW or a Mercedes in America, your American friend will say, "Damn, you got a foreign car." You know why? Because it's really, really expensive. But when you drive a Toyota, that is also another foreign car, they will tell you that, "Oh, I like that car. It doesn't consume gas." Because it's cheap. You see, they don't call it foreign car.
For Mercedes Benz is not expensive. It's just the maintenance that is expensive.
Put together
Yeah.
now. That's why now when they make you understand, you buy the high premium gas. You understand? Only when we see the high premium gas, we go buy gas. You know, we don't even go there because sometimes maybe you are talking, you make mistake and you press for the high premium, you stop it immediately and we start all over again to buy the cheaper gas. You understand? Because we understand the cost that is going to tell on us. But in our country, our so-called government, our so-called leaders don't think so. That's what I'm saying. We might protest, we might fight, we might do everything. But within them, that's when you get somebody who will disrupt the system, you know, and it's good, you know. But the biggest mistake that we tend to understand sometimes when we bring the word called solution, people don't really understand how solution work. Solutions, first of all, come with problem because problem expose the people. Then within them, some of them we want to do. So people might think we don't do anything. All we come here to do, we talk about problem, problem, problem. We don't talk about solution. But when we talk solution, because my solution going to different from the solution of Chain, it's going to different from the one of Ovie. Then we just become united we stand, divided we fall. But in different ways, we can do things in our different way, in our small way. Doctor, some years back, we tried to put together a school association to help my schools and everything. I'm an Umbuka guy. You understand? I do all this cars thing, buy things, school district, 5,000 shares. You see, school rejects gifts that you are giving them. The school district, you inform them, they say it doesn't work like that. Because sometimes, again, this so-called government, they get scared when you try to support their institutions, their schools, because they feel that maybe you have political intention to use it or you want to use it to talk down on them. Because if I'm getting all these things and I want to get tax free, I want to get this, I want to take pictures, I want to do videos. The schools that give me the second biggest school district in Arizona, that give me all these chairs, I bought 5,000 chairs for 50 cents. That if I walk 1 mile, I'll pick 50 cents in the street. I'll pick coins, I'll pick 50 cents in the street. 5,000 shares for 50 cents. You understand? And I can ship these things. They can support me. I can ship these things. They'll still support me with money. I can still use it to write up tax. But they want evidence to know that I'm not selling this. Now to take that video to show the school that you're sending it, they are scared. Is it that this guy want to contest politics and is not our party member? So which means for me to help in Delta State, I'll first of all go be PDP in Delta State. If I'm to help in Lagos, I'll go be an APC strong man. So that if I'm helping, they know, okay, a party man. But the person who is the party man who is strong over there, he's still scared again that for this guy to be doing this thing, the next election, you probably want to contest because people will start telling him, come and contest. And by so we can't achieve much. But in a different way again, we can achieve. This is where it becomes more micro. I say doctor, whether it's village or it's town, I don't know. They contributed almost $60,000 to do the things they want to do in his town or his village. I can't remember very well. So this is what we do. And it's so painful because when we start doing all this little micro thing here and there, it just look like we are not doing anything. It pains me when I send money every day to my siblings. I don't see any results. Their lifestyle don't change. You understand? But if we grow the city, the state, or the country,
everybody will grow strong. This is my take, and thank you. Let me stay the other side because I go chop before I fall.
All right, thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. Ovie, you're next.
Hey, Paul, there's a reason I drive for focus. Okay. On a yacht, I think I'll make my point in form of rhetorical questions here. We're talking about yacht. Is there really a yacht? If there is a yacht, if there is a yacht, is a rhetorical question. If there is a yacht, who wanted? Who wanted it? If Bola Tinubu really wanted a yacht, can Lagos State government, cop that out easily? Why going through all their heights? So if it's not Tinubu that won the yacht, who? I think that's the question we should be asking. Who really won the yacht? Who decided in the Nigerian budget? Why is there no serious argument?
Ovie, hold on. I think your question is, maybe it's not at this point, it's not the number one question. It's not about who wanted it or who inserted it. The person responsible. Hold on, Ovie. For the person responsible for the country today is Bola Tinubu. The person that turned in the supplementary budget is the government of Bola Tinubu. It's not. We are not going to be asking questions who is. They tell us who they are responsible. That's how the media look. That's how the media looks at it. You don't say that if Biden sends a budget to the Senate, then you now saying who. Biden is the person responsible for that budget. Is that different?
Dr. Damage, if you allow me to finish now, I said a rhetorical question, and I'm going through it. A rhetorical question. Okay. Maybe at the end of it, you understand where I'm coming or where I'm going with it, right? So if it's not Bola Tinubu, who? I think that's what I should be more interested. We should go to the bottom of it. But again, why is there no serious defense coming from the presidency itself? That's another question we should ponder on. Why the swift action to convert the 5 billion from yacht to student loan? And they did that by calling a press conference. So everything just went smooth like that. So again, who wanted a yacht if there's a yacht? Is it a premeditated action that, they know this is how it's going to happen, and if it is, this is how we're going to do this? Is that what is happening here? Since when did yacht company deliver yacht before payment? And I don't own one. I know we'll get any member of my family that own one. So that's the question. How the production company would deliver you a yacht before payment? Is it because it's presidency? Those are the questions that I asked. In the words of Dick Gregory, Dick Gregory is the first Black American to run for presidency, and he won. Quote unquote. You can go for that's where you know that. Now by selection, right? It did actually give the highest number of votes in the 60s, and but that are different cases. But what the man said is that if a state actually want to keep secrets, you will never know about it. And if you know about it, it's not a secret. But the question is that why would they want you to know about it? Those are the questions the man is asking. Also linked to the expenditure that we are talking about, how the presidency is running a bogus expenditure and all that. I said it before. The only way to have a successful revolution is when we have a crack at the top and the readiness of the people on the ground. Bola Tinubu understand that. Hence, the expansion of the government. You have to bring everybody on board. I started earlier on by saying that unofficially we are running a one-party system. So the instead of him expanding all this ministry appointment and all that is to make sure to bring everybody on board. He's saying it, the elephant is big enough. So hence you are not seeing too much drama going on as we expected it to be. So there's every need for you to pull everybody in a certain position, give contracts. All these houses, they're saying they are lodges in Lagos, in Abuja, and everything. They are not going to be there physically. It's between the members of the community of elite that will be taking advantage of that. That's why I asked who really won the yacht. So these are the things. So when the expansion hit them necessarily, and again, that's why I say we should focus. So those people who are saying, yes, they don't need to be again, I see where they are going with it, because if you actually want a change that will come from revolution, we don't need the elites to be part of the organizers, because they are our problem in the first place, directly or indirectly. So, and again, we on a more lighter note, if we rent a brand new house, we go carry Holy Ghost water for church till they cleanse out, right? Then they get money. You know, Buhari, the Fulani man is hospital for 8 years. You now want people to come and just inside themselves like that. Man, those are on the lighter notes. I say that to say there are some things that we can shout from now to heaven. They will do whatever they want to do if they find necessary for their cause. Anytime they do something that we think we win, that is because what we want tie with what they want. We should start saying things like that. These people are not stupid. So simply taking care of the elite class is necessary for Bola Tinubu to stay in power and run however he wants to run it. You cannot run a clean government. That means you are excluding a lot of people, especially at this point that we have overproduction of the elites. We have a lot of people who are qualified for so many things, but they're out there on the street or they're in diaspora. There's a need for you to actually bring as many as you can into power. If not, you stand a problem at the top and at the bottom. To answer Chim, let me use your example that you use, which also speak to the main problem that we are having as Nigerians. You use an example of how the effort you make to revitalize the road in your community. And the way you go about it directly apply to what Omoye was actually advocating for. Go out there on your own, come out car, go and protest and all that. You carry out that effort, even with the goodwill, on your own, and you are now surprised that people are saying, Mosi and I want to do or whatever. And that is where organizing come into play. I guarantee you, if you actually share this your efforts to 60% of those people in community, you get 20% that would really want to go all the way with you. For the fact that you actually have a connection already in media, which works, you need more of that. And that is where organizing comes to play here. When I think this Raz that I was using Atatashi as an example, as an idea, can we get behind it, make it a community? Okay, let's say, oh, this Rudolph community, we will make sure that I say now that community will be producer. What we are getting, even though we are not making profits, we are getting people employed. Even though the money is not going to change their life, but the fact that they will wake up and say, guess what? I know what's in I go chop. It will be very difficult for a politician to just come and swing there with money for them to actually fall for it. All goes into organizing. You're not going to see what you're organizing for immediately. That's not how you're going to work. Even those that lead revolution, you can actually pinpoint one or two people who actually saw the end of that revolution. If you actually want to carry out the revolution, then it's not about you no more. It's about generation to come. And that's where when somebody was asking at the comment section that our elites, why is that they don't care about us? It's not that they don't care about us. They are visionless. Their vision is not beyond their immediate generation. If you have somebody who have a leader who have a vision of 100 years, trust me, how you go take buy house, buy yacht, that is not what he's going to be thinking about. So that's the difference between our elite and their elite. And that is why it's very dangerous to actually see our nation political system becoming one. When you have a bunch of elites who don't have vision beyond their immediate generation, it is a problem. If our elites are like the Chinese people, who their vision is 100 years from now, how they go to conquer the moon, how they go to take over the whole world, you will not be hungry that oh everybody is taking over everything. But it's because their vision is just beyond, it's just within their immediate family. How they will take live for Dubai, how they will take live for Manhattan, how they will, that's what they think about. And that's why it's dangerous for them, for we to just have them in one accord and all of them they did jolly, 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 they go. So it is between us and them. And we don't need them in between us if we actually want to plan to achieve success. That goes to Chima, to say Chima, CM, I agree with him, right? If we both look together, let's find a way, but it is the way. How do we separate? And that is where the organizing and planning comes to place. And we have to learn how to work with these people in our community with a long spoon. Somebody, Paul is saying that, oh, you need to go jump at the fence before they agree with you. If that's what it takes for you to give your community what they want, so be it. Right? Maybe I talk too much.
All right. Thank you, Obi. Everybody waiting, I think. No, not yet. Okay. Mazi, please.
Listen, I haven't weighed in.
Okay, Mazi Prince, go ahead.
Me too. Me too.
Okay, so pretty much for the budget, um, I had a little idea of what it was, in the fact that I didn't see the breakdown, but I knew what it was, before every other thing. And it's interesting how he asked for 2.17 trillion, but what came out is 2.18 trillion. Apart from that, the essence of the supplementary budget was as a result of him. When he came in, he kept on spending. Today, you hear that, oh, he's asking for this, he's asking for that. And that is why they're asking, why don't you come up with supplementary budget? You know, the truth is this: everyone will not be
Doctor, let
of.
me go down. Let me do on the backyard. Sorry, brother. Let me go down so that I can fix something.
All right.
Okay. So pretty much everybody is of different temperament. Some people will be disappointed that Obi never ordered for, protest or whatever it is. And I keep asking those people who ordered, who in their own time ordered, how far? If I want to talk, I talk about somebody like MKO Abiola. I was in Lagos when that happened, and I knew how far that went. I knew because of that particular thing how I moved from Lagos to Benin. I was schooling in Lagos. I had to move from Lagos to Benin because every day, when we go to school, it's always one protest. Babangida must go, Babangida must not go, and all those things that were being sprayed with the tear gas or whatever they call it. Apart from that, there's no transportation. People, dead bodies were littered on the streets. I saw that. So if he has not asked for protests, for God's sake, he's saving a lot of souls, because the people we are dealing with is not when you see a lion, you think a lion is a coward. A lion is not a coward. He might be gentle, but he's not a coward. And I bet you the people that would have been affected, it was gonna be a lot of businessmen would have lost a lot. That would have triggered a lot of things. And like I said before, P2B is not desperate. He's comfortable. And people saying, oh, he should have asked for this, he took the right steps. And today, even a white man that I was talking to the other day told me everything about Nigeria. And what did he do? He saved a lot of souls. He exposed the corruption and the whole shenanigans that happened in Nigerian election. So people coming here to tell me, oh, he should have done that. Now, what is his name? Charlie Boy have just asked for a revote. It's the same Reno or Mockery is now saying that he said it before that these people are planning for war. Reno Mockery just said it a few minutes ago. So in the real sense, the whole thing is, where is the unity? And if there is going to be a protest, it has to be done with unity. I bet you some people will say, oh, it's Igbo's problem. Let the Igbos deal with it. And I believe that most of the elders, I wanted to bring that up in our agenda. I don't know, is there anywhere in the constitution where the elders are being recognized? Because to me, The elders we have in Nigeria right now, I refuse to recognize them as elders. Why? They are not up to my dad. They only have few years away from me. So I will not regard them as elders. Rather, I'll regard them as, a bunch of corrupt fellows. Both the elders and most of the kings, they've all received their Ghana must go and all that kind of a thing. So who will speak up? Who will say the truth? That's all I can say for now. Thank you, Udo.
All right, thank you. Chim, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I will resist the temptation of adding to this whole OB thing because I want to really contribute on this budget matter. But the only thing I would say is, Bob Marley said everybody is asking for peace. Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. So I'll leave it at that. So on the budget, I'm not sure how many of us were old enough to remember when Bill Clinton was president of the United States and US was having this balance of trade deficit issues with Japan. And then they focused more on the automobile industry. And they were trying to place more tariffs on Japanese cars coming into the US, if any of us can remember that period. And, I'm not sure who was controlling the US Senate, but whichever party was pushing for tariff, that they should add more tariffs, that that the balance of trade was not favorable towards the US. And then on the day they were going to vote, something happened. They got to that particular sitting and they started asking all the senators there to state what kind of vehicles they drive. If you are driving a Japanese car, you state and tell the distant why. And it turned out a majority of the senators drove Japanese vehicles. And the reason why they were driving Japanese vehicles was because it was more economical to manage. So the question was now, why do you want to punish the ordinary American? Since you appreciate that the Japanese vehicles are cheaper to maintain, fuel efficient and everything, you want to force the everyday American to be buying the not American cars that are big and bogus and are not fuel efficient. I think that was how they ended that conversation. I'm not sure they eventually voted. Where am I going to with this? That is how you know how leadership is sensitive to the plight of the people. And the issue is, apply the principles you want to enjoy as a person to your people. The Nigerian senators and the Nigerian government officials want to enjoy good life, but they don't want their people to enjoy the same good life. That's the point I'm making. Now, bringing it down to the Nigerian budget. So I would have thought that we have only 2 months to go. I do not see what the rush is to send in a supplementary budget. Supplementary budgets usually are sent in when you have like 6 months or whatever. This is just 2 months. Why don't you use this period to prepare for the 2024 budget? And if there are any exigencies that you would have loved to do now, you shift those things as a line item into the 2024 budget. That's something more reasonable and rational to do. But no, like I said, we have a bunch of people who want to have good life, but they don't think their citizens are good enough to enjoy this good life that they want to enjoy. That is the problem with Nigerians. Now, secondly, on voting for cars for whether it is I'll come to the first lady, but whether it is our senators and co, and all these irrational defenses they make. In the US, at least I know that, they don't buy them official cars. They give them allowances to, help themselves. I mean, you're a senator from Illinois, so you're having to move to Washington. Some don't live in Washington. Some stay in hotels for the period of the sitting, and as soon as the sitting is ended, they fly back to their constituency because they can't afford it. Those who can afford, they come to Washington, especially the top officials. Maybe you're the Senate majority leader. They go and rent a new house. Some even share renting. Rudolph, you know this. You see 2 senators sharing an apartment. It happens here in the US. Now, where am I going with that? We need to abolish this whole mindset of buying official cars for our senators. There are senators in the US who are very wealthy. They have private jet, so they can easily fly into Washington and fly back to their constituency. But there are other senators who don't have that. They don't have, maybe you're not a businessman. Obama used to hitch a ride with other people. He couldn't afford certain things when he was senator. You will see him, maybe he lived in a hotel. His wife did not come to Washington with him when he was a senator. He goes home every time they had a recess to go and help run his family because he can't afford it. And his constituents can't afford to pay for that. I think this whole mindset of a uniform system of every brand new senatorial or legislative year, we buy brand new vehicles, Nigeria needs to stop it. There is no nation in the world, even in Canada, members of parliament, their lives are not funded by the state. What simply happens is they give them a little allowance. Some of them go and stay with their relatives. You will find senators who have a friend. They go and live in the person's basement, and from the basement, they go to the National Assembly to go and do the business of the day. But we are funding a lifestyle that is taking people from penury, and we are making them millionaires with national budget. We need to stop this. Whoever is listening to me, Nigerians need to start saying enough of funding lifestyle to take somebody from penury and make him a billionaire through national wealth. It needs to stop. Now, someone said that there's nothing wrong with First Lady having car. I don't know where that person is coming from. In the US, Obama is paid a salary. Sorry, Biden is paid a salary. But guess what? Biden funds his feeding in the White House. There is no separate salary for him and then a separate maintenance of his lifestyle in the White House. It is from that his salary. He pays electric bill. It is within, that is his residence. So he's responsible for the electric bill while he lives in the White House. He's responsible for the feeding. If he invites 6 of us on this panel today to the White House, he will pay for our feeding for that few hours we're going to be there if he's going to entertain us. There is no special brown envelope they're going to give all of us. Nigerians need to begin to look at this. That's why it feeds into why I say some of us are excusing these things, because we are hoping that one day we will get there. It will be our turn. It is this mindset of let me not stop this thing so that when it's my turn, then I can also enjoy it. That is why people are not asking for the right things to be done when it comes to the way our nation is being run. Until we begin to take away this mindset that, so what happens the day it becomes my turn? Listen, the First Lady is not a constitutionally recognized office. Yes, the Americans, we may have borrowed the First Lady concept from them, but still, I do not know any First Lady in America that was paid a salary or bought a special car. They drove the vehicle that was already allocated to their husbands. If she was going for a function, it's the vehicle that carries the president that will take her, or in the convoy of the presidency. There's no special vehicle bought for a special, First Lady's office. It does not exist anywhere in the US or in any sane nation. It does not exist. It is what's already allocated to the convoy of your husband that you enjoy. And then they go into having pet projects. Those pet projects that they run within that period is not funded by the government. It becomes a charity. They source funding for those things. So for instance, Obama's wife will say maybe she wants to go into horticulturing, planting of flowers or whatever. She wants to see people, stop being obese and all those things. She will go and look for organizations that will fund it, give her the funds to run that project. There is no federal funding for her office because her office is unconstitutional. I think Nigerians need to understand this. Is it too much to ask? Painfully, the same people we are fighting for sometimes think some of us are not making sense. I have come to see how things are run. And I say, how did we get to this place where we are paying the president of Nigeria a salary? Then we are buying a bike for the president's son. Then we are giving his wife a stipend. How? Why? A woman we didn't vote for. If she wants to earn money from being a state official, she should have stayed as a senator. Go and be a senator, and then let's know that she's in the Senate. But why now that she has moved into be her support, she's there to help her husband, be with him and everything, cook for him. Her job is not to go and own an office and start running a project that will now become a burden to taxpayers. We need to begin to understand this. And then let me end with Uzodinma and the NLC president. Well, I'm happy. I don't know. Will I say I'm happy? I retract. I'm not going to say I'm happy it happened to him. But what I want to say is, my question is, number one, where is Oshomole? Where is he? A comrade who is now in an office he used to occupy. I haven't heard that man open up to say, even though I share the same political party with you, Zodima, this is wrong. This is a country where the NLC chairman is entitled to call out workers on, a protest or whatever it is he was trying to do. You were owing civil servants in Imo State 20 months salary. And the man comes up to ginger and conscientize you to say you can't do this, and you brutalize him. Well, the only thing I'm going to say is Imo people, nakwe echeki, nakwa abako. Because you know what? If you lose the opportunity of throwing that man out, that guy will do worse than what he has done to Ajero. So I'm not going to wish Ajero bad, but I hope the people who are in those civil society organizations will rise up. Because you know what? Today is Ajero. Even if he has sold out, I'm not saying, I know that we have this conspiracy that, the civil society people always sell out to government. I know, I agree. I'm not going to live in a fool's paradise and pretend, but I think it is wrong. Because today it is Ajero. Tomorrow it could be NBA chairman. Who knows who else will happen to tomorrow? Because that's how it starts degrading every day. Lastly, I'm happy with all this budget thing that is happening. You cannot come to office with ill intention through foul means and give anything good. It does not happen. Nigerians, this man says it is his term. A man who did not deem it fit to come to the presidency and respect Nigerians. He never showed up for a debate. He didn't think, the person who wants to lead you didn't think he owed you to even woo you. Imagine you trying to marry a lady. You're not wooing her. You're not showing her anything. You're not going to love that person. You're not going to treat her very well. But that is exactly what Tinubu and his Lagos clique are telling Nigerians. They are telling you that, see, this is what Tinubu is doing us. He's doing like this to Nigerians. And I hope they are saying it. I pray that somehow there will be some reasonableness. I don't know how it's going. For right now, I don't think, for 4 years at least, Tinubu is going to be president of Nigeria. Take it or leave it. Unless God in his divine mercy steps in another way. And I am not looking for a miracle, because I think a people deserve the kind of leadership that they get. This is what Nigerians always do. We allow ethnicity, we allow, nepotism, we allow all manner of, sectional this thing to bedevil and influence our choice. And then all of a sudden, we fail to realize that when that person comes, like was this CM that said it, that the cost of Gari in Umuahia is the same cost of Gari in Kutuwenji, is the same cost of Gari in Borno. I'm not buying, the person who lives in Jos is not buying it cheaper than the person who lives in Auchi. So it will spread to everybody. I don't know if we're going to learn from this. By the time there's a next election, people will say, you know what, we've had enough. Let's vote for something that shows sanity. Right now, that's my only contribution. And as we go along, I will chip in any other thing I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chin. Let's hear from CM.
Dr. Damages, it's my turn.
Samuel, I see you. We are moving. We're coming to you after this study. Next.
Okay, yeah. This thing you showed us, the supplementary budget, by my calculation, it's about 46.1 billion naira just to be wasted on frivolities. You see, actually, I don't think how much it is not really how much or how far we belittle or sort of analyze this and talk about it that matter. Is the people we are speaking to, those listening, what are we going to do with all this? Because, to be honest with you, I do not see why somebody will be defending this government. I do not see. I do not. The suffering is universal. The suffering is common. So why really are we talking about? Well, who has Tinubu's government favored? He hasn't favored the people. All he's doing there is just to go and it's like he's taking a holiday, he's enjoying himself. People do not people do not appreciate the depth of mess Nigeria is in. They do not understand the hardship, the suffering we are talking about. And they need for them to, yes, this is it. And they need for us to do something now. It is not enough for us to be complaining. Some people will tell you, oh, you need money. Oh, the man should be there. Be there for doing what? What has he achieved? I thought the purpose of government is to address the welfare, the security, and then the welfare of the people. Two of these things, okay, issue of power has been forgotten completely. Nobody is saying anything about electricity. What if he had declared, sort of, sat down to say, look, how much will it cost us to have 24-hour electricity, at least within the next 6-7 months or 1 year? And then you borrow this money and push it there. They are not doing that. All they are talking about is how to buy car. Whether you buy car, I mean, from Japan, or you decide to, you know, you do not want to buy from innocent. To me, it's just the people mindset. When I look at it, I say, look, when people keep quiet, it means that indirectly you are an accomplice. You sanction it. You want the government to do something. I mean, you want the government to continue that way. Otherwise, I do not see why Nigerians should still be sleeping every morning, afternoon, night. For what? This is purely anti-human government. The coming, the setting, everything, even the operation so far, is anti-human. I'm not in Nigeria, yes, but I sympathize. I sympathize with those what they go through. Therefore, there is nothing. No system is working. Nothing. And then the man is just borrowing money and buying car. Those senators and House of Reps that are going to receive 160 million naira worth of car, can any of them afford to buy 10 million naira worth of car before they came in? That is what you think. On your own, even before coming in, can you afford to deep hand into your pocket and buy a car worth 20 million naira before coming to the House of Reps or House of Senate? You cannot. But you are there receiving a car of 160 million. My disappointment, even, this one has to go a bit of personal. There's a senator that represents Inosin called Ifeanyi Uba. Did Ifeanyi Uba stand up in the Senate to oppose it? To even say, at least, let us buy made in Nigeria, in the hope that it will favor his constituency? Because that is the way, that's why you are there. If you hear that Nigeria want to import yam from abroad, as a senator, you stand up and say, no, people in my constituency can supply it. That is the meaning of representation. But Ifeanyi Uba is there, and he will come back to Newi and be driving a expensive car when your brother Innocent is there. And that goes to the senators from all the southeast, if I may narrow it that way. And then even the people from those representing Lagos State or even the southwest, they should have said no. We won't do this. By the way, the president, why shouldn't he have said, since he felt he's the owner of Lagos, why can't he say, let us buy this car from the car company in Lagos, at least to enrich the economy of Lagos State? So, whichever way you slice it, buying a Japanese-made car for a poverty-ridden country like Nigeria, it cannot be justified under whatever guise. You can't. You can't. So I have my personal grudge with a senator representing me, which is Anambra South, Ifeanyi Uba. He should have stand up and said, look, even if you are won, in the end they overrule you. But let it be on record that you stood at the floor of the Senate and then said, look, this thing shouldn't happen. So these are the people you see, and tomorrow somebody will say he's my leader. It is not. To me, the issue of Nigeria has gone out of hand. I don't know why people are keeping quiet, because in the end, we should have done. Amechi gave us a clue. Rotimi Amechi said they do it everywhere. Say, look at Ghana, look at. That is what people will do. Nigeria should have been on their street now, saying, unless this government is pulled down, nothing, they are not going back home. But when you keep quiet, it means that you've sanctioned, sort of, you've endorsed what is going on. So you cannot come back again and start to complain of suffering. Oh, we don't buy petrol. Oh, we buy a loaf of bread for 1,000 naira. Oh, we do this, we do that. When what you could do for yourself, you couldn't do it. So this is to me, this is my bitterness. When I say I'm bitter, this is why I'm bitter. Not because of me. I don't have personal thing to gain from the government. No. But when you see people, what you can do for yourself, you should not wait for God to do it for you. What does it cost Nigerians to come out and demonstrate and protest and say, look, this is not what we bargained for? They could do that. At least let the world hear your voice. People will answer at least, so that those people doing it will now know that, yes, this thing is painful to the people, even when they won't do anything. But they won't do it. Rather, people may even be talking about that turn by turn or whatever it is, or whatever it is that. To me, Nigeria has tanked, has grounded. If you look at it the way, if you look at it the way some people will be talking, when you now look at it, he said, okay, let us even say those are people making noise, those that campaign for Tinubu. Yes, your life now better. Or it's just blind tribalism, just to show that, hey, now my turn. We deprive we make these people not to get it. And so what? And so what? I understand that the market women at your Joy Bado protested because of high cost of living. They are not selling this. Is it not the people that voted for APC? So you see, Nigerians should learn. But if they are doing it like this, well, I don't know. There is no need for tribalism in this type of thing. The government is not benefiting anybody. Even the Tinubu, those that even Bayo Ononoga go to his village. Go and ask the people in Bayo Ononoga's village, maybe Ijebu or Odogbolu. They are not benefiting. So what are we talking about? Why are Nigerians so docile? They can't do anything. God can come down to heaven. If at the end of the day all these things are happening, more will still happen. By the time you know it, the hardship will continue to increase. I don't care what people say about me. I don't care, because I feel for the people. Nobody is benefiting. The way somebody from my area is suffering is the way others are suffering. So why should people just be blind and just be talking tribalism or just sectionalism or religion? It doesn't work that way. Everybody is suffering it. More so, if you're from my area and you have connection, you can even benefit from Tinubu more than even the people of Eragwiji. But does it pay? Is that what this life is for? So when we preach like this or say these things, that is what of the contributions. We have to rouse the people. Let them take their fate in their hand. That is the meaning. Whether it continue, when they say they let us move, we moved up from 2015 to 2023. What is happening? The people in the north, they can't even go back to their homes. Benue State voted for Tinubu, voted for Buhari up to 60-something% or 70 in 2015. Yet, what did they get? Refugee camp. So is that what we are going to be talking about? Is that what we are going to be talking about? People should just search their conscience and understand. At this level, when I hear people make some very silly excuses or silly noise, you are not better, you are hungry, and you are pretending. So what does it, who are you deceiving? Who are you deceiving? So please, Dr. Damages, thank you very much. I think I have to take my leave, or I stay backstage and then listen to what people say. I don't believe that Nigerians can be this docile. Tinubu is not benefiting everybody. The whole country is in a sham, in a mess, and somebody will still be talking. And so what? So if you speak the same language with the president, does that make you better than the person who doesn't speak another language? This is the mess we were in 2015 when Buhari came in. We moved on. Now look at the mess now, and it's continuing every day, and people are just keeping quiet. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, CM. Before we continue, let me just announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Dr. Malcolm Fabi. He's the CEO of GAIN. GAIN is Government Advancement Initiative for Nigeria. He also was a co-founder of the Showere's political party, African Action Congress. Former leader, student union leader at University of Lagos. So he will be our guest. He's going to talk about what recent opinion polls say about the future of Nigeria. So tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. So time is changing tonight in America. So instead of 11:30, it's going to be at 10:30 a.m. US time. But in Nigeria, it's going to be the same for 4:30 p.m. Nigerian time. All right, I think the next person is Desta. Desta, thank you so much for being patient. And
I thought you said it was me.
No, you're next after Desta. I'm following the path.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and all the parliamentarians. I've listened to what everybody is saying. I think everybody is really echoing the same thing in different forms. One thing I think the expectation, there's a difference between expectation and reality. I think we have a very high expectation of Nigeria. Somebody says in the next election, let's vote them out. I mean, this is a state capture. Nigeria is under state capture. You can't vote them out. That's the simple truth. I mean, look at what happened in Rivers State. Nigeria is under serious state capture. So saying that you want to vote them out, you don't have an option, really. You know, we don't really have an option. Then the part of should Peter Obi, what should Peter Obi do? I can assure you that most of the people saying, "Oh, Peter Obi should declare protest and all that," they will be the first people that will betray him. That's the simple truth. What happened to Abiola? Just take a cue from what happened to Abiola. Did Baba Gana Kingibe turn out to be part of part of Abacha's government? Eh? So I mean, all this emotional talk of do this. I don't think it works. And if we take a lesson from what Odesi said, he says you are allowed to be angry. He said, but the only time when you should take an action from your anger, you know, everything has to align. You know, everything has to align before you say, okay, you make an action out of your anger. You know, so it's not as much as we are angry. I don't think Nigeria is ripe for the kind of action we are talking about presently, because just you can say something and then Nigeria starts going down, people start going down tribal lines in Nigeria. So you find out that the country is not yet united as one entity for us to say there will be an action. If there's an action taking place in the West and it's not taking place in the East, it will turn to be a regional action. If there's an action taking place in the North and not taking place in the West, it will be a regional action. So Nigerians, maybe like the children of Israel, Nigeria has to go through slavery for 400 years so that everybody will come and realize that this suffering it doesn't know tribe, it does not know religion, it does not know ethnicity, that the suffering is for all of us, and that for us to take the country forward, we have to come together and decide that we want good leadership. On the part of the budget, it's clear, we can clearly see the direction this administration is going into. All you need to do is look at the campaign promises, look at the manifesto, then look at the budget. They are at variance. You know, how can the first budget first time you are requesting for money, everything there is about consumption. There's nothing productive. There's nothing productive in that budget. There's nothing that is going to bring back money in that budget. Everything in that budget is for consumption. It's
That's
money.
what World Bank wants.
It's not what World Bank wants. It's what our people want. It's what Tinubu's administration wants. It's just telling you what this administration is going to be about. You have people that out of job, 130 million people multidimensionally poor. You can't say, okay, let me bring out 1 million people out of poverty. For the next 7 weeks, look at how much you want to spend on consumption. Just 7 weeks to the end of the year. And they will be bringing out another budget for 2024. So that tells you that, first of all, these politicians need to cash out. They need to get back their money that they used for elections. You know, and that's the reality of what we are facing. The thing about Nigeria is that they are seeing these things brazen. They are not hiding about it, and they are doing it, and they don't care, and they are gaslighting you. I mean, I don't know who watched Rufai Oseni. I think that was on was it Wednesday or Thursday, where somebody came on live TV and said that Tinubu did not remove fuel subsidy. I mean, that's how bad it is in Nigeria. Somebody they'll tell you to your face something you know that is true. They'll tell you no, it's not. It did not happen. You know, the presidential yacht. That's just a luxury item, and the truth is that item, if it was not in the Tinubu, if it was not ordered by Tinubu, then whoever ordered it, there was appropriation for it. What happened to the money that was appropriated for that yacht? How come now you need to pay extra? Why do you have to pay extra? Where is what is changing in the specification? You know, so I just think that first of all, Nigerians have not yet suffered enough, because among us you have people that are saying on your mandate we shall stand. Don't worry, this thing will go round. There's no need. People should not worry. When there was the people in the south were suffering militancy, I'm sure people in the north that time did not understand it. After all, somebody in Jigawa was saying the oil in Bayelsa belongs to him. Meanwhile, he doesn't have oil polluting the water where he is. Now there is IDP all over the northern states. Are they not suffering it? The middle belt were, it was not. Now they are also. Don't worry, this team, it will sweep around Nigeria very soon. 50% of Nigerians will be living in IDPs. The government will be giving stipends to 90% of Nigerians. Maybe that's when we will come to our consciousness that, look, we need a change. Because right now, we are not ready. We are not ready. Because tomorrow, if somebody starts doing the right thing, they will say, oh, he's doing it for his people. We are not. We are as a people. Except we say we want to break Nigeria. We want to return back to the model the British made at first. Maybe then Nigeria will move forward in a good way, because then you will know that you are doing it for your people. But now the way it is, where it is consumption, where 90% of the budget is funded by Delta states and River states, but 50% of the money is appropriated to Kano, Lagos, and other states. I mean, no country will move forward. The sharing formula will not work. So there's no, you can't plant a lime tree and go to pluck mangoes. That's what we are doing in Nigeria. We plant lime and lemon trees. Then when it's time to harvest, we harvest and we expect, we want to lick, we want to taste pineapple. We want to taste mango. We want to taste something juicy. It's not possible. It will be bitter. We will still continue. This thing, we will lick this bitterness. That's till, in fact, 2027, if we are not careful, we will lick another one. We will lick another one. Because I want this suffering to let it reach everybody. Let it come to a point whereby people cannot even feed again. So you will not care. When you cannot eat, you will not care whether you are in Lagos or you are in Sokoto. You will not care. When you cannot buy food to eat again, then you will realize that's when you will stand up, like it happened in Sri Lanka, when you can't afford the basic things again. Because if we don't get to that place, the religious leaders will keep on deceiving our people. Because when they go to church or go to the mosque, they will tell them, don't worry, it is well, bring more money, God will bless you. You know, and we need to get to that point. And that's why if you read the Bible, God had to allow the children of Israel to suffer in Egypt, so that when it was time to move, they packed their bags and started moving. And even at that moving, some of them were looking back. So in Nigeria, we have not got to that point yet. We know this our talk is good. We are doing the gospel, but I can assure you, the suffering, the woto, you need to go round more. You need to go round more, like 3 more times, so that it will not be about a miloko or whatever. When everybody receive the woto well, like draw soup, ogono, our eye will now open. Then we start choosing leaders based on credibility, not leaders based on sentiment or where the person comes from. I mean, nobody cares where the Nigerian president comes from. What we need is good governance. Simple. I don't care whether you come from Kafanchan or whether you come from Eket or whether you come from Oredo local government. What we need is good governance. Thank you, Dr.
Dexter, in contribution to what you just said, a minister just hired an illegal commercial aircraft, the plane that just crashed.
Oh.
And yes, a minister hired, booked that. I don't know if he's dead yet, but the news
dead.
coming out.
He should be dead.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, let's go to Samuel. Samuel, I can
Nobody
see
died. Nobody died. So we're not wishing anybody dead, please.
Samuel. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon from my time, everyone. And let me start by contribution, because somebody had said in the program, making it look like we rant. but we don't rant. This is a family. And Dr. Damages, thank you. Because the other day, a member of the family called me. Ovie called me. I said, look at 5-star member of this parliament. 5-star member is calling me. You see, that's the beauty that we have in this family. You know, we are united, we are connected. But what is the contribution of this family? It will be that of orientation. So yes, we're actually profiling solution. Orientation is extremely solid. Orientation is something you don't want to joke with. We are providing orientation, sensitization to Nigerians. And it's becoming difficult for this political class. Because the time that people were in darkness, they could get away with a lot of things. But the fact that every Saturday, through so many platforms, Nigerians, even with how bad it is for them to get data, Nigerians tune into some YouTube channels, TikTok, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Eyes are beginning to open. Illumination is coming. And it will just take a short while. They will not have it easy anymore. So yes, we are not just ranting. We are actually preferring amazing solution. And the solution borders around the area of orientation. One of the reasons that country is a mess is because we don't even have a national orientation agency. We don't know how that works. That is how you transform a place. The quality of information you are bringing out. So we don't have a national orientation agency. Now, Dr. Damages is doing that for a lot of you people. We should have to start giving him some offering. And maybe one of the ways to give him offering is to like his platform. So if you're watching, you've not liked his page and subscribe, go and do. Like the video and subscribe. You will like such a thing because he's doing well by us. Now, the second point I want to make is how action reveals intention. Now, the audacity of these people is frightening to me. Reason being that when Mr. P2B came out, Mr. P2B exposed them in the things he said. Mr. P2B talked, how can you fund irrelevant things? How can you fund flavorities, right? And everybody, I personally thought that, oh, since Mr. P2B sounded like this, when they come into power, they will be afraid to fund flavorities. Lo and behold, they came into power and their action is beginning to reveal their intention. So actions actually reveal intentions. So by what they are doing, we know why they want to get into power. It is not about us. It is about to satisfy their insatiable needs. That's to satisfy their wicked appetite. It is never about the Nigerian people. So question is, how do we get out of this? The way we get out of it will be the activation of the Office of the Citizenry. That office is the strongest office. It's not the office of the president. It's not the office of the Senate president. It is the office of the citizens. Now, because that office is buried, that's why we'll continue to be in the kind of mess that we found ourselves. But somebody is saying, what do we do now? It's already the way it is. You know, I was thinking about at what point are we going to get a solution to this? And I want to read this out to us. You guys, please forgive me. It is not me trying to sound religious, but check out Genesis 27:40. And in Genesis 27:40, a man was blessing two of his children, had blessed one with everything, left one with nothing. And the one he left with nothing said, man, this is bad. How am I going to succeed in life? He said to that one, he said, you will live by sword and you shall serve your brother who defrauded you. This your brother defrauded you, took your property, took your inheritance. This your brother is messing you up and you will serve him. And it shall come to pass when you become restless, then you will break his yoke off your neck. That's what we are waiting for. We are waiting for a point that Nigerians will become restless. Freedom happens at the point of restlessness. Nigerians are still comfortable. You know, they can still manage the nonsense. They can still accommodate the nonsense. They are still okay with the hike of price. They are still okay with the dilapidated infrastructure, whether it is road infrastructure, medical infrastructure. They are just still okay. They are comfortable. But the moment they say enough is enough, all these people will look for their private jet, get into their private jet and run away. Nigerians don't even know that if we come out in mass, they will all disappear. To take over our country is not difficult. But because we are still, romancing with the rubbish they give to us, our freedom will still be lengthened. And well, let me end by saying thank God for Mr. P2B because he has revealed a lot of things. He's the kind of person he is. He's not a violent person. He will never promote violence in any way. But they say that you seize opportunity in the lifetime of the opportunity. What that means is that there might not be that kind of sensationalism next time. I mean, we have lost the opportunity. If we didn't take it, we didn't take it. P2B will not, there's nothing else. They are gonna be there for 8 years. And if I'm going to sound a little bit tribal, which you should not judge me or accuse Dr. Rudolph, this is Igbo platform. No, please don't accuse Dr. Rudolph and don't judge me. But if I'm going to sound a little bit tribal, it is disadvantageous to my people because it should have been our own Emiloko, but they didn't let it happen. He went to the Yoruba nation, which is not bad, but from the Yoruba nation, it's not coming down to south again. After 8 years, it's going to north. So my Igbo people will wait about 16 good years if they will ever have a chance to eat again. So, I mean, it is what it is, but we are not realizing what they're doing to us. Dr. Rudos, thank you for your time. I just needed to, share my own contribution.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's go to.
See, I don't use skill.
Hey,
They say maybe to like
we're not going
manage the
anywhere.
platform, which is
Rudolph,
that's a good one.
coming to me straight.
Okay, KJ.
Yes, thank you. I thank the last speaker so much.
Righteous man has not spoken. No, why are you going to KJ?
No, it's me now. Which I'm a righteous man. I'm here before righteous man. Take it easy, Chim. Don't let me distate you from where you are. Say we are from Satan. I can distate you from here.
I support him. You have spoken already. He's a righteous man. Righteous man is not speaking at all.
Hey, Ovie, I thought we were friends, but I can also distate you because you also have in-laws from your place. Now, the last speaker spoke so well, and I thank him for it. Destra, you may not be loved very well on this platform if you continue in that direction you are speaking. But I encourage you to keep at it. Don't let anybody intimidate you, whether they're from the comment section or not. We are here to speak our mind, irrespective of whether you're Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba. I don't care where you come from. And so speak as it is. Because we've not been speaking the way it is. That's why politicians can, do a 360 over us, run rub shoulders over us, go the length and breadth of Nigeria, lie to everybody, and still, if before your face, do that same thing the people have complained about over and over again. I just like to say to the last speaker, the office of the citizen of Nigeria does not exist in Nigeria. It can exist any other place. What you have in Nigeria, the Nigerians are masses. You guys are masses. And masses don't have anything. You are the wretched of the earth. So that's why when your government address you, they say, we are trying to help the poor masses. Forgetting that just a few days ago, they were the people in the backside of the street. Okay? And you just voted them in. Now they are trying to help you who voted them in. And so when they want to go and commission those stupid gutters they build, they gather your village people. They be waiting under the sun for 5 hours. And then when they come, they'll dance their traditional dances. And when they are going, they'll pack all their food stuff and yams and chicken and goat and load in their boots. And then they drive away with it, not knowing that the same money they use in building that gutter is your money. You see, that's the round trip that we have in Nigeria. And that's why there used to be a governor in Nigeria of blessed memory now. He must have died. We read him when we were in primary school. His name was Bakinzuo. I can never forget it. Bakinzuo said, government house has government money. What's wrong with that? Government money in government house. What's the problem? So what we have right now is still that same mentality. Once you are in government, the finances of the country becomes your own absolute to do as you want, direct it in whichever way, whether it benefits the people or not. It doesn't bother you, okay? And that's why a minister can rent or hire, charter a private flight to fly around Nigeria to do his work. I don't know what the reason for that, but Okay, I'm not wishing anybody dead. I'm just simply saying that in a place, if we are running Nigeria as our family, as our family business, and you have so much need, will you budget money for this kind of frivolities? Will you budget money to go and buy Mercedes? Will you budget money to buy your first son exotic jeep just because he has left university when you know you have 10 other children who are yet to even get into school? School fees not being paid. So these are some of the things we should consider before making some, maybe those who are praising it, because some people are thinking it's a tribal thing and making all kinds of assertion on the comment section. Now, the problem again is this: the one of the reasons why I say I no longer hold any whatsoever, and I want to put myself on record here. When I say I didn't say I don't hold allegiance to Nigeria. Nigeria is still my country, but I have no respect and no regard for whosoever that is in government right now, because they have no regard for Nigerian people. They're not after Nigerian people. They are after their own pocket. What can benefit them and their cronies, and that's what they'll keep doing. And they'll come out with bare face, go to national televisions and insult people. And when you ask them questions that will crack their brain, they want to intimidate you by telling you that you are not a well-educated journalist. They want to teach you your job. It's not now it started, that's always been that way. Okay, because they've used to journalists who write questions and give them to go and study and then prepare answers and come and read out. So now that you're having people who are bold enough to tell them to their face, Oga, you are lying. That is why they don't want it. You see, and it's in Nigeria that I realized that fake news in Nigeria is government inability to control the narratives. That is fake news. It may not be the same in any other place, but I'm telling you, in Nigeria, it's government inability to control the narratives. The truth sneaks out because many people now have many platforms for which the truth can come out. It's no longer NTA at 9 o'clock who gather to hear the news. The government did this, government did that. They no longer have that control system. And so everything is fake news. When they cannot defend it, it's fake news. When they don't have any answer to it, they tell you are a journalist. Which journalistic school did you go to? Who taught you? This is how you should do it. Okay, and so that is the problem that we are facing in Nigeria, and it's going to continue until the people themselves arise. Remember, some of us think that this is started now. Nigeria have been in this trajectory for so long, and that's why I say I've lost all hope. Sonny Okosu, who we grew up to listen to, sang one song, "Which Way Nigeria." That is over 30 years ago. Okay, till today, we're still asking that question. I don't want to go to Fela because Fela have been overquoted. I will let us go to other people who have spoken, who were not radical, who are not against government, who are saying, okay, let us take it gently by gently. Ask the question, which way Nigeria? Many years after, we're still in the same spot. The same thing that we talked about in 1960 that brought issues is still the same thing we're talking about today. The same electricity, we're not been able to fix since independence. It's still the same problem we have today. Water, fireborne water, we still have the problem today. Road, we still have that problem today. And then a man comes into government. Remember, Buhari ordered new sets of Mercedes for his inauguration, for his pulling out. You people see that Mercedes? It was some of the best. I mean, they were all delivered to Abuja. Now that those cars just came in, for which they use him pulling him out and bringing the new distinct. Which other cars are they buying? Now somebody gives when they do the quote American system, America is how many $billion economy? How much is your own? How much is your given to Ukraine? Do we have it in our coffers? So when you now quote America, we model after America. Do you also model your money after America? And see, I have it here. The other day I was following I followed Jesse in Fox News, and he was quoting the reason why Biden's son had to ride in Air Force One to China. That was a big that discussion went on for weeks because they think he does not have any reason whatsoever to be on that flight. He not be say he chop government food though. Just because in father they go China, he follow him inside plane. They say no, did he pay? Who gave him? You see, he's taking advantage of the American people's money. And now you are telling us that you take government money, buy cars for your wife and your cronies, your son, your daughters, and there's nothing bad in that. Is he a monarchy? Is he a monarchy? If it's not a monarchy, then let us define what our government. And some of us are expecting so much from Akpabio. Did Akpabio get there in good manners? Did he get there as a righteous man? No. Did they allow get there as a righteous man? No. So the same house that have this evil people in it are the same people you are expecting them to now become saints overnight and be checking what's going on in government. You see why I say I've lost all
Righteous man
hope.
is looking at you.
You know, you see why I lost all hope. The truth of the matter is that look, I will play an audio from and I'm coming. This is going to be my last point. I'm coming back to the Igbos. Here I say that the Igbo leadership have lost sensibility of the community in which they are supposed to be helping to build. And some people come here and be saying all kinds of things. It's not about tribe. This is a governor of Imo State telling you what he did. I want you to hear it. I'll play the audio so you can hear it yourself. I'm not going to interpret it.
They no close our platform. Tell me about 2 times. So, almost cool on Sodia. The next one, I'm going to get about the place. Okay, no, one more time. Was that? I want to know there. Half war from there. Can I have another cause? Half war from there. 1 week more. Or also, more than that. I tell me about 2 times. So, almost cool on Sodia. The next one, I'm going to get about the place. Now, that's the governor of a place making broadcasts with people. He's using the Air Force, Nigerian Air Force, to bomb community in his place. Have you ever heard that from anywhere else in Nigeria? Even when the terrorists were living in Kaduna State, in a place called Sambisa Forest, the governor of Kaduna State didn't use Borno State.
wherever it is to bomb them. But in Imo State, where the population is even so dense, there's no free land. There's no way you can say you find 100 miles that is empty. He's using the fighter jets to bomb his people. And so some of us are not making this up because we're tired of the system. We don't even see. I don't tell the truth. I don't see anywhere that where the change is going to come from. Because you see, I said here before on this platform, when we are growing up, our community leaders, our community, when I go to this thing, what I'm told that Igbos do not reject radicals. In fact, we encourage our sons to be radical, to ask the question. In fact, there's an Igbo adage that says that what killed your father? If you don't know, when you grow to become a man, the first thing you do is to ask the reason why what killed your father and deal with it. Okay, and so it is not in our place. We don't shy away from taking on difficult situations or asking difficult questions. But now they're training the Nigerian mind to shy away from asking difficult questions, and that's why they hate Oseni. That's why they hate him, because you put it to them and tell them, "Oh God, sorry, you are lying," and they don't see that. They have not seen it before. That's why they cringe. Because when you are an authority in Nigeria, you are supposed to be worshipped. You're supposed to be lifted up. You are an emperor. Nobody can ask you anything. You want to be called excellency when you are nothing excellent about you. You want to be called your highness when there's nothing high about you. You are all about. I don't want to use the wrong word here, but you all know who they are. Okay, these are criminals, in different levels. Okay, I was so angry that I just shed tears. Some people were so hungry they stole loaves of bread and they were killed on the spot. But you guys, the same people who killed them, have been watching their governors and their Senate members and their government steal billions of their money, and they've not gathered together to go and kill them from the office. So it's sad. That's my take. That's my take. You see, if anybody's thinking that the Senate is going to come and say, "Oh, we will ask no motors to supply," it's never going to happen. Never going to happen. Okay, but these same people will go to India and ask for Tata. Okay, we import Tata. We all know how Tata was when it started. Today it is a brand. In fact, near my house here, there are so many. They are even producing Jeeps now that Americans are buying. When it started, it wasn't better than in motors. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. Righteous man.
Good evening, Dr. Rudolph and the panelists, Chim, Forefathers, and Ovie. Ovie, thank you very much. Charity begins at home. It's not only by talking, you show by you live by example. Ovie promised me data, and immediately he fulfilled it. Others have promised me data here. Oh, we know you are coming from Nigeria. We know situation. Oh, don't worry. Talk. No action, nothing. That means that some of us say if we're given the opportunity to hold a political office in Nigeria, that is how you are going to behave. You will promise heaven and earth and you never done it. Ovie, God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Ovie. More blessing. Thank you. Let me thank you. Let me use my own time to thank you for remembering that we are suffering in Nigeria. That was why you could do what you did.
I borrow and never pay.
Whether you borrowed it or you know borrow am, but for you to recognize the suffering in Nigeria and know that, oh, this man is really going through a tough time for him to be in this program, and you did what you did. God will bless you and bless you. It's your type that we need in Nigeria, and it's your type we need in this platform. Those who will say something and they will do it. God bless you.
Righteous man, I just sent you a message.
Righteous man, I want you to mention the names of who is speaking.
The name of what?
Other people that promised you that didn't deliver, so that we can get them out of the studio. Are they here?
Don't be scared.
I did not promise, and I didn't know about it. But reply to my.
Rudolph, I even sent a message to you. You read it in your WhatsApp. One of the persons that said I should send my number to you, that you will handle it. He knows. So that's just by the way anyway. Thank you very much. I love all of you. You are wonderful people. Good evening from here. It's been a tough time in Nigeria in the past 1 week. The truth, let me make this begging again. If you have a brother, a sister, a cousin, a relation, instead of sending $100 every month to him or her, please make paper and take him out of Nigeria. Even if it's going to be Angola, South Africa, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Niger, take him out of Nigeria. I am begging you. Instead of sending $100.
Embassies they reject now. Embassies they reject now.
No. Rwanda has given a free visa to every African. You understand? No, it's not a joking thing. No, Nigerians are going through hell. I am on ground, so I'm telling you what is happening here. I went to market today to pick some things. So I went to where I normally pick this Titus fish, that contains omega H3. So when I got there, one woman was begging for the head of fishes that were caught. Oh my God. Tears came out of my eyes. And there were 3. I thought it was only that woman. When I turned, there were 2 other people standing just to beg for the head of the fish that was caught. Somebody else have taken the body, but the head, so that they could make soup or stew in order to eat. Can you imagine that? This is the head of fish that we give to dogs. That is what Nigerians today, in Lagos State, in the city of excellence, that is what human beings are begging for. Oh, Rudolph, let me beg you. You see that Mr. Alex you brought the other day? If you bring somebody that is going to spite on us, after they cheated us, they still come to the media, to the platform, to make us look as if we are stupid. I will do night vigil. I'm telling you, I will do night vigil. Look, the way we are suffering here, if you are bringing anybody in your platform, bring somebody that will speak hope to us. Somebody that we feel our pains and what we are going through. Not somebody who is stealing from the government and is your friend. You will bring him here and you will begin to rubbish our intelligence as if we are fools. Nigerians are not fools. Bring people that have human sympathy, people that are feeling the pain that Nigerians are feeling. Let's talk and discuss with such individual. Not like Mr. Alex. Look at what Nyesom Wike said. Wike said he paid for every form of every political office holder in Rivers State, starting from the governor to House of Rep. He paid. Was it with his money? How rich was Wike before he became governor of Rivers State that he could pay? The system has collapsed. There is no longer morality. They are not afraid of anybody. So they do whatever they want, and nobody's challenging them. The former governor of Rivers State said it, Amechi. He said Nigerians are not reacting. And what he said is true. And as long as we are not reacting, can Nigeria work? It can't work. That is the bitter truth. Somebody is saying that let it not look as if he's tribal. Brother, I am tribal. I'm an Igbo man. Born Igbo man and proud one. Igbos have no hope in Nigeria as far as the presidency is concerned. And every economic policies of the government is to bring down the Igbo businessmen. You heard what happened to Beto. They are about closing, they are about to arresting him very soon. His cement factory is closed down. Everything about Igbo man in Nigeria is suffering. Alaba International Market shut down. Aspanda shut down. As long as you are an Igbo man, you have no breathing space in Nigeria. Politically, we are denied. Tell me who is better than Obi in this last election? Nobody. But because he's an Igbo man, Dr. Guru said it last Sunday. Dr. Guru said it. I'm one of his top followers. He said because Obi is an Igbo man, that was why they denied him that position. And this is the truth that when we say, people say we are being tribal, Nigeria can't work. It's not possible to work. Because of the diversity of Nigeria. Too tribalistic, 520 different languages. There is no country in Africa that has it. 520 different languages. How can they cohere? How can they work together? It's not possible. The center is broken. It can't hold again. Things fall apart. He said the center cannot hold again. Look at what the president is doing. Buying a luxurious yacht for 5 billion when Nigerians are dying in hunger. The wife is not constitutionally recognized. She has no constitutional office. They have budgeted 1.5 billion for her. And teachers are not paid. Look at what Uzodinma is doing to a whole president of NLC that the military did not even do. So I don't understand.
All right.
So I'm begging you people that are in abroad, march to the embassies, write in their newspapers, and let them know that you guys are also feeling the heat of what is happening in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me just say, before I go to forefathers, let me just say that, remind our viewers that tomorrow we have Malcolm Fabi who's coming here. It's important that I let a righteous man know that this program, we are open to having conversations with anybody, just anybody. And sometimes people may not know this. Malcolm will talk about it tomorrow. You may have your opinion and you may think that's the dominant opinion. It may not be until you do a professional polling, then you will know that there are very, very different opinions on different things out there. So Malcolm will talk about that when it comes tomorrow. The purpose of this platform is to have this opinion, different opinions out there, and you can challenge them, and respectfully, not by. We can talk about that next time we have a guest, maybe tomorrow. But you can challenge them, but we have to be willing to listen to opinions that are different from our own, because you can't shut them down. They are there. There are many people like that. Any single person you see, there are at least 10 or 100,000 people who think alike, So the fact that you shut one person down by not allowing the person to speak where you are doesn't mean that the person is not speaking and that people are not listening to that person. All right, forefathers, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Righteous man, shame on those people. They shall not live to see all the rest. So sorry about that. Wow, this week has been interesting. I saw the president's speech that he made for the retreat, and I thought, okay, maybe this guy is thinking a little bit. And then you hear about yachts, and you hear about, like, what is wrong with these people? They are like chameleons. They say one thing and do something else, and it's really shocking. And it's almost as if I underestimate their ability to perform as like actors. They say they mean to do the right thing while they are busy rubbing you dry. It's crazy. I don't know how they are doing this. I can't be 100% sure that they are robbing us right now because he says so many things that are nice, but the signal is not good. If you start spending money willy-nilly and people start seeing you looking for yachts at a time when the lives of people are so hard, and you've just made it hard. He did it himself. Even in his speech, he said something that I found very interesting that made me think, okay, maybe this guy means, right? He says, don't be wicked. What do you consider being wicked? I'm beginning to ask myself, what does he consider being wicked then? When you are looking for a yacht, when people are struggling to survive based on your actions, you're looking for a yacht. Do you think most of the leaders that built their nations, they were busy living lavish well while the people were suffering? No, they were not actually. If you look at all these countries, all these transformational leaders, they were living the same similar kind of lifestyle as their people. They were living the same way. They were showing that, at least they were signaling to the people that I'm like you, I'm in it together. We are all in this together. Not like, oh, you go and suffer through the change I'm instituting while we live lavish lifestyles. It's crazy. And then they talked about buying cars. I think on the news, I saw this news channel and I was really surprised by what they were doing. They said they wanted to buy a car. Then the reporters asked the politician that, why is it that you're not buying Nigerian-made cars? There is Innocent there. There are others there. And this is how nations behave. I was just checking it just now. How most nations, what cars the nations use. They are leaders like the UK. They use a Jaguar. They use a Range Rover because it's their brand. You have to brand yourself, but because that's how you market your country. Tinubu said it himself in one of his speech that he is the chief marketing officer of Nigeria. But what did they do when it comes to marketing Nigeria? They go and buy foreign vehicles. Foreign exchange that we need, you go and waste it on foreigners. When America wants to give all this, when they tell you that they are funding Ukraine with billions of dollars of aid of weapons, you think it's Ukraine that is getting it? All that money is going back to America. America, who is making the arms? The arms are American. The money goes back to them. They are not giving charity to anybody. But if our leaders want to fund anything, they are so happy to spend the money on foreign stuff. And then he talked about accountability. That accountability part, I found that very important because he appointed somebody to do that job. And I looked at it, I thought, yeah, that seems reasonable. This lady is going to be holding people accountable. Then he said, when they don't meet target, then they will review it. And then when you don't perform, you leave. You leave? Is that it? That is nothing. That is basically saying, you see, they deceive people in such a way. They tell you that they are they're making people accountable, but they are not really doing that. You leave. If you leave, it means they will do it and leave. That's your point. They will still leave. That is their job.
Are you familiar with Joseph Lennon's style of leadership, where we appoint his loyalists, then we appoint another layer of loyalists to monitor them, to put you in check? I think that's exactly what he's playing out here. That's how Lennon actually
and what he's doing is that he's, instead of him to institute into them that their job is very, very important and they are costing lives. And if you fail, there has to be accountability, not just leaving. Because at the place where we are right now, leaving is not good enough. You have to hold people accountable, because if you get into a position and you perform terribly, we will evaluate it based on the damage you've done. And if you've done so much damage, or you're not ready to put yourself forward for the people, then get out of my way. You're not ready to do the job. Because that stuff can be abused to no end. And you see that a lot in the West, where they'll tell you this guy has resigned. When he resigns, they go into another position again. It's like a revolving door. They are not accountable, and people need to know when they are being conned. And these people are really good at it. He was talking as if he was trying to hold people accountable, but in reality, it's still the same thing. What did he say that Buhari didn't say about holding his joint chiefs accountable and all the rest of the people accountable? He said similar stuff. I'm going to hold you accountable. You're going to account for it. If you don't do your job, you're going to be fired. And all. Fired is not good enough at this stage. Right now, I think Nigerians,
Fela call am party government. So
exactly at this stage, when you want to get into office, they have to make them have a level of awareness of the gravity of the position that they hold. Some of these ministers are in charge of millions of lives, and they go in there and they don't do their job. They don't do their job, and they just walk. They just walk away after they wreck the country. They will ask somebody to fix power, and they will just do a terrible job and walk away and do more. Why? There has to be mechanism for holding them accountable and saying, if you are holding this position, there has to be a level of honor and integrity in this type of jobs. Like in the case of like the Japanese, when you perform badly, they have this thing where you have to account for it. Some of them, they commit harakiri and all kinds of different stuff. You see, there was a time even in Europe, not now they've ended it now. There was a time in Europe, if you fail as a banker or something like that, they jump through the roof. They kill themselves because they understand the damage they've done. But these people don't have any sense of accountability at all. They just do stuff and expect that they can do damage to people and walk away. And I don't subscribe to that anymore.
You know why they can't do that? Because we are waiting for them in our community to give them chieftainship title, even after they mess up. We give them saint, bishop, alhaji, we give them all titles. So it's a cycle thing. They don't get punished by their bosses, and we don't punish them.
Given where we are, we need to demand more, and our leaders need to be asking more from the people that they give office to. This is not a ticket to come and make money from Nigeria. It's a ticket to serve, and you have to be ready to make this sacrifice that if you fail, you will pay. You can't just walk. This is a serious business, and millions of lives are at stake. Our people are suffering. There has to be a change of narrative whereby if you hold office, your head is on the block too if you fail. Your head has to be on the block, not just being sacked. You are going to pay one way or the other. The analysis will be done, and if they find that your failure is as a result of total negligence and you are enriching yourself, you could fall. In China, they do execute people that commit crime, corruption actually. They execute them for this reason.
Forefather.
Yeah.
Now we are talking about being responsible. The FCT has been taken away from the single account of the government, the TSA. And yesterday, from the the supplementary, they are also being given 100 billion. What is he gonna do? What is he gonna use the 100 billion for?
Are you serious?
I'm serious. It's no jokes. Yes.
Okay, let me help you divide it. You see, you don't seem to understand this thing. Let's listen more. Look, the boys who brought this thing to the table have not been fixed. Where do you think the money to fix them is going to come from? It's going to come from his pocket again? No. The one where they removed to make sure that the things go well has to be replaced. Where it is going to come from? So now, the FCT will settle some people. The army, who also have got some big this thing, will settle some people. The police will settle their people. Can't you see how it is divided? Everything went very well. And then they ask rock, as my will say, we then take the other one and settle the boys in the ask rock. See, so it is a really settlement money. It is really settlement
all
money.
the royal fathers, the imam,
Yes,
the pastor, everybody on payroll now. How do you think you pay them? No, that's how you pay them.
So that's a settlement money, sir. It's not
I don't want to vote. I don't want to vote. I don't know.
Sorry, I was going to wait, but I want to be sure that forefather has finished.
Yeah, the culture is that I think even the journalists somehow sign up to it to an extent. I don't know whether it's consciously or not, because when those journalists were asking that politician about why they are not using national brand vehicles, they let him off the hook. They said they should go and ask the president. But you are a senator that should be holding him accountable for the money he's spending. It's the people's money. You are saying they should go and ask the president. No, you shouldn't go and ask the president. And that's what the journalists should have pushed back on that. It's your job as the House of Assembly and Senator to hold the president accountable what they are spending the national resources on. If you are spending the national resources on foreign vehicles, why are you not spending on the ones for Nigeria? If he wanted to press the matter, they could have pressed the matter on, and you would have forced him to acknowledge the fact that these people are traitors. They go on spending money, our hard-earned and this in currency, giving it back to the people that we just earn the money from. What is the point? And there's a lot of money that they spend on vehicles, furniture. We talk about vehicles. There are all a lot of other things that they go and spend foreign currency on because they just like foreign
this is the
items.
question you should be asking. Tunaja, this is the question you should be asking. How much did Innocent Motors contribute to Tinubu campaign?
I don't know. Maybe Tinubu has enough money to fund himself, I think.
But did Toyota contribute? Did Toyota contribute?
Yeah.
Did Toyota contribute?
Yeah, of course.
Hold on.
Are you sure?
They've been in Nigeria for 20 years. How do you think they continue sustaining themselves? They pay back.
Hold on, guys. Let's go line by line. I wanted also Chime, you wanted to say something. I wanted to go change.
No, say what you want to say before I.
No, I want to change the topic a little bit.
Okay, I just wanted to, first of all, the forefathers has mentioned one or two things about what I was going to say. But in fairness to the lady in channels, Ayo did press. I want to particularly remember when Ayo asked him, and now speaking of Senator Ndume, that first of all, you guys just passed the budget. You didn't even ask questions. You say, it's not my job to ask. He said, no. You didn't ask the president what brand of car are these 5 million or whatever it is you are raising. You didn't ask him. It's not your job to ask him what brand of vehicle they are asking for so that you even know what it is you are appropriating for. He dangled around it, he tried to do it. But the point I want to bring out in this asking questions, which brings me to the way our senators are doing their jobs. Our senators don't seem to understand that oversight job that has been handed over to them as senators. They just think their job is to do Baba Shokwe. For those who understand Yoruba, they know what I mean when I say Baba Shokwe. So meaning that Papa has said, Tinubu has said, this is what we want. Baba has said, oh, let's give him what. That's what is happening in Nigeria. I might sound like I'm over, ridiculing these people and bringing it to but that's exactly what our senators are doing. I'm sure, Ovie, you watched the Senate committee trying to approve Professor Sarah Russell, the lady who Biden is pushing to become a judge. You saw how these guys went and prepared. They came with her past. See, documents this volume. Before you knew it, a woman that was speaking with confidence started stammering when, especially Senator John Kennedy and Holly started asking her questions, bringing out, she just froze. Even me, I was saying, even the Democrats who want her, they are not going to approve her. I can bet even Democrats will say, we don't want this person, this person that cannot even speak. The point I'm making is this. It is your job as a senator to drill and screen these people. In fact, you will drill to the extent that the person might even go back and say, I don't want the work again. Based on the way they drilled me, I'm recusing myself. I don't even want this ministerial job. You understand? You drill people that they will go back with the budget and go and correct it. Now, lastly, where is it in the world that senators are the ones who now, government says, I want 5 billion. Government said, oh, we are voting 5 million for yacht. And then you now say, okay, we are canceling because people are crying. Rather, what we will do is we will take this 5 billion and put it into loan. No, it doesn't happen.
Wow.
You cancel it totally and remove it.
Wrong somewhere.
You can't even make it up. You can't make it up, man. That's just crazy.
So I was shocked when someone came out and said now that they are moving the money to something else. It's not your job to move the money to something else. You are a senator. Your job is to appropriate. It is either you say, we don't agree with this, we cancel this one, we're not approving this one, approve the one you think that makes sense, and let them come back to you to now justify why they want. Rather, you're now taking the money on their behalf and putting it somewhere else for them.
They hold the press conference for it.
and called
They
a
the press conference, boy.
exactly, and now called a press conference. So I just wanted to say, the Nigerian senators, our senators, in fact, our institutions are putting a nail on our constitution. They all desecrate our constitution the way they like. Yes, we claim the constitution is not perfect. I said it 2 weeks ago. Our Chief Justice desecrated our constitution. Our senators every day, they desecrate our constitution every day. Why wouldn't the executive just be laughing and having his field day? Because the executive is supposed to be the one that is supposed to be more on the receiving end of both the judiciary and the House of Rep and the National Assembly lawmaking. But those groups don't even know what their jobs are. They don't know it. So it boils down to education.
Is the yacht manufactured in Nigeria?
Chief,
It's
It's probably manufactured overseas again. These people, I don't know what's wrong with them.
I think they know since the law is not holding them accountable, and we the followers are not holding them accountable. So why just continue?
Okay, hold on, Olivia. Hold on, everyone. Holding them accountable. The media has that responsibility. So let's watch this and then think about what the media is doing.
How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good. Patriotism means supporting your country at all times, but also supporting the government when they deserve it. Mr. Onakwasa, I put it to you that you came here to misrepresent the facts today as regards subsidy removal. President Tinubu announced subsidy gone on Inauguration Day. And that was effectively pulling out subsidy. So you say he didn't remove subsidy, quoting the PIA law that had been there for a while, is misrepresentation of the facts. That's number one. Number two, since President Tinubu got in... Let me finish, Mr. Onakwasa. Let me finish, please. Secondly, since he got in...
Don't raise your voice at me, young man. Don't raise your voice at me.
Let me finish, Mr. Onakwasa. Let me finish.
I'm your guest.
So, since President Tinubu got in...
respect me.
Since President Tinubu got in,
I will
the
walk out of
economy...
your studio if you raise your voice at me.
Mr.
Talk to me
Onakwasa,
respectfully.
you may will take your decision if you want to. I'm asking a question. You might decide to walk out if you want to. Mr. Onakwasa, since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked. It's at an all-time low as we speak.
It has not.
Let me finish my question. Mr. Onakwasa, let me finish my question.
You are a liar.
Mr. Onakwasa, moderate yourself. All right? Moderate yourself.
Do you know what you are doing?
Good.
Listen to me. Young man.
Secondly,
do you know what you are doing?
Since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked.
You are pretending to be a journalist.
The indicators are there.
Matter with you?
Since he came in, the indicators are there. Number one, the cost of the dollar to the naira.
What is the matter with you?
The cost of the dollar to the naira has tanked tremendously as a result of the fluctuation of the currency. All right, that's one.
Is that Bola Tinubu's fault? Don't you know why naira tanked?
I'm still asking my question. Secondly,
it's been of your friends.
Because it's been an all-time malaise in the economy as we speak. Cost of living gone up tremendously. All right, and things are really, really south for the economy. So, in all of this, it's been a slopey downward spiral. What would you have to say about all of this, Mr. Onakwasa?
Thank you very much for that question, Rufai Oseni. Please, Dr. Rueben Abati and my adorable in-law, Mrs. Marries, does anybody have a more reasonable question for me to answer? Because I am not dignifying that insulting question from Rufai with a response. I am not.
Mr. Onakwasa, I will see that you're bailing on my question, and it's all right. It's all right for you to bail out if you don't want to answer it. But
I'm
it's
not
all right.
evading your question. Listen,
please
Rufai,
answer it if you can.
Rufai, listen to me. This is not animal psychology. It is law. Okay? If you want to be a journalist, you can be a journalist. And you should learn the ropes for those ahead of you.
Mr. Onakwasa, answer my question.
You can never be my mate. You can never.
Mr. Onakwasa, answer the question. Dignify yourself. Mr. Jegu says that dignify yourself and answer the question.
My God.
Dignify yourself
Please,
and answer the question.
Can we have peace?
Dignify yourself and answer the question.
Can we have peace in the studio? My God. Can we have peace?
What's wrong? All right. I wanted to make sure we get to can we have peace in the studio. So the media, the media, and the job of holding the government accountable. If not for anybody else, I think they're constitutionally or worldwide is they are the fourth estate, so to say, and they have that constitutional responsibility. How are they doing? Um, Let me start with you, Chim. I know you have experience and.
Well, are you asking how are they doing in Nigeria or
Nigeria,
globally?
yeah, Nigeria. We're talking about Nigeria. We're not talking about anyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we've had the media in Nigeria has been on a up and down. You know, it's been topsy turvy. At different eras we've had media houses that have tried to stand out. I mean, we had the news watches when I was growing up. By then, we didn't have the kind of platform we're on right now. And those of us who are old enough know that it led to the battering of many pioneer media professionals in Nigeria. Of course, the case of Delegawa comes to mind and all that, trying to hold government accountable. But over the years, you see, Nigeria likes to borrow, but the problem with us is we always borrow wrongly. So, you know, in the Western world, especially the US, it's also the same thing in Canada. It's also the same thing. America does not have a clear-cut government-owned media agency per se. I don't know even if Voice of America will pass as a clear-cut government agency. I don't know. But we do know that at some point we started having media houses that started leaning towards their political, the political party they have a softer spot towards. So we know, for instance, that Fox is more leaning towards the conservatives and the Republicans. And then we have CNN leaning and MSNBC and the likes leaning towards the Democrats. Now, in Nigeria, we started borrowing that. But the problem is that some of our top politicians have media houses that they own. We all know that Tinubu owns the national newspaper, right? He owns TVC. And all of these media houses spin issues to suit his narrative. Ditto, to an extent, people have accused Arise that Ndoka, is more sympathetic towards PDP and all that. And last night when I was listening to Senator Ndume, he brought it up when he was trying to, comically blackmail Dr. Rueben Abati when he said Ruben, when they were asking him about why they are passing what's the word? So people have been nominated to join INEC, and some of those candidates are clear-cut card-carrying members of APC. And then he tried to deflect and all that. Now, my problem is that the media right now is not doing well in Nigeria, especially right now as we speak. There have been moments. So, and sometimes those moments of seemingly doing well is not usually the media house, but the guests they have on the show. So, for instance, channel sometimes is intending to create some unnecessary balance rather than ask questions, rather than probe. But when they have someone like Professor Chidi or Denkalo, he stands his ground. He tries not to allow Shehu to box him. He tells Shehu, do you want to have me as a guest telling you the truth, or you want me to come here and gloss over the question you're asking? Now, when it comes to Arise, we see that, what's his name? Rufai stands out. The lady also stands out. I'll be honest with you. What's her name? Ayo stands out. But we see sometimes that Dr. Rueben Abati, maybe because he is a dinosaur in the industry. So he comes from, there is this dinosaurial perspective. He's been in politics. He tries to dangle. Sometimes people have accused him of maybe he's looking for appointment. I don't think he's looking for appointment. But I just think he doesn't want to rock the boat of where his food is coming from and all those things. So for me, if I'm giving them a pass mark, I would say over 100. I will give the Nigerian media 35%. I think they are part and parcel of what has led us to where we are. They have not asked questions. Like somebody said in today's show, nobody has persistently asked INEC what happened to IREV and to Beavers. Why was it shut down? Nobody has asked that question. And then there are some of those of them who keep telling us to move on. This whole move on concept can't work. But again, I'm going to end by saying this. You see, our politicians, some of them are fortune tellers. They look into the future. They know where they are going. And because they know where they are going, what do? They set up media houses. Ojiso Carlo has the Sun. Tinubu has TVC and this. So what they do is they set up institutions that are going to help push their narrative. Is that good for our democracy? If you ask me, I would say no. But I think it's now left for people who are genuine, who want to do the right thing, to start looking for a way to build their own alternative media institutions. Like we had the young man who helped with all the expose. He did a good job. He had to go solo. Those are the kind of things we need to do to checkmate so-called entrenched media houses. But back to your question, how are we doing right now? I don't think we're doing very well, generally. I think they are helping build what is going on in the country right now.
All right, thank you. Let me say this because I might forget. When we talk about the lawmakers, there's something we always forget, that just like the media, where you have politicians owning the media, most of the people in the Senate, where they have executive experience, they actually did not come from the lawmaking background. I'm not saying it's necessary, but sometimes when they come from that executive experience, when they were governors, most of them were they have lawmakers in the state assembly who basically do what they wanted them to do. So they coming to the Senate, they think that this is a continuation. They are there to do what the lawmakers did for them when they were governors. They didn't see themselves in a different role anymore. They just want to stay there and retire. I'm just saying this just to say that in the media also, the ownership structure of the media is a problem, because in the history of Nigeria, most of the media we have were owned by politicians, other than people like, when you think about Vanguard, people like the Guardian, in those instances, that's why the Vanguard has survived for that long. If you look at Champion that the one started, it was more like political. But anyway, I don't want to go to specific media.
Quick one before you go to the next person. Just a quick point, please. Pardon me, please. So on that issue of our senators being previously governors, but there are senators who have been senators for a long time. People like this Ali Ndume we are talking about is literally right now, if I'm not wrong, the doyen of the Nigerian Senate. I think he's the oldest person in the Senate so far. He's been there since 2003, and he hasn't had a break. He hasn't lost an election. He's been coming back up and back and back. Now, if you had listened to him when they asked him about the 1.5 or is it 1.2 billion for the office of the first lady, did you hear his response? He deflected and said he knows the first lady, and he knows her not to be somebody who wants so much, and did that good for Ayo. Ayo came back and said, no, we're not talking about your personal relationship. You are a senator. Distinguish yourself from the woman you know. Your job is to sit down and ask people who brought that into you to say, why do we have a line item on this budget stating first lady? This is unconstitutional. They can put the money in other line items because already it's a breach of the constitution. So the point I'm trying to make is this. I don't think our problem is that these people have been governors before. No. I think our problem is the mindset. I keep saying it here. We have a people who are entitled. We have a people, and they are coming from you and I, from all of us. When I say you and I mean all of us as Nigerians. So the moment somebody already has a mindset that going to government is to go and butter their bread, is to go and be the lord of the manor, they will carry this mindset from whatever little level they are until they get to the top. We need to change that mindset. That is where this national orientation that somebody has raised is going to play a vital role if we are going to do it right. Clean up the Nigerian mindset. See, our governors are coming from within us. Our speakers, they are coming from within us. Our classmates, your former colleague at workplace. These people are not angels. It's coming from our system. So until we clean it up, we're going to have those kind of people at the top.
All right. Thank you, Chim. KJ, you're also from the media.
Yes. Thank you so much on this. And I just want to put something on record. Nigeria has National Orientation Agency. It's still there. Just that they've been denied of funds. So the director, whom I know very well, has been so denied of funds that they cannot even do any carry out any campaign right now. But it's there. It's almost in every. They have representation in every state. Okay. Um, the government seem to put more priority in the thing that not to educate Nigerians, but to make sure that we are all docile and not able to do much or ask questions, relevant questions we should be asking. Now, like what you said, Rudolph, there's an oversight function, and the senators, especially Ndume, knows what an oversight function is. But here is how oversight function is done in the Nigerian context. If we are going to oversight, say, Ministry of Education, the minister comes and sees us, and when he comes, he gets a nod. If you do not go and see them, if you can remember the case of Arimete many years ago, when she refused to accept their demand, then you become a bad person. And so your budget is questioned and scrutinized. And you are made, they look for all ways to try and frustrate you. So most people, when they are going there, they make sure that they've already padded in. Remember the word padding, what will be given later to those people. And some of them even demand it upfront. So when they are coming, they say, okay, just make sure that once we reach there, the bag is given to us. And so that is done. It's still being practiced. It has not changed. Um, as for the media, you see, the Nigerian media unfortunately suffers a lot because in the first place, I know some media houses where fellow journalists are giving their when they give you the ID card, they say this is your meal ticket. Use it wisely. So when you go out, you are going to interview Rudolph. If Rudolph not going to give you the money to take you back, that interview when you finish it, you put it at the you put it away. You know what you call a KV, keep away, because it doesn't have any return. But when you interview OVA and OVA gives you something in return, you make sure that based on what he has done, if it's good enough, it can to be in a very strategic place in the paper where it to be heard. Now that is how some of the media people are surviving. In fact, to be a journalist in Nigeria, first of all, have to praise them because you cannot be going to work when you don't know when you'll be paid. At the end of the month, not many of them are paid. You just have to wait until money is given to you, except those ones who work in news agency of Nigeria who get salary on daily basis. The ones that work in private companies, which is the one that actually are giving Nigerians the news they need to hear. Not a lot of them get paid. Not a lot of them get paid on monthly basis. Some of them even have to go out and look for adverts to put on their program, and from that advert payment, they are paid. I'm just telling you how the system works because I have been there. Now you go out when you get an advert, somebody agreeing to advertise on your program, and then from that advert, you pay yourself or you are paid. Okay, most of them pay themselves. They say, "Oh, this is my salary. I don't collect my salary. See, when I remain for now, you pay it in." Now, why is that? That's because again, the media house don't make enough money. Okay, government is more concerned. The only reason why some of them are even surviving to this point was because now nobody watches NTA. Before NTA does all the coverages, and so once they go to NTA and broadcast, they believe that every Nigerian will get it. But because NTA has lost out in the power and in fact in programming, now most people watch private news outlets, so they are now forced to go. And each government choose their own, the one they want to patronize, the one that talks good about them. And in the recent time, it has been channels. Remember, before now, channels was the one we used to praise, but eventually John Momo got entangled in the APC web and became the chairman of the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission. And see, it became Nigerian broke. So he had to tone down. They toned down. In fact, even if you are a follower of channels, you have known when they tone down on their aggression towards asking the right questions. Especially, I know when what's the guy Chamberlain and his team were being harassed, by the DSS, because at that time, Chamberlain was, quite hot. He asked all the questions you need to be asked. He doesn't play around with it. So now that gave rise to Arise News. Before now, Arise News, not a lot of people go to Arise News until Ruben Abati and the team came in. It was Tundu before Ruben Abati, Tundu and Useni. And they also were able to go beyond what Nigerian media do, would have normally done. What do we normally do? We go to you, Rudolph. We say, okay, we're coming to ask you. These are the areas we're going to ask you question on. So you get prepared, or we give you the question ahead of time. Then you come and sit. And when you cough, we say, sorry, sir. And when you say, can I? You say, yes, yes. What? So you go and edit. When you finish acting, say, let me see what you recorded. You see, I don't like that part. To remove it. You say, okay, sir, I'll remove it. So, but now they are dealing with the journalists. That is, some of them hold a PhD. Some of them are even professors. Some of them are people that have come of age in the media and will not agree to be pushed around. So government has issue with them because you come and they parade the same degree which you parade. The only difference that you're a politician and they are journalists. Okay, and so you begin to look at them, as if you are higher in position than a journalist who have chosen to do a profession, just like you have chosen to be a politician. Doesn't make you more special. So that is where the problem is. And they can't stand people who can tell it to themselves face that, Oga, you are wrong in this case. All right. Before now, remember how the people used to celebrate Sheung, because Sheung will say, I put it to you. They say, the guy know they fear. They put down to them. Because this was never heard before. It was never heard before. It was, but now, and then after this level, now we have an Oseni who will tell you how it is. Okay, it's not everything that Oseni says that I actually agree with, especially sometimes when he takes a position against the Igbos, because like I said, those are sometimes they use a very wrong analogy. All right, but but they are doing what is expected of the fourth realm of the government. Even though in Nigeria, the government do not understand that the media is the fourth realm. That's why they are pushed around. That's why there's no subvention for them. That's why they don't even care. I mean, whether you are asking the right question or not, they don't think they owe you that explanation. Unlike the Western world, where a question is asked and you have to respond, okay, because you know that you owe it to them. That's the purpose of which they play. Unfortunately, like I said, it's not getting better. Okay, because if in the whole of the Nigerian population we can only count on our fingertips media people, personalities, not even houses, that can be able to stand and ask the right question, then we have a problem in our hands. And that's what is going on right now in Nigeria. Ayo, yeah, Ayo, when she started, she was a bit distant, but she has come of age. I mean, so quickly also. All right. And sometimes the question she asks is even beyond what Ruben and combined with Fire would have asked. He just goes straight and picks the target and he hits at it. And even when Dr. Abati do not agree with it, or have taken a different stand, she's not afraid to take her own stand, which is totally different from what he had. And I think I praise them for it. And I hope that they don't change, if the system will continue to allow them. And like you said, majority of the houses, in the media house in Nigeria are owned by politicians. And most times, like you already know, those news are written in alignment with those political stands of the owners. Thank you.
All right, I'll come back to Chim and KJ. I want not now, but when I go around, I want you guys to talk about how people perceive Rufai. Because it's something that is out there. Maziovie, you talked about. I liked when you were talking about amplifiers. I don't know who these people are, but can you explain that in terms of the media? Who are the amplifiers? What are they amplifying? Is it something that someone gave them to amplify? What are you talking about? What do you mean by that? Because you are in the media space now, so I want to know what you are. So are you an amplifier, or what are you?
Rufai is a classical example of an amplifier, but his own is a special case. I'll get to that. But I think I would like to put it. This is my own observation of the media space, especially out of Nigeria. There's one media in Nigeria outside the normal platform that we have now on the internet, like this one that everybody come here, speak their mind, speak the way it is. Most of the time, we hit the right nerves and all that. Outside that, all the other media they want, and they only speak the voice and the lifestyle of the ruling class. They don't speak for the ordinary Nigerian. If you think I'm just being overboard, go and ask Shiwori. When Shiwori was running for president in 2019, how did the media actually receive him and give him platform, knowing him too is coming from a media that pretty much took over their own shine during that time. Now, what do I mean by that? Just look at two things. You look at where they say follow the money, right? Now, what do I mean by follow the money? These are business entity, whether we like it or not. They are there for make profit. And who are the 99% of the owners of this media? Just like what Rudolph alluded to, are the elite members of the elite community. They are related, they are friends, they do all their things together. Two, that's one aspect. Another aspect is that the sponsors, who are those people who are advertising on this platform, this media, both prints, however you want to classify it, just like the KJ said. Even Rufai himself, when he was here, when Rufai and Rudolph invited him here, he said it himself. They don't have their own budget because he's also using Anderson Cooper of CNN and the rest as an example how much those guys have in their control to run their own. Rufai and the rest, they don't have budgets. KJ said it. They give you your ID, that is your meal ticket. Now, am I saying, oh, something like Rufai is going there to collect bribe and all that? No, I'll be reaching too far. But this is what I understand about the role Rufai is playing. Rufai is very, very necessary distraction. Necessary distraction in the sense that it's necessary for the ruling class. Rufai represents the corporate elite of the ruling class, the business guys. Now, why did I classify him as a necessary distraction? He, based on people who are listening to him, not just him, but Arise News in general. I've always said this: every government anywhere in the world have two codes. One is very loud and one is silent. The loud one is that it is a need for that government to at least control all the length and breadth of that country, if it can, so that at least especially in Nigeria will say, okay, this person is doing well, they care about us, we are not losing our country anytime soon. But the silent one is that keep as many as the citizens docile, away from reality as possible, so them can carry out their own, whatever they plan they have. And that's where Rufai is very important. Now, let me even go far upon all those issues. Let me focus on this particular one that you played, Rudolph. What are they talking about? They are talking about subsidy. Who removes subsidy? When they remove subsidy? About 8 years down the road. Who cares who removes it? APC government remove subsidy. Who cares if it's Buhari? Who cares if it's Tinubu? Who cares if it's the next APC government that is going to come? It is one government. And that's why I said the media don't speak for us. They don't want us to see that demarcation, that this is party politics. Even though I said it is one political system we have now in Nigeria. Does it really matter if it is Buhari or the Tinubu that removed the subsidy? It is APC government. So that's why I said Rufai is a necessary distraction. It doesn't even really matter who removed it. We are feeling the brunt already. Is that why they should be acting on news media or on the live television for? It is necessary because the followers will edge on that. Why, as I said, Bola Tinubu has single-handedly nominated commissioners that will run the next election, because now the people will make and win the next election with that. Why so many things is not that even the padded budget. They are not talking about it. They are talking about who removed the subsidy, throwing antics and all that. So it's a very necessary distraction for the people who put him there. He's playing that role well. And I describe the amplifiers that they don't even know what they are actually amplifying, the meaning behind what they're amplifying, because they are so good at what it does. They are smart, they are educated, they are exposed, they are passionate at what it does. So you can hardly see through what they are doing, because even themselves don't understand. People who gaslight, when I use Wiki as an example, has
Okay, we lost Ovie as usual.
The fear of Rufai is the beginning of wisdom.
I don't know what word it is. All right, let me see you next.
Okay, thank you.
If those say nine, somebody who ran and lost out of the primaries.
Let me wait.
Sorry, somebody who ran and lost out of the primary. If to say he win the ticket and he contests and become the president, will Lisi be gaslighting us to take to the streets? He will not do that. So that's why I say it's a gaslight. They know what they want. People that Rufai don't know why people like that are gaslighting. They are just doing their job. As I said, they are good. If they put you in that position too, you will do it because there's a talking point that will pass on to them indirectly without even giving them orders. Say, do like this, right? It is an object of the day. Just do this. It's a corporate entity, and I'm not blaming them because they have to survive. A country whereby there is no private sector. Now only them they patronize themselves. How dare you not speak their language? They are not going to fire you directly. They will starve the company. So this is what we are dealing with. This is exactly what we are dealing with. It's when people are saying it's a state capture, yes, I will agree with them. And one that's why I disagree with the fact that we should not plan. Because if we plan, all this thing will be visible to all of us. Because if we invite them to the table of planning, the way they'll be responding to your talking points, you will see it clearly. Because they cannot come out and say this is what they stand for or this is who they are because of the entity they are working for.
All right.
That's
Thank
why I
you.
see as Nigerian media.
Thank you. Lebisi.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. The media has been captured, not now, long ago. Most of the media houses are owned by politicians. Those who are not owned by politicians have some of their ownership linked in one way or the other with politicians. There was this media house that was, I think it's still in operation, Leadership Newspaper. I never knew that. I later discovered that the owner is equally a politician. I don't know if it's late now. So it has been the way. There may be some individual reporters or journalists in those media houses who want to do the right thing, but they will be warned that don't go beyond this place. The editors censor whatever they bring because they too have been warned not to go beyond this place. But Rufai is different, probably because the owner of Arise, Ndoko Obaibuna, gave them that leverage to speak freely, to ask the tough questions to people who come on their program, particularly government officials. And Rufai, I've discovered, is a man who has a conscience. He doesn't like what is going on. He doesn't care whose horse is God. He asks the right question. I've seen many APC supporters or officials warning him. Even the man from Newi, Joe, what's his name now?
Ibokwe.
Joe Ibokwe said he will not rest until Rufai gets out of AriseTV. You can imagine the petty thing he's doing. He doesn't see the problem Nigeria is facing. He wants to get somebody out because the person is speaking the truth to power. So that is the problem with the media. I was in the media as well for a while. We know how these things work. If you bring story like KJ rightly said, many of them are not being paid very well. Some are being owed months. Some they will give you a particular bit that is probably sort of juicy, maybe defense ministry, FCT ministry, cover education ministry, things like that. So because those people they have programs every time, and the reporters when they go there they do their job. They come. If you see what they usually write in the papers or in their broadcast houses, what they bring out are all in promotion of what the ministry is doing. It's only in rare cases that you see that same reporters, like if money has been diverted for something else, they ask those questions and all that. And sometimes they run into trouble with either the chief press secretary in that media house also. I've seen instances where they've called the person back to say, please, that story that is on air, that's not the way it happened. Can you change it? Then they'll call the editor. The editor will now send another reporter to that place. They will not give a new narrative, and that other one is kept away. That is damage control, so to speak. So the media is supposed to be the fourth estate of the realm. They're supposed to be the voices of the people, telling the people what the inside, what is going on inside government. But many of them have fallen by the wayside because of they don't have no insurance backing them. Few who have put their hand in the fire, their hands have been burnt and they've been left to freeze. So that is why many of the ordinary reporters, they just go and do their bits the way their management asks them to do, just to keep their salary going, to keep their family going. But that is not what it should be. So the media has been completely There's this effort by the government. I've been doing it since, at least we saw it massively during Buhari's time, to intimidate and to silence the media, to make sure that it's only government narrative that is coming. That's why, as it appears now, it appears maybe only few of them, like Rufai, is the one who is telling them, who is hitting them at the right point. That is why he has so many fans. In Imo State, there's one man, I've forgotten his real name now. It's called his media name is Nonsonkwa. The man has been in and out of cell because he says it. He says what this man does that is not good. The governor there, and he was thrown into detention some time ago. He even made effort to even contest elective position just to put some of those things he wants to, those changes he wants to see that he's one of those who make it happen. But they rigged him out. So the media, it is necessary that they find their feet again. I was very, very conscious when the Abacha regime was in power. We saw how, if not for what the media did, the collective media, particularly the private media, probably the man would have still been in power by now. But they joined forces with the democratic forces to put so much out about him to the world, and it even attracted the attention of the Pope then. So they should find that bite again, because they know the tenets of the profession is truth at all times. If somebody wants to practice media, the true media, it's not because you want to get money in your pocket, you want to eat. If the country is in a very bad situation right now, I believe other media practitioners, if they can do a part of what people like Rufai is doing, speak the truth to power. Even if Rufai is arrested today, we all know that he was arrested because he was saying the truth. How many are they going to arrest? And in so doing, they can encourage the masses as well. So,
all right, Lubisi, thank you so much. For those who are in the media, when I come back to you, I want to also to think about, because there are different aspects of the media, not just the people on TV and the people on print media. There is also online media, and sometimes people forget the differences. And then there is also the one that is of interest to me is investigative journalism. So where we now have to talk about someone like David Ndeni and how people perceive them. Because I think there's a gap between what the expectations of people are and what the job of the journalist should be in Nigeria. All right, Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, the issue of journalism or the media space in Nigeria is not something that just started today. It has become, or it has always been, the vehicle by which the politicians used to get to their desired position. We remember African Pilots by Zik, Tribune by Awolowo.
West African Pilot.
West African Pilot by Zik, Tribune by Awolowo, and the rest of it. So the media space have always been utilized by these politicians, just like so many of us have submitted. Those who I was one of the people that were held during Abacha regime. You know, I have not said it out here. I was incarcerated, but I'm not going to give the details of what really happened. Those people that were fighting for democracy against the military junta, they are the people today that are governing Nigeria. And they are the people today that own these media spaces we're talking about. And they know that it's a tool to put the government on their toes. So they invested in it, and they do not want the media to do the rightful things. Down home here, we have good people, not only Rufai that is doing well. We have one journalist, is Kofi from News Central. It's a television station. The guy is also up to date. Yeah, News Central. His name is Kofi.
Righteous Man, why do you say that he's doing well? This guy you are talking about. What does he do?
Yeah, when he conducts interviews, he asks those questions that are very difficult for ordinary journalists to put across to their guests. You know, he holds a political program called I think, is it Political Weight or whatever? I always listen to it, 7 o'clock Nigerian time. The guy is good. He is bold. He will ask you that question, and even when you are trying to dodge it, he will push until you give an answer to it. And in the radio station like Wazobia, we have good journalists, also radio broadcasters in Wazobia that are doing very, very well. The pressure has been on them. Somebody like Sandra Ezekwesili that works with Nigeria Info. There was a day I put a call across to her, and I asked her about this investigative journalism. Why is it not being done by the Nigerian journalists? Just like Delegiwa, the late Delegiwa. So she told me that the cost of carrying this thing out is not what we can imagine. That was what I personally called her. She said the cost is not what we can just imagine. And again, when you are working, there are rules and regulations. You work based on what you are told to carry out, you know. So Radio Now, there is another radio station in Lagos called Radio Now. There's one young chap there, I've forgotten his name. He's also very, very good. So it's not, we have the likes of Rufai so much, but the thing is that the focus is on Arise, because I think Arise suddenly became the national state radio TV station in Nigeria, that every focus is right on. There are other people that are doing pretty well. And when you talk about Rueben Abati, let's not forget that Rueben Abati contested for election, the deputy governor of, he was a deputy governor of Ogun State. So he has been a politician, he has been in the corridors of power. And in his Twitter handle, I sent him a message recently. I said, I know, and we are very, very conscious of what you are doing. We know we are waiting for your appointment, and very soon it will get to you. So he is playing the politics of trying to gain something from this particular government. So, and there is one of Rudolph, I wanted to send the message to you. There's one guy, a journalist from the north called Usman Umaru. He openly accused Rueben Abati. He is also a journalist, that Ruben came to Abuja before the Supreme Court gave their final verdict, and was asking him to meet him in the hotel so that they will talk. He was saying that Ruben does not go where he will not receive envelope. So, and he opted that. He told him that he can't come to the hotel to meet him. So Ruben is a tool in the hand of the APC. APC have destroyed this country, and APC doesn't want anything good to come out of this country. Even the media, they have gagged the media that if there is a statement you'll be making, because mostly in the morning I contribute on radio stations, they are calling programs. There's some statement you want to make, they will tell you, please, you know that we are being monitored, we are being done this, we are being done that. We don't want our station to be fined 5 million. But during the military era, this fine was not there. During PDP era, these fines were not there. It was introduced by APC. So APC doesn't want Nigerians to breathe. And that is why we must do everything to make sure that APC do not survive as a political party to retain post in 2027. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I am not going to defend any journalist, but I need to point out that we have a long-standing invitation for Ruben to come on the show. I hope he will come. But I always caution people, but Ruben has become a public official. You know, he was in government as spokesperson for Jonathan. So people have gone to that level there. People can say things, but it's common. I've been accused of being paid by government officials. So it's a normal thing that people say when someone is saying something they don't like. The point is that we should be cautious. You know, it's not in all cases that somebody who disagrees with you, it's because they collected money. Because someone can turn around and say, righteous, this thing you come here and talk about is because maybe some Hanese people paid you to come to this platform to talk about Ndibo this way. Anyway, Dan, welcome to the show. What's your take?
Yeah, my take will be very short one, because if you come from a system that is very dirty and stinking, sorry to use that language, there will be so much oppression to truth. And Nigeria has that system. There's no truth in Nigeria. Let's face the fact. Whether the media is on one side or on the other side, or somebody is trying to fight for the poor people. Rufai Useni a good. I don't know who he is, but I always respect him so much.
Is it, hold on, is it because he's saying things that you agree with?
Not saying things that I agree with. He's speaking the truth. There's two differences between saying the truth and what somebody agrees with. You understand me, Dr. Rudolph? Yeah. Because you say something to please somebody, and what you are saying is not the truth. Nobody in this life, everybody knows the truth. It's either you want to say it or you refuse to say it. So I think that is clear there, that question you asked me. He's not saying something that pleases me. The brother is saying the truth.
No, you went somewhere. I don't want us to push it because it will be a long conversation about the truth. Because these days, I think the issue we have is that we don't even agree on what is the truth. But I don't want that to be the conversation.
Yeah, doctor, that is where the problem is. Everybody knows the truth.
No,
there's
no. How can everybody know the truth and then we are having this conversation?
One truth now. 2 plus 2 is 4. 3 plus 1 is 4. Nobody can tell me now 2 plus 3 is 5. That person is
using binary. If you're using binary, that's true. But if you are using a different mathematical environment, it's different. The answer will be different. But then let's not go there. The point is this: the disagreements. If you look at any issue in Nigeria, even in America, they go back to that concept of truth. It's a problem. But go ahead with your comments. Yeah.
I know you are trying to push me off my line, but I will tell you the truth is the truth. The truth is always the truth, no matter how you paint it. And Nigeria lacks that. There's no love in Nigeria. There's no truth in Nigeria. Whether somebody is saying this or saying that, Rufai is a man who speaks the truth. And that's why most people tell him, be respected. Don't tell me that. All because they don't want the truth. And they believe they are in the power, or they are in this group of criminals who control Nigeria that nobody should tell them. Or there's something in the truth too. People like to cover the truth. And when you have a platform to expose the truth, like this platform you have, which God knows that I love it so much, and that's why you see my face here all the time. Not because I don't have nothing to do, but I'm a man who comes to where we meet brothers and sisters who are speaking the truth. I can spend my whole day, though I will be leaving very soon to go and look for my daily bread. But yeah, the truth is what brings me to your platform. There are a lot of brothers here who take the effort to speak the truth, and some of them too will come here and just blah 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 blah. We know them too. Sometimes we just leave them to say, but we know who they are, and God will help them to change their mind. So I don't have much to say in the media, even in the music scene, which I belong to. Maybe I'm not popular enough for you people to know me.
Dan, hold on before you go for that. That your music. How many times have I told you to send me the music so I will be playing it here halftime? Call.
No, I'll be traveling next month to make the full video so that I will you. So now you can, if it suits, it's a lot of truthful things. So you can. I want to prepare it properly. Yeah. And your song too, you requested to welcome people in your show. It's almost.
Okay. I will say
you will if it suits you, then you can use it.
Anything from Dan, we play it. Even if you are giving me, I will still play it. It's okay.
So let me just conclude because my time is up. The thing is, if you look at the music industry, for example, most of this music you see, popular music or music that people will say is sweet, there's no truth in them, If you write a song that will help Nigeria morally or to keep Nigeria in the right sense, nobody will play your music. But if you say if you sing a song, Bugao and all those kinds of things, it will sell in millions. And this is how they've reduced Nigeria to. The days of Fela, they will not allow his music to play. because the truth is there. So this media issue is not just the popular, like the voice of the people, for example. I listen to them a lot. You will see the truth, because some of them will even tell you to please be civil. They will come and do this, they will do that to us. But at least they give the people to call in like you are doing to express the truth. And that's, even if it's a 2 minutes truth, it's enough for people like us to have hope. So guys, I want to good night and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. Henry, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening, everybody. You know, Nigerians they have been living for long with lies. So when you see somebody out of the journalists came out boldly to speak the truth about what is going on in that country, or ask questions that none of you can ask, you come here, start talking blah blah blah, beat around the bush. Mr. Rudolph, you are a journalist. There are some things you will say. Some of your parliament here will not like what you will say. You know the truth. You know some things you're going to say. They will not like it because they be living in this bondage, darkness, lies, living of lies, all the rest of their life. So when they see somebody coming out boldly, fearless person, come out to speak, to ask the question you cannot even bold enough to ask, you start dancing, beating around the bush. Abati cannot come out and speak like Rufai. You know why? Abati is a corrupt politician, journalist. We know him because he is working for his so-called paymasters, because he's among the corrupt elite politicians. He's a journalist, but he cannot be bold enough to speak like Rufai. Try to watch his program when they go live to see how many. If Rufai is not there and OG is not there, the viewers will be less. You see, Rufai cannot even go extra miles because he knows who he is. I said Rufai, sorry, Abati. Rufai is speaking and asking questions that me, I cannot be bold enough to ask in Nigeria. But yes, in Nigeria, he asks this question. Okay, what's the problem? Why they cry like a little baby? Like when Obi, if you remember, Mr. Rudolph, Mr. Obi went there. They asked him a lot of questions. He did not fight. He did not talk. Say, why you give me this question? Why is always APC and those corrupt-minded people we say they have a problem with Rufai? Nigeria journalists are so tied, so corrupt that they cannot even speak for the masses no more. The questions the masses should ask these politicians, they cannot ask them. It's only journalists can do this for the masses. That's what Rufai is doing. If you don't like it, it's only a corrupt-minded people will not like what Rufai is doing. He don't go down and insult people like the one he did last with the APC man was crying like a crying baby. It was so rude. Rufai could not even insult him, but some of these people here will come here and say Rufai this, Rufai that. You cannot be bold enough to go to Nigeria and do the same what Rufai is doing. 1% of it. Rufai is saying the truth, and the truth hurts so much. Like when I come here and talk now, something I don't want to be your friend either here. I just want to talk to what I feel is right. If you like to take it, you don't take it. But there's some people who like what I said. We should learn to appreciate our home. That is one of our journalists who is speaking the truth, who is speaking the pains, who is asking this question, and we cannot have this opportunity to ask. We should appreciate it. If it's CNN, if it's one of those CNN journalists, and you people will be clamping out for them, or those CBS, what they call it. We don't have people like Rufai a lot, Mr. Rudo. You know what I'm saying? We don't have people like that. Like if you be in Nigeria, what of the program you are doing in America? They think they will let you to do all this, your joke, all the joke you're doing there in America. They will try to, if you have a studio in Nigeria, they will try to give you a sanction. They sanction them too much that like they're in prison. You know, they don't have free space to ask these corrupt-minded politicians. It's not the same Nigeria. Your president want to buy yacht, and they already bought it already before they come out. Before people know. How would they allow? Sorry, just give me 1 minute, please. If they allow the journalists to go extra mile to investigate these things and come out and speak, it's not the same Nigeria. They will not allow them to speak. It's not the same Nigeria. They should not broadcast out the killing of Boko Haram. You should not show it on TVs. It's not the same Nigeria. Is that a country? You say journalists. You should be happy you have somebody like in your time that things you cannot even do. Not even your generation can even do it. Rufai is doing it. You should be clapping for him every day. Don't come here and start talking blah 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 here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Henry. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you. I think from what I've seen, the results can tell for itself. I think the media is not doing a very good job of holding the government accountable in Nigeria. You see some of them trying. Rufai, I've seen him ask some pertinent questions sometimes, and same for Abati. Abati does have his moments. You know, he was the one calling out governors when they were going overseas for meetings before the election and saying what is wrong with them and about colonial mentality and stuff like that. And but they seem to do it sporadically and almost as a lip service. They are not consistent as people that are seeking answers to the problem. I get a feeling that sometimes they've learned some lessons from the West too, because Western journalists do that too. They tend to patronize the people, talk as if they are actually seeking answer, but they are not. Maybe it's just a feature of the trade. Maybe they have to cut their code according to their size, and they are not as powerful and as independent as one would expect them to be. Maybe this is also part of the deficits of constitutions not writing the media into the constitution. They tend, because just like the House of Representatives and the legislative and the executive have their place in the state, maybe the media should have some too. Because they don't seem to have that. Maybe that's a reflection of what the issue is, why they don't seem to have enough power to hold the executives or legislative branches, or even the legal ones. I don't know what they're called again. They are not holding them accountable enough, because the judges in Nigeria and many other countries, they're just beholden to themselves. Really, nobody is reporting on them. Nobody is holding them accountable. So some of the, from what I can, if I can summarize, I think Chim was harsh. I think he was harsh because he sounded more generous than I was. He even gave them 30%. So I'm even thinking maybe I should even give them lower now, because they do ask questions. It's not like they don't talk. They do ask questions, but they don't dig deep. And in the context of Nigeria, you don't see them being nationalistic enough. Like that car issue we're talking about, they gave up. The moment the guy says one thing, okay, let's go and carry on. No, don't carry on. It matters. Jobs are at stake. These things matter. You don't give up. And the politicians promise you stuff, and nobody is really holding the government accountable for what they promise, especially on security, especially on manufacturing. None of those things are really happening. You should be asking them on a daily basis, where are the things you promised us or not? But maybe they don't have the power to do it. Maybe they are scared. Maybe they do too much, they will get fired. After all, some of the media houses are owned by these elites. And then the question arises, how do you deal with this problem then? Who is going to hold them accountable? Who is going to sensitize these people to know their rights? Maybe it has to come from the diaspora, because relying on those media houses in Nigeria may not solve the problem. And thankfully, their sway and their power is reducing on a daily basis, because the online medium is where most people get their news now. Maybe I wouldn't say most. A lot of people get their news on the online medium, and a lot of people are moving away from the traditional mediums. I'm not even sure why newspapers are still relevant. We tend to find newspapers relevant in more Western democracies, and it's a way of kind of using it to control the narrative of the news of the day. Like in the case of the UK, you see that the newspapers will release a headline, and that is the direction that the media goes in. And I'm not sure why that is the case. Newspapers are barely doing any business, and yet the whole narrative from the mainstream media and the news channels, they just take their headlines from the newspapers. I don't know why that is the case, because you are reaching more people. You have a lot more immediate comment on events, but you listen to the ones that wrote news headlines about Pan-Africanism and nationalistic kind of tendencies in Nigeria. I noticed that, I think Dan was saying something about music. I noticed that in the area where they resided before now in Nigeria was in music. You tend to see that in a lot of even from Majek Fashek and Sonny Okosuns and all of, you see that Fela, that's where our Pan-Africanism and nationalism was residing. And somewhere along the line in the 2000s, it disappeared. That too has disappeared. And in the media, it's disappeared. And nobody is, you don't even see them being nationalistic. And maybe that's why they are all worried that the country is falling apart. Because there's nothing that seems to be gluing us together. I think someone mentioned about orientation agency. The same thing. We have them, but we're not using them. All these things have been stood down, and we don't know why. And if I'm to give marks based on what has been discussed and all I've said, you know, I'll give it 25 since I don't want to be more generous than Chim. You know, it's going to be terrible, man. I can't be more generous than Chim. So
right.
25.
Thank you for this. Yeah, KJ, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit. You see, it was deliberate. Forfar, I'm just responding to you. It was deliberate. It was Obasanjo's government that stopped AM radios in Nigeria. They replaced them with FM radios. And in FM radios, they decided to give the people entertainment. So the FM radios play music from morning till night. Nobody hears anything, whatever is going on in government. When I was in secondary school, sometimes when essays are given to you, they ask you to listen to the radio. You listen to the radio, a particular program, and you write what you understood from it. It's an AM radio, not FM. But eventually they decided to make Nigerians entertaining or made us to become dumb people. So they stopped AM radios. Despite certain group of people then who took it up and said, no, these are the radio where you educate people. Because we still hear AM radios broadcasting from Cameroon. Their primary school matches, we hear them on AM radios. Okay? In fact, sometimes you're hearing AM primary school matches in Cameroon. You wonder what kind of, it is celebrated. There's a primary school. They stopped all secondary school games. I'm telling you where the decay started from. Before now, there was all secondary school games where we all meet and trash it out in all sports. First of all, from the states, then eventually to the national level. That was stopped. So it was a deliberate, continual removal of the fabric of the nation. Remember that it was Professor Jerry Ghana, who was the first MAMSA chairman, and he did a beautiful, even though I don't agree with some of his things, but he did a very beautiful campaign, okay, around the nation. So much so that people understood for once what what is the national um, ethos. Okay, right now we don't have any. There's nothing that makes you say, okay, this is what you do and what you do to make you a Nigerian. Okay, this is our national belief. This is our in other words, we are all growing like a sparajara in every direction. No, there's no center. There's no center that holds anything. Okay, rather, as me and you are friends, when we get there, we just divide our own. You take your own, I take my own. Our people, we tell them they shouldn't worry. Their reward is here. It will be here or in the year before or after. And that is what we continually have been telling Nigerians. See, you can't, the truth of the matter is that I haven't been someone who was in that system, at least, as an independent journalist. All right. I don't see how you can survive because your pikin will cry for hunger. Your pikin go cry for hunger, my brother. And when you hear your pikin cry for hunger, and then a governor says, "Look, AIT is not reporting me well. I want to do give me an interview. I want to do an interview and publish it. How much will it cost you to put it on AIT? Or guy, it will cost you 1.5 to put it on AIT. How much your own fee? Or guy, anything you give me, I'll take. Will 2 million do it for you? Or guy, by all means. I'm just telling you how the system works. Then you go do your interview, edit it the way the governor wants. You go to AIT and slot it in and pay for the cost of the broadcast. It is broadcast, the governor's response. So now, are we supposed to say a journalist in Nigeria is no? They see. Let me tell you, as a journalist, and I'll talk about that vis-a-vis independent journalist. Now, Look at, let's go to David Hende.
Can I just ask a quick question? Do you think that journalism or the media should have a constitutional role?
we, we, we have a constitutional role. We have a constitutional role. If, in fact, if most time when the police meets you, you say you're a journalist, they say, So you disarm them because they know that you're the fourth member of the government. But they don't accept that because just like every other thing,
But there are three branches. No, nobody said anything about fourth branch.
No, that's a fourth realm now.
There is. Okay, hold on, KJ. Hold on, KJ. Let me just widen the conversation a little bit. When you talk about media today, someone said, why is it that all the media, TV station and everybody, we're all going to the newspapers to take the headline from there? We get the cue, like if we used to work in a magazine in Lagos, in the morning, we sit down to meet, we bring out the newspapers, what are the papers saying? That's how we get the story to begin the conversation on what to cover for the week. The same thing with TV stations. They start with the newspapers. Why is that? The reason is that newspapers have people all over the country. Arise, for instance, Ruben and Rufai, they don't have people all over the country. So how do they know what's happening? It's the newspapers that have people all over the country. Then the online media also, they've been able to do a wonderful job in the last 20 years and establish themselves. Sometimes, and I've said this before, when the traditional media are not able to publish a story because of, for many reasons, maybe interest of the publisher, in several reasons, security, online media will publish it, like People's Gazette, Sahara Reporters, Cable, Premium Times, West Africa. They are there, they are playing a major role. There are so many stories today that you wouldn't have read in any Nigerian paper or seen any TV, that if not for the online media. So they are playing a wonderful role, especially in investigation. And this is something that people don't think about. Most people in Nigeria, they've never bought a newspaper in the last 5 years, but they read the news. How do you think they are operating? How do you think they are paying people? How will they survive? So the online media, most of them, even the traditional media now, they're getting funding. They're getting funding from non-profit organizations. The Get Foundation, the Ford Foundation, or media, so many foundations. Without them, the media in Nigeria will be worse than what it is today.
But isn't that what I'm saying about the fourth estate? That if you had the fourth estate, they should have provision in the constitution to provide for them, but it's not there.
There's no place in the world where they are providing.
We shouldn't care about the world. We should care about Nigeria.
No, UK where you are, they tax people for TV so that BBC will function. In America here, people contribute money to NPR or to PBS. And when we give them something like 10%. So it's not, and I don't think I want government media. But I don't want government.
Rudolph, I want to ask you a question as a journalist. Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay. Why is it that the online media you were operating with before, Sahara Reporters, were so much engaged in false news? Why is it that they make more money when they report something that is not correct?
Okay, so if I ask you now and give me 2 examples of false news, I don't know if you can give me, because people say this all the time, that they reported. Why is it false?
Yeah, let me give you an example.
Give me an example.
There's one of my friend, he owns, he's into oil business. He's a big guy from Delta State. He owns one of these big oil outfits in Nigeria. When Sahara reported issue about him, it was 900% false. And if it was not God, that man would have lost. It was divine intervention that survived that man's business.
So what did the man do when he saw the story that was 990% false?
What he did?
Yeah.
EFCC, after the Sahara reporters published that their false news, their fake news, EFCC came to his office and they raided the office.
Because of the news story from Sahara?
Yes.
We'd like to know the news now.
Yeah, no,
What is
so
the news?
Let him continue. Go ahead.
You say what?
So no, continue this
No,
story.
let us
So
know what is the news they
the man did
published.
what? The man prayed to God and God saved him. Is that how it ended?
No. I said if it was not divine intervention.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Divine intervention does not mean that you prayed. Sometimes when your hands are clean and upright, divinely, things will work out for you. That's what I'm saying. And let us not rubbish the aspect of that there is a creature that supersedes all of us, and
Righteous man.
whether we believe it or not, he does
Right.
intervene.
Righteous man, what did the man do to Sahara? Hold on. What did the man do to Sahara now? Since Sahara wrote something that was 990% wrong, what did the man do to him? To the Sahara reporters?
Sahara reporters have no official office in Nigeria as at then. It's an online publication. Okay. So nobody knew where they were coming from. We're just seeing the bomb, boom, boom, and they were all false.
Okay. And the man told you they were false. And
yeah, when the EFCC raided his office and they took his what do they call it? The bookkeeping. They took it away, squeezed his accountant, and picked up the man. At the end of the day, the man was not using a computer in everyday transaction. He was keeping, he has a very big giant book that he was transferring every business they transacted, both in Nigeria and in London, because he had a branch in London then. So he was keeping, when they raided his office and took the whole things they needed, and when they went through it, they now showed him the report that this is the reason why we came. This is what Sahara reporters published. And it was in Nigerian newspapers. The man went to Nigerian newspapers and made publication of what Sahara reporters reported then. It was 900% false. They were just looking for people, attentions, who will give them money. So my question is this: do you people do this thing in order to attract people to give you money?
Thank you, Righteous Man. The good thing about the news is wonderful. You have the right, the subject of any story, you have the right to respond to that story. You have the right to sue the newspaper that wrote about you. You have, so they don't have the ultimate right. No newspaper has the ultimate right on any story. So when something is fake, if somebody writes about me and 900 and something percent false, at least I hope they got the name of the man right. But if it's 990 something percent wrong, and the man felt that way, the man has a right to sue them. The man has a right to go and demand that they should rewrite the story. This is my proof, And I hope he got justice, I hope he did that, because that's how the media changes, if you believe. But the point is this, I'm not here to defend anybody. I don't defend any media houses. Most media houses, sometimes they get stories wrong, but not 100%, 990 something percent.
But they get some stuff wrong. The man is doing his business. So suddenly he's entangled in a court case that he didn't do his budget for. So that's the problem.
Part of the job of the media, it happens even for the best media houses in the world. If something is wrong, you go and present, you say this is wrong. And this
but why will you publish what you know is wrong?
Righteous Man, this is another part you didn't mention. Before a story is published, I don't know about all the media houses I've worked in. You have the right to respond to that story. So for instance, if I'm writing about you, I will call you and I say to you, this is what I heard about you.
Exactly.
What is the truth? So in most cases, I'll give you some instances. In most cases, people, subjects of stories, they will not say they don't want to respond. They don't want to talk. So they will write. All the newspapers read it. Newspapers will say, we reached out to this man and he said no comment. So, and then what do you blame them? You have the right to respond to these things. You don't want to respond. I'm saying that somebody told me that you bought this car for 50 naira, but the car was supposed to be sold at 100. You don't want to respond. I write the story. Then you say I wrote something that is 199% wrong. What? Anyway, but I'm not defending. I'm saying that even in the media, there are avenues for the subjects who feel that the newspaper or the TV or whatever medium didn't write the right story to respond, to get justice. And as long as it's there, things will be okay. Right.
And what is the status of the media in the constitution, so that we are all aware? Because I'm not very clear.
I'm not. I don't know about Nigerian constitution, but I know that it recognizes the media as a fourth realm or fourth estate. Whatever it means. It means that. Oh, let me mention this in the conversation. We have to also talk about freedom of information. It's a very important thing that we have to. If we want to fight for a better media in Nigeria, we have to get to the point where I can go to a ministry. I say I am from. I'm from Iroko Post TV. I want to know how much you spent in this vehicle that you bought. And the ministry will feel that they have the obligation to the Nigerian people, not to me, to give me the information. Until we get to that point, we are not going to achieve most of the things. Chim, go ahead.
So first of all, you earlier mentioned that you wanted us to talk about Rufai or something. So
yeah.
I'm not sure. Are we done speaking?
No, you can talk about that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So personally, I think he's doing a good job. I don't think he's doing a terrible job. He is doing 100% good job. However, I have listened to people. Don't forget, we all belong to different groups, so people give their views. For instance, I was in a group during the week where somebody who lives abroad also said that yes, that Rufai needs to check his emotions. That aspect, I agree. It's not something that a lot of us tend to look at. There's an emotional intelligence angle to the things we do. And so I think where he gets it wrong, and that's where Sheung Kimbaloye gets it right. Sheung does not allow his emotions on his sleeves when he's talking. We may say, I know it's difficult. I know he doesn't own channels. I know there might be that supposedly conspiracy that channels chairman is this or that, and therefore I know I'm not holding forth for them. However, the difference is Shewa has a way of holding his emotions. You understand? The only time I've seen him try to bring that emotions out was when there was one point when he said, Nigerians can't get it wrong, before the election. He was a bit emotional about it. But
no, that was editorial. That was more like his opinion. It wasn't part
of. Oh yes. And at that point, he's allowed to exercise that.
Yeah.
Exactly. But if you see Rufai, sometimes Rufai, for instance, in this last encounter he had with that man, I was expecting when the man was pushing back, Rufai, keep quiet. Don't go on that tangent of let me finish. Keep quiet. Allow him when he finishes, and you could re-educate him back to say, look, you're my guest. I'm here to ask questions. I'm not against you. My audience needs to know the truth. And in addition, I needed to correct an impression you have just presented, which is that the president of the country did not remove subsidy. On his inaugural speech, he mentioned that subsidy was gone. So how can you now come here and give alternative views that suggest? But if we're honest, his emotions were in the way. And you see, some of these our so-called elders. I come from a community where our old elders try to use emotional blackmail. When they are trying to avoid being held accountable, they start pleading that you are being disrespectful. Is a common African perspective, particularly Nigerian elders. I suffer it every day when we're trying to call our elders in our town hall meeting to account. Before say, then they will move away from the core, and it's an emotional blackmail that people easily buy. People say yes. So some of my friends here were saying, Chim, you know that as Africans, there are certain things you can't ask an elder. And I said, what are you talking about? Joe Biden is an elder. Trump is an elder. The people that they give them headache every day, asking them questions, are old enough to be their grandchildren. What are you talking about? Do we want to modernize, or are we trying to go backwards? So, but however, that being said, I think that Rufai needs to check his emotions. He needs to personally take this feedback. He's doing a good job. We know he's trying to be honest. However, his emotions could get in the way. And that's what his detractors will try to hang on to, to literally give the dog a bad name. That's the only thing I'm going to say about him. And, I've resisted sometimes I see some polls on Twitter where they will put Rufai and Sheung and they will say, rate them. My view has always been, I will not rate any of them. Both of them are doing good jobs, bearing the circumstances they face. Arise is not Channels. Channels is not Arise. Nduko Biagbana is not Tony Momo. I'm sorry, is it Tony Momo? What's the other Momo? John Momo, sorry. I know Tony is his uncle, and vice versa. So my point is, Rufai is doing a fantastic job, but he needs to check his emotions.
All right, thank you.
Rudolph, give me 30 seconds.
Hold on, guys. Let me go to electricity and hear from him, and then Ovie, and then we'll go around again.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I don't know.
You have to speak up a little bit. You sound tired.
When you took me off.
Electricity, are you hungry? We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. You have to speak up.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit.
Hello.
You're putting us to sleep.
Palliative never reach your hand.
No, never reach.
No lights. No electricity where you are.
Speak up, please. Speak up. We are not hearing you. Speak up, please.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We manage. Yes. I'll give you 1 minute.
I don't know. Maybe it's my phone. Actually, righteous man has left when he raised the issue of. Rudolph, you've answered him well when he raised the issue of the publication that. I wanted to ask him: do we have false prophets and pastors too that preach wrong thing? Has anybody gone to meet them to say, why do you say this thing that is not correct? So, if anybody says anything wrong about you, you have the right to reply. You have the right to even go to court if you want to. That this thing is defaming, is not correct. It happens all over the world. What do I even want to come here to do, Seth? I don't even know, Seth. I don't even know. Honestly speaking.
Palliative was look on, no worry. I'll be patient.
I didn't hear him.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate you.
No, I've not finished. In terms of KJ.
He's a moderator. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Are you the floor?
No, go ahead. I'm surprised that you don't know why you're here. But
hungry. Let him go and eat. He has not eaten.
No, I've eaten. Rufai, yeah. In terms of Rufai.
Hey, see, I mentioned Rufai, will be triggered.
In terms of Rufai, Chim have said the right thing. It's working for Arise News. On the ground that is employed there, he has to check his emotion. If he's not employed there, nobody will give a damn, to be honest. It's because it's representing. For me, it's like you are working for a company. You have to check your emotions in order not to bring the company into disrepute. So that's the only thing I think. If not, I prefer him better than Abati. Abati is still looking for his political position. Anyway, hopefully we'll get it. I pray for him to get it, to be honest, because he has really suffered. He has swallowed a lot, and I pray for him to get it in all sincerity and everything.
Right.
We are still crying out to run a media in Nigeria. I'm glad they said your Dr. Dame's show is making waves in Nigeria. I pray it continues and it grows. It continues to make and bring that desirable change that we want. So when we come on this platform, let's be positive and let's challenge the challengeable. I like we don't fear anybody here. Okay? So Rudolph, you can go and bring your guest here. Nobody's afraid of anybody. Even if it's Peter Bissell, we'll talk to him. No matter what it is, because it's Nigeria. We're not afraid of anybody again. Before we do, let's be honest. But now we don't. If not, you will close your channel. Anyway,
right.
Are you I don't have much to say.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I was the one to get the palliative. You go visit prayer.
After Ovie, I'll come to you and visit. Go ahead, Ovie. We'll change the topic after that. Go ahead, Ovie.
Yes. Thank you, Chima, for actually pointing that emotion part out. And I think while in the midst of displaying that emotion, he started interrogating, as far as I'm concerned, when he started telling the man that you can't answer it. I mean, I don't know the English person, no. I mean, is this supposed to be you can't or you don't want to answer it? It's as if you are putting it to him direct, as if it's so you are actually provoking the man to just keep going on going. So, my thanks for bringing that out. But I think there's also what I noticed here. I think it's not fair to actually, if you disagree with Rufai and what he does and all that, I think to me, 80% of the blame should go to his hardcore followers. What do I mean by that? The organization that he worked for is called Arise News, right? And Dr. Dameji actually, pointed something very important out that in the morning they actually go to their newspapers, listen to their correspondent all over the place and all that. And to me, for what I understand, I am not a trained journalist. I study communication with a focus in rhetoric. So I know how to argue. I know when things, I'm not an expert, but I can tell you the nuances there. I think to me, their job there is to present the news or the topic of the day the way it is. They got it from the raw material from the correspondence. They now left the listeners, they now leave the listener job to now say, okay, this is what this is this, and you now go to work. You do your own research before you arrive at your conclusion. Now, what I say, I'm blaming the followers. They have given that ability to rationalize things, do their own research to Rufai freely. So that forced Rufai to become an opinion journalist instead. So every morning, people tune into him to hear his opinion on issue, not necessarily how thin he is, so that them can now go to work and do their own research. Majority of them have an attention span of a TikToker. They don't have the patience to actually sit down and process it through. They just want to hit the headline and run with it. There's nothing wrong if you tune into either LTV and listen to the same topic they are discussing about in Arise News. Listen to AIT, listen to NTA. You don't have to agree with them, but trust me, by the time you take your time to sample everyone around, you have your own refined opinion instead of projecting Rufai's opinion. One of the experiments where they teach me when I did class, they say, let me use those on the screen as an example. Rudolph, if I tell you, say, Chima is crazy, you just might just turn for your whisper into your ear. May you repeat the same thing to Chima's ear. By the time it's go around to the last person, the phrase will change. The phrase will change. So that's why it's good for you to actually sample so many opinions. And again, for the fact that everybody has biases, we all speak from our emotion. I don't care who you are, we have biases. So everything that we come to our we come in contact with, we have our own biases. That's more reason you should also listen to that person, rather than being lazy and carry your own ability to rationalize it and give it to one man. Every morning you run to him to hear what his opinion is on that topic. That is what Gatsar said, parasitic mindset, an infectious disease that is killing common sense. We are just so lazy to think through things, to read, to investigate things by ourselves, but we allow that person just because we like how they present it, and that's it. So I think we, the followership of these people, should also, take a lot of blame of all this blame, because, as I said, those people are opinionated news, no longer news that they are supposed to dispense as it is for me and you to actually summarize. They are just telling us their opinion, and that's where emotion overshadow even the point or the question they are trying to ask.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Just for you, Ovie, I like when where you're coming from all the time, and I just want to make sure you understand that there are people, and it's all over the world, who will never be what you are talking about. So there are people who will get their opinion from Sean Hannity or from Tucker Carlson. They are not going to read.
I would never watch CNN, for instance. Never.
Who will never watch CNN, they are going. So that's how the world is, and I think Nigeria is not different from that. The media space in Nigeria is actually expanding, and all the characters you see anywhere you live in the world are going to appear on the media space in Nigeria, because there's room for that, and it's going to happen. Let me also say,
But they are on the same realm now. Rufai, Sean, and there's the Cooper, John. They are all in the same realm. They are more a celebrity. Their opinion matters to their listeners a lot. That's why Sean NLD follower we don't want to hear anything about CNN. Right? That's why John Lennon follower don't want to hear anything about Fox. So they are also in the same category. They are not opinionated celebrity rather than a news disposer. They should be
Let me also mention this. I don't think we've mentioned this before on this channel. There is a subsection of the media space that I don't think most people know about. That is the Clubhouse. I run away from there because it was very addictive. And if you go there, there are people who are dedicated. Remember, these people don't put up, their faces are not there. They spend a lot of time having in-depth conversations, and they have rooms. They call it rooms. One room might be talking about. One room might be talking about.
I will talk about that when we start talking about the online news media that you said we should talk about. Because there's a room for that too. There's a reason why those people are the way they are. And it has a lot to do with these online publications.
Yeah. So the rooms, and some rooms are dedicated to economy, to defense, to, it's in-depth, and it's amazing the kind of smart people that we have. So conversations are happening in several places. The fact that they've not come together, or you've not seen it in the place where you are, doesn't mean that they are not happening. So sometimes when people come here and say, oh, you people are just talking about this, you're not talking about, there are people who are talking about Afrobeats 24 hours on Clubhouse. And there are thousands of people. When I go there and look at the number of people who are there discussing this, it's amazing. So conversations are happening. That's where I have hope that there should be more of this, and eventually to come together. Go ahead,
Rudolph, sorry, before I know Henry wants to talk. Henry, don't be offended. Let me just say this before you come. So I'm reading comments. I want to be sensitive. People think we're against Rufai. The problem, people don't understand is this. My brother-in-law used to say something. He used to say that there is an Abacha in every individual. What he was simply trying to say was that there is the element of being a terrorist or being a dictator in every one of us as human beings. Everybody has a bit of that element in them. What helps us as human beings, and personally, I don't know about anybody, this is me, I'm speaking for myself. I've always said that I want to have good friends who, when I'm making a little bit of a mistake, are not so overwhelmed and in awe of my supposed intelligence or that I'm a good guy, that the areas of error I'm making, somebody cannot tell me, Rudolph, now you mess up. I beg, no, that area. And then, yes, I will, push back a little bit, but come back because I know Rudolph is my good friend and say, okay, Rudolph, what exactly did I do that was not right? And then Rudolph will tell you, the way you did this the other day was not right. The problem we have as Africans, Nigerians, and I understand because we've been starved by bad leadership. The moment we start seeing a Voltron, pardon me, I'm a generation that grew up watching Voltron, watching cartoons, so I will use my analogies from there. When we see a Voltron, a defender of, Nigerians are looking for a defender of the universe right now. Somebody who will speak their mind. They will block their eyes from any little error that person has. I'm not that kind of person. I don't try to go into an environment where we can't interrogate things. Let me repeat it again for those who are in the comment section. Rufai is my man. That said, Rufai wears his emotions on his sleeve. I'm not going to stop saying it. If he's watching, he should take it as a feedback and correct it. He's a fantastic guy. He's saying the truth. He is holding leadership accountable. And sometimes he disagrees with his group there. Beautiful. Nevertheless, it doesn't change the fact that he's wearing his emotions on his sleeve. Perhaps, rightly so, he's also a citizen, seeing the decay, and is iked by what he's seeing, and he gets carried away. I understand that. However, we all need true friends, not people who are just going to prod you into disaster, who will tell you, bro, you're doing a good job, but you want to watch it. You're slightly going off. He's a journalist. ask questions. Don't let your emotions get in the way, because the guest you're having who wants to evade that thing will cling on that and say, I'm not answering
He
because
don't
Rufai
do. Let me talk.
or whatever. So that's the point I was trying to make. So Henry, go ahead, no problem.
Okay, Henry, I want to hear from new people that just joined.
It's my turn, Rudolph.
Give me 1 minute now.
1 minute, Henry,
Henry.
go ahead. 1 minute.
See, we're talking about motion, not motion. This man is working. He take his job so seriously and sincere, Rufai. You see, he loves his job so dear, and he have passion about Nigeria. That is why I see the way he's asking these questions. When people refuse to answer his questions, he have to stand his ground. That is why people call it emotion. That is wrong. Rudolph, you are here. If you want to ask you ask somebody's questions now. You want to answer, to reply your guest to answer you. If he could not answer you, want that same question to make sure you repeat that question against you. You should answer that question. People will call it emotional. You are emotional. That's why you want to you don't focus on this. But he asked this man's question. He was beating around the bush. He was angry. He was calling him a small boy. He was calling him look at this. Come on, man. Everybody have emotion. This man love this country so dear. He want the country to be progressing. If we have to say, okay, you ask your guest a question, you could not answer. Then you let him go like that. It's not working like that.
All right, Henry, thank you. While we go to, I think NWC, if I want to, when I go to the new page and then go to the new page, I also think people have been following journalists' hangouts, I think on TV. People used to watch it before Tinubu became the president. I want to know if there is a change in the approach to their comments. Go ahead, NWC.
Well, Shim, I've been enjoying your comments ever since you joined us on this show. But I beg to differ with you concerning Rufai. I've not seen anything wrong Rufai said. Rufai lives a daily life. He goes home, he moves in the street, he sees the poverty that is grinding Nigerians. And these APC people come to Arise TV to tell blatant lies, and you expect him to just brush it aside. That was why when he was talking, the man knew where he was going to. And that man has been on that program in the past, and the man has behaved in similar way. They think they know it, or they want to bamboozle Nigerians and let Nigerians see their own view. But Rufai will not take that. There's no emotion in this. As I'm talking, I'm emotional. You have spoken emotionally in the past. If we are asking questions about why is our country going so low like this, what is wrong with that? Rufai didn't even saw the man. The only thing the man said, "Oh, I'm your guest." When I said, "Stop, let me finish," the man got annoyed because they feel they own Nigeria, even when he came on a private media house to speak. And this are kind of people, because the man is a senior lawyer. I don't know if he's a son. This are the kind of people they send regularly to media houses to come and sell their opinion to Nigerians and block our faces. But Rufai will not take that. And you see Abati, who is trying to be diplomatic because he has one feet in government in the past and he has another feet in the private sector. He has rubbed shoulders with some of these people in the past. So he's trying to be the arbiter, trying to make things nice. No, I don't see anything wrong in what Rufai has. Rufai is a young journalist. Rufai is doing his job the right way it should be. What are we going to say about David? If David was in Nigeria, all these discoveries he made, he won't be able to do it. Today, many of us are raising hands for him at just 33 years of age. See the expositions the young man has been able to do. So I don't see why we should say Rufai should be less emotional or guide the way. What does he have to lose? If he has brought out himself to stand for the truth, so be it. If they arrest him, let it be. He will go down in history in a good way. So I don't see anything wrong in what he's saying. He's asking the right questions, the tough questions. They are even lucky that Abiola's daughter is no longer there. Tundu. She will do the same thing. She will ask the tough questions. So our people and our leaders, they have so maybe it's the past military mentality, all those something years of military rule, they have tend to turn our mind in a way that we want to bow down to them at all, even when we know that they want to smash us We want to take it, want them to take it easy. We want others to take it easy. No, if Rufai leaves that place tomorrow and things are going, but one of us will say, "Oh, what if Rufai was there?" Rufai should ask the question. Then on Shewu's own, we know where Shewu is coming from. We know his channels. We know how it is being run. We know who owns it. We know sometimes Shewu will ask some questions, but sometimes he tries to be diplomatic as well. But don't you see the way he asks opposition party officials questions and stick to it? But when it comes to government, sometimes when whatever they say, he won't want to go too far because his bosses are watching him from behind. So it's a tough situation
Yeah,
they find
but
themselves in.
Ndubisi is the same Sheung that asked the APC guy who came to defend vehicles the other day tough questions and asked him when the man said, "Oh, he cannot drive his cars on bad road." He said, "Is that not an indictment on you as a government official?" So
I know,
those are the
exactly.
points I'm making. Nobody's.
I
I'm not
understand.
holding forth for them.
I know. I know. Shehu does that, but I said I've watched him a couple of times.
All right.
There have been sometimes he has deferred from asking the tough questions himself. Whatever question he asks, and they say he doesn't do a follow up, he leaves it there. But if Rufai does what he does, let's give him a thumbs up. That man needs to be put in his place. So at least, because many of them have been complaining about him, but I think the young man does the right thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's quickly get to new people. KJ, just 1 minute, okay? And then just a minute for you. And then we go to the new people that joined us so that we can move this conversation.
Okay, I don't know if I can be able to answer. To who I want to do in one, but I'll try. Now, Chim, I totally agree with you on this platform, but today I want to say again, I totally disagree also.
That's perfectly okay.
Yeah, this
You don't have
issue
to.
of emotion. I know. I mean, I have no problem with you. Now you see, nobody goes to ask doctors, did the patient die because of emotion? No, it's only journalists that when a journalist says something that everybody wants to happen him. Okay, but I'll go back a little bit more. I'll go back. See, Ruben Abati, those are many people have said. Ruben Abati, I started following him when he was in Patito and the gang, Patito and gang. And so he has come a long way with a lot of experience. Now, here's what happens to individuals and people like Ruben and Rufai. I give them that thing because they have so much information, so much. They're almost like an encyclopedia. And so sometimes knowledge puffs up. That's the truth about knowledge. So sometimes they are not also able to hold on to that when they know that what you're saying is not totally true with all the evidence they have. And then they're trying to tell you, look, this is what you're saying is not correct, and you are pushing back so much. Okay, and then it looks confrontational. But again, if a guest comes to your program and you're asking the tough questions and he wants to walk away, it won't be the first. It happened in international media. And if so, in fact, the last one was between Trump and a lady, one little girl in CNN. Where he told her, "Look, you're a very nasty person." Okay, that's because the lady kept asking the questions, even though Trump was trying to be nice, and he kept asking the question over and over. So there's always going to be a pushback and confrontation between a journalist who wants to do his right job and ask the tough questions. And when this happens, we shouldn't look at the people and say because they are displaying emotion. There's no emotion here. Okay, there's no emotion here. I think Rufai, for me, he asks what many of us will ask. And those who want to stand their ground should stand it. You're not a pushover because a journalist sitting behind the desk in the television house and asking questions. Doesn't mean that he doesn't have an opinion. He too can profile his opinion on it. Okay, and that is one. Now, secondly, I love Sheung, but sometimes you are begging yourself. You are in a sitting room and you are begging Sheung to ask certain questions that just even low hanging fruits, and you're not asking it. So comparing the both of them is not going to do Sheung any good because both of them are coming from different angles. Sheung doesn't want to rock the boat, okay? But these guys don't care, and they tell you ahead of time when you are coming. It's just like going to BBC on hard questions, that hard question program, and you are going there. You don't want to receive hard questions.
Talk.
Go there. Oh, sorry, hard. Yeah, I forgot the name has run away, but it had something. Okay, so if you go there, be ready for hard questions. If you don't want, you go to where they throw softballs and remain there with it. Okay, these people have built a reputation on asking hard questions. If you are going there, please prepare yourself because they will ask you the hard questions. And if you don't want, if you feel like walking away, No journalist calls you to even hear where we are. People have walked away. It's the same thing now. People have gotten out and say, look, I'm leaving the platform. And they left. Nobody holds you. It doesn't stop us from asking you the hard questions. That is simple. It's a part of it. You know. And look, let me tell you something, you guys. You see, the Nigerian terrain is totally different from wherever some of us are talking from. It's so difficult to operate under that, and it's so difficult. But we look at it and say, you are being constrained by a lot of things which you are not even seeing. Okay, until you talk to those individuals, then they tell you, oh boy, now wow. So let's be more understanding with what's going on in the media space in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody. And let's move on to the new people. Just give you 2 minutes, 3 maximum to air your view. We're talking about you can, I don't know what brought you here. Maybe it's the former subject of the conversation about this expenditure of the government or the media space in Nigeria. They are connected in a way. Concerns, you have 2 to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Or
Yeah.
good morning and good day everywhere. Well, depending on where you are speaking from. I watched that interview of Rufai with that stupid man. That man is a very stupid man. You know, one thing with these APC people is that APC is evil people. I never see somebody in that APC that is somebody a gentleman or a good man. All of them are evil. And that is where they're dragging Nigeria because they are evil people. Look at what is happening in Imo State now. If anybody sees somebody who is an APC member that is a good person, a gentleman, let him say it here. That people are evil. You see, Rufai, I know that Rufai has been threatened. Many people are they continue to threaten Rufai every day because of the work he's doing. And that guy is an exceptional guy. Honestly speaking, God will continue to bless him. If you have conscience, if you are somebody who has conscience and sees what is happening in Nigeria today, my brother, you will even when you have something, you will send to that guy Rufai. For Abati is an intelligent person. He's more intelligent more than all of them there. But the problem is that I think he has been to Asorok and he wants to go back to Asorok again. That's the problem. But if the man want to speak very well, he's more intelligent than all of them there. I watch their program every morning. I don't miss their program. And another person there is that lady. That young lady is also a very good lady. That lady is very truthful. She's not tribalistic. She's not like the former Abiola, this thing, daughter. She's not like her. That one is not, it's not tribalistic. It just goes to the truth of the matter. I like that girl so much. She's honest. And she also asks good questions. You see? Now, coming to me, mostly why I came here this now is because honestly speaking, I want Dr. Damages and all the rest. People should talk about what is happening in Imo State and in Nigeria in general. Imo State has become another hell. That man, that evil man from APC, anywhere this APC goes, anywhere they goes and take over the state, that place become a hell. That man is killing Imo people. That man has sold Imo people to ransom. When you talk to anybody in Imo State, people are crying there. And I'm honestly speaking, I don't know where this politics is taking us. This Nigerian politics is taking us to hell. Or they're taking all of them to hell. They are mostly themselves. Because during the military era, we are not like this. Nigeria was not like this. Even the military, whatever, even Abacha, my brother, that time, we can talk, we can do everything. But these days, you can't go to Imo State now and stay 7, 8 in the night. When we are there, during the time we are growing up, my brother, we can walk everywhere in the morning time. But now it's a hell. Every village, everywhere is a hell in Imo State. You see, and that man is trying to do everything to see that he comes back again. How can a useless man be the national NLC president? Where has he done before? Be the man to stoop and want to kill with his security people. So I don't know how I don't know because sometimes I cry. I cry so much because it's very, very bad. All the whole countries I've lived. I've never seen such a happening like what is happening in Nigeria today. You see every day, either in Aba, they are collecting 80 corpses. You see in this side that even Ogun State is something everywhere.
if God will help us and the military can come back, or anybody that is good can rule, this will better. Because where Nigeria is heading, my brother, I don't know. My brothers and sisters, I like what people are
Mr.
doing.
Rudolph, we have to talk
I don't
about
have,
Imo
I don't,
State too. It's true,
throughout the
because
day,
things are not going well there.
I could
We have to
have
talk on
joined
this
you people
topic,
today, but
please.
today I've been very busy. But let us not, when, for example, let people not be taking everything as politics as politics. When the time before this election, some people came here, they say, oh, na politics. They say, oh, na politics. They say every politician is small. It's the same thing. How can you say all politicians are the same thing? Is every woman the same thing? Is every man the same thing? You see somebody who said he did not steal money from the state, somebody who is not collecting money from the state, somebody who didn't do anything for the state, and you see somebody who is holding the state to ransom in Lagos State, in other places, that even paid the gratuity which they didn't work for. But see somebody who didn't get anything, and you say all politicians are the same thing. Sometimes we sometimes we have no conscience. We come here, we instead of forced to be honest and truthful and tell the world and tell the people the truth, we cannot to do stupid things. Every chance is the same thing. Every journalist says it's not. I don't believe that everybody is something. And that is why some people want to go the right way. Some people come and they deceive them. They
All right.
start having two mind.
Concerns.
So
Thank
my brother Rudolph, God bless you so much. But please, I used to watch your program. Please talk about this one of Imo State.
All
If
right.
the IPB want to say let no election, it will be better. Let them see how they can. Even by now, I was supposed to be. Nigeria is supposed to be other protesters or anyone is supposed to go on strike by now because what's happening in Imo State. How can you get an ANC president like that? That's wickedness.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Concerns.
Thank you.
You spoke for about 6 minutes, and I'm worried that if we give everybody 6 minutes, we'll be here for a long time. But thank you. Let's go to Bumi. Bumi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, everybody, and thanks for having me. I don't know, should I only speak on Rufai or should I just talk about the media itself?
Anything. Open forum. Speak on anything you feel like.
Okay. So I'm probably not the best person to comment on, journalism because I don't really watch the news like that. So I can't really give an honest opinion on, let's say, Rufai because I really don't know him from A to Z. I don't know. I can't tell you if he's professional or not. But I would say I started watching that interview, and I think that's what most people are referring to. And when they started losing it, it was funny to me because I was just like, this is interesting. Because it seemed like they were trying to, like, each of them were trying to play like, oh, who has the power here? The guest was like, I'm the person here. I'm the one that has the power. And I guess Rufai was like, I'm the guy asking you the question here. You should listen to me. So it was funny to watch, but I don't know if I'm going to criticize Rufai. Like I said, I don't know how he acts and how he does his thing. But from the guest perspective, I did not like the guest. Like, he was just dodging all the question, and it was just like he's just wasting time. And I think maybe that's a reason that he upset Rufai, and maybe that's why Rufai was like, I'm not gonna sit here and watch this guy just play with our intelligence. So that's my perspective of that whole thing. It was funny to me, but I'm very sure it wasn't funny to most people. But yeah.
All right. Thank you, Bumi. For those who do not know, Bumi is the star of our new program that most of you will be seeing in weeks to come. It's called Waiting.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Eurocopo Studios in New York City, welcome to Waiting Concern Me, your favorite news and current affairs quiz show. I am your host, Dr. Jackery Damages.
All right, so we will see more.
For a moment, I thought somebody had hijacked your control.
Doctor, I saw Lai Mohammed here. Where is he now?
That's a good question. All right, Bumi, thank you so much. Apansat, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good show. I guess I can start off with Chim. I'm not in a confrontational mood today, even though we have a lot on our minds. We'll talk about Rufai having emotions, right? Emotions. That is our problem. First of all, by even criticizing Rufai, it means that you have this soft bigotry of low expectations. The minimum every journalist in Nigeria should be Rufai. The minimum. Doing a good job. Could do more. You know, the state of our nation today. If you don't have emotions, then what are you, a piece of wood? Emotions are mental state that's brought about by physiological changes, in the environment that you're in. Even though there's no scientific consensus on what that definition is, but it's intertwined with your mood, temperament, and personality of the person. How could you be in Nigeria and you're not emotional? I don't care what you are, truck driver, journalist. We all have one thing in common. We're human beings. And you come from the state of Abia State. That's God's own state. And you're a very smart guy. And well, what you're wasting it here, criticizing Giuseppe to be supported you. And, he should come out and speak. We don't know what he's planning. You don't always have to emphasize negatives because everything has two sides to it, obviously. But we're in trouble here. And you're my brother, your friend of mine. I like you. You're smart, but I'm just saying, when you come to make your contribution, it's probably better to attack the problems first. Now, Rudolph, the country, I told you the first time I came here, I said, they don't have any respect for us. Zero. I don't care what kind of relationship you're in. Even if it's your wife, husband and wife, you have to have some respect. You don't have respect, there's no way it's gonna work. So this is not TED Talk. I'm not gonna talk all day. I'm happy that forefathers just emerged here because he was also making an earlier that was wrong, as always. I don't know how we're gonna convert this show into something that's gonna galvanize, for example, people in diaspora, because I believe that's not where it comes down to. We have to galvanize, do what other countries have done to save their country, and that includes diplomacy, connection with political office holders in the United States. Because when you're watching Gaza and Israel, right, as much as those people are trying, now they are the troublemakers there, that's for sure. Gazans, many people with their point of view, violence and all that stuff, going out there and slaughtering innocent people, which then makes Israel act in even a worse way. Those are the people who are even trying. They're trying by fighting the forces that's holding them down. So imagine when Nigerians are watching that, for example, in this conversation, it doesn't even come in problem they have there in Israel, which is Islamic fundamentalism, not the tenets of Islam, don't get me wrong. But when you have somebody like Dangote, because now it's going to be more obvious because he's actually got his man in office as president. Disrespecting other business people, trying to create a monopoly like the BUA cement factory, even in front of us, even within the first few months of this of this nascent administration, he's going after his people like a terrorist, having arrested and closing down their businesses. Nigerian government invested. Let me take a couple of minutes, please, and I'll leave
2
after
months.
that. So somebody.
Yeah, no, you can't leave because I want to talk to you also. I heard that you went to a different platform. I wanted to know what happened.
All right.
They make
Thank
trouble
you.
in
I know it's
Nigeria watch. You make trouble there. See troublemaker, Pansa.
Mr. Triumph on the comment section. But anyway, so what I'm saying is that we Nigerians, they watch all these things happen to all the people who are supposed to fight for them, like Nnamdi, Showere, and so many others. They stick in their head, and then when the government apprehend them, it happens. So a lot of others who are brave, such as FF, is a brave guy. He has to go the other side because he's corruptible. It's only our people who are not corruptible that have on the other side. But people like Abati, he's a good journalist, he's a good guy, but he's got a case. What they do is they charge these people with a criminal case, and then they have to, reconcile it by selling out. So why shouldn't they sell out? If you're in Nigeria, you'll be a crook too. Why not? Because the Nigerians themselves are not worth fighting for. The country is not worth fighting for because when they come to you, Nigerians do nothing. So anyway, since you have a question for me, I'll go ahead and I'll take that question from you, Rudolph. Go ahead.
No. I just I was going across, moving around the internet streets, and I saw where you went on Niger Watch. I wanted to know, based on your experience there, what do you think about how we're doing?
Oh, well, let's say, unfortunately, everything is not hunky-dory with any particular platform. Mr. Niger Watch, Elvis, is a great guy. He's in pursuit of the truth on his platform. You could take that to the bank. Not many people do that. For a couple of years now that I've been there, he pursues the truth. But he has one problem. And incidentally, the first time I went there, I told him, here's your problem. And what is that problem? That problem is disrespect for Igbos and Biafrans. He has absolutely no respect because he's ignorant of the travails of the Igbos. So
That
when
is
I
a
come
lie.
there,
That's not true. Pansa.
okay.
Don't say that.
All
Don't
right,
even
let
go
me
there.
land. Okay, let me land. I'm saying that aside from that, he's perfect. Nobody's perfect, but he's a hard worker. He's a patriot, and he does a lot of research, and he does them. But like a lot of minorities, such as this Henry Omorege right now, they like
No.
Peter
I just
Obi.
say I'm a Bini. I'm not minority. Don't even go there. Don't even try it.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
Pastor.
from Bini.
Okay,
Don't even call me minority. Don't even
Rudolph,
try it.
Pansat,
Go
I
and
don't
read your
want
history.
I don't want it
Your
to be
history.
Pansat. We will still make you a guest, but one last question before you go. You said nobody's perfect. Are you perfect, Pansat?
no, but I'm a critic. It's not my job to be perfect. My job as a critic is to criticize. You follow me?
Yeah.
My job as a critic is to criticize. It's not up to me to be good or perfect. That's it. I'm
All
just a
right.
plain old critic.
Okay. Thank you, Pansat. We appreciate you all the time. Moby, welcome.
Rudolph,
Okay,
1
and
minute. Tell him
Henry,
not
I
to call
don't
me
know why you have a
minority
problem
because
with
I'm
me.
from Edo State, Bini. We
Okay,
control a lot of land in that country. Respect the
okay.
Benis. Respect us. Go and read your history properly. Go and
I
read your
do.
history.
I do.
Respect the
I do.
Benis.
Please,
So don't
let
even
me
try
say to
go there.
you, Henry, let me say one thing to you. Listen to me, right? Because I think you misunderstand me a lot. There's really no difference between you and I, politically speaking, right? And when I use words such as minority, which is the genesis of the problem in that platform, right? Everybody here in the United States will understand that a minority is just something that has to do with numbers, facts, and figures, right? If you don't have 50%, you pretty much, if the other side has 50%, you're a minority. If the courts rule, you have a minority opinion. In the United States, I'm a minority because I'm a black. That includes all Nigerians and all Indians
We
and all
have
Black
different tribe in
Americans
Edo
who are
State.
minorities.
get to know this. We have different
So,
tribes in those states. You have to know this. Don't you have in the
okay,
Igbo, they have only one language there. So don't even go there say minority. Don't
All
use
right.
that
okay,
word no more.
hold on.
That's an
All right.
insult to their those.
Let's
Let
not
me
go.
let
Don't
me
use that word.
conclude.
Let's not go there. Thank you,
Let me
guys. Thank
conclude.
you.
Let me conclude, though. Let me conclude. Even though he interrupted me rudely, let me conclude still. I'll take just 30 seconds, a minute to conclude. This this problem that we have with the people in Edo State and those areas, it needs to be resolved. To have some respect. The Igbos are the largest tribe in
No,
Nigeria,
it's not.
and they're being disrespected. But in order for us to work together, the people from Edo State, people from
We are proud people.
South,
Don't even go there. Don't even go there. We are proud
All right.
people.
Pansat, thank you.
I
Thank you.
thought
We
you
are
were talking about
kings.
they have to
Sunni
have
Islam.
respect.
Let's go
It's
to
ridiculous.
Kings.
Mobi, you're next.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Actually, this is my first time here.
That was fun.
Thank you very much. I'm an avid follower of Dr. Damage's show.
Thank you.
I watch you all the time when I'm driving to work or whatever. So, anyways, I was actually encouraged to come on this stage because I was listening to um, my name is Chibobi, by the way. So I didn't want to come on stage with some Chima so that you and I don't clash. So, but anyway, my friends call me Mobi. So I wanted to say something about the emotions thing. I've been here for a while. I live in Toronto, Canada, by the way. I've been here for quite a while. When I came to Canada, I used to send my mother money, and my dad is late, so I have a little bit elderly mother, so I send her money all the time. And when I came here, a Canadian dollar to naira then used to be somewhere within maybe 200, 250, right? But now, and then I was able to maintain my mother's car. I used to pay her driver, do all that, So, but now I find that if I just send her $1,000, and it's such a big money, right? And then she comes around, I used to think that okay, send $1,000, she'll be able to take care of this woman for a long time and allow me to take care of my mortgage, take care of my own family because I have a relatively big family here.
How
So
many kids?
I have 4 kids.
Okay. Now
So yeah, so I'm a little bit old school. So anyway,
You're working overtime. You're working overtime, maybe.
so but then I realized that she comes back faster to ask for more money, and she wasn't that kind of guy, the lady that used to ask for money. So what that tells me is that the value of naira is completely almost eroded, right? So the emotional thing now gets in because it's so difficult. Like the other guy was saying, I listened to the musician with dreads, and then I listened to this bastard guy. I can almost agree with anyone who wants to go emotional about Nigeria. Nigeria's case is very there. So if anyone expresses emotions about Nigeria, whether you're on TV or you're even a passenger or you're even sharing a beer with someone, if you go emotional, I will not take offense on that. So I love Oseni because not necessarily because I'm anti-establishment, which I am anyways. But the issue here is Nigeria needs someone who actually feels the pain of the common man on the streets to actually speak for them, which is what I think that everyone actually has been able to express that the classical Nigerian journalist does not do that. They don't add the emotion. They don't really, they say, oh, they just say it, they just gloss over the whole thing. But for the very first time, we have a journalist who takes these people head on. He takes the bull by the horn and he's asking them daring questions that, honestly speaking, if they were not on set, those guys would give him a punch, right? So that we love. He's actually playing, what he reminds me of is Nadeko in the past. When Nadeko fought the military and we are reaping obviously the results of that. This is what I think Rufai is doing. And I think we are all going to remember this time in the history of Nigeria. And we're going to say, yeah, someone was punching these guys in their faces and they couldn't do much. All they could do is go on a tirade, rant, and get out of the stage of the podium. So yes, I think we should all lend him our support. You know, I lend him my support. I haven't met him. I said to myself, the next time I visit Nigeria, I'm going to look for him. I'm going to shake his hand, and probably buy him a drink, because I think he's actually a cool. And then the other part of it is one of the reasons why I think Nigerians don't really appreciate how bad things are is because they don't see what's going on in places like Sri Lanka, places like Lebanon, where the governments have gone completely bankrupt, and the businesses are now richer. The businesses are more powerful. Actually, I read the news where someone had to go to a bank in Lebanon and rob for her own money, right? What that means is this, and I was reading a little bit about it, and they were borrowing a lot of money, got into trouble with the US and a couple of other governments. They were sanctioned. Now they are insolvent, right? So they can't pay anyone. They are not making money. Nigeria is if you look at Nigeria, when you start hearing things like Nigeria is servicing their debt with 90-something%, that is a red flag. In some societies, that is a red flag. That should make everyone sit on their toes. You know, this thing about buying a jet or buying a yacht or spending money on those kind of things shouldn't even arise. But Nigeria is so unique in their ways that sometimes you imagine what kind of people live there, right? Really. So my issue is we should give people like Useni support, actually encourage more of them to actually come online. When I read and hear people criticize people like Useni, it breaks my heart, because I'm like, we are forgetting the big issue here, and then we are kind of like talking about ethics and professionalism when, you know, it's. I've watched the journalists actually walk off stage when things go really bad and they're trying to express how bad it could get, and they walk off the stage. So that's on that. And then I wanted to say something about what Chima was saying about CNN and Fox. Okay, so my take on that is, I think that Trump happened to Fox, or happened to the whole of US media. Right now, before I came here, Fox used to be what we saw growing up in Nigeria, and also being in university, trying to get into the situation of things then around the world. We used to watch Fox was like our standard, the standard of media, right? But then since Trump came on board, and I've seen Fox move from the facts, you know, based media group to just talking gibberish, right? I'm a very objective person. I watch CNN, I watch Fox, I watch Al Jazeera, I watch BBC, and then I'm able to make up my mind based on what I was referring to what Ovia said, right? That's how it should be. But then I listen to CNN, I see their biases, and then I tune into Fox, and they are talking complete bonkers, bullshit. So I'm like, what is the reason? And then several times, few months down the line, a few years down the line, we realized that they were actually trying to promote something just for the viewership of it, right? At least some of you live in the US, you can actually, we've seen that they were playing a script just so they can keep the audience, right? Trump has completely rubbished Fox. Everyone knows it. So now I was vindicated when I told people that Fox is actually lying about so many things in America. So what I believe is, just like the OVA said before he left, I think that everyone should probably open your mind up, read all the news you can get your hands on. I subscribe to every time I watch one that has leaning to the left and one that has leaning to the right, and then I go my international news. I prefer to get it from Al Jazeera, because I think obviously the Westerners will not report African and Middle Eastern things the way that they will obviously want to paint it with their own brush. And then I listen to BBC, and then I don't let anybody tell me anything about Nigeria. I want to get my Nigerian news from Nigerian sources, and then I follow platforms like this, because then you get the real feel of it. So that's my submission to the whole conversation. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mobi. I know this is the first time you are here. When I ring the bell, it's a sign to round up. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Victory, I will have to skip you. I know I see you, and I will go to Jagan because she came first and then he left and came back. So let me go to him. I'll come back to you, Victory. Jagan next.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Good day, all. I hope everyone had a great week. We come to the weekend and look forward to our discussions here. I too would like to just underline what Chim said, which was he mentioned emotional intelligence was the word he used, exclaimed. So I would like to speak up for him there. At the same time, I would like to speak against him in what emotional intelligence actually means. Emotional intelligence doesn't mean that you are a stoic.
Jack, you're not my friend, shots.
It's not easy, bro. But it's not about being stoic and being still. It is about timing more than anything and understanding who you're dealing with as an opposition. And I think where I take Rufai is that he was a breath of fresh air for me, listening to the comical journalism that goes in Nigeria, which is how I see it. I mean, the journalism there, I mean, when I look at the news and how three people would be interviewing one person and the way they do it is just cumbersome. And then somebody else would just be licking another person's behind. It's very, I don't know, it's a play of almost table tennis, as though everything has been scripted. But when you get those who actually want to interrogate and understand and speak up for Nigerians and say what is obvious, because sometimes what is obvious is being missed out in the news, and it's incredible. Where Rufai is concerned, I tend to feel that it is important to show your emotion as part of emotional intelligence, because this is not just your singular frustration. It's the frustration of the country. I mean, we all know and almost accept that Nigeria is bad in terms of, well, everything you can think of, that has to do with politics, infrastructure, banking, any kind of professional world that we speak of. It's all corrupt. Having said that, we know that we're fantastic people, that we have so much energy, so much guile, so much skill within us, so much talent within us. So I think where there are leaders in Nigeria, the political leaders have let us down. The judicial leaders have let us down. We do need the journalists in Nigeria really to stand up, almost before the barrel of a gun. I mean, that's how dangerous things are back home if you're going against the paradigm. But I think it's very important that they take their place as part of the leadership of the people, part of the underlining that we have a right to know, part of the direction seeking of where Nigeria should go next, because we can tittle tattle here and speak about many issues, but as they all say when they're in Nigeria, we're suffering here, man. We're suffering, and the thing, it's not easy being in Nigeria. As a Nigerian, it will be easier for me to be an Indian or a Lebanese to be in Nigeria rather than a Nigerian, which is an oxymoron in itself. So I feel, I'm not wanting to compare journalists. I feel strongly that there's one Igbo guy who does one show. He's fantastic. His voice.
Obilo. You're talking about Obilo radio.
He's got a great voice, a great presence.
It's on AriseTV, I think.
No, Ibadan. He's out of Ibadan. A radio station in Ibadan.
Edmond Obilo.
Yeah. I've forgotten his name, man.
That's him.
Okay.
You're talking about voice, yeah. That's him.
I see. It's just fantastic. I mean, we know that there are these people that have real talent and real skill in their profession. And I think if there is somebody who has skill in their profession, we have to give them respect, especially if they're quite integral, or their integrity is at a certain level whereby you form a trust with how people come across and what they're saying and the questions that they're asking. I think we, again, as the Nigerian community, we again seek low standards. Or not that we seek low standards. We accept low standards, and we accept that, oh, it's this problem or it's that problem. I don't think that's sufficient for where it is that we want to get to. I read an article this week, and it was I can't remember which newspaper, but it was basically saying that Nigeria should be the richest country in the world. So I thought, let me have a look at this, because I don't have Nigeria as the richest country in the world. I have it more as the top 5. That's where it should be. But when I read the article and what he was breaking down, he convinced me, he really did convince me that Nigeria should be the #1 country as far as economics in the world. Unfortunately, we know that it's not. I'll have to look for that article and send it to Dr. Jamages to have a look at. It was quite a serious read. So, in ending, I just want to let us know that there is still urgency, that I believe we still need to stay focused on, within these next 4 years of the Tinubu government, in a way to pressure him and his party away from the presidential seat, owing to the fact that in these short, is it 6 months that he's been there now? We have seen calamity after calamity, worse calamity than we suffered for 8 years under Buhari. And I think this is an alarming state to be in. And we as the diaspora have to kind of pick up speed in informing ourselves that we don't want this. We don't want it. It's only us that can make that as an achievement. I leave it there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me point out something that Henry Johnson comments he made on the comment section, that journalism is a dangerous business. We didn't touch on that part. And that's something that unless you are in that field, you may not know how dangerous it is. In Gaza, about 40 journalists have been killed in Gaza doing their job. I don't know any other profession where people die that way. In Nigeria, under Buhari, I can't count the number of reporters that were locked up, sometimes by governors, local government chairmen, beaten up. Some are still locked up today. We are not talking about it. We are not counting. We don't even know the news. These are real people who woke up one day and say, we are going to report the news. They are not doing investigative breaking news, the one that would, but they are locked up. So these are real problems in the profession. Sometimes, can you make yourself listen? So, and these are real situations that people, sometimes we expect the journalists to do a lot for us. We don't even think about what they deal with. There was a time I saw someone go to Channels TV. Channels, a politician talking to Shegun was saying, I can pay you, you are just a reporter, you don't know. This is people talk down. Who is bringing Dubisi back? Dubisi doesn't give respect to this platform. Listening to things and didn't know
just like FFK said to one journalist one time too. Remember one journalist? FFK.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you're right. In Calabar, saying that I will talk to your boss and who are you? So people don't see these things as handicaps, hindrances. When people belittle reporters and talk to them anyhow, and then we're looking at them and expecting them to do wonders for us. It's difficult. I read on Facebook, I follow a lot of journalists, and there was one reporter in Lagos, and he said he just filled the tank of his car with 65,000 naira. And what I was thinking is, how much do they pay reporters now in Lagos? This is an editor. This is how much do they pay them? And if you have to fill, it's difficult. There's no newspaper that can afford to have a reporter in all the states in the country. No newspaper in Nigeria can afford that. So how do they cover the states? How do they tell you the real story of what's going on there? They can't. It's a tough situation. All right, let's go to Victory. Victory, welcome to the show.
Thank you, doctors, and greetings everyone in the panel and people at the comment section. Uh, Doctor, Nigeria is just a funny case. I was just looking at the budget that was released, and I was saying to myself, no serious government will ever do that. That's the issue with Nigeria. Um, you have a supplementary budget that is over bloated, and you're awarding money to buy yourself a yacht when there are people in the country that cannot eat. Again, I said to people, no serious government will do that. And no serious government will give 160 million naira to his lawmaker to buy cars for themselves. When over 130 million people of your people that look like you are living below poverty line. And when you say these things to these APC people, they come up with all sort of things that doesn't make sense. They try to defend something that is not logical. You know, oh, is it the first person that have done it before? Like that guy that went to Sheung's show that was being asked the senator about the car. Look at his body language. He was just laying back, talking in a very condescending manner, like he doesn't care. So I just think that the way that country is run, the country is not going anywhere. Those set of people that are there are the same set of people, like what Fofonda would say, slave masters that sold people like us into slavery. And the same set of people that are still ruling us today, they are so compromised, and they will never do anything meaningful for people in that country. So I don't know where we're going in that country, but I don't see nothing, nothing meaningful coming out from those people in power right now. And then the guy that went on that Rufai was interviewing, if you watch at the end of that interview, Agbati asked him a question, and his response to Agbati's question was totally different stuff. He was saying that he doesn't know what has gotten over everybody in Nigeria, whereby everybody is just talking. So these people, they are used to Nigerians not saying anything before. Like they rig election, they'll say go to court, you go to court just declare, people just move on. But this what is going on right now, people are still talking. So they are like surprised. What's going on here? I mean, what has Peter Obi done to this country that everybody is just talking? But they don't realize that people are actually suffering. People don't have money. And when things are tough, people will start looking inward and asking themselves, why are things so difficult for me? And obviously the people look for alternative, and people are like thankfully for this online media where people can log into different platform and hear people's views and opinion. And people are hearing different views, different opinion, and people are speaking up. And these people don't want people to speak up. So that's what I would say. We must continue to speak, and we must continue to look at what they are doing, and tell them when they are going wrong and say this is not the right way to go. And doctor, I don't know how like what I discussed with you privately. I don't know how you want to.
No, I will talk to you. There's some advancement or improvement or some movement along the line. I'll talk to you after the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because just to quickly, let me just round up, because we need to fund. If we need to like really change the narrative, we need to fund our own platform where it's properly funded, so that we know we'll have a standard where people can actually come and hear the real news. So that's that. If we're talking, then we should be able to put hand in our pocket to fund our own platform so that our voice can be heard more. So that's what I was saying anyway. I'll leave it at that, doctor.
All right, thank you, Victory. What will happen? Victory has a wonderful idea about what could be done, and when it's ready, he will come here and present it to people. So it's a wonderful idea. So Henry, I will skip you. Let me go to people who are yet to speak. Okija, welcome to the show.
Good day all. Actually, I came here to talk to Pansat, and Chim Brother Pansat left. Pansat was talking about people in Gaza who were giving trouble. But it seems,
I'm not the news now. Am I the news?
But I will get to you. But he seems, he doesn't understand the history of what happened. There was an election in Palestine, and the PLO, the Jews helped, tampered with the beavers, and these guys won. Hamas won, so that's why they are in trouble there.
No, did they use beavers?
I mean, Pansat's already whole joke, so I don't know. So the Jews, they tamper with beavers, and these guys won. So anyway, Chim, I don't know, I don't know. You want to eat your cake and have it? You say that Peter B, he was supposed to, make trouble, and then Rufai is making trouble. I don't know what he wants. Peter B use his brain, use his emotional intelligence, and they say, these people, they go kill me. So but you said that he was supposed to ramp up the the whole thing, and what's his name? Rufai is ramping up the whole thing. He said, no, he should calm down. So I don't know. But anyway, it's Barry Goldwater says something that I think is something extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice. It's up to you to decide what is happening in Nigeria.
Oh, hold on, Okija, you have to finish it. You can't say one and leave the other. And moderation.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I choose the one I want to.
No, you can't. It's a sentence. Extremism in the defense of
liberty is no vice. And moderation in the pursuit of I've forgotten the other part. And moderation in the pursuit of justice is no. I can't remember.
It's no virtue.
It's not virtue. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway. So, but I mean, you have to. What is happening in Nigeria? So you have to decide, and then because that's how you want to judge Rufai. Actually, to me, there is war in Nigeria. There is war in Nigeria. So anyhow, you have to fight this war. It's welcome. Our politicians, they don't. Nobody reaches them. They have escort. They have police. They have you can't reach them to ask them questions. So whenever people like Rufai, ask them questions. That's Nigerians are asking them questions. Nigerians are angry. Tinubu didn't answer any question during the campaign. No, he has answered any question. Upon all the things that happened in Nigeria, upon all the killings they had in Plateau, Benue, he never went there. You can't reach them. You can't even reach your local government chairman. But these guys, they go to Rufai, and Rufai, he represents Nigeria. So anyhow he wants, he can ask them any question they want. I mean, he has a history with this guy. They have I think before the election, and the thing is what you have to understand is that Nigerians I saw a video. Someone was saying something about the tank explosion that happened, and people were burnt. And some people, people were burnt. Some people, they were the echoes of their death. They are dying. And there's some people, people are dying that they still, use their container to go and scoop fuel. They forget about people who are dying. So they have to understand what is going on there. That some people, Rufai, maybe, when he looks at all these things, he can't understand, what is going on. He can't understand why, these people, they don't think, they come to us, they lie to us, tell us, whatever they want. Because then, have they told you the truth since inauguration? They don't tell you the truth. They gaslighting and telling us, that, this is not what they said. This is he has no respect. Just like you guys said, someone was telling Sharon that he will pay his salary. They come there, this they arrogate to the same, all this power. They can pay a salary. You're a small boy. He, just about to talk him down. They told him to shut up. Listen to me first. But that's his, you can't go to a man's house and be telling me nonsense. If you come to my house, you have to respect me. It's my house, even though you have more money than I do. You have to come to my house. You respect me. Give me respect that this is my house. So that's what the man's supposed to do. Respect Rufai. And I was happy that Rufai took it to him. Basically, told him to shut up. Now this is my house. You can't come here and respect me. If I come to your house, if I come to APC meeting, you can do say whatever you want. So basically, just like I said, you have to understand what's going on. Nigeria is at war, and the people, they don't have anybody fighting for them. So Rufai, because that's why people, like you said, they go all the way to to listen to Rufai because they hear themselves in Rufai. So if you come here, telling people, Rufai, he has to check his emotion. You are talking to the people, you are telling them to check the emotion. That's the way I see it.
All right. Thank you so much, Akeja. I'll come to Chim, but let me respond to this Namde, somebody, if I can do. He mentioned that something about journalism being dangerous, and if we still want to do it, be ready to accept the consequences. One of the things we miss in our conversation about journalism is that the people that I started with, most of them are no longer practicing. And that's part of the problem we have with journalism in Nigeria. The older ones, experienced ones, are gone, leaving the stage for younger people. Why did they leave? Because they can't sustain a family doing this. They go and become PR for companies. They moved on. Different fields moved on. But it's a loss to the profession. And you complain about what we have. It's because the people in America, for instance, somebody can retire at New York Times at 80-something. Washington Post, they were there. They've been there for the past 50 years, 30 years. It helps to groom the new ones. It helps to strengthen the profession. But if you have a structure that is not good, you get the kind of journalism that you have in Nigeria, and you shouldn't complain. Anyway, Janaba, welcome to the show. Before Janaba, he's answering the phone call. Chim, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that comment you made. I was actually going to say something in respect to that, which is that one of the reasons why in Nigeria, perhaps we are seeing the turnover of people, like you mentioned, is high in journalism, and it's general across different fields of our life, is that there is no proper tutoring. There's no handing over to them. Even in politics, the seemingly good ones we had before did not have the opportunity to groom other people. Perhaps we could say military rule came and scuttle things, but that's just by the way. Now, coming back to this overflogging of Rufai's issues. Listen, guys, the closest person who came to responding, understanding what I was going to, was Jago, when he mentioned the word emotional intelligence. We must be very careful with one thing. People must be ready to take feedback. We can't be asking these thieving politicians to take feedback, but we don't want to also take feedback in some of the things we're doing. Someone said that feedback is the food for champions. If you want to excel in anything you're doing in life, you must be willing and open to receive feedback. Sometimes the feedback is not because you're a bad person or you're doing a bad job. It could just be to call out a certain aspect, a little aspect that you may have a blind side to, that could ultimately trip you off on that job. Now, I rightly said here that I don't blame Nigerians when somebody who echoes whatever it is that they have in their mind, like Okija said, and everybody rallies around the person. It is just a function of the fact that people are tired, and I use the word, people are looking for a Voltron. It is the truth. You're looking for a champion. You're looking for a David. If it was the Israelites, and then of course, if you're a Philistine, you're looking for a Goliath. You're looking for a champion. It's the truth. It happens everywhere. The American right-wing people are looking for a champion in who? In Trump. So it's a given everywhere. People will be looking for somebody they feel is going to defend the cause they stand for. I repeat, and I stand on my ground, and people should please grow up. Everybody should take it easy. Rufai is doing a fantastic job. I have said it. If I showed you my banter with people on WhatsApp defending this same Rufai that everybody is trying to make me look like I'm thrown under the bus. No. That said, if Rufai was a close friend of mine that I had access to, I will tell him what I have said here. Check your emotion when you're dealing with these people. I said it here. I said that is what they will hang on. They can't answer your question, then they will now hang on that to paint you black and blue. So my point remains the same. I'm not shifting from it. I haven't said Rufai is not doing a good job. I said he's doing a fantastic job. You don't have to agree with me. That is the beauty of the fact that we live in a free society. That is the society we want Nigeria to be, a society where we can disagree respectfully. I'm not going to call anybody here who has disagreed with me names. People who have expressed their views. I can see where some people are coming from, but I still disagree with them. What is my point? He could have still, in dealing with that fellow, allowed that fellow to rant and go on and not say a word. When the man finishes, he comes back and says, "Sir, are you still ready to answer my question?" Without going there. You could see this that British guy we were talking about earlier on, the Stephen Soccer. Stephen Soccer doesn't get into any verbal fisticuff with anybody. He's going to ask you the hardball questions and allow you to be the one to lose your emotions. He holds his own. Maybe it's a British thing, because British people are very good at telling you to jump off a cliff without using any negative word. He still stands his ground, still comes across as sane, but still demands you to answer the question. That's what I'm saying. It's a feedback. So anybody can sit down here, try to defend Rufai or whatever. He's a human being. He could have some blind spot. Help him. So that's the point I'm making. And nobody is saying Rufai is not doing a good job. He is doing a fantastic job. Let me say it. But am I going to be suddenly, because everybody's agreeing with me, then I'll jettison the point I'm making? Sorry, you don't even know who you're dealing with. Rufai needs.
Thank you. You are being emotional now. You've said it more than 3 times. Yeah. Leave it. It's okay. I think you made a valid case, so I don't see. You don't have to repeat it. Please, who is next?
Can I make 1 minute? Can I take on a shame for just 1 minute?
Don't take me on, though. It's not about me, please.
I know.
Some people have not spoken, though. Mr. Ndubisi, some people have not spoken.
Please, Nigeria, just give me a minute. If you say I should allow the man to finish his rant, you know that the man is trying to sell a particular narrative.
Cool down,
there
man.
are some APC supporters who are not thinking, oh, maybe we wouldn't have voted this man or so and so. Those people, the man will sway them. So stopping the man right there was the right thing to do. The man was trying to sell a lie, which everybody already knows. They saw when the man was inaugurated, the man said subsidy is stopped. They said it. And other things, and we see how the economy is going. The naira has gone up.
But that's not what I'm saying. You are missing the point. You're missing the point. We're talking about
we get the point. I get the point you're making, and I think it's a valid case, because I also watched that interview, and not only the way Rufai addressed the guy to ask the guy to wait, then he was laughing when the man was upset. Sometimes you forget your purpose of being there is to get the information out of the man. So, and what Chim is simply saying is that we have to help ourselves get better. Iron sharpens iron, so we should be sharpening our this thing. People, it's how it goes. I'm one of them. I get like that too. So when people criticize me, I'm not trying to be a hypocrite here. It's just what it is. No, and I think if Rufai is hearing this, he should also understand that the purpose he is there for is to get the truth out and get more information to the people. And maybe he should use tact a little bit more, not to be laughing at the guests too when he gets on stage. That's not
when he gets refused to
he was the one making a point, and the man was interrupting him. So
let's end it here. It's not about this is not about Rufai. It's about Papa that's reminded me that all through last week I was trying to reach him. I couldn't reach him. I was worried about him. I said maybe what happened last week. But I'm happy to see him today. Janaba, so I have to leave, but I want to hear Janaba.
And I'm happy he admitted that is part of what we're talking about.
Rudo, before you leave, let me talk, because before you leave, they will not allow me to talk.
They will allow you, Henry.
No.
You have just come in, man.
Okay, let's go to Janaba first.
Thank you, Rudy, for having me on your show, and thank everybody, forefathers, and my fellow panelists. It's always a pleasure to be here. I've been watching from YouTube, but I've been very busy, so I didn't join live. Nothing new here. We are here to rant and talk about things that bother us. We see it from different perspectives, but it's okay. That is a democracy. It's not when you don't vote for a particular party and you have to be bull in a police unit or come here and side with the person. Nigerian problem is it affect all of us directly or indirectly. But I was hearing people saying that we are all blacks, we are all Nigerians, we are going after each other like this. But it's the same way. When we come to this platform, we are more tribalistic than facing the problem. Because who is there now? Somebody should mean their own now. If you are not talking now, meet your own thing now.
It's in the way all the time. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's why I decided to.
I don't look anymore. Once I hear noise, I go to the base and I meet him.
Yeah, that's why I decided to stop at 3, even though my love offering is not that great.
No.
So, me, I already accumulated so much for listening to everybody for the past 6 hours. And now Rudolph wants me to stop talking in 3 minutes. It's very, you see, bell is already ringing. Minority will never have their way. And that is the reason why even you can be intelligent as a Gala man, you are not going to be known because you are not Igbo, you are not Hausa, you are not Hausa Fulani. This election now we know between the Hausa Fulani and Hausa. Before we always say Hausa Fulani, now we know Hausa because it's a talking point. So it's okay. I'm an Idomama, I would die as an Idomama, even though I grew up in the north. So Idoma people are the very thing you want to study about Nigeria. If you want to know what go wrong with Nigeria, go to Idoma land and you know exactly what's wrong with the whole Nigeria. It's a very fertile land with people with love, but they don't set their priorities straight. That is who we are. I'm not going to go there until one day when I choose to become a guest in this on this show, but not like Passat. I think if Passat come here, this show, FBI will follow you to hell. So, but it's okay. He's listening to me. He's my brother. When I'm going to have Rudolph here, I would love him to come. I've been walking around. When Ove come here, we went to so many places looking for a convenient place where we can hold Rudolph and have a good time. Because this politics of Nigeria, you are talking. It's time for Rudolph to get a break and bring his family to come and enjoy Texas, not this New York thing. Hey, you are leaving Brooklyn to Staten Island, you stay for 3 hours. Who does that? 3 hours for a journey of 15 minutes? That's Nigerian journey, Israelite journey. Israelite journey was supposed to be meant for a few hours, but it took them 40 hours. That is what we do on this.
40 years.
You take 40 years instead of few hours. That is what we do.
No, the Israelite took 40 years. 40 years Israelite.
Yeah,
not 40
Israelite
hours.
40 years journey instead of few hours. That's what I said. So it's just like Harry, my brother in, I think he's in Germany. I hope you learn how to speak German now before they give you citizenship, because that's what they do there.
I have my citizenship more than 20-something years ago. So leave that
But
side.
you also have to speak their language, right?
Perfect. I can write perfect. I work in the office.
But the country you left, you don't have to speak outside. You don't have to speak Yoruba.
I speak Yoruba very good, friendly. I speak Yoruba very good.
Only outside you cannot speak.
No, because I'm not a military son.
Yeah, because when you left, whether you Benin and you were privileged to come to the airport.
What do you mean military son?
Yeah?
My father is not a soldier.
What does it mean by military son?
I didn't travel to North. I've not been to North once.
You see, and you are very easy to criticize North, and you call them Malam, you call them all kind of names.
No.
Problem.
You don't even. I don't criticize them. They are Mala. I criticize the politicians who brainwash these people to become Amajuris.
You are not different. You are not different, even though your case is worse, because to whom much is given, much is expected. So your case is even worse. If you claim to be
All right.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, I'm on the show. We're going to rock it tonight. I'm here all night long. Maybe you're going to leave and forefather is going to be here, but I'm here with Chin. And Bumi used to stay so long. It's a young lady that you guys are grooming, and Victory. And who else again? You guys are, well, I'm here for you guys. Today I'm taking cold water. And I'm going to take my medication. I will stay here tonight. We're going to rock it
I
out.
see you guys when I wake up, and I see you guys that stay on. Thank you so much. Free Nigeria, welcome.
Okay, hi. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, good evening, London. It's a few minutes to 10 p.m. in London. Right.
I hope you have
just
recovered from Arsenal's loss.
No, it wasn't. I had to attend to some family matters. Yeah, we got bullied. I wasn't surprised. I was expecting it, that if we did not, it's a stupid VAR thing. I think
Stay to the topic,
INEC
please. Stay to the topic. Stay to the topic. We are waiting.
Henry, let's have one moderator.
Mr. Henry, can I talk, please? It's my time. Okay, be nice. Thank you, sir. Right. I'm surprised that we're talking about that engagement with Rufai. I don't see anything wrong with that. You see, it seems that what we're expecting in Nigeria is what I would call subservient journalism. When you fear somebody that he's a member, I mean, you want to be addressed like a doctor, a chief, or an MP or engineer and all that, then you're doing well. Rufai is the only antidote to all these arrogant thieves, I'll call them. And like somebody did say, I know that if you go back, he's got a history with that same guy. That same guy came with a mindset, I know that he wasn't civil at all. And that was why Rufai was actually waiting for him. So in my opinion, if you're going to be a public officer, for crying out loud, be ready to take the flag sometimes. In the UK here, an ordinary man might wake up from his house, buy some few eggs, and wait for the prime minister. When the prime minister comes, pelts him with the egg, and he'll get arrested. Nobody will shoot him. When he gets to the police station, they will ask him why he did that. He will say, "Well, I disagree with something he said last night or some few nights ago." That is democracy. That is what we call democracy. Nobody will go and put you in some dungeon and even your family will not even know where you are. So what are we talking about here? And being emotional is relative. As I talk now, I'm being emotional. Everybody gets emotional in one way or the other. It's a relative thing. So all this emotional thing is another word that the APC people have coined up. Whenever you want to hit the nail on the head, they will say, "Stop being emotional." Man, let's just get real. That guy deserved everything he got from Rufai. Rufai has not done anything wrong. He's fantastic. He's doing a good job. He's fearless. That is one thing. His unique selling point for me. He's fearless. He can take on anybody. Even if Mr. Tinubu should come there and on channels, yet Rufai will do the same thing. He will not. He does not care. So I don't think there's anything out of place that he has done for us to start criticizing him or bring him under scrutiny, because we need more fearless journalists. We need people and people are unique in their style. Just like when Dr. Rudolph is moderating, is different from forefathers. Forefathers is different from electricity. Electricity is different from show. Everybody is unique in their way. When I talk, it's different from how Chim will present his own matter. It's different from the way Henry will give it to you just the way he feels from his heart. It does not mean that he hates you, but we're all unique. So I don't think Rufai is doing a good job, and I want to see more of that fearlessness in each and every journalist in Nigeria, because we need to put them under pressure. A public office is not a place. Okay, talking about being emotional. Do you guys remember when Dr. Abati started having a go as one of his younger colleagues for just calling him Ruben? What's that about? Is your name not Ruben? Just because we've got this culture being subservient. The guy, in fact, the guy cuts across like one of those uncles in Nigeria, old school uncles in Nigeria that would demand respect, but doesn't have any respect at all for himself. So that's my take on this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me listen to T, and then I don't think I can. I have just 2 minutes left. T, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph. I hope you listened to Bumi wrote something to you. You see, after that, she's going to speak.
Who wrote?
Check it.
Who wrote?
Bumi.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
where?
Check it, yeah.
Okay.
Compliments to the house. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, compliments to the house. I greet everybody in the house. I've been listening from the background, and I appreciate everything everybody's been talking about. We have different views, and we have different perspectives. If I would want to weigh in on the Rufai issue, Rufai is a man of dignity, has his own personality, is well read, is well schooled. You understand? And I would not want any of us, because I think deliberately I've not been in this show for quite a very long time, but I've been watching it every show that's been on here. We should not, we are humans, and we should not remove that factor that whatever has been running this show for the past months has been emotions. And the emotions that have been working in this very channel we are in here has not been stable. And without stable emotion, morality and ethics will be missed. And if nobody is perfect, which means Rufai can make mistakes. Some folks will always support him because, yeah, we are all anti-government right now because Nigeria is not working. Rufai himself is not even happy. Nobody's happy. So we should not dilute the fact that emotion was on both parties forth in that interview. The guest was emotional, the journalist was emotional, and it left no morality to journalism. Forefather said a word earlier on that yes, it does happen. He cited an instance of himself, and I watched the other show when this other lady came on, was speaking something off key, and forefather wasn't there when he came. He said nobody was able to say one or two things on his behalf, not like defend him. Now, everything that happened on that show was emotional. The only person who stood his ground was Dr. Rudolph. That's management, emotional management. That is why people go to therapists. We all lose it at times. Okay? So for that particular show, it was lost by the journalist who was hosting the show. So whatever Chim had to say, Chim has a ground. And whatever every other panelist had to say, we all have a ground. No justification. No, let me go to Aburi Accord. No Victor, no vanquish. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me go to Bumi. Bumi has something to say. Bumi, go ahead.
I wanted to add, it's because a lot of people keep on making the comment that Rufai has he's too emotional and he should work on it. I don't know if it's something that is true, but if it's something that people keep on commenting, it's probably something that I think he needs to probably look at. But at the same time, people also say he's not a trained journalist, so it makes sense where you can see him maybe not know how to react in certain situation. But at the same time, I do think that they have four main journalists on Arise. At least on that interview, there were four main journalists, and I feel like they both have different ways of approaching things. You can tell when Rufai is talking, the way what he's gonna ask even before he even starts. From I think Dr. I don't know his name, Rubet something Abati,
Right, yeah.
you can already tell how he would ask the question, his choice of words and everything. So in a way, I feel like it's a good mixture of having maybe someone who can be a bit of an extremist and someone who isn't, so that there might be some certain question or certain choice of words that might be able to unlock or give us the answer that we might need as a people, that not all journalists might be able to do if they're all the same. So I think for me, I think it's a good mixture of all four of them, whereby let's say if Rufai is the very emotional one and then the rest of them are relatively calm. I think it's a good mixture of everything from my perspective.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Bumi. And thank you, everyone, for joining. And I will have to take my leave. I really appreciate all of you. And I'll hand it over to forefathers. Just a reminder, tomorrow we have Dr. Malcolm Fabi. I think if you have time, it will be interesting to listen to him. Tomorrow he does opinion polling, and he has some things that will surprise most of you about Nigeria. I appreciate all of you, and I wish you all the best. And
Mr. Rudolph, when are you going to bring Abati here?
Oh, there's a standing invitation. I'm
because I'm going to drill him when he come here. I will drill him for real.
All right. As long as we'll get people like that to come, and there'll be more coming next in weeks to come. Thank you, guys. I'll see you.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Now, all old rules.
You saw the way Rudolph was taking care of the program. Don't take the whole time to talk.
All old rules are now abrogated. All the women on the panel are allowed to interject as they see fit because they are underrepresented. That is the new rule. And this panel is run by emotions. Just in case you post.
Did you say women are a minority?
The program.
No, they are underrepresented here. They are underrepresented here. So I think emotions, to an extent, people are criticizing emotion. I don't see. You need logic and you need emotions. Emotions is the fuel that drives logic. Our leaders lack emotion, and the people that are suffering it have a lot of emotions. So, and sometimes you see the,
if you love that country, you have the emotion. That's for sure.
And I think that we should respect both sides to an extent. You know, like everybody said about it, Rufai does very well, and nobody is criticizing him that he's not asking, he's not trying compared to the others. He's trying. And so emotion has its place, but it should be there to fuel logic. You can't, any of them, if logic turns toxic, it's a problem. And if emotion turns toxic, it's a problem. You have to try to understand both sides. They all have their place in our lives. Sorry, TA has spoken. NBC is next, isn't it? NBC, you know what? We can just freestyle it. Let's not gossip about.
Okay, let me speak before you freestyle it.
Let me speak now.
Let me speak before you
freestyle it.
No. I will speak. Please, don't even try it, please.
Forefathers.
Okay, please go ahead.
Forefathers, can we talk about the recent list of new INEC commissioners that was sent to National Assembly by the president? Because some stories have it that some of them, if not all the 10, are either former APC members or present card carrying members of APC.
Yeah, I have one name. You are free to talk about it.
Yes, I have one name here. Bumi Omosen Demi. They said, from what I have here from the Twitter, and you might know the lady, Miss Pierce. She said, not only did Tinubu not see anything wrong with nominating a Lagos indigene from Ekpe to be REC, this doctor is an APC member through and through, the former chairman of the Traditional Medicine Board in Lagos State, and a former aspirant to the platform of the ACN, then ACN, and APC for the House of Representatives. So that's one. We have Umorin Etakamba. Umorin has served as Senate aide to Godswill Akpabio. and is a member of the APC in Akwa Ibom State. We have who other person there? Issa Shaka. They say prior to his appointment as a resident electoral commissioner, his Facebook page in his name reads Issa Shaka embarked on campaigns for the APC and his candidates. But within 24 hours of the announcement of his appointment, he quickly deleted his Facebook account, where he had displayed open partisanship in his support for the APC. This is just a few of them all. So you can see that we can't expect anything good from this present government. Like we always say, it's a state capture. They are doing everything to set the stage for the next election, if that one will happen. But for me, I'm urging Nigerians to boycott any further elections. There's no need for elections until we come together and discuss the country. We can't continue in this trajectory. It will get worse in 2027.
I think what you said just now is a very, very serious matter. When you consider what you said just now compared to what we have been discussing, this one is by far more serious because it's about the election process. If it is tarnished from the very get-go, we're in trouble. There's no hope at the other end of the tunnel. And this kind of stuff can destabilize a nation. If other parts of the society feels like, you can't trust the system, people are going to take to the streets, or the military can take to power. This is kind of stuff that can destroy. I don't know what is wrong with these politicians. Are they trying to get military people back? What is wrong with these people?
It's left for
you can't even get neutral people.
That is what we said. We need serious reform in the electoral system.
I don't know now because they are trying to bring military back or what?
Sorry, Ngozi, please let me just say this: one party or the party in power can't keep appointing people who are supposed to be neutral in the elections. And I don't even know what the other parties are doing. Have they not seen this thing? And they'll bring it to the assembly ground, and the other parties have their members at the ground, and they will not protest, even if their voice will not have a say at the end of the day. But these are not good. That is why we say the electoral system needs reform. The country itself needs a thorough reform. The president can't keep appointing everybody, and they'll be doing his bidding. When they appoint people now, next election now, they will tell them what to do, and they will do it for them, just like this president INEC.
Very serious matter. Who is next? Ngozika, please go ahead.
Good evening, forefathers. Good evening, everybody. I'm back. I dropped in earlier.
There are 2 people in the comment section that have paid your dowry to me, so we'll talk later in the background.
My dad is Kukule, so my dad is Kukule, so anybody can collect it. That's just by the way. So I wanted to, I'm so glad, Mr. Ndubisi, thank you so much for that topic you brought up. I was going to say something about Rufai, but that can wait. I really am interested in this thing you just said now, because I do recall, and most of you that have been with this show since the beginning of this year and last year will recall right after the election and during the election where I worked as an INEC ad hoc staff and went live. And after the elections, I kept saying that although there were inconsistencies from what I was hearing and what we were seeing online in other polling units, this is what happened in my polling unit. There was no inconsistencies. And for the first 2 days or so, the result from my polling unit was not uploaded. And I said it on the issue. And people came for me. Nothing they did not call me. That I was obedient and I was partial. Nothing they did not say to me. I was an ad hoc staff, a contract staff of INEC that discharged my duties. I even mentioned my polling unit on air, and somebody was worried and was like, no, don't do that. People are crazy out here. They can track you down. They can do this. They can do that. I was like, what are you people saying? Immediately, I accepted to be an ad hoc staff. I dropped everything. I didn't vote. So what? How could I have influenced it? I was not the polling officer. I said it on air. I was the assistant polling officer. I was APO 2. I wasn't even APO 1. I was APO 2. So what were they on about then? You are supporting Obi. That is how you influenced elect me, ordinary APO 2, influence election in my polling unit. But here you have your president openly, brazenly appointing chieftains, not as ad hoc staffs, but INEC staffs. And you people are silent. You suddenly lost your voice. see, when people say things about emotion, I just shake my head. Like forefather rightly said, it is what drives logic. If you think everything is logic, 1 + 1 is 2. If it is not 2, nothing anybody can tell me. But you forget that children, when they write 1 and they don't write and when they see 1 and they see another one, what they're seeing is 11. When if you remove the plus in the middle of 1 + 1, what you're seeing is 11. What you're seeing is 11. How are you going to reconcile that? When you people say this whole thing about emotions and people should be logical, but you don't reach logic now. Now logic don't run come out. This one did not even make it to the front pages. Why? Because it is not obedience that are doing it. If it was P2B that was president, and appointed a card-carrying Labour Party member as an ordinary janitor at INEC headquarters, we won't hear the last of it. We will not hear the last of it, but the people that came for ordinary me that was APO2 are suddenly quiet. And this boils down to what I said initially. I don't know how you people sleep at night. The people that do these things, I do not know. Honestly, I struggle to wrap my head around it. Like, how? How do you see things degenerate so horribly, and you still keep defending the people that are behind it? And like I said earlier, for your own sakes, I hope you're getting paid for it. I hope, because this will be a waste of wickedness. It will be a waste of selfishness. It will be a waste of greed if you're not getting paid for it. At least just get something out of it. At least let that one. I feel endure that one. Say, Anna, because of money selling so, you know, to pay me. You will pay me, but I'll be like, this one selling so for me. You know, try to no loss. No, to pay me like that. But for all this one, wickedness. All this blatant wickedness you people display every day, defending the indefensible. You're not collecting shame by. It's a big shame. Shame on you people that defend this. Back to Rufai. Me, I've said it from now to tomorrow. 2 people that I don't know, that don't know me, that I always pray for. You see David Hundeyin. You see P2B. Few people that they don't know me, they don't know I exist. You see David Hundeyin. You see P2B. You see Rufai Oseni. These are just some of the people that don't even know I exist, but I know they exist. And every day when I pray, I say, God, please protect them, guide them, don't let them falter. They're just the few things. These are just the few people that when I look at, I don't lose hope entirely. Because in this, I don't want to use very derogatory words on air. In this place we call a country, it is very easy to lose hope. But with people like that, I will keep praying. And I will keep, as I'm praying for them, for God to guide them and protect them. And I don't care what anybody thinks about this. I'm going to wake up every day. I go to the market and things are getting tougher. And the belt they say we should tighten is getting really tighter. I'm going to curse every single person that had a hand in bringing this upon us. And I don't care if you're related to me. What am I even saying? I ended a very strong relationship.
Let me cut you short. Somebody said should not curse people. One of your sisters said
I'm not cursing anybody. I said I will curse, or I curse. Do you see me curse on air, Mr. Henry? Did you see me say I curse you right now on air?
Pray for them. Don't curse them. Pray for them.
No, you won't tell me what to do. No, you go tell me what I go do, sir. No, you go tell me what I go do. For where I come from, we get coconut. No, they hear word. So I won't be going through all this. I pray for who? Pray for people that hate me. People that hate me so much and reinforce their hatred every single day. Those are people I should pray for. Oh, please spare me that. Maybe it is because of this whole pray for themselves that they are still here, making our woes, making our problem more and more. Maybe if you started cursing them, like really, really cursing them, I don't know if curse is work. Because it's work. That's just by the way, but
don't mind Henry. Henry is like a pansat in the making, really.
I'm almost going off.
Imagine give Henry 20 years, it's gonna be like pansat. Go ahead.
I'm always going off point, but let me just say what I wanted to say about Rufai. Like Bumi rightly said, everybody will not be cool, calm, and calculated. What will happen if all of us on this panel reasoned the same way, spoke the same way? What would this panel be like? Even me, I won't tune into this show. Some of you are going to be the voice of logic. Take the crown, carry cup, no wala. Some of us are going to be the misters and mistresses of emotions. No wala. Na cop too. We carry on like that. We no keep person. Na emotion we get. No be bad thing. Na better thing say person get emotion. So they feel another person pain. So no blame us say you no get that kind of capacity. No be our fault. Don't try to use it to shame people. Oh, you are too emotional. You even that you're not emotional. Aren't you worried that something is wrong with you? Somebody is displaying emotion, you're worried. You think it's something to troll them with. Oh, you are too emotional. You're controlling yourself. Control what in? The one that you've been controlling, what has he done for you? Where has he helped you? I beg that person talk.
Thank you. Did Bumi want to say something, or am I mistaken? Okay,
Yeah.
if it okay,
Father,
good,
put
good.
me on the backstage for now,
No.
please.
All
Forefather,
right then,
it's me talking.
NBC.
It's my turn now, forefather.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead then. Henry.
Yeah. Instead, I didn't say you should curse or should not curse. I was just making joke because I will not pray for I will not pray for the politicians either. Anyway, I will not pray good for them either. I will not pray for them either because they are causing pains to all more than 120 million Nigerians. They're causing pains. So I will not wake up one day and start praying for good for them. May Nigeria happen to all of them, and those who are supporting them, may Nigeria happen to them that generation. I will say that word. It's not a cause. So if it's a good thing, it happened to them. If it's a bad thing, let it go somewhere. If you are supporting this government that is making people poor, they could not eat, things are getting worse, no security, no basic amenity, no good road, no social welfare, nothing is working, and you live in a Western country and you are enjoying good life, and you're saying we should let it be, put it on God. I'm not waiting for God to come and judge this. God cursed people too. It's in the Bible, they curse. So I put Nigeria problem on their family and their generation. So as I was saying, it's still a country called Nigeria where people are suffering. They say they don't have money. Your so-called president will order for yacht. They said they already bought it before you people know. And some of you will say we speak with emotional here. We are emotional. Are you people happy the way the country look like?
What do they need a yacht for? I would think maybe they want to buy ship. What do they need a yacht for?
Let me help you, forefather. So somebody jokingly said something. Was it on Twitter that I saw that thing? That they bought it to be transporting that thing that they used to do like this. That they bought it to transport it.
This is his job. This was his job before.
I don't know. That is what
Nigeria
they said.
Nigeria,
I cannot be held liable, and I didn't say anything. I didn't call any name. I said that somebody on Twitter.
I didn't hear anything. Yeah.
Somebody on Twitter said that it is possible. You say, what did they buy yacht for? I'm just saying what I saw. Somebody said, given their history, you can't really take a person's history away from them. You can, given their history, that probably they bought it for business. That business of, that business that way you do like this, like we see in the movies, that they bought it for that.
It doesn't say, it does, like we are not serious people. What does he need a yacht for? You should be looking, I don't know, man. If he had said a ship, maybe I would even respect it more. What is this yacht
ship
thing?
For waiting.
Maybe you can say they use it to travel West Africa. There's something you can say, but this yacht thing is like party. What does he need a yacht for?
This is a country they say they don't have money to pay to come on to 30,000 minimum wage. They cannot even pay. Kogi State cannot even pay minimum wage 30,000. Yeah, this is a country they cannot even give them 24, not even 12 hours electricity. This is a country they don't have basic amenity. They don't have good hospital. This is a country people are suffering. They are poor. More than 30 million Nigerians are poor. This is a country they are managing. They say they are managing. This is a country they steal from the West, from the poor people. And some people will come here and say you are emotional. You are because you are obigo or you'll be hip hop. That is why you are crying.
Let's correct something. Sorry for interrupting. Let's correct something. It's yacht, not yacht. So they've been laughing at us that
Anything we will
Nigerians keep
call
calling
and
it yacht.
Anyone with the family, they go tell
It's
their
yacht.
father.
anything we
know,
will call and
so
waiting.
Go
English
and tell
word.
your father
Anything
that
we
one
call and
nothing
waiting.
No,
is
it's
important.
yacht. Make we correct ourselves.
It's not
We
your
are here to
anything.
learn.
But finally, you didn't see you just said, just on a lighter note, yeah? This thing you
Yeah.
just said.
We use
The
this
other
word
day I was
yacht here.
having
We don't call it yacht.
this thing on just on a lighter note. This whole yacht or whatever thing you just said just reminded me of a day we were having a conversation. Somebody was saying, no, it's not trafficator. Why will you say trafficator? Say indicator. I said, okay, carry your motor enter road. And they say, I want to on my indicator. The way you're going to be looking, you are speaking to yourself. Nobody understands you. But you see this whole thing about when people there are things that we understand the way we understand them. So when we get to the classrooms or we are doing academic work, we can argue that one.
Let
That's
me
just
tell
in
you
a light and by the way.
where our so-called Psalms now, they don't see what is going, what Tinubu is doing with this, buying that. They don't see all this. They don't see
That's
all this.
true. With all this,
Where's your partner now, the best so-called Agbado human rights activist? What is he saying about this corruption that's going on? All this buying this allocation of money for the rich and for the rich people, where the poor are dying. Where are those people now who say they are activists, who came out during Jonathan and protest? Where are those so-called Agbado professor with white hair? Where are those people now who can come out and say stop what they are doing?
This electoral one it could be very problematic if people start feeling like the system is completely corrupt. That could be a problem.
For a blind man will see this corruption that is going on. You will see this tribalism that is going on. But somebody who is blind can see it. He can smell it. Huh? It's so alarming. I'm so angry. Anytime I talk about this so-called Nigeria, for me, I can travel the whole world. I travel to everywhere I want to go. I buy my ticket, I go where I want going. I can travel everywhere. I've been to Asia, I've been to America. I can travel everywhere. But I'm talking about generally about Nigeria. But some people who live in a one-room apartment in New York or whatever they live there will come here and start making noise. Who live in America, who cannot even go home for 5, 6, 7 years, coming here to say you are I'm intellectual and these people are so emotional. Why not?
Who are you referring to? Who are you referring to? Because
you know who I'm talking to.
It sounds quite specific.
I don't call their names. If I call names, people start crying again here. I don't call names. They know themselves. They're not here now.
Henry, with all due respect, sir.
Yeah, talk to me.
I'm trying to be very, very, very respectful.
Talk to me.
You know, sometimes, I will not kick man that is on the floor. That's cowardice. If someone has not been home for a couple of years, that is a personal thing, and it's not everybody. So I don't think it's a very nice thing to say.
No. Don't give excuse for those people. Leave that in. But we that always go home and see how people are suffering. We are talking. They should keep quiet when we are talking. I will be there in January too. We go home every time. We see how people are suffering. If we are talking, those who never been home for 5, 6, 7 years, they should keep quiet when we're talking. Because I feel their pain. I feel their pain.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, who is that? Okay. Righteous man, Dexter is before you.
Okay. Can I go on, or somebody want to talk?
Yeah, please round up so that Dexter can say something, and maybe Chim can interject a bit. If you want to interject briefly, Chim, go ahead.
Yeah,
briefly.
Go ahead, 2 things I was going to talk about maybe later on is a topic we want to consider later on as the evening winds down. Is this Dangote and Bua issue? You know, it's something also that tells you how our politics is also played. If those of us who know the story, it's something I forgot to bring it up. But back to this whole yacht or yacht thing.
It doesn't matter, Mr. Chim. It doesn't matter.
We use the word yacht. I don't know what it's
That's why I said yacht or yacht.
Yacht or yacht.
English is not my father's first language, but anyway. I'm moving on a serious note. I think our leaders are insensitive, without overflogging that issue. They're very insensitive. See, Americans used to have a presidential yacht. I hear it used to be called the floating White House when they had it. And when Jimmy Carter came to office, he sold it off. He said they don't need to have that anymore, and he sold it off. No American president since that time has ever attempted that kind of thing again. You understand? And you know, this is now when we see what this guy, although in all fairness to Tinubu, he's not the one who ordered the yacht. The yacht was ordered by Buhari's government. But you would have thought that
Send it back.
How do we know it's true?
He can plug it. He can send it back. He can take the money and do whatever he wants to do with it.
He can come back and sell it. No, the point I'm trying to make is this: if this man means well for Nigeria, if he's really wanting, first of all, he has a deficit of what's it called? People are not accepting him. Nigerians are not accepting him. But if he was even trying to win the hearts of Nigerians, there are some easy wins that he keeps throwing away. Very easy wins. Number one, I have mentioned it here.
King, not even go there. This man don't even have sympathy for Nigerians.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But sometimes it sounds as if he does. Like did you watch the speech he made? Where he was saying he was telling his officials not to be wicked. You know, sometimes he sounds as if he does. Then like instead of not to be wicked to the people.
Let's define wickedness. Let's define wickedness. What can be more wicked than
that's a weird thing?
Stopping people from going to vote to make sure you win or to snatch box.
Exactly.
So
That's
I don't know if he said he was don't be wicked. You know, look, listen. Number one, he appointed a lady who was serving NYSC as minister. I have an issue with that. It's the same Tinubu that appointed Matawala, what's that man's name? Former governor. And then Bagudu, a man who appointed those two people as minister. What are you expecting from him? I've been saying this thing. There, you know, there's a local proverb that says, you know, the morning, the decision you take in the morning will show how the day will go. The guy has proven it. He told you that statistics will go chop. He said it with his mouth. Now statistics will go chop. So that tells you there are certain things he's not interested in. Any other thing you are seeing him doing is playing to the gallery. A Milocon is my turn. That is what it's all about.
Okay. And if they are playing to the gallery, they are really good actors because some of the way he talks as if he's actually being honest.
Don't forget about what his wife said. The pastor, the angel of God, the pastor Tinubu's wife. The pastor Tinubu's wife, he said the husband is not there to steal money. They are rich family, right? They are rich. This is what he said. But they are buying president's wife cars with Nigerian money.
And the cars are expensive too. They are not cheap.
Did people not defend those statements? People defended it, and that is the problem I have with people that do these things. Wait, people should learn to be standing in one place so that we know how to direct this thunder
like me,
to them.
I will always
From
stand
one
for
side of the mouth,
position.
you are
I will always stand on one straightforward for the Nigerian people. No matter, I'm not here to make
No,
friends.
I'm not saying you, Mr. Henry. I'm not saying you.
I understand. I understand you. You see, I will not come here to make friends for those. The ones that I'm talking about, they are not here now.
Mr. Henry.
Yeah. Let me finish. I'm not going to come here to make friends or you to like my opinion, but I'm going to stand for Nigerian people because I know how they are suffering. Yeah, I'm not. I can afford anything I want to buy, but people are suffering. Cannot even eat one good square meal a day in that country, and we're here to support a government that doesn't even care about the ordinary Nigerians. They are using billions to order cars from Toyota when we have our own Nigeria cars. They cannot even go there to patronize these things. Does this government care about you people? And some people will come here and they're not here now. They will come here and start saying because Obi didn't win, you people stop crying. As Obi there start saying you are crying because Obi don't win. I'm not crying. My family are not crying, but I'm just crying about those under Nigeria that's suffering. If you if you have Nigerian blood in your vein, you will feel what I'm feeling.
Thank you.
Stop supporting criminality.
Thank you.
Tinubu is not my president. I will never be my president. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Dexter, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. What I want to say is, for everybody that has come on this panel that joins and shares their views and their opinions, irrespective of whatever view you have, I think Rufai Oseni should be your champion. because of all journalists in Nigeria right now, that's one of the only journalists that speaks the mind of the people. And he doesn't care who comes on air. He speaks the mind. Yes, I agree sometimes in some issues he kind of overdrags it, but that's not when he's interviewing politicians. So I watch the morning show literally every day. And yes, maybe when he's talking to Rotus, when they're talking about economic matters and other things, when he's talking to Dr. Rueben Abati, yes, he might drag on his opinions. But when he comes to talking to politicians, he speaks to the issues. He puts it plain. Like when he was talking to Fayoshe, he told Fayoshe there is a recording of you planning to rig the election. What do you have to say to that? That is what the ordinary Nigerian wants to say. Rufai Oseni represents the ordinary Nigerian. And I think everybody needs to back him. People shouldn't throw him under the bus because people were coming to gaslight Nigerians. Somebody comes on the show and says Tinubu did not remove subsidy. There's something about continuously telling a lie. When you continuously tell a lie, after a while, the people will believe it. The people will start taking the lie to be the truth.
But Dexter, you know that almost everybody supports Rufai. It's only the only person that came across to us a little bit criticizing him or calling him like an amplifier is OVA. Most everybody has spoken supports Rufai, from what I can see. So just in case, I just thought you should know that.
Yes, okay, yeah, because I think when I came on, I think I was hearing people like making like disparaging remarks, and I think Rufai does an amazing job. Rufai, David Hunde, they do amazing jobs. Then regarding the Nigerian economy, you know what I think? I think Nigeria Nigeria was under military rule for like over 40 years. And then if you look at the people in power, all you need to do is do an analysis. The people in power today are many of them are in their 60s, their 70s. All these guys grew up under military rule. Most of their youthful ages were under military rule. So I think that's the kind of change we're expecting. So you have people that, experienced democracy maybe when they were in their youth and traveled out and expecting a good life. But the truth about it is that the psychology of the so-called Bagudus, the Tinubus, the El Rufais, the truth about it is that their psychology is not talking about a free state. Their psychology is about state capture. That's what they believe. You capture the state, and that's what they're doing with INEC right now. That's what Tinubu is doing with INEC. First of all, he has gotten into power, and then the next thing is to put only people that are loyal to him. That's why there's always this saying that Nigeria will turn to a one-party state once Tinubu enters power. The same way he turned Lagos into a one-party state. Because what he will do is that the people that will decide elections will be his cronies, and that's it's a script that is being played. It's a script that
And if he's trying to do that, he's going to fail miserably.
Why do you think
he's going to fail miserably on so many angles? Because anybody that has tried to monopolize power in Nigeria, they always fail. And and he won't even come close to succeeding. He will try, but he won't come close. For his own sake, if I were him, I would make my peace with not trying to do that. Try to govern well if I was him. Please go ahead. So I can move to righteous man.
Yes. Well, in summary, what I can say is that, like somebody was saying, I think it's time to stop praying for the Nigerian leaders. That era of telling people pray for, especially from the religious perspective, these people are killing the ordinary man. Things are very difficult. Some people can barely eat 1 square meal a day in Nigeria presently, and then they go to the church and the religious leaders and they go to the imams and they tell them to pray for their leaders. I think that time has come. People need to take their destinies in their own hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Righteous man, thank you for your patience. You've been waiting for a while. Please go ahead.
Yeah, forefather, you are being cool today. Wow, that's very, very good.
I'm being cool. Oh, nice.
Yeah, very, very,
I don't think I was, but it's okay.
Okay.
Hey, forefather, take me out. Me bring somebody. KJ, they outside. Bring him. I want to go out. Take me
All
out.
right. Thank you.
So what's this cost of Arsenal today?
I don't know. I don't follow Arsenal. I gave up a long time ago.
Hey, what did I was Arsenal? Which one that one?
I don't support the
Arsenal
losing
lost.
side. What is the point?
Arsenal lost.
Yeah.
Arsenal lost away to Newcastle. Newcastle beat them 1-0.
Hello?
Mm-hmm. Sorry,
Newcastle
who's
beat
next?
Arsenal 1-0.
As, I am the one talking. I'm the one talking.
Okay, Arsenal lost. Now you know.
Okay. Go to
Arsenal
court now.
lost.
Maybe you know how it runs. They don't
Yes,
declare the
Arsenal
result.
lost.
If you know how to go court.
Oh, but now wait now. What because I was Arsenal with this place?
I don't know.
So, forefather,
Yes.
did you read about the beheaded bodies and skeletons found in Abia State?
Yes, I saw the headline on this Twitter's. I think it just popped. I think it was Peter Obi that said it, so that's why I noticed. And that was serious stuff. And you know, this is the issue: no lack of security in the country. So go ahead if you want to talk about it.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Even
have you wondered why such thing will be going on in a market, and the security operators never knew about it? Or could it be
they must know
that
some
could
of
it
them
be
must
that
know.
there was a security report, but the former PDP governor Ikpazu ignored it because it was shocking? But the shocking revelation about this thing is that the media in Nigeria have played down on this issue. It's not in the media space. 80 bodies. And you can see how bad this country has gone. You can see how life matters nothing again in this country. Is there any country in the world where the citizen's body will be discovered in a shallow grave, 80 in number, and the government said nothing about it? The federal government have not commented on it. The security agencies have not said anything about it. 80 bodies, 80. Come on, and somebody is still telling me that Nigeria is alive. Nigeria is not alive. Let's not allow, I don't know, what will I use? I don't know. Sometimes when I sit down and think about this country, I begin to lose touch of reasoning. I don't know. How can we say Nigeria is alive? 80 bodies of Nigerian citizens of Nigerian citizens beheaded, buried in a shallow grave in a market.
Somebody went to court for kicking a cat in this country. For just kicking a cat.
Imagine.
He went to court.
Yes, you're going to go to court too. Yes, and you probably see counseling too. Just to make sure.
The person you call the president of Nigeria heard of it. Is it not enough for him to make a national broadcast and address that issue and tell the security agencies to move into that ground and find out what really happened? In fact, it was true. It was when this issue came up that Obi made the revelation that the 30 bodies that were seen in one river when he was governor, that he wanted to pursue that case. But this man you people call Goodluck Jonathan stopped him.
So, and they still throw him with that till today. APC people will not let him breathe.
Exactly. Goodluck Jonathan stopped him that he should not probe it. So that shows you the kind of leaders. No, the federal government took over.
Okay, now why did you not fight the federal government like he fought them when it was taking charge of the money of the state?
I don't understand. Can you? Are you asking the question about Obi?
Excuse me. When he saw the bodies, now the bodies were dead. He saw the body. He was the state governor. Excuse me.
Yeah.
He was the state governor. He saw the bodies. Okay.
Yeah.
Now he wasn't happy with it. He wanted to pursue it. The federal government said he should step down, and he stepped down. He kept quiet. And that same man, you want us to make him president? Will you not see step down for the cabal?
Can I answer you? Can I answer your question?
Can
I answer? Hold on.
Sorry, you are going to go. T, is it possible to get closer to the screen because you are very far away And yeah, your camera, you're very far away, you see, and it's like the whole of you is on the media, on the YouTube. So so yeah, please, yeah, thank you. You've got a rich face now, so why are you hiding it away? Yeah, please, KJ, please, that's your hand. You know, I see it so much. Righteous man, let righteous man finish, there you can go, because I think this is an interesting situation. Really, I don't. It's just sad to be hearing that type of stuff. It just happens as if it's nothing. Please, righteous man, go ahead.
Okay. I think where is he? He has gone.
No, he will be back.
I think he stepped out. Yeah, he's back.
He asked me a question. Let me answer him. There is no governor in Nigeria that controls the army, the police, the navy, the air force. There is no governor in Nigeria. The person that have the right, 100% right, to command any of the armed forces or security agencies to swap into operation when there is a national issue like this is Mr. President. And Jonathan was briefed by the governor, that's P2B, and the president asked him to hand over the file to him for further investigation and prosecution, which Jonathan failed to do. So it's not the fault of Obi.
Okay.
Obi is a bad boy among these cowards that we have as politicians.
Now you have just answered my question, but now I agree with you to a level and to a perspective. Now you see, now when you fight for a cause, I listen to this program every day. I hear revolution, I hear fight, I hear campaign, I hear go to London, go and do rally. Okay, now if Obi stands for what Labour stands for what the common Nigerian stands for what you stand for what you are crying for, that some people die, nobody's talking about it. Okay, now if you are a city governor, I'd rather resign that to sit under that coffers as a governor and shut up because the president said I should shut up if I am a true Nigerian.
The president did not tell him to shut up. The president asked him to hand over.
He said classified. Okay, let's take it as a classified document. Okay, bring it classified. Okay, for the federal government. And now, after as a sitting governor in your own state, after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, and you didn't hear anything, and you waited till something replicated itself, and you not come to the limelight, and you're talking about it. You see, one thing we should, I want Nigerians to understand. You see, Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, they're all backs of the same feathers.
No, I disagree with you.
Yes, we can never agree. We can never agree because you know why? Now, I am not talking about the election. Now, we're talking about human rights. We're talking about feelings. We're talking about pains. Okay? Now, you are crying. You are not a governor. Electricity comes here every day. Said, oh, your local government, whatever, accountable. You're crying here. You're not even in the government. Neither are you doing anything. Ugozika was crying what people were blaming her because she was an ad hoc staff. Okay? Now we're all crying because we are humans. People died. We don't even know why they died. And here we are, years after that same person comes to us as the Messiah. Because Nigerians are always running from pains. So we run to any corner we can watch it.
He did not come as Messiah. He did not claim to be a Messiah.
Can I just interject, please? Are you trying to? I'm trying to understand where you're going with all this. Are you trying to say that Obi did not do the right thing? Do you understand what is called chain of command?
Oh, chain of command.
Yeah.
Okay, now, yes, I understand that you're a military man. You understand? And you
are military. Let's just keep military out of this. But there's
when you talk of chain of command,
even the office, there's a protocol. You have a line manager over you.
Yes,
you can't go over your line manager.
When you're talking of chain of command, that's military. We're talking about democracy. That's not chain of command in democracy.
Okay,
but the president is the commander in chief, and he gives the final authority.
All of us must sit in this panel. So let's leave chain of command. We're talking about democracy. We're talking about pains. We're talking about people being dead. Not
Okay,
died.
let me use another word. Okay, let me use another word that will make more sense to you. There are protocols. There are some steps. If you work in an office and you have some grievances, you can't go over your line manager. There's a
Now
protocol that you need to follow.
cool. Let me ask you a question.
You agree?
When the federal government or INEC gave a decision on an election, that's the protocol. So why did Obi not go with it? Why did Atiku not go with it? Why did they challenge it? So which means protocols can be challenged, right? So
yes.
that same protocol should have been challenged as when people died.
We know whether it was challenged.
Let's continue.
But until this very revelation, people were blaming Peter Obi that Peter Obi sat on it.
Please. Can I make my
point? Oh no, are they saying that Peter Obi sat on a kind of similar massacre?
I have not made my total submission.
No, don't worry. You will complete it. Just to be clear, are they accusing Peter Obi of sitting on a massacre that happened previously?
No, they did that before. Hold on. When he was governor, they did that before. And even IPOB was accusing him of being responsible for the death of those people. But when he came back to say he knew nothing about it, then when this recent one happened again, he opened up and said exactly what happened that time, that he sworn into action to fish those who were responsible out. The president asked him to hands off so that the federal government will take up the case. So you can't fault him.
Yeah, I guess I can understand that if the head of state wants to come in, then you can't, Please go ahead, Bumi. I'm sorry. This is they are underrepresented. They have to have a say. Don't worry, KJ, you go next, and then Righteous Man can round up. Bumi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not going to talk for too long. But I just wanted to say, Dr. Damages did say that Peter Obi is going to come. So I feel like this is a question that you should really ask to figure out. If I kind of agree with Mr. T in regards to like if the president should say leave it for the federal government, and he left it, and let's say 1 month, 2 months, 3 months pass, and he had absolutely nothing, what was his reaction? And this is not the same as chain of command. This is absolute 80 people were basically massacred, and you're saying leave it for the federal government, and you've had nothing in regards to it, and you're just going to let it go. That makes no sense. You're a sitting governor. So
hold on.
In a way,
Bumi,
I do think
Bumi, we do not know whether he responded. Do we? Let's leave that until the man comes here.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying.
Because
I have a lot of questions. I've got a lot of questions for him.
If he responded, we would have heard.
What?
If he responded,
what I'm saying is
you mean if he had inquired about
the person that Nigerians should hold responsible is Mr. President.
Let Bumi finish.
Jonathan. Jonathan was the person who took over the case. So Nigerians should ask Jonathan. Nigerians should ask Jonathan.
Righteous Man, you're going to round up. Let Bumi just finish, then you will round up.
What I'm saying is we cannot go into conclusion. That's one. He's going to come on this platform, whether it's next week, and we'll ask him. But if he said that the president says no, and after a period of time, and he had absolutely nothing from the president or from the federal government, and he did not go ahead to figure out what exactly is wrong, that sounds like he just forgot about it, and that's not his job to forget about it. He might not be able to physically challenge the federal government, but I don't know if he went out to make it a point that, look, by the way, I sent it to the federal government, to the president, and they haven't said anything. Now, we as people will know that we should hold the federal government. But if he said he does nothing, then it's on him, because he didn't tell us any information. So that's just my point, but he's going to come and clarify. I'm not going to judge him or anything, but that's from my perspective.
I think that's that's a valid point to make. Righteous Man, please round up. Don't worry. Yeah, of course you're going to take exception. Please, Righteous Man. Let Righteous Man finish now.
The reason I take exception is that investigation of criminal of crime is down to the police It's down to the police in Nigeria. It's not down to the governor. And so
you can ask questions. Your citizens, your subjects have just lost their lives.
Yes, you must take responsibility.
Actually getting impatient. All this,
So can I just keep in something for like 30 seconds so that
we
we
have
can rest
circumvented
today?
KJ again. Oh, yeah. Okay, please
I
go ahead.
wanted to say that I understand where Mr. T and Bumi were coming from. It was not that he did not do anything that's the problem. He saw what happened and wanted to take it up and was told to drop it. And he dropped it. So when he saw that the people that told him to drop it, that they would take it up, did not take it up, why didn't he make any noise? Why didn't he say something?
Okay,
I just wanted to say
this
that I
is what
understand where
happened.
the question is coming from.
Yeah, Ngosika, let me tell you
It's
what
not an
happened.
indictment. It is just a question. So when the president said, drop this on my table, I'm going to look into it, and you waited and you didn't see any result from the so-called looking into it, you didn't say anything. Why didn't you say anything? That is the question they're asking. I think it's a fair question. A really fair question.
Yeah, this is what happened, according to him. He was about handing over to this man that drinks Ogogoro.
Wike.
Yeah. He was he was about I'm sorry. Kaila Chamai. So he was about handing over Kaila Mai. So in the process, he handed over the established case file on this issue to the federal government. And then he was no longer in office. So there was no way he could be shutting Abuja to know what was going on. And as at the time he was leaving, this man conducted the election also and lost. Jonathan.
Yeah.
So Jonathan couldn't pursue the case again. So this is a case now that if the federal government love the citizens, this present government now should take this case up because Obi has opened up the file that was hidden. That the people that were killed that time, he started investigation
But
and
he
handed
never
over
said
to the
anything
federal.
till now.
Yeah,
He never said anything about it again till
he didn't
now.
make too much of a noise about it because that's
No,
some gruesome stuff.
Obi is not a noisemaker and he's not a Rambo Rosa. He's a gentleman that handles his things according to the rule of law.
Righteous man, sorry to interject. You see,
Hey boy, sorry. Let's respect rule a bit here because KJ has been a gentleman and he's been trying to say something. Please, KJ, go ahead and say something.
Can we follow the sequence? Like people are just interjecting. People are just
yeah. That's why they don't want me to. That's why.
But he said he was a free show.
I wanted to make it a free flowing one. Now you guys are the one that's spoken.
Yeah, but he said it was a free show. That is why.
Okay. We are going to try to get to victory at least because I think the rest he hasn't said anything at all. I don't remember you saying anything.
But forefathers, it's my turn, and they have not even allowed me to use 1 minute.
Your turn is going long, but still, let's allow KJ talk. Then you round up. Then we move on.
Other people.
So KJ, go ahead. Please try to keep it brief so that righteous man can round up.
Oga KJ, I've not been obstructing you at all. I've not been obstructing you.
Chai, that is God. Anyway, that's what I want to say, and I totally agree with my dear Ngozi and Bumi. And even T was quite on point. Look, let's call a spade a spade. That's the challenge we have in Nigeria. We usually call a spoon spade. No, spade is spade. The guy dropped the ball. Simple and short. Whether P2B was out of government or not, he dropped the ball. That's what dropping the ball. He dropped it. And so, because you cannot tell me that 30 lives are not important to you, even though if you are leaving office the next day. Okay? And then there's what we call in states Commission of Inquiry. It's not organized by the federal government. It's the state governors that institute it. When they do that, what was handed over to the federal government when Tinubu was fighting from Lagos State as governor against the federal government, when Rotimi Amaechi was fighting the federal government on behalf of the oil in Niger Delta, did they drop it on the table of this thing? What about it when he was fighting federal government? Did they drop it? So what am I saying here? People always like to go behind the door and go and say, oh no, we were not there. The truth is, just tell them, you are out of government, you ran out of time. It's better that way than to say you dropped on the table of the president, and so the president also went out of. Come on, is government not a continuum? It's a continuum. And so there's no, in fact, you also had some few. Why didn't you call the governor who took after you, Obiano, to say, look, oh, these are 30 citizens that lost their lives in this river. We want to know what happened to them. And then you guys didn't discuss it, didn't play it up. And you see, I understand the system. As I'm even talking, I'm being reminded of the 500 people that are still lying in a mass grave in Dogona Hawa in Plateau State. Okay? And that one, nobody ever found out how they were killed. I did that story myself. I have the videos, of it. Nobody ever asked them. Nobody ever even went to that state, that community to go and find out whether the survivors, those who escaped with gunshot, machete, cuts and all that, how are they striving? Those children whose parents were all killed, the little ones who... No, you see, that's the system. There's so much chaos in the system that it doesn't... The system is bullish. It doesn't care who survives, okay? And it doesn't care how you survive it. And that is what we have been saying. We keep saying it and saying it and saying it, and some people they misunderstand what we are saying, okay? If we cannot organize ourselves so that, because whenever you say anything, they say Nigeria is so big, this is a big country. They forget there's a country called Canada. There's even a country called Indonesia.
So you want to make this our breaking up again? Seriously, people have lost their lives.
Listen, my brother. You see, if you didn't even believe in breaking up, with the recent event that happened, even commemorating to the Supreme Court judgment, don't you think that's a problem, systematic problem? Don't you think so?
The problem will exist, break up or not. Let's not bring it to, or we'll always get to that
I
point.
know where you stand. You also know where I stand. Let's leave it at that.
So that's why we would have preferred us to actually deal with the matter at hand and going in.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm still saying. I'm saying that, and I'm saying that I've not done. You see that you like to, I don't like it. I spoke about the East. I spoke about the North. Okay, I didn't speak of, but you are now choosing me to try to give me a tag by putting me in the East.
No, because you were saying, I think you were saying that the country is not viable.
I gave 2 instances where people have been massacred.
No, I didn't say sad. I didn't mention sad. I'm just saying break up.
No, bros. Yeah, you are the one putting that word in my mouth. I've not called that. I've not called that into place.
Okay, I'm sorry if I did.
In fact, you have made me lose my train of thought. I don't want to talk again.
You made a good point, by the way.
Okay, forefather, let me finish up.
I'm sorry, I made you finish. Let Righteous Man finish so that I can go. 1 minute, Righteous Man.
It can be 1 minute. I've been listening to people here. It can be. Instead, let me just keep
2
quiet,
minutes.
okay?
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Can
2
be.
minutes.
Forefather, I will fight you.
Now,
Me and you go
victory has
forward.
been there. Victory is there.
Talk.
Oh, yeah, let the other guy talk. Let him talk. No problem.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Victory, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Righteous Man. Sure. I was wondering, sure, can you drop your email at the private chat? I want to send you something. Is that possible? Sure. Can you hear me? Yeah, I said, can you drop your email at the private chat? I want to send you an email.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Victory. That's right. I'll do that.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
I was gonna say, like, now I think we're in like free session. So for that, I was gonna even say that again. I would say that a serious government, they will know what to do. So for that, look at a scenario whereby if Tinubu wants to do the right thing, for the young people, what he can do as a first step, I would say, how about allocating? We'll have 774 local government in the country. What about disposing 774 billion naira to create a skill-based section for every local government where young people can be trained in different fields? And when these people are finished with their training, you allocate them money as well to start a business, right? That will inject some serious manpower into the economy and even create employment for the young people. These people, they are not doing anything. They don't care, right? So that's just one. Secondly, government all over the world, I'm talking about civilized country, advanced country, they subsidize the farmers. The Nigerian government can buy food off the farmers and make sure that the price of food is stable in that country. Because if you look at the inflation in Nigeria at the moment, it's crazy. Like things are just jumping up every day. What is it doing to ensure that the food prices stabilize in that country? You know, there are people there. There's a fight going on in the central part of Nigeria that is meant to be the food basket of the country. What is it doing to stop that violence in that part of the country so that farmers can go back to farm and ensure that our food price can be stable? It's not. It's not. They're not doing anything about this. So again, I said that the government is not working for the people, and for some reasons, like the people there, the Nigerian citizens, like enough of them is not getting this thing that these people that are ruling them, they are just saboteurs. These are people that are working for Oyibo people. Until the people get that, I know that these people are not working for us and drive them mad, the better for them. And Rufai made a statement that until the government start fearing the people, Nigeria will go nowhere because the power belongs to the people. The people have to realize that and seize the initiative. So that's what I have to say for that. I won't say other people can speak.
Thank you for that. I think henceforth we can make it a bit freer, but we'll have to be cognizant of the fact that we have the opposite genders here, and whenever they want to speak, we have to allow them interject freely. And so, Janaba, welcome. So, what do you think? Sorry, let me ask Righteous Man a question about this, the topic he raised, because I wanted to ask it, if it escaped me, but I just remembered. Do you have any kind of idea of who the people responsible for these massacres?
I should ask Dr. Damages, that is a journalist and worked with Sahara reporters. So Dr. Damages should be able to furnish us with information because he's connected to Sahara reporters.
I see. So no one has any idea. KJ, do you have any idea? Because you tend to have your ears to the ground of everything going on in the region.
I know when.
Why? You see, why is he laughing?
Why is Righteous Man laughing?
I don't understand. Maybe because you had to go at me, so it's surprised that I'm asking you. KJ doesn't hold grudges. Come on.
No. It's not about grudges. You say he always has ear on ground to know everything happening in the East.
That is true. I'm right on the ground.
KJ is not talking about the East. KJ is talking about all the regions in Nigeria. But you're limiting it to the East. And he's angry.
I see what you mean. But he's not. I think he understands what I was saying. He's not. I truly want to understand, because I feel like he may have an idea of what happened and maybe the kind of forces responsible for carrying out such gruesome acts. So I'm asking KJ. Are you frozen? Is KJ frozen? Or is just
no? It's not. Okay. It's not. Yeah. Forefathers, can I just say something?
No, he was frozen. No, KJ, seriously, I'm really curious. So, do you have any idea who is responsible for these things?
Honestly, it is not clear. At the time that happened, I was still in Nigeria, by the way. You know, it wasn't clear. Honestly, it wasn't clear. But every attempt to get to the finality of it was proven abortive. So sometimes there are certain things you hear, you don't want to go until you have an insider. For instance, when that happened, if you didn't get any insider in Onitsha who will lead you through, to discover, it will be risky for you to just jump in and begin to do any form of research. But I know that Odinkalo has a report on that, and it's in his book. I cannot remember exactly what he said about it, but he has it covered.
Okay.
Can I just interject very quickly? It's interesting that he mentioned Odinkalo. I was to mention it. You remember when he came here and he was telling us about countless bodies that do not even have any identity. So let us politicize this thing. Those bodies could be an Hausa man or Yoruba man, a Shakiri person, or from any other place. We have serious problems with kidnapping. Kidnapping has become an industry. in Nigeria. So the fact that they were found in Abia State does not mean that it's not happening in Lagos State. Does not mean that it's not happening in any other state. So let's just get that. Let's just get that fact. You know, let's educate ourselves. It's not about any tribe or anything or anything. It's purely a pandemic that we have that is going on in Nigeria, and the federal government, the past administrations have not come up with a very robust solution to nip it in the bud. So that's what we're just dealing with, unfortunately.
Yeah, true. I don't think the government of Abia State have said they are all Igbos. What the community said is that those are the kidnapped victims, some of them who didn't pay. Okay, they didn't say whether they were Igbos, they were Yorubas. They just said they have taken from different parts, and also
exactly, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just paraphrased that from the little understanding I know. Yeah,
that's a lot of people and a lot of pain out there in the country. That is the one. These are people, human beings, like every one of us.
Father, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
The journalists and lawyers, who should be trusted? Is it should we among two of these two professions, the journalists and the lawyers? Who do we trust? Who is worse than each other?
Okay, I think it's based on individual, but professionally, worldwide, people will say journalists are less trusted than lawyers. That's the general, trajectory, the way people look at it. But I don't know. I think you can't use that to judge individuals, though. I don't think you should use that because journalists are risking their life. I don't know how many lawyers have risked their lives for anybody. So, it's a balance.
Let me ask you: between doctors, nurses, and pharmacists, who should you trust?
Is it me? You're asking me?
You trust more? Yeah, I'm asking you.
No, we are talking of the report of falsehood here. The journalist.
Also, when somebody dies, when there's a patient dies in the hospital, who do you blame? Is the journalist, is the doctor or the nurse? Who do you blame?
It is difficult for one to actually say what brought about death.
So don't try and compare apple and orange. It doesn't go together. Both of them are dealing. Both the lawyer is dealing with different profession at a different level. A journalist is doing.
But in the scale of reality, people look. I've read in the scale of reality the comparison of these two professions, and it is generally globally agreed that journalists are more problematic. They report falsehoods that trigger crisis than the lawyers. The lawyers defend what is presented to them, but the journalists can falsify information and sell it out and cause havoc. So the profession is
the same profession where you are. Traders, I don't know what you do exactly. They also fortify things and sell. Everybody gets good and bad. So don't say journalists.
That is true. It's just that lawyers are kind of shielded, and journalists take risk themselves.
You as a lawyer, you are sitting in your office. Somebody brings a case. A journalist goes into the hinterland to go and look for stories that otherwise you wouldn't have heard. And then when he reports it, you say he's lying. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any profession that don't have good egg and bad egg? In the US where there are no reports that are totally wrong and not correct? Don't people
here? Forefathers gave us the answer when I asked the question. He responded that the global report is that journalists are worse than lawyers because they are falsehood. You know why I asked that question? Do you know why I asked that question? Let me tell you the reason why I asked it. The problem of Nigeria today, if you really study the problem of this country, it is the information that people refuse to dish out, and the one they dish out that are false, that is triggering crisis in Nigeria and that are making things not to work. And who are those who fundamentally report this, give out this information? They are the journalists. Something that did not happen, they will write and color it that it happened. If 3 people died, journalists can blow it that 800 people died. in order to sell their paper, make news. So
Okay,
you see, they create more crisis.
Okay, let me just help this, my brother. You see, before now, if you went to a journalistic school, or if you went to any of the schools in Nigeria, the first premise of their reporting is they say it is for development, report for development. In other words, they're not concerned about reporting anything that is negative about the government. You are taught that whatever you should report to be to the advancement and development of the community. So, in other words, we already have a problem in that level, because you're only reporting what government said. If government says, you report the way government says. You don't even have the right to interrogate it. You just say, okay, today government has said they built 9 roads. You will probably not go there because nobody's going to give you money to go there to go and find out whether the place they say they built the road, they built it. So you just make that report. Now, if the community you are calling is not included, or there's no road there, and you didn't have money, will you use your own money to go to Opanta to go and look whether there's road there? You won't do that. So since your bit is to go to government house and report what government is doing, and you got there and they gave you a paper saying this is what we have done today, you go and write your report. What are you going to do? You write the report. Are you now going to blame the journalist because he didn't do this thing? No, because he had limited information and limited resources. It is only now that people like the independent media that are coming, broken by AIT, and say, know what, we'll go behind what you're telling us to report the otherwise. So if you are going to even judge by development in Nigerian content, the journalists have been one of the people who are in the forefront of pushing the society to where it is today. I don't know why you get this.
Yeah, I have to admit, I have to agree with that. I think
the journalists are the ones who started even against the
wow,
military.
you have really gotten in under KJ's nerves today, man. KJ, take it easy. You don't have to. I think we know.
Many journalists have died in the process, that their family today are languishing in all kinds of issues because nobody is concerned about
I
it.
agree with what KJ is saying. Righteous man, why are you actually comparing lawyer and journalist? What do you want to achieve? Why are you comparing them?
This is freestyle, though. This is anybody can join. Sorry. Let me announce it. Let me announce it so that everybody knows the rules, and we can have a discussion, and we can self-regulate as distinguished gentlemen and ladies that we are here, so we can respect each other and have conversation. I don't want to be interjecting all the time. So this is free discussion. I hope you are aware of it. You don't expect. I'm not going to call you. So if you want to talk,
me a question, right?
Yeah, all right, please, let's go ahead.
Okay. This is the reason why. Sorry, NEPA just sees light, so that's why my background is dark. Yeah. So this is the reason why I asked the question. There was an incident that happened within the area I lived about 3 weeks ago. A woman was taking her kids to school. She hired this Keke Marwa. So while they were going to school, there was this private vehicle that was trying to escape the bad road, the potholes. So usually people take one way whenever they are trying to avoid that pothole. So in the process, these last mile people and the police caught him and then jumped inside his vehicle. And then while they were dragging the steering with him, the driver ran over this Marwa. The pregnant woman died. Her 3 kids died. The driver of the Marwa died. So the next morning, it was on radio, and people were calling to contribute. Then I happened to call the radio show. And then the journalist was saying, allegedly. So I asked her a question, the anchor of the program. I said, you are a journalist. Can't you come down to the place where this thing happened? It's just within, it's not too far from Lagos Island to where I'm staying. So why don't you dispatch your team to come and have one-on-one talk and witnesses of, people who witnessed the event when it happened, instead of saying to the whole world that allegedly. So then it was done on me that these guys are not sincere enough. These guys are not truthful enough. Journalism should be able to give projection of accuracy of any event. not saying allegedly. So allegedly, are you accusing people saying that this is what happened? When you've not been able to do your work by being on ground,
Righteous man.
interview people who were eyewitnesses to this thing that happened. You were
Righteous
not
man.
there, you are claiming allegedly.
Righteous man.
That's why I asked the question.
You see, righteous man, you have to understand one thing. Before you become a journalist, or before you have any professional job, first of all, you are a human being. Okay? Before you become any professional in life, first of all, you have to be a human being. And now, as a human being, now, the first thing that gets you into trouble is your mouth. No matter how professional your career comes to be, because your mouth can make your career go forward or go down. So now, you don't expect a journalist who has a routine job to wake up in the morning, 6 o'clock, by 7 o'clock, she's supposed to be by the studio. To come and leave the studio and go and confirm a report that has been brought by outside journalists. Come on, bro, take it easy. For someone to say allegedly, now go to the dictionary meaning, first of all, and look at the word allegedly.
That means it may not be right that those people died.
Sir, you cannot.
She didn't subscribe to the fact that people died.
A journalist cannot be definite. That is why even the lawyer you ask about will say, I put it to you. It's a reference. It's not like I said you did it. I put it to you. So you see, now this is English. It's in the borrowed language. It was borrowed from Latin and all the derivations was gotten from. So when it came into the dictionary, that Okada, there's some even pidgin language that is not in the dictionary. So these are modifications. So if a journalist says that, don't crucify anybody, sir. Okay? It's a human being. If he runs into trouble, you don't go and bail her.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. T. And righteous man, let me just add a bit. You see, when you say allegedly, because up to now, it's still at the realm of speculation because no government, no court have said that is exactly what happened. You do not want to put yourself in the line of that because someone can sue you tomorrow or sue your media and say, you said I killed this person, but you didn't. I didn't do that because there were other circumstances and situations that you didn't know about. So for you to be on the safer side, you say this is what is been going on. You are only saying this as a report that's coming to you. Eventually, you see the problem again with Nigeria that news do not progress. You see, in a developed world, as they say allegedly today, they will report to that, and then tomorrow morning or before they begin to pick up the news until to the point where they say we can now have an eyewitness report who said I was here when this was happening. Then they'll now quote the person and saying, oh, this person was here and was able to witness what happened exactly. So you see, again, you see, like I said, the Nigerian journalists, they're not there, but they are doing a lot because if not some of them, there are certain things you will never have heard at all. You know, they are doing a lot with the little resources and the so much danger because Nigeria is a place where you can just be picked and nobody will ask after you and nobody will even know where you are. Did you hear what happened in the court, the prison they went to the other time? Somebody has spent 12 years because he crossed his house to go and buy bread and police picked him. And that was the end. 12 years in prison.
Wow.
Was never taken to court.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, KJ. I think you have spoken well on journalism, really. Jonaba, please, go ahead because he hasn't said anything.
Thank you so very much. My brother KJ is a journalist, so he came to their defense, which is a good thing. Righteous mind is in his own corner. I think he used to stay in Europe like you guys, so he sees things from that perspective, which is okay. What baffles me on this platform sometimes is the obedient loyalist that somehow obedient Obi is a saint, is not a politician. Some people even say here that is better than Mandela, and that's
Is be measure righteous man. Righteous man will tell you is Jesus Christ.
I'm from minority. I can't say that boldly like you. That's
Obi is not. Please, can you withdraw that statement?
Righteous man, you.
Can you withdraw it? Can you please withdraw it? I've never compared any human being with Jesus Christ. I've never. So withdraw it.
Maybe that will go to
Jalaba, go ahead.
That will go to Passat. But I'm trying to. I have Sunday service tomorrow, so I'm trying to be holy tonight. So.
Okay, John Abba, so you're a pastor?
No, I'm not. I'm a righteous man. The issue is that we cannot go forward with these excuses of this person is a thief, but he's not a thief enough as far as I love so much. To me, today, as I am today, John Abba, if I commit any crime and the FBI is looking for me, I assured you my family will turn me in. My children will say, Daddy, we love you, but you got to go. I will call the line. And I really wanted them to do so. Because it's a human nature. But there are certain times you want to look at your lifetime and what you subscribe to and what you should not. Because end of the day, and after all said and done, we are all human beings and no one is perfect. And if you can rate another human being less than yourself, then who are you? Your word is your word. If you can say something and you don't live up to it, then who are you? The notion that we always come here to defend one politician or the other because they are from our place and we are agitating for certain things and humanity eluded us, then what are we here for? It bothers me a lot when people say all of this. When they say, oh, Peter Obi says that human remains was found and whom Obi said is Obi. Who is Obi? And so what? When he was a governor of Anambra, didn't he order suit aside? So when it's okay for him, when he sees from his own narrow perspective, and he can order it based on whatever he thinks, and he shouldn't go through judiciary system because maybe for some reason, whether he trusts it or not, or the crime rate is too much for him, and he has the belief that certain people are committing crime. You can't eat your cake and have it. The notion that we all Nigerians cannot come at this point to realize that politicians everywhere in the world, including Americans, are the same thing. They will look at you with bold face and lie to you. Sometimes you don't have opportunity to tell them. But here, sometimes we have opportunity not that to tell them, but to speak because this is the life I want when I am gone, when I might expire from this world. I want my children to look at the history and what their father have done and what he have said. And they can lift up their head up and square their shoulder. Even the whole world is going the other side. There's a book written by Sam Walton, the founder or the owner of Walmart. He said that if everybody is going to the left, it's okay for you to go to the right if you are convinced in what you are doing. Sometimes we come here to defend people based on their own thing, whatever, antecedent or not, and most cases never add up. As if people here can subscribe to a garbage or give a fake news on this platform that sometimes Rudolph has to tell you, oh, where do you get this from? Oh, we have no, this is not true. And tomorrow they will come and still say another lie. Are they pathological liars or they just subscribe to this thing to just speak to people, or we're going to have a fact check in what we say? So please, for God's sake, nobody is God. We all make mistakes. Doesn't matter your party, whatever you are looking. Put yourself the first thing that you want the next generation to know you as a man or a woman that speak true to the power, not because you belong to certain power or you believe in somebody more than yourself. Why? Why should you believe in someone else more than yourself? So please, let us distance ourselves from all those names. Oh, this is person. Oh, it's better than Mandela. A man that never slept outside his own comfort zone for 1 second of his life, never been to sell,
what we call Nigerian say, police custody, and you're going to compare the same man to a man that spent 7 years in prison. That not
27 years.
27 years.
7 years.
And we come here to defend that man. The same man now that things are going on. So he cannot speak. Oh, he speaks is an Igbo man. Oh, he's gonna get picked up. But the Igbo man want to be a president, right? And people like Sore can go to prison. And Nnamdi Kanu can go to prison. But the man that want to fight for the whole country, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, who voted for him, will not talk. Because it's an Igbo man, but because if he says something, you already believe it's going to get picked up. What is he fighting for? Nigeria is a rugged place. And you're going to blame somebody that say, grab it, do all means, it's my tongue. And you want to blame him.
Well, but I'm not sure anybody is bad. I'm not sure. What are you trying to say, that people are kind of protecting
Please, can I ask Mr. Mijonab a question? There was something he said at the beginning of his statement. I just wanted to ask him a question. Please, can I do that?
Yeah, please go ahead. You're always free, man. You are free. This
please,
is
please, Mr.
Yeah,
Good evening,
it's a free
sir.
session for you.
You said something. You said Obi has no moral right to speak about the dead bodies discovered because when he was governor, he ordered shoot on site, and I was a bit lost. What is the correlation between ordering shoot at site and dead bodies found in a shallow grave? I'm trying to connect the dots.
The same body was found in the water. The same body that when he ordered shoot aside, if you do not find out the story very well, the same body were floating on the water.
And this, sir, let me finish my question. Maybe there will be no need for an answer because you just will not prolong this. You said that he ordered shoot at site, and then he is coming to complain about bodies in shallow graves, that he does not have the moral right to do that. This is not verbatim what you said, but this is me putting my own words in it. That he does not have the moral right to say, because those same people he ordered to be shot were human beings. So why is he not making it look as if he cares? That is what you said, sir. So I'm wondering, what is the correlation between unidentified dead bodies in unmarked graves and then shooting criminals at site? What is the correlation?
Do you know what these people committed? Do you know this crime they committed? The time that when others aside, they were found in the water.
Seen anybody challenge it. I've not seen anybody challenge it here. That everybody,
so some people
everybody here has said
it's even better than Jesus Christ. So to you, even some of you are coming out to say what
you have not answered my question. No. I want to know what is the correlation between shoot at site and people in unmarked graves. What is the correlation? Because you made it sound as if he ordered shoot at site and they killed people and he went to bury them in unmarked graves.
Do you know who killed them?
And how are you certain it was the shoot at site order that he gave that killed those people? How are you so certain?
But should you, as in the society where the rule of law matters, when you want to preside over the people, not with impunity but justice and fairness, shouldn't it be fair for everybody to go through the legal system?
Mr. Abba,
if you have come at it from this angle,
Obi ordered shoot aside when there was kidnapping in Anambra State. That was when he ordered shoot aside. That was when he gave that order. There was massive kidnapping in Anambra State.
Wait, Mr. Rashos man, you need to clarify the context. Which this
is almost 1 a.m.
There is everybody should have the right to appear in the court. Shoot aside should not be an order from any governor.
So if you do order that, I agree.
If you don't order that,
I actually
in the
agree with what
Nigerian
you're
police
saying
society, if you
I
order
agree
that,
with what
your
you're
neighbor
saying now.
can be
Please, can I
killed
say
by
something?
your side because you and him are enemy. So let everything follow.
Can I just get this out? I agree with what you're saying now, but my problem is this was not what you said initially.
What did I say?
This was not what you said initially.
Okay,
if you had come at it from this angle initially, I wouldn't have bothered with this question. You came from a very direct angle, and you were indicting Obi in that angle that you came from. That you were almost drawing you were connecting the dots between the shoot at site order he gave and the bodies in unmarked grave and in that river. That was what you said initially. You did not make it about human rights or anything or rule of law. You did not go from that angle. It was when I brought this question, sir. I put it to you that was when I brought this question that you started saying it from this angle.
Now
Which
you
is
give me
not
the
right.
opportunity to elaborate
This
it
is
more.
not right. It is not proper.
You
don't
see,
do
it
things
is
like
proper.
this.
All lives matter and all life deserve
All
justice.
right, brother. Why didn't you say it like this from the beginning? You have see. I don't care if you have a
Then
thing against that man. I
see,
don't care.
now
But
whatever,
you
I
made
don't
it
have
seem
apology for
you
you.
made
I
it
know
seem
you
as if
die
he
hard
was
to forgive.
responsible for those
Always
deaths,
come to
for
me.
those people
But
found
to
in
me,
shallow
this is the
grave.
way how we come. I don't have to come your own way and
So
be articulated the way you want.
let me add a little to what Jonaba said, right? See, some point Jonaba made that I want to support is we should stop worshiping politicians. Politicians are human.
Oh, guys, so say what he said from the beginning. You people should stop all these things you used to do. He
Yeah,
said what he said from
it's
the beginning.
hypocrisy. If you
Say
don't
what he
like
said from
Obi,
the
just say
beginning.
it. You
You're
don't like
suddenly
Obi.
forgetting what he said
If
from the
you don't
beginning.
like
You're not
Obi, just say
taking it
it.
from
You
the
don't like
beginning.
Obi.
You are taking it from the middle. Don't take it from the middle. Start from the beginning.
Exactly. There should be a contest to it.
The context of it is
From the
clear,
beginning, and he's
and I don't know where
he's
you want
changing
to
his
hear it.
statement. He's changing the angle he's coming from.
Obi
It is
agitator
not
or Obi
fair.
follower have their
It is
own
not
ear
about
to hear
Obi.
it
It is not
the
fair.
way they
It is
want to
just not
spin the
fair.
narrative.
What is right
It
is
is
right.
not
What
about
is
It
Obi.
is right.
It is about the dead bodies that was discovered in Abia State.
Let me ask a few questions. I think Ngozika has a point that you can make an argument about human rights and extrajudicial, just taking people out without due process, but to just link the people that are being buried and describing P2B from that point of view seems a little bit off. And that's why I asked the question, what is the point you are trying to make? It's almost as if you are trying to indict
All
P2B.
lives matter. You see, it's
No, I
bottom
agree with
now.
you, all lives matter.
Whether it's a shallow grave, whether it's a shallow grave or they are floating on the water, as far as it did not go through the judiciary system, whether you think now you are speaking for people that are killed and they are on marked graves.
Oh, no, but they are not the same thing, though. Both are not the same, to be fair.
Well, that is the way you choose to see it.
No, but because the other one may have to do with criminality. The other one, while one of them is trying to restore
you
order.
are not a criminal until you are found guilty. So I don't know
Hold
what
on. One side wants to restore order, the other one wants to carry out criminality.
That is
There's a
what
difference.
you say. That is what you
see.
say.
By that standard, see, Jonaba, by that standard, even the military is not even allowed to act.
This may be a kidnapper issue, maybe a very terrible thing. All life matters. Whether they are killed as a result of being, according to what some of you guys are saying, I don't look into it. My general assessment is that all life deserve to go through process of judiciary. And
seriously?
And yes, and those lives were not those lives. And let's just be clear:
not in all
the
cases.
bodies that were
Not in
found
all
on the
cases you get
River
that you have that luxury.
we are not from the shoot at site order. If you are saying this, you have to prove it. Should be people are the ones that say, we are saying this, prove it. Will you be able to prove this? That the bodies found on that river were from the shoot at site order. Can you prove what you're saying right now? Because that is what you said from the beginning. And in the beginning, and when you got to the middle of your statement, you suddenly changed mouth. Why will you change mouth? Why didn't you make it about human rights from the beginning? You made it about Obi and his shoot at site order and the people on the river.
You cannot let someone finish that statement. Then you depends on how they finishes it. The only way you can see it is that when you already have a bias in your mind, or
I do not have a bias.
Okay.
The truth is
all I'm saying is that
the facts are the facts.
Die, whether on marked grave, whether is a kidnapper that killed them, or the other lives were killed as a suit aside without a due process, you cannot even certainly confirm it. Do you confirm that these people were kidnapped? Kidnapper was the one that.
Then why were you linking it to the shoot at site order? You know you can't confirm it. So why were you trying to link it to the shoot at
Why
site
are you
order?
going to say that? So if in Nigerian judiciary system that you are following, you are going on the street right now in Nigeria.
If you have a problem with Peter Obi, you should go and drink your medicine before you get an attack.
Don't worry about this.
Why are you changing your voice? Why are you changing your statement?
And I told you during the election that is you going to be on medication for the next 4 years. Most likely, if it's not 8 years. So
it's not exactly fair. Some of the statements you have made today, I'm surprised it's a little bit unfair.
Honestly, Jonaba is against P2B.
It's a little bit unfair.
Jonaba, what has P2B done to you? What has Jonaba, is it Obi that is causing the problem in Benue State?
In the Benue State, is it the one in Abia?
Hold on. Why are you after P2B? Is it P2B denied you anything in life? Is it P2B that is responsible for the killing in Benue State? Why every time P2B is mentioned here, it's like heaven should collapse? What's the problem?
I think righteous man, hold on. I think what AY Jonaba of what they are trying to highlight is that they are trying to say that P2B is not necessarily that special compared to other politicians. That is just
Nobody is
similar to
arguing
other
that. I
politicians.
personally, I'm not arguing that.
That's the summary of
I
it.
am not arguing it.
About the
But what I am saying, if Mr. Jonaba is done speaking, let me just say something. Let him speak. Then when he's done, I'll speak. I won't interject again. I'm sorry I interjected.
Allow me to speak.
So let me make this
keep your
clear.
own side because you are biased.
Let me make
Just
this clear.
stay one side.
No man is
You're not
God.
truthful.
God is God and no man is God. No man should be worshipped. No man should be worshipped. I subscribe to others. All lives matter. I subscribe to others. But what I am saying is, what Mr. John Abba did this night, it is totally unfair. And he has contradicted himself. If he started with saying, yeah, all lives matter, and every other thing he said in the later part of his submission, I wouldn't even have bothered. But this man, before our very old, tried to pull a wool all over our eyes by trying to link the shoot of order a sitting governor gave to the bodies found on a river. And when I tried to ask him question, he deflected. That no, all lives matter, but that was not what he insinuated. That was not what he insinuated, and that is not what I'm pointing out. I am not saying that no lives matter or some people are better than others. No, I'm not saying any man is God and should not be criticized. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you want to throw somebody or if you want to accuse somebody, do it with your full chest. No, they go through corners. If you want to accuse somebody,
I don't know how you look at it.
Sir, if you want to say, if you want to,
I am
no,
not.
you went through corners. If not, why did you deflect?
Why did you deflect? Go through corners.
You went through corners because
whether it's in the middle or it's in the beginning. Listen to me. Whether it's in the middle or in the beginning or in the end. End of the day, I make my own. When you put all the puzzles together,
you have to stand by your words. You talk with two sides of your mouth.
Period.
That's the problem.
Henry,
let him talk now.
Henry, please, can you hold your
when somebody's talking?
Can you hold your peace? I'm not talking.
Keep quiet when I'm talking.
Can you hold?
you know, Henry reminds me of a future pastor. Sometimes the way he comes across, like, shut up, be quiet when I'm talking. He reminds me of pastor quite a bit.
Madam Ngozinka, or I think my sister, or whatever. Whatever wherever you say I contradict myself, I don't contradict myself. The end of the day, all life matters, and all life, whether they are criminals, I don't know the one they say they find in shallow grave, whether they were killed by the kidnappers or whatever. No life need to go on time, whether by suicide or by kidnapper.
I take exception. I take exception, sir. I take exception.
I think all life don't matter in the same way.
I take exception to what you are saying, sir.
All life he doesn't want to hear anything good about
Okay. Let me ask you now. Let me ask you this now.
All life matter. Anybody need to take any life.
Jonathan, let me ask you. Who is making that noise?
It bothers me
Who's
so
making
much.
noise? Righteous man, please keep it down. See, when you say all lives matter, context matters too. Let's say the Boko Haram is operating in the bush, kidnaps people. You think when the security forces are going there, they are looking at the two sides as the same? They are not the same. They are all living human beings, but the context matters. What P2B was doing was trying to restore order, but what we are seeing here seems to be act of criminality, some very serious one. You see, that's why I wonder why you are going from that direction. Because I know your general argument is that
I say he does not have a moral compass in this sense. That if he could have allowed no sit aside, but then to go through the judiciary system, then he have the right to speak to whether it's a kidnapping issue or whatever it is. That is the moral compass. To me, you have your own right as a person, see it to whatever you want to see it. It's your Jesus Christ, or more than Jesus Christ, or more than Mandela. It is your own prerogative. I don't have apology for you, but all I say, I remain fervent in what I said. If it is like that, no life should be taken. No kidnapper have a right to take any life. No governor, no president have order without the judiciary system or without a due process to order any shoot aside. Period.
In certain cases, they do have powers to do that. I'm sorry to say.
When criminals like you
Without due
take
process
control
and
of the
without
streets, they will
investigation,
shoot aside.
in Nigerian society we are in.
No,
The best that I know
I
about
don't, I don't think he's saying that you should go to the street and just shoot people aside. He's talking about context.
You don't know, right?
No, no.
And you don't know whether those people that are really
Jonathan, let me finish my point. I think he's probably talking about context. Like when Buhari said anybody carrying AK-47 or gun should be shot. He's not saying anybody. We shoot police officers, wouldn't you? But the idea is that in the context, if you are in the forest and you are in operation, you see anybody like that, you are supposed to act in certain way. Not just because you just see anybody on the sea, you just shoot aside. You have to understand that too to understand.
We have a lawlessness country
Go and take your
lawlessness
medicine and stop
society
beating
that
around
the
the
very
bush.
police that are supposed to
Yes, please.
protect you are the very one that robbed you on the road. And it is evident, it's not my
What have
word.
you done
So that
to the
without
killing
the
in
due
your
process,
state?
in our society,
Henry, calm down now, please.
Calm Henry down. Henry, which one now?
Okay.
Henry, I'm not your mate.
Jonaba came here for trouble today. I think you just came here. You didn't say that you prepared for this. You came for
I
trouble
told
today.
you I'm going to be here a long time, right?
You come to make trouble today.
And I hope Henry go to sleep
The
before he
issue
go to
I
work.
raised
Or
is
if
no
you are
longer
working from home,
discussed.
go to your
Bumi, go ahead, please. Bumi, go ahead.
Father,
Jonaba, allow
the
Bumi
issue
to
I
speak
raised
now.
is not
Can we allow
discussed.
Bumi to speak, please?
Men I be talking. Let woman
They are
talk, please.
underrepresented
Please,
now.
Biko. I beg.
Self-regulate, self-regulate, gentlemen. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. Jonava that if he should say all life matters, I feel like he then contradicted himself saying that they still have to go to the judiciary to get approval or not, because all life cannot matter. But then when the government says, okay, fine, go ahead and kill this person, then they're not part of the life. So basically what you're saying, all life only matters based on a certain circumstance. In this case, if the circumstance says those lives don't matter and the judiciary says go ahead and attack, then they will attack. So I'm just saying that you just kind of contradicted yourself with the whole all life matter situation. It doesn't
I
flow.
really don't understand.
Thank you, Bumi. Thank you very much.
I don't understand what I'm saying. You understand me one more time, and I explain myself one
What
more.
happened in the election time? That's what she tried to tell you.
Once
It's simple English.
that
You should
you are
understand
a
this.
governor of a state and you give suit aside without due process, right? To me, you can see it the way you want to see it. To me, you have no moral compass to say whether body was found in a shallow grave or unmarked grave for whatever reason.
No
For
way.
you,
No. Okay, okay. You say for us. Okay, fine. But I don't subscribe to that.
See, you are a fan of him. He may do whatever he do.
No, it's not about being a fan. It's about reality. If let's say there's a rapid, hold on, Jonaba. Okay, let me give you this scenario. Let me give you this scenario.
Have that side. If you think that governor have that power, that he can order.
Jonaba, now let me give you this scenario. Say you somebody in your state, all those people that are coming to attack people and cause havoc in that state are operating freely. Hold on, righteous man, please turn your this thing down. They are operating freely in your state, coming to cause havoc. Then your governor says, hey, you people, my police officers, go into the forest, shoot at sight. You will be against that.
You in a society where we live with the corruption in the police department,
serious.
I do not approve of that, because end of the day they can even kill their neighbor with that they disagree with. That's what I'm saying. So I don't believe in Nigerian society that to the point that they have that standard of morale to go to the bush. I believe they will do whatever they want to do, even against their own enemy. So the best thing to do is to, if you are confronting your enemy in the issue of whether you go to house arrest,
but the bandits are going to shoot at sight. But you are telling them not to shoot at sight.
Eh?
The bandits, the people that are going to come and they are causing all that havoc in Benue State, they will shoot at sight. They will slaughter at sight. But you are telling your police officers not to do the same.
Listen to me. If you are having a gunfire, let's say you are giving order to go to so, or operation is going on, or robbery, or anything is going on, and you go there, and there is a fire exchange, and somebody die in the course of it, I don't have a problem with it. For you to offer a blind suit aside in Nigerian police content that I know, I grew up in barracks. I from one barrack to another. I know Nigerian police very well. If you give them that order, they can even kill their neighbor that they are having misunderstanding with.
But they
So
won't be
to
able to
me,
do that. You know that that's not what happens. That's not what happened.
that
They don't
you
exactly kill
cannot
any
get. That is
person.
the problem, because that is
No,
the work
whatever
you
order they give them, you think the governor is stupid. Whatever they are giving them that order is based on context, the
on
environment
content
they are
of
in.
what?
On the environment you are in, you are operating in.
Why should you give a sit aside where you can arrest the person?
I think
Because it's a dangerous situation. They could kill you.
Okay, when you are, if you are going for
Forefather,
operation to arrest,
forefather,
and somebody do gun
forefather,
to anything, and somebody dies, it's a different case.
we are worried about
Okay, you know what?
hello,
I
sir.
think we are
I
all
see
on.
to your views, and I think
forefather.
when you are privileged to manage a state or a sphere, then you can manage it that way, and you are privileged to your views. I mean,
I think
nobody's
he
stopping
has
your
an argument. He has an argument, but I think all this stuff is based on specific context. It's not open. It's not blank check. It's not a blank check.
Forefather, I raised a topic here, and the topic,
There was a time in Benue State
the
during
topic was
Olusegun
the grave
Obasanjo.
that was discovered
India.
containing
Listen
80
to me.
bodies in Abia State. It's not about P2B.
Hey, listen to
That
me.
was the
There
topic
was
I
a
raised.
time in that India, in Benue State.
Okay, Jonaba, your turn has come, and your turn.
We don't need you there.
Jonaba, please let other people speak. So you get your chance. You will come
Eric,
back
go
again.
asleep, go.
You don't worry. It's not about me trying to shut you down. It's just that so that other people can speak. There are quite a few people in the backstage actually.
The topic I wanted to comment on, Ngozika. What I wanted to comment on was the topic they were discussing earlier. When they said Peter Obi said he wanted to raise an issue about the dead body. To Goodluck Jonathan said he should go and keep the fire. He should something like that. That was the topic I wanted to comment on, because Righteous Mark kept defending Peter Obi on that issue. Peter Obi is a good man, no doubt. The truth is, as a state governor, if anything like that happens, state governor, they are also chief security officer of their state. You have every right to pursue that issue to a logical conclusion. But you can't. Goodluck Jonathan was not fighting with Peter Obi. Don't forget, Peter Obi ended up working with Goodluck Jonathan. He was very close to that government. You still fight for your people. You let him. It's not like you fight the president. You let him know, like, this issue should go into investigation. Disturb the president. The president also, they have a lot of things to do, right? They're dealing with a lot of things every day. This is the truth. But it's the governor that will make sure that issue is investigated, and whatever is there should be open, should be relayed to the people of the state. This is what we discover. This is what, if there is any need to get anybody arrested on that, do the investigation. So we should not completely isolate Peter Obi of what happened. He was the governor. You have to take responsibility. This is the honest truth. It doesn't mean people hate. If person is
Sorry,
saying,
Mr. Ewa, when did you join the show? Because this thing you're saying, you're just repeating everything that's been said here. Bumi asked that question. She asked that question, and a good number of people on this panel said yes. Why did P2B not follow it up?
Hold on.
She asked that question, and most of us concurred that why did he not follow it up?
Hold on. I thought that was where Jonaba was coming from, because even the issue that Jonaba raised, I tried to understand it. I thought that's where it was coming from, because one of the reasons I joined this show was because of that discussion. Because the state governor anywhere, they are also chief security officer. They have a reasonable amount of power to make sure the right thing is done. It's just like today, Abia State governor discovered that. Kudos to him. He was able to speak up. Now he needs to follow it up with the president. Make sure that issue is investigated and get back to the people. This is what we discover. For your correct. And one thing the Abia State governor said, He said they install CCTV camera to know what is really going on. And they got some information. Now it's to work with the security agency. I mean, that's a good one, right? So it's not that when people say this kind of stuff, oh, they try to bash Peter Obi, everybody hate. No. I don't think that's the way. We should not look at it that way. Especially righteous man, Omo, you love Peter Obi, I know, but let's come in down.
AY, can I interject? AY, you know what? I raised the topic. We are discussing about the media space in Nigeria. Are they living up to the expectation or not? So I brought this topic that, okay, look at the case we have on ground right now in Abia State, where 80 bodies were discovered in a cattle market. And the governor have decided to make sure that it's no longer going to be a residential place for marketers, that it will be a daily market. People will come and buy and go. Then that P2B also made a reference point that he was shocked that this kind of thing is still happening, that while he was governor of Anambra State, he was out of the country with President Goodluck Jonathan. Then he had the breaking news that bodies were seen in a river floating. So he has to leave, he left the president there and ran down to the state to know what actually happened. Then he set up a commission of inquiry. While the investigation was on, the president returned back to Nigeria and called him to hand over the file of that case, which he handed over to the federal government. And he left office before Jonathan. Jonathan was still president when Peter Obi left as governor of Anambra State. So the reason why I brought this issue is that the media is not highlighting on this discovery, that if it were in an ideal country where such 80 bodies were discovered, the president would have made a national broadcast, because that's the.
So why didn't Peter Obi make noise about it? That's the question. He was governor of the state.
No, let Righteous Man finish. He's making a good point there.
I understand he's making points, but if you are telling me that Peter Obi was the one who the files he put up a committee to actually look into it, and the president said, give me the files. He handed over the files to the president. He's the governor of the state. He could have said, no, you know what, this is my state. Let us find out exactly what happens. If you want to work with you,
let me answer you. Let me answer you. Obi has no power over the police, the army, the navy. There is no security agency in Nigeria that any state government controls or command. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Federal Republic of Nigeria command. Hold on, let me finish up. Let me finish up. Obi, when it was happening in Benue State, the hometown, the village of Jonaban, Autumn was crying, going to the president, telling him how his people were massacred. He has no command over the police. He was not in control of the army, neither any security agents or agencies. So why didn't your governor then take over the issue of defending the people? Obi did what he's supposed to do.
Obi shouldn't have handed over this. You're talking about murder. Obi shouldn't have handed out the file to the president. He's the governor of the state. He's the governor of the state. If you don't have power over
Eddie, can I stop you? Eddie,
excuse me.
Mother, what is the meaning of mother?
I think it's clear now. I think from what they are saying that they recovered the 80 bodies in kidnappers then. So it's the act of kidnappers.
You can set up a panel of inquiry. You can set up a panel of, even if you do not have power over.
And when Obi gave, let me say something. When Obi gave the shoot aside order was when there was a 100% rampage of kidnapping in Anambra State. My own very good friend, his mother was kidnapped in Orifite.
Man, those people are wicked. They are wicked people, man. They deserve to get what's coming to them.
You are the one saying Obi does not have power over the police force to direct investigations, but Obi has power to direct force to shoot aside. It doesn't make any sense. You are the governor of the state. If you do not have power over the police force. You can set up over your state.
Okay, can I answer you? No, I did not contradict myself. Let me clarify. Listen, as a governor, and there is criminality going on, you can tell the, you can report to Inspector General of Police, who gives you a go-ahead order to involve the Commissioner of Police in your state. Listen, wait now, stop shaking your head. It doesn't change anything, just listen. Then the Commissioner of Police liaises with the governor. The governor gives a directive. But this one, a crime has already been committed. There are two different things. Dead bodies were floating on top of water. It's different from people carrying out criminality.
A crime was committed.
You understand? Listen to me. Listen to me. So, listen to me. Can you listen? Can you listen? Can you listen? Can you listen? When he gave shoot aside, Anambra was in fact, the heaven of kidnapping in Nigeria. Obi stopped kidnapping in Anambra State. He was bulldozing their houses. Any person that was caught as a kidnapper, he will go to your father's house, he will bulldoze the house, and the government will take over that particular land. And then he gave that order. Listen now.
Wow, this is the first time I'm hearing this, actually.
He gave that order to curb criminality in Anambra State. My own very good business partner, his mother was kidnapped in Orif State. Listen to me.
Hold on, let him finish now. Come on, let him finish. Let him finish. Come on.
You know where it's going to monologue. You'll be talking and talk. We're all listening.
How? I raised the topic, so I need to defend the topic I raised.
Do you want to lecture us? Let people talk.
Obi did not commit any crime. That's just one thing I want to tell you. He never erred.
Can I just ask him one question? Hold on. I will put people backstage. Let me just ask. AY, please hold on. Did what P2B do regarding this kidnapping? Did it work? Did it reduce?
Yes. Yeah, it worked.
That is it. That's it. Thank you. Let the others go.
Let me respond. Now, on the one hand, you are saying Peter Obi gave a shoot-aside order. Who did he give the shoot-aside order to? The police force. Who you are saying, on the other hand, he does not have control over to investigate murder cases in his own state. It doesn't make any sense. If you have the file and the president is saying, give me the file, it is your state. You can as well refuse. Okay.
You have to. Yeah, that's a fair question.
Excuse me. When Buhari was trying to go after a judge in Cross River State, did what's his name not intervene and stop it? Even if as he had the police force there, he was there. He stopped it. Wike went there when they were trying to arrest the judge. What happened?
That was not a crime. He was not investigating crime. But crime have already been committed.
For your own integrity, you can resign, right?
My point is, they have the power. They have the power.
You are contradicting yourself. You are contradicting yourself.
How? He set up commission of inquiry, and the president demanded he should hand it over to him.
It's right. Not your own. And when within your power,
it takes simplicity to listen. People have been listening to you. Why can't you listen to people?
Yeah. T, please go ahead.
Gentlemen,
we are supposed to self-regulate here, but T, please allow T to talk. He hasn't said things was anything for a long time.
Okay,
T, what are you trying to say?
See, the first narrative you gave. See, listen, people listen. That is how Ngozika came after John Harper. Now you're contradicting yourself. The first story you brought was Obi was dead bodies was found. Then now Obi brought up the story that something happened similar in his time. That then he didn't talk about it. He gave the fight to the president. Okay. Now that is gone past. That was the first narrative you brought to us. Okay. Then now you now brought this.
I didn't say so. Please. I didn't say so.
Then you now brought this present one that happened in Abia State. Okay.
I brought the story of Abia State before Obi's own.
Okay, but you brought the two narratives together. Okay, now beautiful. Now we went in on Obi's narrative. Okay, and we came to a consensus that Obi on his own failed.
How?
Okay? You are still asking how? Jesus Christ. Holy Moses, I don't have anything to say since you're asking how. Somebody else will tell you.
It's all right. I think it's all good.
See, let me say this, right? Let's
Yeah.
not make it
I
about
think
Peter Obi.
Ngozika, you can go ahead.
In
You
all
don't
the
have to
states,
read.
most of the states.
Let him,
Please,
let him just
30
finish.
seconds.
I'll just say something
30
and go to
seconds.
bed.
30 seconds.
Okay.
In all the states, in most states, this thing is going on, right? The governor have a way of trying to like run away from their responsibility. I'm not gonna make it only about Peter Obi. No, it's not only in Anambra State. It's going on in a lot of states. This governor, we should not allow them to go. Listen, Nigeria governors, they are powerful. They have reasonable power when it comes
Very,
to
very
security.
powerful.
Don't let them deceive you. We should hold them accountable for some of the things that are going on. This is the truth. But we should not make it about Peter Obi. In most states, this is going on. They have. Why do you think they give their security vote every month? They give their security vote. They collect millions of.
Sorry to interject. Now, what happened in what did this guy doing in Kogi that rented that ordered the whole hotels to be shut down?
In most state too. In most state, the same thing right now.
So then you say that person is not powerful. Come on, now what are we saying? A governor.
People at Kogi, they do the same thing.
And he's able to destroy houses. I didn't know that. That's hardcore, man. I didn't know Peter be harder in him. Destroy houses where you committed this. That's hardcore, and and he worked. So we have to give him that. Yeah, Ngozi, please go ahead.
So let me just say this. This is 3 minutes after 1 a.m. I wish I could stay with you people, but I need my beauty sleep. This whole, I'm just a bit disappointed that we are back to square one with this whole Obi said, Obi did, Obi didn't. Or we could be talking about more pressing issues. And Mr. Jonaba, I did not come after you. I just asked a question, and if I in any way disrespected you by my question, which I didn't, I apologize because a senior man you be, sir. But I stand by what I said. You had no moral authority, the same way you said P2B did not have it, to come from the angle you did. It was unfair, it was sidelining, and it was filled with a motive you do not want to state here. And that's on period. Number 2, righteous man, I understand where these people are coming from. Let me not lie. Bumi summarized this thing simple. P2B was not in the country when this thing happened. He was briefed and he came back. He said, oh yeah, let's look into this. The president said, no, leave the file at my desk. Of course, he respected the president's orders. He couldn't have done otherwise. He did. Nobody, I don't think any sane person will. I don't think any sane person will fault him for that. But
No,
what
he could.
I and almost every other person is saying is, why did he not say anything after that?
Very good.
Why?
Very good.
And it's a very fair question, no matter how you
will
look
be in
at
this
it.
platform in 2 weeks' time or 1 week time. Then
Very
we'll ask
good.
him this
And I
question.
hope somebody asked him this question. Having
And
said that,
and I will bet he's not here. He's going to come in 2 weeks. If you ask Obi this question, he will
have a political answer.
English statistics and he will avoid it. He will
can
not
I
answer it.
finish now? I told you people I want to go and sleep.
That is again unfair. He's not giving many chance to answer the question.
Now politics.
You can't just assume that.
Obi lies. They're all the same.
He hasn't done that. Oh my God.
No, I beg to disagree. Obi is not like other politicians. Please, I beg to disagree. Obi is not like other politicians.
Never. Marketplace people. Well, let's calm down, man. What is this now?
Those are people that don't want Nigeria to go forward. Anytime we hear people saying they are all the same,
let's hear from Ngozi before she go to sleep. Please, let us give her that opportunity. She's a sweet lady. Let's give her that opportunity.
So now that we have hashed out,
correct guy.
This open session is getting a little bit too excited sometimes.
now that we have hashed that one out, please let's go on to. I'll go back. You know what I'm going back. This topic I'm about to go back to. It's a hill I'm willing to die on, and it is the topic of inflation and how it is affecting the everyday Nigerian. You see all this plenty grammar we are speaking here is good though. It's very good. I like that the conversations are ongoing. If not for anything, it is making people pick interest in what is going on. Prior to now, Nigerians were very less concerned about what happened with the government. We only heard the news about it and we moved on from it. But now there are discussions about it. There are open forums about it, and people are talking about it and really interested in what is going on. That is a good way to go. But me, the hill I am willing to die on is this: inflation, food inflation. And it is at an all-time high as we speak. And the reason I brought it back to this is because at the end of the day, everything that goes wrong with the masses, you can trace it back to hunger in more ways than one. A hungry person is hardly rational. They are desperate. A hungry person is a desperate person, not to mention angry at the same time. So when you have prices of food, so basic, there's nothing basic again in Nigeria. 150 naira has almost lost its value. 50 naira. I remember the time, almost all of you know where I live. There was a time that
I don't know
where I live here.
I don't know where you live.
Don't tell all
I've been
this
on this
creep.
show for over a year.
Don't
If
go and
you
tell all
don't,
these
that's your
creeps.
problem. I've been on this show for over a year. If you don't know, that's your problem. That's your problem, really. That's your problem. Anyway, there was a time where you could go from this bus stop to the next two bus stops for 15 naira. Maybe the sun was too high, you didn't feel like trekking, or maybe you've had a long day, you're having a migraine, you just want to get to the next bus. 15 naira. Nobody will carry you 15 naira. You they look where they go for your front like this. You they look the place. 100 naira. 100 naira. Everything is almost, the prices of everything is times two. And the reason I'm going to keep saying this, the people who make fun of things like this and go like, she has come to tell us the price of this and that. Let me say it again for the third time today. Your weakness needs to be sponsored. Your greed, your heartlessness needs to be sponsored by some hard currency. If not, you are wasting it. Nigerians are hungry. The hunger is getting worse, according to Gen Z people. The pressure is getting worse. And if as long as it continues to get worse like this, you're going to have a society that is in trouble. You're going to have hungry people that are desperate, and desperate people are really dangerous people. You're going to have hungry people that are angry, and angry people are really dangerous people. You're going to have hungry people that are disillusioned because they can't even for the life of them imagine where their next meal is coming from. And this is the crux of the matter. So in all our doing, let's please not lose sight of this. Let's not lose sight of it. I don't care. I will say it again. I don't care who you support.
Madam,
and I've been very consistent.
Let that anger you're talking about get to that point, so they can push back.
I've been very consistent about this. And let me say this, I don't care who you support. But
Can we respect other people? Can we mute this out, please?
Can we mute who?
Let that anger.
Can we mute ourselves and allow one person to finish?
Let that anger you're talking
I'm almost done. In the next 30 seconds, I'll be done.
Eddie, let her finish. Then
I'm
you can
almost
go
done in the
ahead.
next 30 seconds.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
I said at the end of the day, I always say this. It doesn't matter who you support. You can support whoever you want to support. I might not like it too. I might curse you out for it. But at the end of the day, it's your choice. But what I will not stand for is people seeing black and calling it white. People seeing white and calling it black. Or trying to rationalize it and tell us, in the daytime it can be black, in the night it can be white. No, that is what I will not stand for. And that is the problem I have with so many people on this platform. They see white, but because it does not favor their agenda, they call it black. Stand for the truth, regardless, because you might be in power today, tomorrow you'll be out of power. And the same thing you condoned today, for those of you that are defending that yacht, those of you that are defending it, the next day, the next administration that will come in, that might not be from your party, will do worse than that. And where is the moral authority that you're going to use to call them out? You sold it. The same things you condone in this government, you think you're doing it because you're a party member, because this is your people, you're supporting everything, every wrong thing they are doing because they are your people, they are your party. What will happen when these people are no longer in power and the next people come in and do something worse? How are you going to open mouth to condemn them? You can't do that. At the end of the day, I hope whatever you support or whatever you defend, you can live with yourself at the end of the day, even though I know some of you already lost your conscience. And a good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
One point I want to make
Before you can mention my name, before she goes, let me.
Madam, don't wait the truth. I can say
Eddie, calm down, wait.
Eddie.
Brother, calm down. Calm down. Let me make my point.
Free Nigeria.
Calm down, man.
Let's take it easy now. Let's take it easy.
Calm down, man.
Let's take it easy. Eddie, just hold on for a second.
What's wrong with you?
See, Eddie, Free Nigeria hasn't said anything all day. I will take both of you. Okay, I'll take both of you that backstage now if you don't stop. Okay, let's stop it now. We are supposed to know how to self-regulate here.
Keep quiet. He's not the moderator of the show.
Can we leave it, please? Leave it because he hasn't said anything. So you could have a little bit deferred to him. I said we should self-regulate so that since he hasn't said anything, you just say, okay, what are you trying to say? You see what I mean? Please, Free Nigeria, what is it you wanted to add?
Him to calm down. He keeps jumping on people's mouth.
My guy, settle down. You're not the moderator of the show. Settle down.
It's okay.
You better watch yourself.
Leave it. No, don't do that. Don't do that, please. We can't do that.
What I was going to say,
we can't do that.
Hold on. I'm not an unruly person. You're very mischievous and unruly. I should tell you that. I'm telling you that in your face. Watch yourself.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Free Nigeria. Take it easy. Let's not do this.
Somebody in the comment section said that he highlighted something. Kulata.
He highlighted what?
Behave. Kulata, you ignored him. His super chat.
I didn't see a super chat. So, I'm looking for a super chat right now.
No, I did see it. I think you missed it.
Guys, I saw the last one. Yeah, Kulata was against the yacht. The yacht. Or yacht. He didn't like. For once, Kulata found something he didn't like about the government. But we all live and learn. It's all good. It's all good. So who's
Forefathers, I'm not quite finished. What I'm just trying to say to Eddie, I'm sorry.
My guy, don't address me. I don't want to hear you. Don't address me.
I said, but because you're being an asshole. I don't have no respect.
Oh no! Come on, man. You can't do that now. You can't do that. Come on, you can't be cussing.
I will not descend to your level.
No, you can't do that.
I mean, why
would you descend to your level?
That's below the belt.
I will not descend to his level. I'm not even going to.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Come on, Tone. You are disappointing me now. Come on. You can't do this, Tone.
Eddie, it's okay. Let's move on. Let's
self-regulate. We can't be cussing each other here.
Please let us move on. Let's not just.
I'm gonna say this, right?
Please.
What Ugozi was her name? Ugozi was talking about, right? Like we should try and stay on issue, which I agree. And the other thing is, I've always been saying this. No matter who's in power, Nigerians, we need to question them. It doesn't matter. The moment we have this, trust me, these guys will know we are not joking. Because all of them, they're using one system. The president is from the north. The people from the north, we said, some of them, they support him blindly. He's from the southwest. Some people will support him blindly. It is a problem. It's a problem. What does it take? Even if it's your father that is doing something that is wrong, Daddy, no, this is not right. It doesn't take anything to me. What is going on? For example, the yacht. Why will a president in this economy we are today use budgeting 5 billion naira to buy which stupid yacht where people are hungry? We are just talking about the SUV for the legislators, and we are coming to this again. If you keep telling people, be patient, don't worry, things will get better. Why are you not doing the same thing? Why are you not cutting costs? If the common man on the street see you cutting costs as leaders, they will understand things are really hard. Let's all manage till we get this better. It actually shows most of this money they are using to budget this stuff. Don't forget, it is borrowing money. They borrow this money, you spend it on stupid things. It's a pain. Chim was speaking this afternoon. I listened to him. He was just speaking my mind. You budgeting cars for office of the first lady that is not existing. Nigeria, we need to speak up. If we allow this thing to go, no matter who's in power, these guys, what I've discovered, they don't care about this country. They don't love the country. Because if you really love the country, you gonna. Do you know what 60 million we do in your constituency? We are giving to senators. Even if you tell them, go and renovate schools in your constituency, what 60 million we do very good work. It's a lot. It might look small. It's a lot. It will do something. I mean, we can't be buying cars 4 years, every 4 years, you know. They are even telling them. I said the interview I watched with Shehu with one senator, I was so disappointed. This guy was just talking trash. Look at the other senator from Borno. Same thing. They just pretended they don't know what is going on. And you guys are doing this stuff. How do you, the hunger is real. You see people in Nigeria, they are complaining of what is going on. Like you pay people that earn even $500,000 in Nigeria, they are struggling. Talk less of most Nigerians have jobs.
So, sorry, 160 million for each of the cars, is that it?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's equivalent to around 160,000. How can it be that expensive? What are they buying? Is it bulletproof? What kind of 160,000?
But new
Quite a lot
SUV
for
is
a car.
expensive. I mean,
Yeah, but not 160,000 now. But why are they buying the most expensive one? There are cheaper cars that can last.
So that
have guaranteed.
One of the forefathers, one of the
That
senators
one
came
is for
to
the elected
Arise,
officers.
other Arise or channels and said that because
How
the roads
about
are
the
not
one
good
for
and there's no
Tinubu's wife that
security,
is
that's why they are
1.5
buying the
billion?
cars. That's what a senator said.
1.5 billion is completely unacceptable for one vehicle. Unacceptable by
1.5 billion for Tinubu's wife.
And if it was
that
Nigerian,
has no constitutional role in
No,
the
that's the
Federal
office. That's the
Republic of
office. That's
Nigeria.
the office of the first lady. Why are you arguing it?
if they were buying the car from the Nigerian man,
The Constitution of Nigeria does not recognize the office of the First Lady. The Nigerian Constitution does not recognize the office of the First Lady.
Hold on.
Okay, where were the Nigerians who have been voting the president that have first ladies from Maria Babangida?
They didn't vote for first lady. Why are you saying
no? It is not.
They didn't vote for first lady. They didn't vote for first lady.
Nigerians know that first lady is not in the constitution.
First lady is not the office of the First Lady is not in the Constitution.
Now Nigerians know that the first lady is not in the constitution. That's the question.
Hold on. Let's clarify something first. Hold on now. Let's clarify something first.
Sorry, let's say something.
Mr. T, let me just clarify something. The 1 billion, is that only for a car or just for the office?
No, it's for the office of the first lady to take off cars, whatever.
Okay, everything else. Okay, you see, I think maybe righteous man, maybe there's a point there. Because first ladies entertain people, they do all kinds of different other things.
That is an office that was created in Nigeria.
If it was only for a car, I would have had issues with that.
Father, then one of the lawyers, SAN, have debated on this issue.
Can I come
the
in?
Nigerian Constitution does not recognize the office of the First Lady. Therefore, there is no way the federal government will budget money for the office of the First Lady. It's unconstitutional.
Righteous man. Sorry, some of you guys just talk too much. I mean, righteous man. Look, it's not by talking too much. I don't really what you guys trying to prove, you know. I just listened to some of you, and look, this is a point. I mean, everybody has made it, right? It's not constitutional, okay? So you have to kind of repeat it and tell us. We know that. And by the way, the fact that it's been happening, it does not make it right. If it is wrong from the beginning, then it is still right now. I'm talking to T, okay? So, look, the only reason why I just came up really, I know John Abba won, and perhaps AY, and maybe Eddie. Some of you that say that all politicians are the same. I don't know. Can somebody explain to me when you make this statement, what is the import? What do you want to? What's the point you're trying to make? What does it mean, that statement? All politicians are the same.
You, since you take your time to come to this platform to come and ask us.
Yes. I'm just
okay.
I want to
You now tell us what is.
No, sorry, excuse me. Hold on. If you don't want to answer,
sorry. When you
no.
you
answer us. You tell us what
give us a perspective of what you think it is.
Let me explain.
Give
Let me
us a
answer him.
perspective of what you think it is.
Who is that?
Let me answer him. Let me answer him.
If you don't want to
Let him
answer,
ask his question.
leave it.
Let me answer him.
I make my point. I ask the question.
Let me answer him.
Okay, go on. Yes.
All politicians are the same. That statement is so right, so on point.
No, it's so flippant.
It's not fair to say all politicians are the same.
Okay. Let me answer. So, what that statement mean? All politicians are the same, which I actually believe. It doesn't mean some are still better than some, right? The golden law. Hold on, let me finish. The golden law of philosophy said, where you have two evils, evil within.
What do you mean golden law of philosophy?
That is the law.
Philosophy
You need
doesn't
to
have a golden law.
Look it up.
Philosophy doesn't have a golden law.
Hold on now.
Oti, please now, let him finish. You are a lawyer.
The golden law of philosophy says that whenever you have two evils, evil within two evils, he said you should choose the lesser one. That is the case for politicians.
Hold on, you have a question.
You need to let me talk. That is the rule for politicians. Some of them are better in terms of, it doesn't mean they are not the same. What they mean they are the same is, for example, politicians love division to control the people.
Right.
Politicians, they are all corrupt.
Right.
Where you give them that free access to what they want to do.
That's not accurate.
Hold on now.
That's not correct. That means every human being is corrupt.
Not true.
Every human being is corrupt.
For you to say that's not right. What
you are asking a question, you don't want to finish.
You're talking nonsense.
Okay, I give
up.
up.
Let him answer. You come here and you're going to tell somebody nonsense without the person is telling you what it is. Nobody have time to come and be
explaining. Prepared today.
Now, you see, you said all politicians are the same, and then now you start to say some are corrupt and some and this or that.
Yeah, that's it saying lesser evil. There's a lesser evil. Some are more corrupt than others.
No, but then they're not the same.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, corruption is corruption.
They are not the same. They are not the same.
No, they are not the same. There is a degree. There is a degree to everything.
A thief is a thief, depends on what they do. A robber is a robber, depends on what they carry.
A shoplifter is not the same as an armed robber.
I think some politicians have hijacked this platform.
Excuse me. If all politicians are the same, so I ask you, so on what basis then can you tell somebody or yourself, okay, a voter, vote one as opposed to the other? On what basis?
All politicians are the same.
They are not the same.
They are not the same. They are the politicians. No, you that say they are not the same, define what is politician. And then we take
you see what the question has cost now.
Politicians
are discussing originally.
Yeah, we'll go back there. Politicians are individuals that are participating in the political process of any nation, and from that point of view, especially if they are running for office, that's what they are described as. Some of them are. See, they are not. You see, you can say, okay, as politicians, they are the same. But it's like saying teachers. It's like saying all teachers are the same. No, they are not the same.
Are you saying they're not individual?
All medical practitioners are not the same.
They don't have a background. They don't have values. They don't have personalities. They're all the same. What do you mean? You're talking nonsense.
They are not all the same. They cannot all be the same.
A politician is a politician. Are we all going to agree on that?
All politicians are not the same. All politicians are not the same. All politicians are not the same.
A politician is a politician.
All politicians are not the same.
They are not the
all
same.
Human beings are not the same.
They cannot be
They
the
can.
Politician is a politician. Are we going to agree on that?
The reason why they go for power.
Bumi, go ahead, please. Bumi,
all
go ahead.
Doctors are not the same. All journalists are not the same.
Righteous man, you are breaking the rule here. Okay, well, let me catch anybody that is talking while I'm trying to correct this. Oti, you have to allow Bumi talk. I've said it before. Maybe you are not aware. Oti, you are not aware. When the ladies want to talk, we allow them to talk. Given how rowdy we are, they are underrepresented too, so they cannot shout like us.
Go ahead.
So please, Bumi, go ahead.
I think Mr. Oti can speak because I thought they were just interjecting, but now everybody has come down. Maybe he can speak and then I'll say something.
Conversation. Okay, you guys don't have anything to do or what? But I mean, if you come here, we are adults, right? And then, unless you don't understand the use of language, somebody's saying there's a golden rule of philosophy. I don't know where he gets that. Now, listen, Okay, all politicians are the same. I asked the question. You could not tell me what you mean by that.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Excuse me. Hold on now. I'm talking. Hold on.
What is the job of a lawyer? Would you say,
can you let me finish? I'm talking. You can ask me the question when I finish what I'm saying, okay? Now, all politicians are the same, right? I asked you, what do you mean by that? And they're individuals, the human beings, right? Okay? They have characters, different values, different visions, different, background. Okay, all these things. And then you come here and make this statement, all politicians are the same. What does it mean? What are you trying to achieve by that? It's just to tar everybody with the same brush.
I am trying to.
What is your goal?
I am trying to.
Now I ask you, hold on. I ask you, if all politicians are the same and you believe that and you're saying that and you mean something by saying that, if not just by making careless, flippant statement, on people that are unserious. Now, so why would you vote one politician as opposed to the other?
That's what I'm
trying to be a question. Let me
look at Nigerian politicians, for example. They move from one party to the other, right? At their earlier convenience.
It does not make them the same.
AY, you're more clever than this, man. Don't do that.
Hold on.
You're more clever than this.
Hold on, guys. Politicians are the same. No this and no peace.
Yes.
Some of them, in terms of
very wrong.
Oh, hey.
In what sense?
Some of them, in terms of delivery, they are better. Like some of them are less corrupt.
You make one sentence, the second sentence, you're contradicting yourself. What are you talking about?
I'm not contradicting anything, Mr. Oti. You just feel you don't want to hear people's opinion.
Exactly.
All politicians are the same. Period.
So are you going to say? Let me ask some people now. So are you going to say all religious prophets are the same? All listen. Are you going to say all religious prophets are the same? They're not the same. No. Because when you start making flippant statements like because it has something to do with politicians, it's not fair. Because why people are being
it's a profession.
For example, why do you think the politician want to leave power? They make sure they install somebody.
Not all of them install somebody. Not all of them install somebody.
All of them.
You are just talking about Nigeria. No, not all of them is OT. Did OT install somebody? Autumn. Did he install anybody? Your Governor Autumn. He lost his position.
He had a candidate. He failed. What are you talking about?
Exactly. So what do you expect? That's what politics is all about. Why you say all of them are the same?
So
can we talk?
Who is different? Tell me who is different that is not doing what they are doing.
Okay, so if Shore gets into office, Shore is the same as all politicians.
He's a politician.
Hold on. If Gani Fahimi made it to office, hold on. Gani Fahimi was a politician. Is it the same as all the other politicians?
He's a politician, right? You call him politician.
If you say he's a politician, if you are describing them on that level,
okay.
Hold on now.
If you are a physician, you are not
making me raise my voice now.
He did not get into office. If you are gotten into there, only God knows what.
If you are describing them on the same level that they are all politicians as by name, fine. But if you are trying to say that they are the same in terms of the way they practice and the level of
individual that they are, no human being is the same. We are all
okay, good.
What's the point? But the name called politician. You are a politician.
Show is watching this. Like, what kind of debate is this? You guys, I think AY, Eddie, and Jolaba, you guys are just gaslighting people today.
I'm surprised people are falling for this argument.
I'm telling you, it's unbelievable.
There are things people say to you, and you act like David Udain, and you say next. Let's move on to the next thing. Somebody tells me every politician is the same, and I'll tell you next. I won't dignify it with argument.
I think sometimes the viewers
no, forefathers, being clever by half. The people playing that game, they know what they are doing. You can't convince them otherwise. They know what they are saying to you.
Serious.
When you go beyond,
don't say that. Don't say that. You are the one that is not serious, but not understanding the context of the politician.
Wow.
Come here with such a
political agents have hijacked this platform, honestly.
And they define the definition of politician. He's a politician. What are you talking about?
Carry on speaking.
Forefather, when we are saying all politicians, right?
It's okay.
Self-regulation. Okay, I'll
take Biden at Trump as a case study. Take Biden at Trump.
AY, show is a honored moderator here. Let him finish his take.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I just don't think you should dignify the conversation, because the minute you go beyond the surface level and you ask a question, Are you saying just by title? Or are you saying... Oti asked a very fantastic question. If you're saying they're exactly the same, then we can go to the polls and blindly vote. But you will be here in 4 years' time campaigning for somebody, but yet they are the same. Scratch beyond the surface, and these people start to unravel. You're saying everybody's... How can everybody be the same? How can they be?
But what is the... You are sure, right? Are we all here? Are we not all human beings?
Are we the same?
Yes.
Okay, are we not all human beings? I'm asking
in some certain context, yes.
right?
In some certain
On
context.
the context of being on your career, who are you?
Practicing the
You
same
people,
line.
you know what you're doing with that? You see, when people give you those loaded arguments, it's loaded. They know what they are doing. These people, they're not stupid. They're intelligent men. And they know what they are doing.
Some of them are stupid.
So because you say we're all human beings.
You see, when you are a grown-up man, you cannot define yourself as somebody because you are a loyalist to somebody by definition.
Some people representing parties have taken over the platform.
It's your profession, you run for an office, you are a politician, and you run for an office.
Some agents of political parties have taken over this platform.
We have a different antecedent. Everybody have their own file and their own serious.
Wow. You know,
he's taking it
Jonaba,
personal.
AY, and people have gaslighted us heavily here today. But it's all good.
It's one of the lowest conversations we've ever had on this channel. One of the lowest.
Yeah.
Forget who you support. How can you say... See, we're not... So you're the one that will tell me that it is fish that's inside sardine. I know that... So do I look stupid to you to know that?
Let me give you an example.
By the name politicians, we know that. So that's not what we're discussing. So don't come here and tell us and lecture us that, oh, because they are all politicians, they are the same. Do we look stupid to you? Of course we know. Footballers are the same because they're all footballers. Tennis players are the same because
there is Maradona. There's Pele.
Okay,
there are different types.
Then we talk about the antecedent, but you cannot talk about the definition is different, and nobody is going to come here and make the person look stupid because you have your own word. So you can tell us that this is the antecedent that defines the person from the other one. But you cannot come and tell us they are not politicians.
There's no game saying me coming to you and saying all footballers are the same because they share the same title.
What is the name of a footballer on the pitch? What's the name of a footballer? When is on the pitch? What's it trying to
You have diverted this. This is not what you meant by the argument. This is not what you meant by argument. You have talked about it.
Incident of what people do, but
your initial argument was not based on this.
That's not what you were saying initially. You left it at surface level.
You decide to see because all of the OB followers and loyalists, anything that want to present, they want to define it differently.
I'm not discussing Peter Obi. When I'm discussing this, I'm not saying Peter Obi. For me, when I talk about politicians, for instance, so you're telling me an Awolowo is the same as Tinubu.
That you talk about the antecedent. He's not a politician. Are you going to say he's not a politician?
Oh, God.
Jonaba.
Joe, you don't understand this.
I think, sorry. Sure, calm down. I think what is going on here is that I think Jonaba is, hold on, calm down. I think Jonaba is talking about it from a slightly different point of view from Ed and AY. Jonaba is trying to say, if I'm not mistaken, like they are all politicians. Is that where you just want to stop? But Jonaba, do you agree that as politicians they are also different individuals?
Yes, in the antecedent of what they do, but in the professional they are all politicians.
Exactly. So, but the others are saying something different. The others are saying,
that
they are divisive.
I'm speaking for myself, and you're going to come and swing here. So then you say, okay, this is a politician. This is with so record. That is distinguish the other people from the other. You are all human beings, and we all have different character. So we can talk about that. But you're going to say, oh, they are not politicians, they are not. What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Well, somebody just said Tinubu is better than Awolowo. So how can you discuss with someone like people?
Excuse
like
me.
I mean,
guys.
I was at the house.
Tinubu is better than Awolowo.
I was at the housewarming.
What do you mean when you make the statement?
I said this on my honor.
What is the impact?
Wait.
What's the reason? Why? Because we don't make statements.
I was at the housewarming on the 26th of August this year.
Your grammar have not helped you, OT. Or your grammar in any way have not helped you.
I was discussing with gentlemen.
Why are we bringing grammar into this now? Jonaba, you are being mischievous today. No, Jonaba is being mischievous today.
Mr. OT was a bit too emotional this topic.
Oh, no.
I never seen you like this. What's wrong with 30 people, man?
Oh my God. God. Ewa, you are just being trouble for
No,
people.
Jonathan used to be a gentleman.
I can't listen to nonsense. And then, you know,
Oh, Ewa, you are not
Hold
being a
on.
gentleman.
AY, why are you not gentle? Can't you be gentle, AY?
You know what? Let's cool this session off. Let's cool this session off a bit. Let's cool it off a bit. They are all waiting in the backstage. Let's cool this off. This is crazy. What is going on today?
I said change the topic. That's the solution.
Yeah. Free Nigeria. What is it?
What I'm trying to say is that, listen, I'm sorry about the shut up I used for that gentleman, but this is just what why what drove me mad is I just felt insulted. I hate people insult. We see the truth. The truth is just staring in our face and all that, and we'll just be gaslighting each other. And it's so please, let's move over to something else. Maybe that will bring sanity in our midst. Let's just talk about something else.
How did Jonaba manage to remain backstage? Hold on. Let me
respond to that, please.
the busy out. Let the busy. Hold on. I'm just trying to regulate this. Sorry. Let me see something. Just hold on for a second. Yeah, Jonaba, let's take it easier. No grandmothers into this discussion at all. We shouldn't. We should respect people's this thing. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Let me respond. I'm sorry. Let me just respond to you, really, Nigeria. I'm sorry if I came at you strong too, but I believe everybody has how would I put it now? His or her own opinion to give out there, and it should be let to express it freely. Okay, I'm really sorry I came at you so strong. It's not in my nature. I'm sorry about it as well.
You see, gentlemen, self-regulating, very nice. This is what we want to see.
Good.
So, what is the next topic? Who is next in the discussion?
There's no next in the discussion. To say that it's nonsense. You can have your own definition. You cannot come here and say I said my own. It doesn't make you you cannot come here and say all the people we are saying is nonsense.
Let's take another topic.
People are saying nonsense.
We can discuss. Okay, let some other person start.
No, you make him say sorry too. You remove all the obedient can have that, but we cannot have that because we are not obedient.
I can say that.
You were talking about his grammar.
He wants to talk.
No, he said not grandmother, grammar like English.
Grandma.
Grammar, not grandmother, grammar, like the level of English he's speaking. He didn't say his grandmother. Grammar.
Oh, so he said grammar. Okay, I think he was talking about grammar. Okay, I apologize, Jonaba. I thought you were bringing his grandma, his granny.
I cut Bumi off. Let her, please.
Okay, let her go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. I just wanted to say, let's just agree to disagree at sometimes. Like we're not all going to agree on certain things. So maybe that would. Sorry.
Are you watching them? They are enjoying the argument, whether it's going nowhere or not. They seem to just be enjoying it. It's ridiculous.
I enjoyed it, but I feel like we should also know sometimes that.
Let me add a corrective. Look,
we
have to agree on the meaning of words, okay? Because if we can't agree on the meaning of words, then we don't have a conversation. You know,
you don't come here and lecture anybody to agree on what you see from your definition. That is crazy.
I'm not lecturing you, but we have to have at least a common understanding of
Mr. Oti, please hold on.
And then we have, logic. Hold on. You know, we're not going to invent. You're not going to
invent. Mr. Oti, please hold on. Please hold on for a minute. Sure. You remember the rules, and there's somebody on this comment section, and all of them are happy to pander to you that you are the one that. Why will somebody still be abusing somebody? Personal insult. This just Emeka. You need to speak to him. Let him know the rules of engagement.
Yes, I would pay attention to the comment. I apologize.
And claps out, please. Thank you.
Yes, I'll pay attention to the comment section. But in the meantime, if anybody is giving you stress, please block that person personally. You stop saying their comment, but I'll pay attention.
But listen, these are people that it just fire at the light to other people. Other people will say, okay, if just Emeka can say this and all that, then I can say whatever. Let's be responsible. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And that was nice of you to come back and apologize for that. So that is the gentleman thing to do. Righteous man. Yes.
I am asking you a question as a moderator.
Righteous one can ask. Even if you are dead,
Don't you
righteous one
think
will
you are
ask
the
you
one
questions.
causing this confusion here?
So you want to put it on me now? It's my fault now. Now it's my fault. I started this to fight. You are the one that started it. Probably you asked
That's on
the
a lighter
question.
note. That's on a lighter note. You are doing a good job, honestly. I appreciate you. You're doing
Thank
a good
you.
job. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the problem we have is AY.
Oh my God.
AY we just you know there is one fish we call electric fish. Electric fish is short. AY will just come smoothly, just talk like a woman, and just keep in one word and just go back and
Righteous one, I've noticed.
I'm going to retire now.
It's people with two alphabets in their names, AY and TA. If you see AY, TA, they come in like
it's their fault. This is all the problem.
Are people the problem of Nigeria? Are people the problem?
Jonaban, you know, Ngozika made a complaint, and that complaint is real, is valid. The cost of living in Nigeria, it has gone beyond what an ordinary man can, reach out to. Don't you think that the failure of your state
Go ahead.
You are mute, Jonathan.
I'm gonna
He's warning me.
I know I'm mute. I'm just telling him not to start that thing.
Good night. Take it easy, man.
Okay, yeah. Jonaba is in no mood today. He's ready for fight. So nobody should start that stuff with him.
Can you give this why your father would never tell you his states?
I'm here. I'm listening to you.
Benue State. Anything, Jonaba, Benue State. That's why your father would never tell you his states.
No,
I'm listening to you.
Even if Jonathan did not tell me that name alone, I worked in his state. My Oga, the man I served, is from Otupo, so I lived there. I understand them. They are very good people, very accommodating. Yeah, but what I'm saying, the failure of your state to defend their land is costing us this high cost of food in Nigeria.
Yeah, Dexter, sorry I missed you on the backstage. I didn't see you backstage on time. You are far away from the camera, Dexter.
That's fine.
So why are you laughing?
You see, monkey they walk, baboon they chop. Now, so we will now go farm. You stay in Lagos and buy it for peanut, and that is what you want to come here and say. That the failure, all you want us to do, not for peace in our own land, but for us to be at peace, to go to farm and bring yam for you to eat in Lagos.
But see, you a righteous man is not among the poor people in Nigeria. We need to know this. He's a rich man. He comes here, spend thousands to be online. He's a poor man, cannot do that. Don't let him deceive you.
No, I say monkey they walk,
you have started.
I'm not saying
you have
he's a poor
started.
man. I said and bring yam for him in Lagos, and now all he's advocating for is that there should be peace in Benue so they can go to farm and bring more yam for him, not for the people.
Are you saying that you don't want peace in Benue? Are you saying that you don't understand what supply chain means? Are you saying
supply chain? So my people are farmers, and you should stay in your own land and you come and eat, right? That's what you are telling me.
Jonathan said he was going to take his medication for us tonight. I think
he came here for trouble today. Everything is
Why don't you stay in your lane as a good business people that you are dangling into politics? You could have stayed in your business and you don't do nothing again. And you don't run for
Jonathan Ngozi made a submission before she
with the state capture in Nigeria? That's the first question I should ask you. Are you comfortable with the state capture?
Your state is not captured. I'm not killing your place.
You're not
your state is not captured.
Why are people keep asking Jonathan? Jonathan is not ready to engage today.
A foreigner or somebody called whether it's a Fulani henchman or Boko Haram is calling to kill us. You are not killing yourself. What are you coming here to tell me?
You didn't get my question. I didn't mention.
No, I don't even want to get it.
I said, are you comfortable with the state capture?
Are you comfortable with your state people killing themselves at kidnap?
One thing you have to give Jonaba is Jonaba is the man of his word.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say
the camera on.
You cannot come and tell me that why you have your own baggage. Don't come and tell me.
Just before Rudolph left, Jonaba said, I'm going to go and take my medication.
The food basket of the Federation.
I'll be ready for
Yes.
The food
He was
basket
ready
is
for
that
it.
we are monkey, we go work for you. Federal government is not giving us anything. We will never become any governor. We can only, at least we can be governor of our state. We can never become any president in Nigeria. We will never entitled to.
That's a fair point. We can be governor of our state.
You stay there. You stay there. You are telling them we are food basket of the nation, and the only reason why you want us to be food basket of the nation is for us to go to farm, and you stay in your comfort zone, and we bring yam for you, and you take, and we will remain poor, right? We can never.
So, I think the solution.
Do you want Benue to be at war?
Huh? The solution.
Do you want Benue to be at war? You don't want peace in Benue.
No, you want peace in Benue because they will bring you yam, right?
Just man.
But that's not the question. That's not the question he's asking now.
What's going on tonight?
I don't know.
The sharing formula is not working. That's the truth.
All you are campaigning for, you want peace in Benue, not because the people should live to their God-given potential. They should go to farm and bring yam for you.
I agree with your neighbor. The sharing formula is not working. You see, when we stop this sharing formula,
I keep meant to change the topic. I got something.
No. Okay, what other topic is there on the table?
Ngozi made a submission that the cost of living in Nigeria is too high.
Part of the things we want to discuss. So
I now asked Donaban. I said, don't you think that...
So our own cost of living for our farm now go settle the whole Nigeria, right?
But that's the food basket of the state.
Okay. And we will become a food basket of the nation, but we'll never share in the national cake.
You know what?
We'll never become anything in that country.
David Mark was the Senate president. David Mark was the Senate president.
The one from Middle Belt now.
David Mark was the Senate president.
Go one is from Middle Belt now. Go one is from Middle Belt. President. That's the youngest president of Nigeria. Go one is from Middle Belt. You have had your share of it.
Okay, you guys can come and talk all you want now.
So some of the topics I think we can discuss. We can discuss the godfatherism, which is not peculiar to Rivers, but like the Fubara and Wike case. It only happened last weekend. We've not, because you remember, forefathers, the news broke Sunday night about this time last week. So we've not actually discussed the since it's happened. We can discuss that, what does it potentially mean for Wike? Because during his interview, he said, I don't want them to take my structure. That's Wike's meal ticket to Abuja. If you take Rivers from him, what does it go to Tinubu to bargain with? It's useless. So we can discuss that. We can discuss Undume's, I know you've touched up on it, Undume's interview. The man said so much that would annoy anybody. I mean, some of the things he said when they present us, because when they kept, Rufai kept saying about, saying and nod mottos, he said, see, go and discuss it with the executive. He said, oh God, Nigeria. He said,
that's so annoying.
He said, when they send us this budget, they don't include the brand of the cars or the amount. They just put 1.5 billion for the office.
And he said he told Rufai to go and ask the executive. Is it not their job to make sure there's no spend that money?
We can discuss that. We can also discuss the elections coming up. The by-election. It's next weekend. So State, for instance, I'm not sure if you saw the video of
So are you saying that the cost of living that is fundamental is not necessary to be discussed?
What everything we are saying, what do you think? It goes back to cost of living. It goes back to it, of course. I'm coming to that, but I'm just saying, like the person matters. The election in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa. I listened to the person that wants to be Bayelsa's deputy governor. He was at a rally, APC guy. He said to a group of young men, he said, when anybody comes your way, place them into the river. He said, buy them. They won't be the first people to buy, and they won't be the Bayelsa, somebody that wants to be deputy governor, saying it on live TV. But if you ask the police, they will say he was only joking. You remember that happened a while ago. We can also discuss Imo State, where the Hope Uzodimas booked all the hotels. Did you see video of some women? I think they're celebrating their 50th school anniversary or something. Their alma mater. They've booked this hotel, Marriott Hotel or something. They booked it to do their anniversary. They got to the place to check in. They came from Canada, UK, US, Sweden. They got to the place. They told them that the reservation has been cancelled. because the governors booked everything. These are some of the things that I think we can flesh out and discuss.
They
At least all of us will sort of agree. Sorry, Eddie, I know you wanted to add something. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's in in context.
And please don't forget cost of living. So before Righteous Man takes my head off.
I think cost of living is quite an important topic. But everything you've listed, man, you do have a kind of grasp of what is going on.
Everything.
That is quite comprehensive, I must say. Go ahead.
Everything you just said, what I want to say actually captures it in a way, because you see, the problem is when we are talking about putting these leaders in power, right? We have to start from the beginning. When the time comes to elect a president, we go to they would say, okay, the delegates are coming to a certain part of Nigeria and they are going to be voting. They are going to be voting for this person. Look, that is not the way to practice democracy. I'm sorry, because those delegates you are putting there are not going to be voting for the conscience of the people who are feeling the pinch. They go there, they give them $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. They put in their pocket, and who you say more vote for? Tinubu? Okay, we'll vote for Tinubu. Who you say more we'll vote for Atiku? They are not doing the proper thing. Push the power back to the people. I tell you the truth, the way American democracy is being practiced, that's why you see the politicians, they respond to the people when they are angry, because they know when the time comes and you come back to come and say, vote for me, they will ask, for what?
How do you push the power back to the people?
Yes, that is the key.
I think what Eddie is saying is the delegate system. I think AY,
the delegate system. This guy brought it up the other day.
That delegate system is our biggest problem, because
it's the biggest problem we have in that country.
We choose amongst the people they select for us. That delegate system is a big issue.
So the delegate system is done from within the political party. They select people.
They select some people who want to vote for the nominee. You don't do that.
Look at the ABC primaries. Everybody dropping like fly for Tinubu. You understand? Look at what Wike did in during. You know how much money.
But isn't that how it is done in the US too, where political parties select people?
In the US, people go for the
even if that's what they do, it's not working for us.
In the US, the party you are affiliated with, people come out and vote. They will have different candidates from a particular party. Let's say the Democratic Party, for instance. They come out with 5 candidates. The people, you will have to go out there and campaign to them. This is what I want to do for you when I get there.
Those are American caucuses. Those ones are the least democratic.
Similar.
They are even worse. They just they actually vote in the sitting room.
Some states do that.
Eddie, just a point of correction. So the delegate system in America and in Nigeria is the same. The only problem is in Nigeria, like what Eddie said, is so correct. The delegate system is the biggest fraud. If that remain in Nigeria,
that is where we continue missing it.
We will never.
So what is the recommended solution then?
Push the power back to the people. If you belong to a certain party, hold on, excuse me. If you belong to a delegate to a certain party, let the people from a particular party. I am coming to campaign in this state. That way, you are coming to campaign in Lagos, for instance, right? People who belong to APC, right? They will have. There are 5, just an example, 5 different people who are standing out to want to be president in APC. They will come to Lagos, campaign around the state, tell the people what they want to do when they go there, and these people will vote. Who their conscience tells them to vote, who they like to go in.
So what made those 5 people the ones that are chosen for it? They just want to resign?
No, they buy the form to actually contest.
Okay. It should be free. Okay.
So let me just give you how this system works, right? It's just like when you hear Wike cry that don't collect my structure in Rivers, that's what he's talking about.
Exactly.
So if they're going for a delegate election in Abuja, Wike will order all the PDP, all the people that will vote in that delegate election. Hey, this is the candidate to vote for.
Give them money, and that's it.
They give them money, they go for it. So that is structure you hear, the structure. If you don't have that structure.
So what are you offering different, AY, instead of that?
I mean, Eddie is talking about it. I'm just trying to explain the
but system. That structure is the structure that is practiced also in America. So in you now, because American cannot be compared with our own because even our constitution is similar. But what are you offering differently? That
let the people who are affiliated to a party.
People must have a representative, right?
So, I agree. No, just listen.
Let me answer him, Eddie. Sorry, 1 minute, please. So that system Eddie is explaining, I'm explaining now, that is the indirect system. You can employ the direct system. In the direct system, what happens is just like the normal election. It's a bit difficult because the INEC, they don't want to get it. It's very hard. It's just like a normal election where majority of the party people will vote. In that way, you might have people that have their own mind. Because this one, like, you might have 3,000 people voting in a state. What is 3,000? Up to 50,000.
I think what you are trying to say differently, based on my understanding of Nigerian politics, is that they want the governor choose that the councillor can pick of people. That is what you are trying to say. That they shouldn't be picked by the governors.
Yes.
Let them be picked by them. Because if you go the way you are going, it's like you are against the system of the delegate, which is through the delegate is the pick. But you are trying to say that instead of governor can pick those people, let the people vote them from their grassroots and let them represent them. And if they do not do well, the government, the people will say you are not going the second time because that is what it's also differentiated that way. That because when you are talking about delegate,
that makes sense.
There must be delegate.
That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. Even though I don't run for office, I'm not like my bald head is not as bright as a show, but at least I'm bald headed.
A competitor is coming soon.
Let me leave the room for Paul.
Can you put it in black and white?
I'm just going to leave for Paul. I'll come back in a minute.
The thing, okay, that delegate thing, I think it may be a valid point. Is it all the states that practice the delegate thing instead of going through direct?
The way it's done in the US. The way it's done in the US.
Eddie.
The electoral process in Nigeria allows direct and indirect primaries. So the thing about delegates, we are saying the parties can decide to employ indirect primaries or direct primaries. If they go through direct primaries, then what John Abba is saying is what will apply. It goes down to the grassroots. The people will choose the person they want. The only problem in that is that INEC will be dealing with a large pool of voters.
Number. They can do it.
INEC doesn't want to. They can do it. But the direct way means that the governors will not have control of that. The governors don't own the structure again. The people are the structure. The people will decide who they want.
And the direct one, does it restrict people that vote to party memberships?
It restricted to party membership.
Registered party members.
Registered party members.
But with delegate system, please, it is maybe 1% of party members that we.
So how does INEC know who is registered to a political party? Do you have to show your?
You have
to be registered.
The party will submit
the list of
registered members to INEC, and then those are the people that will be accredited to vote.
Can you put it in writing?
I guess when they've already chosen the members, then you can say they're already corrupt. However,
no.
Yeah,
you can go and register to become a member now. And you will get
I agree with what you are saying. I'm saying that, like, because some people are complaining about the delegate system, that the moment the governors choose the candidates, it means that they are already compromised from there already.
It's already compromised.
So that is where the problem is. Go ahead.
This submission is very fantastic. Can you put it in writing?
Which one?
What Eddie submitted and which John Abba elaborated more, expanded more.
I don't want to reach Nigeria now, make the homie say I want to begin.
No, I said put it in writing. Put it in writing.
You see, Eddie don't be thinking out now. You talk
you can put it in writing now. You are there now. I think it's in video. It's on video anyway.
So that you put it in writing.
No problem. I send back to you. I'll probably just take it down. Write something.
Okay, I will do that.
I guess maybe we can look to change that.
The system we practice in Nigeria, most of these things we are seeing will stop because we will have.
Are you sure?
It will, because if you go back and say you want to vote me for another term, they will ask you what did you do.
Yeah, but you are going to be part. Okay, think about it now. You are going to be part of the party architecture. This in big wigs, and then you go and buy the form, which is going to probably be expensive to an extent. And then they will make you go through the hoops. They might even try to ruin your chances of getting selected or becoming eligible to run for that party. So the control will still be there to an extent. You always have an element of control from the leadership of the party.
Here's the thing: these guys can actually come together and put up a guideline on how members are chosen. It mustn't you must pay a certain amount of money or you must pay this large amount, which people who want to go there for genuine reasons might not have. You might not have the money.
But what I'm trying to explain is that in a capitalist system where some people have more resources than the other, they will always have that advantage. That's the problem.
Well,
but that's basically what's happening in Rivers State. That's basically what Wike did. He paid for the forms for the whole lot of them, including the governor. And so he has it's entitled to I think 25% of the state's money.
I think
he was not entitled. He was trying to take
not get his support.
No, he's not taking it. There's an agreement. Have you not listened to him?
No.
He said there was an agreement between him and Fubara.
Yeah, but if
he bought the form, for him. He bought the form for the ones that were in the house of the house of assembly.
But Wike too came the same way now. What are we talking about?
Don't forget.
So he bought the form and he gave them an agreement that the 60-something billion that comes to the state, he holds 25 of it. And it was an agreement for the election.
Mr. T, the state belongs to Rivers State people.
Exactly.
Okay, now when the state belongs to the people and you operate on a capitalist system, okay, now have you asked yourself one question? The people who sing those songs for Wike, who are they? I see you and me. Is it not the Rivers State?
Yeah, but the issue right now, if the federal government do not put their hand in it, if the president do not endorse what is going on,
let us see. This is what I like what the RTC says. Let us leave the presidency. Okay, let us not only clamor on presidency. This is a state affair. They are local government affairs. Okay,
Mr. T, Rivers State can never be like Lagos State.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Why?
That practice that Tinubu had in Lagos State that made him to control Lagos for 24 years.
Okay.
It can happen in Rivers State.
Okay.
It can never work.
Okay, who is controlling the
How many years is the controller now?
Hold on now. Let me explain. Hold on.
You ask your hand, tell me. I'm listening. I want to learn.
You see Wike.
Okay, sir.
The wings of Wike will very, very, very soon. They are going to win his wings.
That was what they said before the election. He's not minister.
No, hold on. Hold on.
That was what they said before. He's not a minister. They say he's not.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. He's not the first that have tried that.
Are you a politician?
Oh, righteous.
Why are you asking?
No, righteous man. Are you a politician? There's a question. Sorry, sir. Are you a politician?
Of course, everybody here is a politician.
Why?
No, what did you say? I mean, is he a politician? Are you directly involved?
I say you be my guy, or maybe I not talk to you like that.
Okay. Please, can I come in, please?
I'm leaving because you are wearing.
Please, can I come in, please?
Paul, go ahead. Let's allow Paul to go ahead, please.
So let me finish what I was saying. Wike is Ikwere speaking. Come from Ikwere speaking area of Rivers State, and since 1999, democracy started. No person from the Ijo speaking area have ever tested that position. Okay.
Not even Okrika, Kalabari, no other group. Are you saying it's only Ikwere people?
Yeah, I told you before, forefather.
Is it only Ikwere people? That is unacceptable.
That's correct.
This is the first time because Ikwere is the majority.
I told
Ikwere is the majority.
They are not the majority, actually.
Hold on now. Ikwere,
they are just a large group. They are not the majority.
Before Bayelsa was created, Ijos were majority in Rivers State. The moment they created Bayelsa State, Ijos were no longer majority. The Ikwere, the chair. My mom is from there.
They are the largest group.
My mom is
not
from
the
there.
majority.
Listen, The Ikwere people, the Ikwere speaking Rivers State,
Yes.
Ikwere, they
Yes.
are the majority right
you are
now
mistaken.
in number, in population.
You are mistaken.
What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, I've looked at it.
Forefather, who is
I
the
will pull it
majority?
up now so we can see it.
Okay, forefather.
There's no clear majority. It's like in Nigeria where you say
No,
the
forefather,
Hausas
they are
are.
the majority. They are the
They are
majority.
not. They are not the majority tribe.
They are the majority. Now listen.
I think this might be.
This is the first time. This is the first time.
Forefather, do you know what you are
person.
arguing about? They are the
They are the largest group. They are not. Are you telling me they are over 50%? Hold on. Are you telling me that they are over 50%? They are not over 50%.
Let us stick to what we know. Let's leave issue of who is majority.
They are not over 50%. Only Ogonis make up over 1.something million in this River State.
Was going somewhere. Let
Since 1999, it is people, Ikwere speaking extraction people that have been in power. That is the fact.
But that's unacceptable. That's what I'm saying. It's unacceptable if that's the case.
This is the first time they're having a fisherman as a governor.
That is a bit ridiculous now because River State is made up of all kinds of people, and I guess those days were the new River State is different, but it was still made up of all kinds of. There's Kalabari, there's Ogoni. Ogoni is very very large set of people, over 1 million. That's where Sarawiwa is from. The Kalabari people were very very many. I think at least 500,000 people at least. So you have various other groups. So when you say the Ikweres are majority, they are like majority, like you say Hausas are majority, are big people too in Nigeria, but not over 50% of the population. And to rule for since 1999, I think that is just. I thought they were supposed to be rotating it. I don't know what is going on.
You have not allowed me to finish my submission now. Continue.
I'm making my own point. I'll let him finish. I will take 1 minute to round up so that Paul can go then.
Which guy 1 minute?
You need 5 minutes again?
Jonathan White say continue.
You've already made your point now. You always need more than 1 minute. Is that the time you finish with 1 minute? Paul, please go ahead since he doesn't want to do it.
Okay, so talking about Ikwere, sometimes it's this politics of when we say North now, the first thing that will come to our mind is 19 states. You understand? And we call the 19 states figuratively like one people. But we understand vividly well that these 19 states are not one tribe. This 19 states comprise of Muslims and Christians. They comprise of different ethnic groups, different tribes, and even colors to some extent. So, but when the South loses anything, the first thing that comes to the South mind is say, oh, the North are very, very cooperative. Then you see an Hausa man who will also tell you from the South that the South people, they cooperate so much, the North never help themselves. You'll be so shocked. It's always common with the way we use all this type of words. Remember 1999 to 2007 that Odili ruled that state. Odili come from a minor minority, Ndoni people. You understand? Minor minority, just a small piece of land surrounded by water. But because people don't really believe that election will actually happen, that 1999, people believe that, nobody believed that Abu Salami eventually will hand over from military to civilian. Then from Celestine Omeya, from Omeya to Amechi, two brothers, completely two brothers. From two brothers to another influence coming from an Ijaw part to also from the other side too, Patience Jonathan and Wike. That's how Wike gained the power. It is because of the way Amechi tried to destroy Waterside. And Waterside is where Patience Jonathan comes from. That's how Patience Jonathan said, okay, I'm going to push Wike to do my bidding. This is how the people felt Wike would do the fight. So that just like push back the Ijaw people to some extent, push back the Ijaw people. And maybe Wike in his own wisdom to also understand that this guy, Fubara too, is a loyalist, and also to pay back, you understand, the time of the Ijaws. That's how he gives to the Ijaw. But the thing that I argued last week, and I want to still argue the same argument here, when people said all this thing that, oh, Wike sponsored this, and everything. The last time I checked, Wike is a lawyer, and I think he has certificates, and he has schoolmates. Let Wike come outside with any document that people sign, seal, You understand? Notarized to say, this is the agreement you signed. This is what we call gentleman agreement, where they drink beer, where they light candle and do all type of agreement or bony agreement. You understand? With no spiritualities and power. That's how it is. There is no document. It's just an influence power. Anything I say as at that time, you give it to me. You know, I'll use Lagos. Lagos has 16 families. So if a king died today, that tells you that 15 family will be lobbying to be the next king.
Well, Mr. Paul, can I ask a question, please?
Let me finish.
Is it right? No, is it right? Is it correct that Wike bought the form for the governor?
Wike did. If Wike bought the form for the governor, let him put it down. And why did he buy the form for the governor? Why did he buy the form for the governor? The governor is capable enough to buy form for himself. Let him put on the document. He knows how to carry media people.
He's a corrupt individual.
He knows, Wike knows how to carry media people. Let him bring all the documents and say that buy form for governor.
The citizens of Nigeria that bought form for president.
That's the thing that we're telling you. When people buy form, even though Adam Soshomole has made us understand that people buy form for him. Okay. You understand? So they do all those things.
What I want to understand, okay, is it correct, or is there the possibility, or that Wike bought the form for the present governor of Rivers State?
I still don't even believe that. It's a yes.
Okay,
I don't believe. Wike will not be so stupid to even come out and tell you with his own man that he bought a form for a governor.
Was it not the same person who cried that he gave the note 500 million? You think that man has anything to hide?
Listen, that happens anywhere. There's a fire outbreak you can support. You are from a rich state to support a poor state. They do it everywhere. If
that person comes and says, I bought a form for this governor, and the governor says his father and son.
But how come is not saying it? You know why? Because it's not the right thing to do.
Who's not saying what?
How come did Wike officially tell you that he bought a form for the governor? You understand?
Wike said it, but however, I get where Paul is coming from. It doesn't mean they don't have money to buy forms.
It doesn't mean they don't have money to buy form. If you buy a form for a governor, does that mean that if you buy a form for a governor, the governor holds you 25% of the state? I don't think the governor will come outside.
You mentioned the word gentleman agreement.
It's not agreement. It's a non and void. Wike is a lawyer. When they call gentleman agreement, simply means it's never bind. My brother, if you sign any document, let me use here in the US, and it's also in Nigeria. If you sign any document with somebody in the US, you understand, there are different type of documents you will sign. Maybe you want to borrow me money and everything. If I want to borrow you money, I send text message and everything. I can use that document. That document just helped me to prove that you will not even deny that you owe me money. But hold on. Another way of document is that if we can sign all these documents to prove that I want you to pay me in this way, why didn't he notarize the document? So that legally he is bound by the law of the land.
I'm concerned about the word you said. You said gentleman agreement.
Because it's not agreement.
Hold on, you said gentleman agreement. Hold on.
Because it's not agreement.
I want to share something quickly about Rivers State. That's what I find it disturbing. Yeah, go ahead.
So does it mean that gentleman agreement doesn't stand?
It never stands.
Okay, have you read Sherlock?
It never stands.
Mr. Paul, have you read Shakespeare Sherlock?
I don't know what you're talking about. No. I don't know the context of why you are talking it. But what I will tell you is that when I tell you that gentleman agreement never stands, if I borrow you 1,000 naira today in Nigeria and I promise you to pay you the whole 1,000 back next week, if I didn't pay you as a gentleman agreement, if you go to court, if I agree to pay, the judge will still calculate my finance and everything. There will be a new agreement because gentleman agreement never stands. In good faith, I agree that I owe you the money. But because gentleman agreement never stands, I can pay you that 1,000 for 10 years.
But that's the question, though. Why is there?
Do you understand why I can pay you the 1,000 for 10 years? Because gentleman agreement never stands. The judge will now bring his own agreement between you and I. This is where I will say, my Lord, I don't have that money. I have 9 children. I have an aged mother to take care of. I have this and I have that. I don't have the money. And the whole thing will change. You understand? What is the context that Wike said it? Context matter in some of this word that we talk about.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very, very correct. But now, if you are saying a word, if somebody comes to you with a word, which is not your word, I've been on this platform, I've been behind the cameras on this platform, I see people say, no, I didn't say that, you are changing my word, this is not what I said. Okay? Now, if somebody comes, somebody as powerful as Wike, comes and says something as strong as what he said to a sitting governor, and the governor does not refute back, there's no rejection to that word.
That means there's truth to it.
Then you are telling me it's the gentleman agreement. I have to pack my shoes.
See, even if there is truth to it, I don't even know whether it even matters whether he bought it or if anything. You can say, okay, you spend your money buying from for it. So what? So what does that mean? So
it's not even his money.
Let me just deal with exactly. Let me just deal with the issue. Yeah, I just wanted to deal with. I wanted to deal with a larger issue that I find a bit disturbing because if it's since 1999. A state, one set of people have been ruling. Even if the other side is 30%, 70%, one side cannot just rule since 1999 till 2020. That 23. That is not a representative system. You are supposed to allow. Nigeria is supposed to believe in a kind of, informal rotational system. They talked about it even within states. I think that's the one they were discussing in I think Akwa Ibom or Calabar recently, and which they had to do. They did the rotation in that situation. So this is Rivers State and this information that they have here on Rivers State and the languages that are spoken. It's just, I don't think this is representative of the actual population, but this is a kind of coloring of what one should expect to see. And look at the language speaker, the number of language speakers of this language. These are not Ikwere language. This is Ikwere here. And look at the numbers here. How is that possible that a group from speaking this language are the ones ruling for how many decades now? That doesn't sound right to me. And but I think there's also a little bit of influx, into the state. This is not traditional. These are traditional Rivers people, but there's a lot of people that come into the state. So maybe they are the ones influencing the vote in the direction of the Ikwere speaking people. But it's just something that you want to understand. This is because I was in Port Harcourt for a very long time, for years. So I found that baffling that a day came when only Ikwere people have been running Rivers State for 20-something years. That is crazy. So it's something, and that's not democratic if you ask me. All right.
Fofana, you are funny. In most of the state, that's what is going on. You don't know that?
The last time I heard about it was in Calabar people. They were trying to rotate it within Calabar. So I don't know why.
Politicians are greedy. They don't allow rotation. They speak all kind of language. Yeah,
that's horrible.
It happens in a lot of states.
That's what we mean when we say politicians
are the same.
They're not the same. No. Stop trying to spin it. All these gaslighting people. They're all the same. Jesus. You want to go back there again?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just pointing out something.
Oh, no. Sorry about that.
You see, let me tell you this. Okay, for example, Yaya Bello right now, the next governor he supports is from his whole local government. After 8 years. It's from his whole... Some people are even say it's his cousin, but they are from the same local government.
Wow.
It was the same Yaya who booked the whole hotel in this.
Don't forget.
His
people, they are not even majority in this case in Kogi. They are not the majority. So politicians, the more you look, the less you see.
I think it's about power, isn't it? Once they have power, they try to hang on to it as long as possible. The question now is that, do you think Wike can hang on to this power, or is going to
No, not for long.
It will be so. It depends on the governor. Really, it will be very hard for if the governor want to fight. I strongly believe the Wike can do nothing.
There have been examples.
He can't do nothing. If he tries to fight, he's going to cause serious problems.
There have been examples of this.
My fear is Rufai is too corrosive, man. The people they have to be. It's too much. The stress is too much. That's it.
There have been examples of this particular thing you're talking about. Take Lagos State, Tinubu and Fashola. When Tinubu went against Fashola, what happened? The governor most of the time breaks the back of the former governor. He had to leave Tinubu Fashola alone. Take the other case what happened in Edo State when Oshiomhole was trying to push what's his name around. He refused. What happened? Oshiomhole had to back out. That's what happens most of the time. What because he's just leaving.
Kind of the same thing.
Yeah, because he's just leaving the governorship. Because he just leaving.
The problem now is that the Wike is sitting in next to Aso Rock. That's the problem.
Even in Anambra, it happens many times now. But if you say it now, people will say no, it's not correct.
Even if it's this guy was close to what's it called to now? Oshiomhole was close to the presidency. At the end of the day, he will back out. He's just leaving power. He still has a lot of.
The governors are very powerful. They are elected in news
over time.
In Nigeria, the Nigerian governors are. I think they are about one of the most powerful governors.
If you want to fight Wike, he will start fighting anybody that is supporting Wike.
The legislator, he will
go out. So the governors, they have power to withdraw your CFO and destroy your house. He can start doing that. Nothing will happen.
Yeah.
So you don't know the power these guys have. Yeah. They will withdraw your CFO.
No wonder they are trying to impeach him now because they know that's the only way they can get him. And but if they cannot succeed in that, then they have to.
Forefather, the governor can fight on. Nobody will impeach him. Now you know what happened. They elected a new speaker, even if they elected him with 2 members. The court will not determine that. He will go to the court and start fighting. If that speaker stands, it's done. He will use the House of Assembly to scatter everything. Bro, these guys, they have a lot of power. I'm telling you, he can fight. But for me, I think the peace is still good. Rivers is kind of like... if there is war in fight in Rivers, it's not. It can even affect Nigeria, man.
So if you are Tinubu now, then they came to you with this matter, what would you tell Wike?
They had a meeting with.
What would you tell them then? What would you say to this?
You got to tell them to make peace, to let peace reign. They should stop. Because
then how are you going to tell? Are you going to tell Wike to back off? Are you going to tell Wike to back off?
I will tell Wike to back off. I will tell Wike to allow the governor be.
Exactly.
But guess what? Guess what they are saying on TV channels. Sorry, Paul. What they are saying now, I want to add this point to it because the reason why I'm asking AY is because AY is saying he's going to tell Wike to back off. Guess what's going on TVC channel in that GD guy? He was like, you have to respect your godfathers, and this is how it is. And these people are some of the most. It's like you have to settle now that the son has returned to the father. It's like
Father, you already understand. American Nigerians is practicing
all the same. You see,
no.
Let me give you a brief about these issues, right? In Anambra State during Igige as a governor was kidnapped with the support of the president then, Obasanjo. In Oyo State, Adedebu, if you know Adedebu, he was the father of Amala politics in Nigeria. He was in control of every state governor with the support of Obasanjo. Adedebu will tell you can't go second term, or more. That is it. He's gonna fight you because why they had this power was they have full support of the presidency. The president is still very powerful. If the president don't want Wike to do anything in Rivers, it's very simple. It's just like obey the law. It will call the IG.
That's true, actually.
Go to Rivers, make order. Wike is too small now. The only reason why Wike
doesn't have any protection.
He has link to the president.
Here's the thing at the back of Tinubu's mind. He needs Rivers State.
That's the other politics.
That is what you should understand. That's what I tell you about politics.
If Tinubu needs Rivers State, this is not how to go about it. Let's tell us the truth. This is a This is a problem rubbing on Tinubu that Tinubu may not even like. Tinubu is a politician. He understands the system. If Tinubu needs Rivers State, he will never take this side that he's taking. Just the respect of this Fubara. That is just what Tinubu is trying to do. Remember, Tinubu want to simply pet Fubara for him to decamp to APC. That is where Tinubu can control. And remember, they need Rivers State resources. Rivers State controlled that part of the zones. You understand? So, but saying this that you are saying now, it doesn't really work. It won't work. The governor have immunity. The governor can do anything he wants to do. Remember what Rufai Oseni did with Buhari? Buhari couldn't do much. This is how governor have power because of immunity and every other thing. And if you want to follow history, from Ladoja, from Chris Igige, from Fashola, even Tinubu couldn't handle Fashola. From Fashola, I can make mention of name Theodore Oji, Toji Zokalu, and every other thing. It never worked well. Adams Osomole fight the godfather himself, called Tony Anene.
Oh, yeah.
And Osomole become the godfather.
Even
and Obaseki take him down.
Exactly.
You understand? So it has never worked. And it won't work. And remember, this is your people that we are talking about. These are people who already on their own initially felt defeat. Then for this thing to want to happen and every other thing, they're going to put their feet on ground.
Yes.
You understand? And you remember that Nigeria needs Rivers State very well. They don't want anything that will happen to the pipelines. No, let's just even talk rivers. Because anything that will happen next now is to obstruct the pipeline. This is how they send their own signal. Before you know, our oil, this thing will drop. You understand? It will drop tremendously. This is how you send handwriting. So, Rivers State is not a state that you...
The latest news is that it is already dropping because during this issue, you know, Fubara and Asari had an issue. And after 2 days, Asari came out and said that he was not going to join hands with Fubara on this issue. That Asari doesn't like Wike, but because Fubara was having an issue with him, he said he's not going to join. However, the Ijaw elders have called on Asari to join their brother Wike in the fight. And as at Friday, the news is that they have already started making threats that they are going to disrupt oil flow. They have already started making the threats that they are going to disrupt oil flow. So
I can tell you, Tinubu will definitely micromanage Wike as at this time. You know why Tinubu will manage Wike? Not just to say fire Wike, because Wike is like a market woman. Wike will open mouth and talk secrets.
Yeah.
So Tinubu will micromanage Wike because of the way Wike is. Wike is not that person that closes his mouth easily. Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that Tinubu will not want Wike to say, I want to use the might of the federal government to overpower Fubara. I don't think so. Neither Tinubu will want to manage Fubara very well, how he will succeeding in transferring that state from PDP to APC.
Wike doesn't want to lose his grasp on power in Rivers State because if he does, he becomes irrelevant.
He has lost his grounds on power.
Wike did not lose his ground.
Not yet.
Wike did not lose his ground, but Wike on his own self wants to lose his ground. You understand? If you understand the power of statesman, that's what you enjoy. But when you want to transfer yourself from godfather, from statesman to godfather, that's where you lose it. See the way IBB is enjoying his power. See the way Abu Salami is enjoying his power. They are statesmen. You understand? When Obasanjo nonsense himself twice, tried to put Yaradua and tried to put Jonathan, these two people, he fought them. You understand? So stop as a statesman. You will enjoy a lot. But when you take that one more step to Godfather, you lose everything.
Bro, Wike doesn't want to be a statesman. He said he wants to remain politically relevant.
Bro, that's what he's fighting for.
He wants to remain politically relevant. So basically what he wants to be in control of the delegates. By 2027, he wants to be in control of all the delegates in Rivers State.
It's not going to happen because
and for him to be in control, that means he has to control the governor because the governor controls the delegates. So that's where Wike is coming from. And what he has said is that impeachment is a legal process. He has said it out in the public that nobody is above impeachment. So his plan is to impeach Fubara and put somebody that will be a stooge for him.
Impeaching a state governor is not an easy job.
It's not an easy job. Wike, did you hear what Fayoshe told Fubara when they were swearing him? He told him, Wike is a trouble man. Oh, that anything that your eyes want to see, close your eye. Because Wike will fight you.
See,
No,
let me
he has
tell
lost
you.
it.
Let me
I
tell
think he has
you.
lost it.
The solution to Rivers' problem is peace. Wike will not succeed. I'm telling you the truth. Because what Paul just said now, Ijaw people, they will fight Wike all over Niger Delta. That's one. The second thing is Rivers State. Right now, don't forget the governor's camp, they have a speaker on the side already. Except you go into agreement now, he will now withdraw that speaker and say, okay, let the status quo remain. What is going on now? Why Wike is talking today is because he's close to the president. That is why he's still talking. If he was an ordinary citizen, after he will not see these people supporting him, even the senators rep, they will not even give him the support. The governor will tell everybody, fall in line. If you are against me, you are gone. These guys, they are powerful. So the governor can actually fight on, like nothing will happen. They are powerful.
Then AY also add another one to it again. When people talk about Ikwere, you can, even though Wike, first comment that comes out of Wike say he has nothing to do with ethnic group. You know why? The Jaws are way bigger than the Ikweres. Because everybody from Bayelsa will troop in.
Yeah. Delta, we
Tell
have
me
Delta,
where another place Ikwere people will come. Yeah. Delta will troop in.
Yeah.
Ijaw
is a
politics. Now, like Hausa politics, so Ijaw and Urobo, they fight. People they come from Bayelsa, from Rivers State.
Oh yeah.
So people don't really understand. So Ikwere is a minority compared. That's why we can use the first word. It has nothing to do with tribe because they will use tribe to muscle him down. Wike is relevant because of their own illustrious son, Goodluck Jonathan, that they respect, and his wife with which all happened. That's why the Ijaw people come. And Wike do the right thing to bring an Ijaw person. He did the right thing. But trying to be too much intoxicated with power, that is where he will get it all wrong. He has already get it all wrong.
Ike Clark got press conference already. He was telling the president, call Wike to order.
Okay.
Bro, don't think Ijaw will fight you. The fight will be messy. So
it will be very messy.
He needs to just make peace. I don't think Wike will survive. It's just a matter of time.
I don't know whether he will not survive, but he's not going to have as much power over the Rivers State government. Maybe that's with the president. How is he not going to survive? He's the president.
He's not controlling the governor. What he's doing now is that he's controlling all the structure around the governor. He appointed out of 16 commissioners. He appointed 15.
Dexter,
what are you talking about?
The state private jet. Dexter, the state private jet is in Abuja. The governor is not using the state private jet. We can tell the governor not to travel.
Dexter, what I'm telling you, right? The governor of Rivers State can wake up tomorrow morning and dissolve the whole executive.
Yes, and nothing will happen.
Nothing.
Dissolve them.
I think the politics of Tinubu is very smart. He would not like to lose Wike as a person that he wants him to use, but at the same time, he will have people that talk to the governor how to settle it. Wike is analog brain. Wike is the most primitive man you can ever see. So it's not a person that you tell him something. You know, there are people that fight you that come to the table and talk to you. Wike is one man head. It's a maniac. So the only thing that Tinubu and his team is going to do is to play the game well, so that where they need Wike, he will be there. But I think the governor Wike, when his muscle that is flexing is going to weak because the job people and so many people in the grassroots politics there, he already lose grip over them. It's not their governor; he can't do so much, and the governor has more power in the state than him. So I think Tinubu people will know what to do with him. But apart from that, the only smart thing he did in his lifetime was for him to switch to APC and buy Koboko for his citizens to blog. And that's the only thing.
Oh, he has not switched officially.
I
He's still
said
PDP.
no. I said the only smart thing he has done was for him to buy Koboko for his people to flog and snatch the election that make him relevant. Apart from that, go ask Governor Otto now. Governor Otto and people, all the people who make all those dumb political. That's what we are trying to say. That politicians, they are looking for green pasture here and there. Politicians, anywhere they see anything, they're going to flee.
We are going back again now. They are the same. We keep saying it, but
they will flee.
They are the same.
They are not the same. People should stop this gaslighting nonsense. Let's talk about cost of living. Then.
Hold off, John. Paul, do you believe politicians are the same or no?
Jimmy Agbaje said it clearly. Jimmy Agbaje said it is the same of the same. Politicians are the same.
Oh, Father, don't want to believe. They don't want to believe.
They are not the same.
They may have a different.
So Paul, if you become politician today, are you going to be the same?
They are career politicians.
Hey, forefather, let me tell you why I say politicians are the same. I will use the context of America. So now you will see Democrat is doing something, Republican will condemn them, and they will give good reasons why some people will buy into it.
Right.
Republican will do something, Democrat will condemn them, and they will give good reasons why some people will buy into it. But guess what? As a country, they are still first world nation. As a state, the state of Texas is a pure red state. They are doing well for themselves. As a state, the state of California is the richest state in the world. They are doing well for themselves. But they still have their flocks. You understand? So ideologies may be different, but what is the outcome? But at the same time, Democrats tell a lot of lies that we know politicians for. The same way Republicans tell a lot of lies that we know politicians for.
Paul, correct that statement. Democrats lie like APC.
Yes.
That's where APC led that lie.
Correct.
See the difference now. When Trump was doing it, Trump will speak up, right? He will come and put it on your face. Democrat will not put it on your face. They will do it anyway. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So when we are saying politicians are the same, these are the kind of things they do. We don't know. We think so. If you ask somebody in America,
you cannot
Democrat.
AY, let me tell you. Those people in UK, they don't. Queen is their queen. So you are now after finish. So
Like
Fubara show.
Okay, yeah, they are very monolithic people.
Yeah, that is why.
Yeah.
Now
we know where they are coming from. Now we know where they are coming from.
From what Paul just said, they are different. They have different stripes. They have different donations.
We are back to
then individually, they are also different.
Of course, individually they can be different. Their antecedents can be different.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're not saying they are the same as a person.
But what is the outcome of it? What is the outcome of it? The outcome of it comes out the same. They tell lies. Both parts tell lies.
Thank you.
You understand?
They're actually different. Trump is not the same as George Bush.
Both parts. Look, let me tell you. Nearly all the things Joe Biden criticized Trump for. Oh, we will open the wall. We will not build the wall.
What about
Biden is building the wall.
He's
building the wall.
Good luck for.
You understand? Exactly. Everything what Buhari criticized Goodluck, he did the same thing. Oil subsidy is scam. Buhari maintained oil subsidy for 8 years. These are politicians, but they use it as a way to gain power.
Yeah,
that's what politicians know how to do. They have never
play on the ordinary citizen.
The idea that they are the same is false.
What Eddie was talking the other time, but I think AY get it a little bit wrong and everything. So the way they practice politics in America, because of the whole country vote for primaries. For example, if the whole country vote for primaries in Nigeria today, let's tell ourselves the truth. Do you think an average Yoruba man would like to vote for Tinubu for primaries over Osibanjo as at that time? The answer is no.
Thank you very much. That's how you
You
get the right
understand?
people.
But it's only few people, 2,135 people,
I will
you
go and vote.
understand, that
Millions.
decide for the whole country on one of the biggest party. That is very, very wrong. Remember, after the primaries, every one of them keep coming out with
But
cards, with
that
dollars.
is the
Dollars raise up.
I think we're gonna say it in a
Let
way
Bumi
like.
speak, please.
Let Bumi speak, oh. Let Bumi speak,
Give
please.
them first, so
Let Bumi speak, please.
Bumi, go ahead.
Did he go?
Bumi
Oh.
for president.
I'm so happy you guys came back to this whole delegating stuff because I wanted to also contribute but ask that if the problem is having a certain people pick the person that will run for the primaries for the main election, isn't yes, that can be a problem. But don't you also think the bigger problem is the fact that Nigerians, majority of Nigerians don't vote based on ideology? For example, if you're telling me that people, like most people, wouldn't even vote for select Tinubu, they might select Osibanjo instead, then why was he even selected at the end if they know, okay, this guy is not going to achieve anything? And it's like, it's a different thing, let's say, in an American system whereby you will still vote regardless of whether, for example, most people didn't like Biden, but they had to vote they're Democrats and they're voting based on their ideology as a Democrat. But that ideology does not work in Nigeria because we don't have a party that says this is what we are here for. It's just vibes. So in America, it might make sense whereby they still vote regardless of who is there, even though you can argue that Trump might be better than Biden, but he's still president. But in Nigeria, we don't have a system that says, okay, if I have APC, based on the name, it's All Progressive Congress. We should have a progressive party. But we have seen from the last 4 years, there was nothing progressive about that party. So
Yes,
it's like...
Okay, let me let you finish. I'm sorry.
No, you can ask the question.
Yeah, what I was going to say is because it's not being practiced yet. It takes a while before, if you start something, it takes a while before it becomes better, before it becomes properly structured. It's not being practiced yet. I mean, if let's say we started today, where you have people come out and say, okay, APC members, these are your candidates. They will go ahead and debate. They will come to they will go around the states, each and every state in Nigeria to campaign. When the time comes for your state to vote who you want to become the president. I believe, for me, this is just my thinking, I believe if we do it that way, then you will start to have the right people who want to go there and actually want to make good impacts in the affairs of Nigeria. It's because you have these delegates, 2,500. One of these politicians can actually just dole out dollars to all of them because he knows if he gets back in there, he's going to get back his money times 10. So that way, he goes back there, he's going for his pocket and whoever is screwing his arm.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm pointing out something that even with this one that we have, majority of Nigerians are not saying that regardless of whoever the delegate selects, they're not obligated to pick that person, because if Nigeria actually works based on a party system, then voting Tinubu wouldn't be a problem because the party's ideology would work regardless. But now that we know that the person that we vote for does absolutely nothing, the party also has no ideology. So nothing works. So I'm just saying, like, why is it that it has taken us so long to realize that this method does not even work at all?
So Bumi, I like where you are coming from, but what you must understand now from where I am coming from now in the American system of government. The American system of government will make a fantastic person. For example, now every one of us know Ali Baba as a comedian. If we like Ali Baba as a comedian and we want him, we like him so well, Ali Baba can just stand up and say he wants to contest for APC. Ali Baba is free to do so. Do you understand my point? At the end of the day, primaries simply mean you can't bribe for primaries because it's the whole country that will vote for you on your primaries. But when we lost it from the place of primaries, this is now where we don't have options. This is where now politicians will lobby the people. But if Ali Baba knows that winning is primaries, it is not because of the structure of APC. Remember that the whole Republican don't want Trump, but it's not about them.
Right.
It's about the people.
Yes, the people.
You understand? It's about the people. And I will tell you, going forward in the next 1 to 2 years, watch what Palestinians will cause within the West. Watch all the countries, like say France now, if Macron chooses to say he's supporting Palestinians at all costs, with the level of immigrants in that state, he's going to lose.
Yeah,
You understand? With the level of immigrants in terms of Christians, not only Christians and everything, Biden going to lose. You understand? America is going to affect Biden tremendously. The way he's supporting. You understand? It's going to affect him so much because people will feel that, okay, you take decision by yourself. You don't want to think our own yearnings and aspirations. People will decide. So it's going to affect. So this is where the people have that power, where if politicians take certain decisions, Trump take America to the best place for the past 50 years. But because of Trump did not manage ordinary COVID very well, America voted him out. You understand? The economy was fantastic.
What Bumi is saying is, if I understand her correctly, whether is let's narrow it to American system now, is that you can have that representative as a Democrat, and then you can have Republican, but in general election, anybody can switch to vote for whosoever they want to vote for. That in that case, even though you have a certain party that bring the worst person from their party, in general election, the people vote now can count. Is that where you are coming from?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. So the point is, yes, I also agree to see it from that perspective, that the only problem we have in Nigeria again go to corruption. Now, they believe that regardless of whether Tinubu was nominated by APC, other party, whether it's a PDP or LP, might have won the election. I'm not totally sure, and I just want to stay there. But then there is this corruption that anyone that have access to whosoever can pronounce the winner is the one. Doesn't matter, the number never count end of the day. But then I understand where you are coming from, that it doesn't matter whether you the delegate that come and nominate from each party, but in general election, if I am if I'm a PDP, I can vote for APC because I see the other person in the PDP. I don't like the person. I don't want the person to be my president. So I can go across and vote, and then that is the people's choice. And I think that's the way it should be. And that is the way it is in our constitution. In the general election, you can vote for anybody you want to vote for. But the question is that, does your vote really count? It's another thing altogether.
Yeah, but excuse me, let me just interject. But before the general election, during the primaries, you have, I'll take this current one, the last election that happened. You have candidates who are not really fit for office being put forward by most of these parties. I don't know about Peter Obi. I cannot say about his when it comes to him being in power, federal power. I don't know what he would do. But if you talk about Atiku and Tinubu, because of what Tinubu did in Lagos State, I don't see him as somebody who's going there with a sincere heart to do something good. I feel he's just going to enrich his cronies and whatever. Atiku, I do not know whether he feels he's entitled to be the president of that country. I don't feel he has the qualifications to be the president. He's a very corrupt human being. That's my own judgment about him, based on what he has done. See, because the other day he said he wanted to address the nation. He came out and he was saying that the court system should address the election stuff before the person is sworn into power. Yes, but this is the same system you benefited from.
Oh yeah.
When he benefited from it, he didn't
He
see
didn't
any
complain.
reason to call it out. He didn't call it out.
Politicians are the same. That's
You see, we don't go back again.
That is what you still saying.
See, when it benefits them, they don't complain.
They don't want
Now
to
he's
believe us.
calling out, oh, let us restructure it because he wants it to favor him on the other hand. I mean, come on.
The APC in government today, you know how they were crying before they came into office.
Oh,
restructuring this.
Exactly.
Now they've ruled for 8 years, 9 years. What have they done? Nothing.
Nothing.
Politicians are the same. Labour Party will come in, they will do all the same thing.
Going back to your point, going back to your point, Bumi, where we need to get it right in Nigeria election is from the primaries, and the power needs to be pushed back to the people. Let the people who are vying to be president of the country travel around the states and see what the problems are. You can't sit down in one state and say you are going to go to one state and just go and sit down in one place. No.
I don't think that's what you're saying is a nice idea, but practically I don't think it's possible.
We can push for it.
Sorry, let me land. I think to land on what Bumi is saying, if I'm right, if I'm wrong, correct me. Well, I think the summary of what Bumi is saying is about having strong institutions, because what she said is it's not about the candidates. If a party has a policy, even if you choose a bad man to be the president, but because the party has a policy, the moment he gets into office, it will not be about what he personally wants to do again. It will become, let me land, it will become about what the party's policy is. And so he will have to follow what the party is. However, we don't have that in Nigeria, which is true. And you can't have that in Nigeria if you don't have strong institutions. It's not just about the people.
That's what I was
It's not just about the people. You need to have strong institutions whereby they cannot be state hijacked by one man. Whereby even if you are the wrong candidate, when you come in, the institutions will align you properly. I think that's the summary of what she's saying.
Right. But at the same time, right, you need to have the right people in place to manage these institutions. If you don't have them, it's not going to work.
I think it's about ideology, as she said, that they don't seem to have any ideology, and they, as a matter of fact, they've gone on to strip Nigeria of almost any sense of ideology. Because I mentioned it earlier on that in Nigeria before the 1999, the Pan-Africanist, nationalist kind of instinct and messages tend to show up in music. But it disappeared after that time. They stripped it out, and they stripped it out of politics. The only thing that remains in politics now, the only ideology that I seem to be aware of is godfatherism. There shall be no other godfather. There shall be no other godfather besides me. Attitude nonsense. That's the only thing you see there. And you have to start building an ideology that people can sign on to. Then I think this is the opportunity that Labour has, but are they going to take it? Are they going to keep it the same? So that's the question.
Let me
It's
tell you.
not.
do you know why they are not going to take it?
So
Do
far,
you know why
they
they are
have
not taking
never.
it?
So far, they have not proved different from any other politician.
Thank you.
So,
So politicians are the same.
they have not proved.
They are not the same. What kind of point is this? You keep saying over again. It will never make individuals the same. You can say political parties are somewhat similar.
The elected LP to
Similarity
the
is
House,
not the same, you know.
the elected LP to the House have never had or come out after their meeting and swing, say, oh, we disagree with these people. This is not the direction we want this country to go. They are taking us. Rather, they also take the money, take whatever they are giving to that constituency and never do anything different.
They are the same.
No, but is that the same in America? Is it the same in America?
That it's a switch of party. It's not a switch of ideology.
Period.
But in America, where there's a switch of ideology, you are still people like AY are still arguing that they are all the same.
Eddie, we keep
remember that where Republican, where Democrat is today, Republican was
before. Yeah.
It's when they see that they are losing the vote of the people as a result of the immigrant coming and the demography started changing. Most immigrants tend to vote towards Democrat now, currently. But in those days, it was Republican.
Right.
So you know what politicians do is to size the people and to see what the people are allowed to happen at that time. There was a time Barack Obama that passes this gay law. In the time when he think that the issue was not popular, he do not go there. He withdrew himself. When he knew that the thing was popular, then he came up with the size the people. There are places in America today, they call places in America today. If you like, call Donald Trump moron, call him a name. You don't dare to say that, because if you go back to your constituency, you are not going back to.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Like when you're in America now, Obama gets elected and Trump get elected. Is there anything that changes in the country within the way you interact with the state?
Who? You remember that delegates also matter here in America, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They call okay. What happens in that the core believe, the core whether you call them redneck or you call them whatever you want to call them, they tend to be more of a Christian kind. Up to today, the Christian in America, they still can go towards Trump.
Yeah, but the question I'm asking is that when Obama is elected or Trump becomes president, do you see any difference in the way America is run and the way people behave in the state, the narrative in the state? Exactly. So this is why I'm saying that you can't say they're all the same because clearly they're not all the same.
You're not going to call, and I think I think what when you go there, what you are missing is that what personally I'm trying to tell you that you are a professional. Your
forefathers.
Yeah,
they are professional.
Forefathers. See, when you talk about policies,
so
policies
whatever their ideologies based on how you size the
policies.
Yeah, but don't you be careful when you side with AY, because AY people like AY are twisting it and say they are all the same.
No,
they are all the same.
I understand what AY is. See,
are we not? Are we on this place now? Are we not all human beings in one way? We can say that.
Yes, we are all human beings, but different.
Can't we all say now we are black here without saying anything?
Yes.
Okay, but when we come to individual person, we are different, right?
Good. Right. That's what we're trying to make. That's the decision we're trying to make, because this stuff started from Peter Obi. That's the decision we are making as an individual. Peter Obi is different, and here they keep lumping him as he's the same as every other politician.
Forefathers is a politician. If you enter there now, he
started doing it again.
It's the fact. It's because he's not.
But he's still different and a different individual.
Look at Jonathan. When he got in there, what we thought it was going to be different. What happened? He fell in line. He admitted.
I don't know who says who thought Jonathan was going to be different. Where did you get that from? Jonathan was a vice. Was a VP.
Jonathan have the opportunity of both houses. If there's anything could have implemented, it could have been easy for him.
Yes, even in his state, he didn't do nothing for his own state. He could have done it.
How do you know?
Forefather, you don't follow politics. That's why you don't understand these people. I'm telling you. If you follow politics,
I'm sorry, I didn't do anything for my state.
All I'm saying is that similarity is not the same as the same. So we shouldn't necessarily say.
All I'm trying to tell you, politician is a politician because that is what they choose. When you are a doctor,
when you talk about policies,
this is different. You can quote unquote and categorize people the way you want.
I've got a question for you.
Is the policies that are different? Politicians.
Wait. I've got a question for Eddie. Eddie, I know you support APC. I've got no problem with it. Every one of us.
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't.
You say he doesn't support APC. No, he doesn't.
Okay, that's fine. So, do you think that this present government is doing the right thing?
In what context?
Honestly, hands on heart. Let's be honest.
What context?
General.
In moving because what's the purpose of our administration?
I think you are trying to say what is your assessment of this
forward? Assessment.
For me, I've said it right from day one. I said it. Look, Tinubu in power is not going to make any difference in the country. I don't like Tinubu. I'm sorry to say, I won't say I don't like him. I don't like his
politics.
His politics, okay.
He believes in, okay, Godfatherism. I will settle my boys. Everybody do what you want. No matter what happens, I'm here. I'll cover you people. He wants to take his own part of the national cake. Like he said, Emilio Con. How the hell does somebody come out to say You amongst 200 million Nigerians, you say
it belongs to me.
Who the hell are you? Because if he knows he can do it. I don't like his politics. I'm sorry.
We gave it to him now. After he said it, then
No,
he
we didn't
decided
give it
that
to him.
they're going to vote for him.
I'm sorry, we didn't give it to him.
Southwesterners didn't vote for him. They voted for him, but at least he got that base.
They took
That's
it.
it.
They took it. I don't.
They snatched
right
it.
Again, I'm going back to the premise. Right from the premise, they took it. If you go by the structure I'm saying Nigeria is following today, Tinubu would not near. After what he did in Lagos, he would not near.
We can't necessarily say that though. Let me just add this though. If you look at the dynamics of the election itself, other than the passions and everything that we are talking about, if this was in a different country, you have two major parties in the country, like Republican and Democrats in America, and let's say the Republican Party broke into half and their votes were split. You are not going to expect any of those two that split out to win.
Let me give you an example of what you're talking about.
You are going to expect the other one that remains together to actually win.
No, Fafana, let me correct you.
Excuse me. Let me make one point.
They divided into 4, not into 2. PDP divided into 4. The Wike group,
in other words, it's even worse.
Konkoso even move out. Don't forget.
Let me give you an example of what you're talking about. See the Republican Party today. Trump has captured it. How did he do it? Through the people. You have the billionaires and the donors of that party. They don't want him. He has captured that party whole state. Nobody can take it from him right now.
Yeah, Trump will win.
He's in a primary with I think about 6 or 7 other people. They're having debates. He's not attending.
Mike Pence withdraw. It's not.
He has already. Mike Pence has withdrawn. That's former president.
Mike Pence has dropped out already.
Yeah.
Don't be so certain that he's going to win outright.
But Trump will take the ticket
for the primary.
Okay, for Republicans. Not necessarily the general election.
No, general election. It's going to happen.
So what we are saying, right, in the May election now.
I've not finished though.
In the May election, you will now have Trump and Biden select between two evil. What do you want to do? You must choose somebody. That's the issue. Now, there you will not assess them, but they are the same. But you now say, okay, this one I see a lesser one. Let's pick this one.
I think Showore is a city I can go and stand.
Yeah, Papa finally agreed.
What I'm saying,
where did you get that? I didn't say that. Who said that? Sorry. Free Nigeria. Go ahead. Free Nigeria.
Go ahead.
It seems that we do not even understand the I'm just trying to find the right word, the most appropriate word. We don't know how deep we are in Nigeria, especially for people living in Nigeria, because all of us live outside Nigeria. We are considerably comfortable wherever we are and all that, but we don't know how deep this is, and we're all playing about it. We're all playing politics, playing tribal sentiments and all that. Sometimes we fight with ourselves. We tell each other off. Okay, look at this time of the day. I mean, it's 2 o'clock early hours of the morning in London, and I'm still sitting here talking about Nigeria. Why? Because I'm passionate about my country. There are loads of people out there. I know that. I know how many people in the past 1 month now that have called me and said their rent has expired. These are not the people that
get text.
I know, my brother. Even sometimes I get some phone calls and all that. My heart cuts and all that. The people I'm paying their school fees, they will tell me one thing that they are, and this is not, they are being honest. The school fees has been increased, and I have to do it because I've committed myself to do it. Now, knowing all this, how do we go forward? We need to stop these people. See, all of us, even here in this panel, we come every weekend, we talk and talk. I am very sure that if we are given the opportunity, I'm not saying we are perfect, we will do something better. These people are insensitive. They've shown us now and again they're insensitive and they are liars. And it surprises me why some of us that are supposed to be intelligent are still making a case for them.
I'm not sure anybody has anybody made a case for any of these people in office today. I don't see anybody apart from the chat.
I'm just saying generally. You see, let's speak to ourselves. Let's be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
We need.
Brother,
go on.
Free Nigeria. I'm sorry to interject. You see, we can influence Nigerian election in one way or the other because we are in diaspora, right? But one thing you should know is that the choice of the people back in Nigeria, their awareness, their knowledge of the people they want to be there. For instance, look at Sowore. Sowore, of course, he's a politician. He chooses to become one. But look at how rugged is that guy. Look at what he has gone through trying to run for office. Who I cannot tell what it could have become of him when he become if he get to any office. But so far, you see how rugged is this guy. That this guy is with the masses. He have never take the state money in any way to sponsor his campaign. But look at the youth. They never even look at him much. So when you come to Nigerian issue, even those people we are sending money to, if they have opportunity to occupy any office, I'm telling you, they are not going to be that different from these people. I'm being honest.
They won't. Oh, they won't be different.
Yes.
You know, I'm convinced of this. You know, when I've been in London for quite a long time. Every time I go to the Nigerian embassy, the behavior has not changed. And you ask yourself,
That's what I'm trying to say.
there are people that are in that office that were once diasporans and they've been humiliated, waiting outside that embassy. They go in there and they repeat the same thing. It's unbelievable stuff. And I said that to our fellow Nigerians. I said, we are the ones doing these things. And you are blaming the leader now that he's not doing it. But the moment you get there, instead of you to prioritize fixing that problem, you prioritize fixing your pocket.
They join the system.
That's the problem.
Look, see the.
Let me give you one example.
The embassy here in Georgia.
Let me give you a personal experience on this to tell you the mindset, the human nature. I'm privileged to maybe have been before audience or people or preside over people, but I've seen in my lifetime that those honest people who want to do the right thing never have opportunity. The bully will always subdue the truth, and the gullible society will go with them.
Fela said it.
For some reasons I don't know. But that is what I've experienced, and I can't go into it much deeper. That those people, even those people that are so hungry today, that say you must feed them, even local government chairman, let's say any one of them, I will tell you, they will never be different than the people that are meeting. Look at from 1999 president, every president that come, you think the other one is always better. Can you imagine that we are already missing Buhari at this? Can you ever imagine? Can you imagine that people can say, oh, Buhari was better than this? I don't know in the next 6 months if things can turn around and people, but foundation matters. So let us see what happens. But these people, our mentality is something we need a pure deliverance or God intervention.
No, it's the mindset. I think it's a way of the Nigerian people. I'll give you an example of the Nigerian embassy here in Georgia, in Atlanta, right? I've been to several embassies here, right? The Nigerian embassy here in Georgia is the only place where you have a fence around it and a gate. And when you get to the gate, you have to stand at the gate and wait for them to come and answer you. When they answer you, you're not going in, they will direct you across to the next building to go to a business center. I got there in London. Oh my God. I got there, I saw business center on the door. I was like, wow. I did not know that we have this in the US. Now, when you enter there, they'll not start telling you what to do. You have to pay some certain monies, pay for everything. Then they will not ask you, do you want it expedited? So you can actually give me this thing within a short period of time.
It's for that, that one. When you bribe them, you get something out of it. That you
see, I went in there one time when I started to get Nigerian passport back then. I went in there and the guy told me, I said, okay, he said, do you want it expedited? I said, what do you mean? He said, you have to pay $160 extra to get it. Usually it takes about 3 to 6 months. So he said, But
It's
if you want
horrible. Yeah, it takes 6 months.
if you want
So
it
I'm one
expedited,
of them. I've gone through it. It's
if you want it
awful.
expedited, you can get it within 2 weeks. Then he said, even if you want it today, you pay a little extra. We'll take you to the ambassador. They will stamp it right there for you. I said, I shook my head. I said, what? So you can actually get me this thing today, but you want money?
No, that's how it is. That's how it is, Eddie, in London.
It is unfortunate.
That's how it is.
It's unfortunate.
It's just unfortunate. It's almost like they are punishing people that don't pay them, so they make them wait 6 months. That's what they did. They did the same thing to me. Now. I'm not ready to start looking to bribe those idiots.
There's express that you pay for, but
no doubt. But that money
No,
goes
it's
to
illegal.
government.
The one
Yes,
Nigeria
that's what
collect
you are
is
saying.
illegal.
The one you
money
are
goes to the
talking in Atlanta. If you go to one in Kudra Street in Manhattan in New York, their toilet doesn't even work. So,
oh my God.
Yes. I went there and they asked me to go across the street to one Pakistani store. After I already have my own printer with my wife and my little child, and then to go and print. I said, print out what again? This is the evidence that we have paid. And they say, oh, I said, I'm not going there. I have to. I'm not. Some days I wake up bad if I don't take my medication. I act up. So I told them I'm not going nowhere. I told them I'm not going to that store. I have the evidence, and this is what I print out from my own house, and I'm getting my passport the way I should get it. And I'm not going nowhere. And I say nobody will enter. They say they'll call police. I said the good thing that no police is going to answer you guys here, because this is Nigeria here. We're going to do it Nigeria way. So we're not going. I'm not going to. So somebody came and said, "Oh, I know you. You live in Staten Island. Are you not pastor? This. Why are you doing this?" I say, "Why am I doing this? Nigeria make me do this. Nobody's going to enter here today until I get my. You are asking me to go to Pakistani store to print out what I already have in my hand. What did you have with them?
You don't mind them. Don't mind them.
Yeah.
You're
So
lucky.
I stayed there.
Did they ask you to buy postal order?
So I stayed
They
there.
didn't ask
I
you to buy
already paid
postal order.
online, printed out. I just went there for capture, and they said I said no. And
See, so you just tell you to go and photocopy. You're complaining. Now here in the UK, they ask us to go and buy postal order £20.
Yeah, in Georgia, they tell you to pay for CAPA.
They
pay for
after
CAPA,
everything,
$20.
somebody came and signed a document, and they told me in 1 week if I don't get it, I should call back. And they give in less than 1 week, 3 days. Somebody they mail it to me in Texas, because then I already left New York. So this is the mentality you see. This is happening in abroad. These people live in the system where they see humanly possible, but that local brain is still in them.
See, when I was there, a Nigerian guy, when we were supposed to come to pick up, which was shocking, because they asked us to submit a self-addressed envelope, but at the same time, they put on the form collection date. So are you posting or you are coming to collect? They didn't tell us the difference. So a lot of people showed up. A lot of people showed up at the office. They say, "Oh, you are not supposed to come. It's just estimated delivery date. You are not supposed to be there." But why didn't you just put estimated delivery date instead of putting a collection date? Then they said, "Oh, you can go home." Then I told him. So then I said I was supposed to collect it today, and I was supposed to either get it delivered today. So when am I expecting? He said 3 weeks now. I said, but that is going to make it about 6 months. He said, no, it's not 6 months. I said, because I waited 3 months to even come in the first place. Then after that, you ask me to wait too long again. Then, as I said, we have been doing this for how many years? Are we not going to change it? So he said, you go and tell the big people at the top. I said, but you are a staff. You should report what people are telling you to them. He said, you two are the government. Go and... Nobody wants to take responsibility at all for anything.
Bro, common NIN, right? They asked me, oh, I apply online, I pay the money, I think it's like $50, $55, something like that. I went to the office to get my biometric and all that. The lady said to me, look up, there is something there, oh, you got to pay extra $25, blah, blah. I'm like, for what? I'm like, pay this money. What if it's legal? Why did you not put it on the website? Let me... Bro, you know that's how. If you don't want to pay, you can go. It's okay. Take your stuff.
NIN has been contracted out here in London.
Common NIN. These people are insane. That is why when they don't want to do the right thing, just imagine these kind of people are in government. You think they're gonna do anything different? No, they will not. So the problem is, this is why we keep saying, let the right team, let's have an institution, have a system that will checkmate everybody. We should stop calling people they are mini god or something. I don't
Not
like
at all. They are not. They are not. And we should
need
never
to
do that.
have a system that will work for everyone. No matter who is there, this system is checkmating you. Until we have that.
And AY, you know what? Almost all systems that I know in the last 30, 40 years, 50 years that has come and built nations, from China, Singapore, all of them, they have a system like that where everybody's checked. And even when the dictators are there, the dictators don't become exorbitantly rich. They don't make themselves rich and leave the people poor. They tend to live the same level. The Chinese, they're communists, so basically they can't even have money. The Singapore, till today, the guy retired like a normal person. Just name them. They are all ordinary leaders that the people, because when people are, you see, I think there was something Ngosika said that I think I wanted to correct that. It's inaccurate to say that when people are hungry, they cannot be reasonable and they will just be angry. It's not true. People can be hungry as long as their leaders are hungry with them. They will be willing to suffer with the leaders, because I've seen it happen with the Chinese. They were living on rations in that country. They didn't revolt against the government because the government was in it with them. But when you are living large and asking for your yacht, and you are telling people and to go and suffer, that is the one that drives people crazy. That's why poverty is not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily make people not act reasonably. People are willing to suffer, but they want to feel like you that is asking them to suffer is in it with them. So I think that was the point I wanted to make to Ngosika. Please go ahead, Eddie.
I will forget. NDBC has been here for a while. I think he should be allowed to contribute if he has anything to say. He has been sitting back for almost 2 hours now.
Oh, NDBC, I don't know. He's been a gentleman today.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You guys should go ahead. I'm listening.
No, then Bumi want to say something, right? Bumi want to say something.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say, but I'm slowly forgetting what I wanted to say. I wanted to say about, like, I feel like one of the problem is that as a people, I don't think we have respect for ourselves. Because I've always wondered why growing up, I'm just like, I can understand you stealing. I can understand you being tempted to steal. Fine. Okay. But what I don't understand about our politicians or about us as a group of people is that they will, for example, I'll give Buhari as a good example. Buhari came into power. Let's say he did absolutely nothing. But one thing every single person can agree on, APC, PDP, Labour Party, B, that you're living under a rock, is that this man was sick for a certain period of time, whereby no one knew where he was. Everyone was going with their conspiracy. He went to the UK, whatever, for treatment. He spent 8 years in power, but did absolutely nothing when it comes to the healthcare in Nigeria. Let's say every other thing is on fire, but let's say we have just healthcare that we can see this guy could relate to. Absolutely nothing. Now we have another person with similar behavior, whereby he has gone to France, maybe the UK. We know he has health problems. And I'm like, fine, let's say you want to steal as much money, but if you can focus on one thing for the country, but they don't do it, but then they take themselves to the West and go treat themselves. And I don't even understand that it's like, even if you want to oppress people, create some certain things as fundamental for your people. They don't, it's like, they don't even think. It's like, it baffles me sometimes. I find it so hard to comprehend the way their brain works. It's like,
Bumi, let me interject for 30 seconds. Bumi, see, when President Musa Yar'Adua was sick, was outside the country, it was the same President Buhari criticizing him. Look for the videos. Oh, why would they take the president? You can't treat yourself here. You can't do this. Politicians are the same. You don't want to believe us? Okay, go ahead.
One thing that even baffles me the most is
Bro,
that
they are not the same. You can say that your face go blue. They are not the same.
see one thing that drives me crazy and why I think that not just us as not our problem is not just politician. I feel like it's us as a people because understand that this guy did absolutely nothing. Before he left, they said they renovated the hospital, whatever, how many billions is spent into it. We still have this same present president still going outside for treatment. And then you have someone that will look me dead in the eyes and saying this administration actually wants to function. How does that make any sense? I don't understand any argument you can ever sit down and look at me and tell me that this administration is working to save Nigeria. If it's just one thing, when it comes to
let me
healthcare.
interject for a moment. Just as a young lady, woman for president, and I hope you become the
I pray
first
so
one.
too. I pray so too.
The
How are you sure
problem,
she's not
just
going to do the
like you
same thing? I
have
thought
said,
Eddie, you said everybody
No,
was the same.
she looks
All this, all this time
just,
of talk. Now, so she's different
Look
now.
at the kind of people who want the power.
let me tell
All these
you.
people, a moment ago, he was saying all politicians are the same. Oh. Now he
No, she
wants
doesn't
high
look like a
to be
politician, no.
office.
The
She's going to wear the
problem you
uniform soon.
see where, especially in the health care um, services, when you say that what's wrong with us is what really, that is the question. During this Buhari and Idia born, maybe if you were born, you may be late if you were born, I doubt. There were war against indiscipline because the citizens were so corrupt that the general hospital in Nigeria, the workers will go there and steal the equipment. They will go to the hospital and steal the equipment. This during Buhari and Idiagbo, what they did now was no staff come with any bag. The hospitals, the doctors in their own private clinic, they will tell you that we don't have this thing, which it was there, but they took it and have it in their own personal clinic. That is what's wrong with us. That even when there is a meaningful leadership, you can still be frustrated by the citizens. So that is why I'm always the campaign of the grassroots to turn on the mirror on ourselves, because it's easy to say than to get there. I have seen in Lagos that somebody tells somebody, say, why are you arguing with this police officer? Why can't you just bribe the person and go? The person was sitting in the front of his house and the other guy was telling the police, say,
Exactly.
this is my right, you can't do this. It becomes part of the society that somehow is difficult to even when you mean well, how to carry it out through the citizen is very difficult.
I think the reason why people say that that you should let people, that you should bribe on, just get on with it and get it over with. I think it's one is because they are impatient, they want to get, they don't want trouble, and secondly because they in the bigger scheme of things they've observed that even when you fight these things, is still going to lead to the same outcome. The outcome is still going to be the same, and it's a shame because those things are not the things that change nations. You can't moralize for nations and you expect them to turn. They won't. The reason why when nations turn is when the people themselves feel it deep inside them that they need to turn, and it's because of one big event or one big act or that brings them together, like that unites them. That's when they do that, and it has to reverberate throughout the population. Their consciousness has to change. And if that consciousness doesn't change, no matter what you say, because I've heard us say this thing over and over and over again, and I've watched many nations. So I think that's why I think people should be studying other nations just to see how people behave, because this is a psychological thing. I think they have carried out experiments where individuals will know something, but as a group they will act totally differently. But if as an individual, they will act totally differently too. So it tells you that there's something else going on that we are not taking into account as a group of people that is responsible for our behavior. And every time we keep thinking like just praying or moralizing is going to solve it, it's not going to solve it. The things that are going to solve it are things that affect us on a macro level, on a bigger level that would reverberate through the population, and everybody's eyes will be like, you know what? Enough is enough. We have to do this. And everybody will be on the same page. Because I ask all the time, when I was younger, I was watching some of all the documentaries about other countries, and you see some crazy things leaders have done, terrible things they've done. I was like, who is obeying these orders? Are these leaders gods? Why are they obeying the order for them to be doing all these things to people? Now I'm beginning to understand why. Because even the people around the leaders have changed. They've realized that some things need to be done, and they don't care what the cost is. And to do that's what is happening to us. We have never gotten there. This is why even under Idiagbo, I can't believe it. The fact that you said that. Even under Idiagbo, they were still taking hospital equipment away. It tells us
they were taking things to the point
we are behaving like spoiled brats.
They stopped them that nobody, that will tell you the mindset of Nigeria, the way the corruption have eaten our society become a way of life right now in Nigeria. It's not even called.
If we don't have strong institutions,
I don't know what I would see it as corruption. It's not fair to call it corruption because there's corruption everywhere. I don't see it as corruption anymore. There's something more.
There's corruption everywhere, but the level of acceptance of it in Nigeria is different. It's a way of life.
The manifestation is just a symptom.
Yeah, but the way at least when you see you can be ashamed of it when they say this person do this. In Nigeria, if they say it is forget about it. It's normal. It's like a normal way.
But why? Why is it acceptable?
Because we have imbibed it over a long period of time.
Become a way of life.
It's exactly.
We don't know better. We don't know better. I think sometimes I feel like as a nation and as a people, we have been in a way spoiled to an extent. It's weird to say that because we are suffering, and it doesn't seem like we are spoiled. But from a strategic point of view or from a macro point of view, we have been spoiled. We don't seem to understand what nationhood means to the point whereby a doctor would take equipment from a hospital to there are certain things you see here in the UK, but you will not see that kind of stupid behavior.
The corruption starts from the head. Once the head is bad, the whole body starts to rot. That is the problem. If we can get it right at the top,
maybe.
I think when you talk about that, it has to take a vision. You see, when Idiagbo and Buhari came, before Babangida go around them and take and snatch the presidency from them, that they really try to get Nigeria on track.
Yeah, if they are continuing, I'm sure Nigeria would have been on its way.
So the issue we are having is that, remember, that is when they call war against indiscipline. That even at every bus stop in Lagos was one of the things you can talk about where there's a lot of population. You cannot jump a queue. You can't. That discipline.
That man tried. He did try.
With a vision.
Yeah, they tried then.
That discipline with a vision could have restored our institution. But when Babangida came and took over from him, is when Babangida introduced 419. Yeah. So to him, he was like, Nigeria have so much, because then the crude oil was a big thing and everything was going well. So money was everywhere. And they misuse it. Remember that time Captain was giving Peugeot 504, and then if you are major, you'll be getting from 505 in those days. So and those things, that could have not built any infrastructure, and everybody just lose up. But if we still get a visionary who can come and say, you know what, this is where we are going in the next maybe 4 years, start something. And the problem again is that we don't have a continued government in our place. If this person come, he started his own, how he can build a first lady office or build something in Abuja or baby mother's kitchen, and then all of those things. So we don't have any and no consequences. And in that kind of environment, it's a long walk to freedom.
Visionaries, there are certain visionaries. I'm beginning to see visionaries how only can operate in a situation where they can flourish. Like you know, when the Bible says something about a seed falling on rock, you cannot expect it to germinate, no matter how nice or fertile that seed is. So visionaries can only occur, can only manifest in a given specific environment, and this is the area, the aspect I keep trying to say that Nigeria there's something more fundamental that is wrong in the not, I wouldn't call it wrong per se, but that is that is going on. That is the reason why we cannot break out of it. It's not that simple. The only thing that will change Nigeria right now is going to need some big event, some big event, or it could happen slowly. It's possible because the real ingredient is for us to set our differences aside, unite to want to actually build something. That is the true ingredient that needs to be there. But for that to happen right now in this context is very, very tricky. Maybe it's something that can be done, but I've never seen it done before. The closest example is Ethiopia that I've seen, where the citizens came together. They said, okay, we are going to build this massive dam that Egypt doesn't like, but if they don't like it, they can go hug a transformer, but we are going to build it, and if anybody threatens it, we are going to fight back. That is the way you united our nation. That's the only example I've seen of anything uniting black countries on one agenda for their nation. And in the context of Nigeria, we don't have one thing that unites the whole country. Not one. I've never seen one thing. I don't know if anybody knows. They can tell me.
You cannot say that now. Hunger unites everybody.
I was going to say poverty. Poverty is bringing the people together.
No, seriously, it is. It is. I agree with that.
The way see poverty, you would say poverty unites us, but the way people manifest that one, it's not like they are signing on to something. The way people manifest that one is to go and steal or to go and cheat, to go on to get one over the other.
I believe it is. Look at the Arab Spring. What happened? It was just a small incident. It was, well, I would say a small incident. You know, somebody lit himself on fire, and next thing, the whole Arab world was cutting. People trying to take down their government.
You see, this guy says football. See, it's even the Ethiopian one is on a small scale. It's not on a high level. The type we're talking about, like the type that Link Wan Yu and others people went through, where when they came out of it, and these leaders, and weirdly enough, I'm sorry to say, all these great leaders that transformed their nation, almost every single one of them were military background. Almost Link Wan Yu, Mao Zedong, Stalin, Churchill, George Washington, named it's only what's his name, Abraham Lincoln that wasn't from a military background. They almost have all these major leaders have military background. I don't know, maybe because it's in the past, but in this current era, maybe there's a different way of doing it. I just haven't seen a good example of it. If you have them, research and we can discuss it here.
Well, at least some of us can now say all military men are not the same, Abi. So we agree on that because we have but we have the attackers and the abandoners. Because I mean, we've had our fair share of military, and they are the worst.
We are like brats. Our own militaries are just like we behave like brats.
They are still returning Abacha loot. Don't forget
that 150 million comes from. They should be using it to service our president.
Do they give us interest on those money even?
No, that's foolishness.
I think they should keep it for Tinubu's medicals. So at least we don't have to look for money to pay for Tinubu's medical. When it goes to France,
return that money,
150 million.
When they return that money, the monies will find their way back. The same country.
They shouldn't return it. Let them keep it for Tinubu's medicals.
To me, I just feel just keep the money there till we have a reasonable person in power, then they can return it. Because if those monies come back, it's going to end up, going back out.
Loot. They will reloot the loot.
Seriously, I think I would like people to look into how nations are transformed and group or national psychology, because this type of stuff is at the level that is affecting Nigeria. It's not on a micro level where you moralize. If it was the case, with all the churches we have, all the religiousness that we practice, we shouldn't be where we are right now. There's something else that we are not addressing.
To me, I believe the democracy we are practicing is not working for a country like Nigeria. We're too corrupt to have that kind of democracy. I'm sorry, we are too corrupt. I'm being serious. We just give an example of Buhari and what's his name? This other guy, Idiago. It was a military rule. Look at what they could achieve by instilling discipline. It came from the head. Now, democracy, you have a president.
Yeah, but it didn't last 1 year. Oh, no, maybe a year and a half or so.
You know why it didn't last? You know why it didn't last 1 year?
Maradona kicked them out.
You know why it didn't last that long? Because the man was breaking the backs of he was breaking the way people were making money.
But it shows you that the people are not ready. The people are not ready. If the environment was right, what he was doing, everybody will be on the same page.
Our woman president has raised her hand.
I wanted to ask a question. I know Forefather is going to disagree because I also, at the start, I also disagreed. But now I'm slowly trying to put that into perspective. Do you think that the reason why Nigeria is so corrupt, I just think is wickedness, is because we are so diverse, and it's like we have this opportunity to just put the blame on the next person. For example, someone comes in here and say the reason why Nigeria is bad is the way it is because of the Northerners, the Fulanese, or then someone from the Southeast can put the blame on the. I feel like it's so easy to put blame to each person, and we can actually work together. So in my experience, do you also think it might be better if Nigeria should actually divide? Because guess what? You cannot say. See, I know it's controversial.
No, it's not. It's not. A lot of people say it.
But as you cannot put a blame and say it's that person that caused it. You have to take accountability and responsibility for your actions.
I hear you, but were you here when they were discussing the Rivers State politics?
Exactly, that's what I was saying too.
So look at it from that perspective. That's one state. If you break Nigeria into smaller units, what will happen is you will now localize.
You're muted.
The demons will be localized
forever, and the Ikoris will blame the Ijos. Have you seen the Jebus and the Egbas argue before? I'm from Ogun State. If you break it now, if you say Ogun State should be a country, the Jebus and the Egbas will fight till forever for capital.
People don't know.
So you will localize the problem. It might reduce it slightly, but you just localize it. There's something unique about Nigerians. I've never met anybody like us anywhere. My mom was admitted at hospital a few years ago, and about 4 years ago, and she said, she had to bring her own medications when you bring your own home medications with the hospital ones. And she had them by her bedside. And she woke up in the middle of the night and she saw the nurse taking her medications. Some of them are quite expensive that she lives on. And the nurse was stealing medication. So my mom woke up and saw the nurse, and the nurse knelt down and said, started begging her in Yoruba. My mom said, no, that's fine. That, everything belongs to God. She said, because I don't want to go and raise alarm or say something and they'll go and inject me and I'll just misuse them.
Exactly.
I'm even surprised that she had the, quickness of mind. She said, I didn't create an issue. I just told her, it's fine, my daughter, take it. She said, because that lady might inject me with something, and that's the end of it.
That you see, that part of it, I really lament for Nigeria. There's a further decay that I've noticed when I go to Nigeria. The young generation, they've gotten even worse. But I still think what is affecting Nigeria is on a higher level. Because those leaders that removed Idiagbo, in another context, you will see people that will be lining up around them to want to do his bidding, because everybody is now aware of what the problem is. I think that is where our problem is. Nigerians are nice people. I think, given how much we are suffering and how different we are, and we are still getting on, Jesus Christ, if you try that in the UK, I think subject UK nationals to the condition Nigerians are facing, they will rip Sunak to pieces.
Look at France. They just want to increase their retirement age by 2 years. Increase it by 2 years. The country was settled, was almost being burned down. Just by 2 years. In Nigeria, you don't even have retirement.
This is what I keep telling people. Indefinite. For Peter Obi to come and lead one revolution or come and lead a riot. I said, no. See, even if I was Peter Obi, I would have looked at the people I'm about to lead if you're leading the people that are ready for a change, it makes sense. If you're leading the people that are not ready, it's suicide. They would see if they pick
exactly,
you up,
they will take
the
you
people
out.
will just go back with their business and start praying for you. Hashtag what's worse, they will create hashtag free Peter Obi now. That's the end of it.
See, but this is what I believe.
So sorry, some of the things that are in this supplementary budget, they're more than enough to burn down a government, not a nation, to topple a government. You know, Dodam Barracks in Lagos, that used to be our, Aso Rock in Lagos, it's been abandoned for a long time since the military didn't, they moved to Abuja. In this, their supplementary budget, they've budgeted 4 billion naira to renovate it so that when Tinubu goes to Lagos, he has somewhere to stay. Tinubu has a palatial home in Lagos. He can stay with Sanwo-Olu. He lived in that government quarters for 8 years. But they've put 4 billion to renovate this place. Buhari had 13 billion for his presidential fleet this year. The actual budget.
No, just to be clear, in most of the state there is presidential quarter in the state government.
So this Dodam Barracks, well, what is it about?
So that's purely federal. What I'm saying is, just what you said. If he can come to Lagos and go to the government house,
why is Dodam? So my question is, we're borrowing money to fix Dodam Barracks. Why?
Yeah, we shouldn't be borrowing money to do that kind of stuff. We're borrowing money for it.
They budgeted money for Buhari's presidential fleet. They're not adding another money in supplementary.
Here is the simple question you will ask yourself. 1 month, just a month before year end, why do you need supplementary budget?
Did you hear what Ndume said? When they asked him, why did you rush this? He said, we have only 7 weeks before the end of the year. The president needs to start spending. That's why we rushed it.
You see,
they've given them their cards.
These are the things that are enough to cause. I mean, look at what you said, France. They increased something by 2 years and they burnt the country, almost burnt it down. In Nigeria, like this guy said, you can take the message and ignore the messenger. This one and slap this one, and Nigerians will move on. We've learned to adapt.
There's something you said about leaders coming up, and if people are not ready to line up with you, then you are on a suicide mission. I would agree with that, but at the same time, if you come in as a leader and you are truthful to the people, you take the situation of the country and tell them this is what's happening in this country, and they see the genuineness in you, they will line up behind you. I don't care the amount of politicians that you have against you.
I'm not saying they won't, but if the peak will be today, the people will go back to their businesses. Have you met Nigerians? Hashtag go now, hashtag go finish. Hashtag free Peter Obi.
Well, for me, I believe if you go in there,
fine. The woman don't enter many people. I better go.
Someone like Buhari, when he got into power, people were expecting him to at least cross corruption with the way he ran the government the first time he was in there. Unfortunately, he missed his step and started going sideways. If he had, with the mindset, okay, people wanted you to change the situation of this country, come in there, be truthful to the people, tell them this was going on, they would have lined up behind him. But like I said, for some reason, being a politician or maybe democracy didn't make him do the things he wanted to do the way he would want to do it. Then he missed his way. But you see, Nigeria as a people, I believe if we have a genuine leader, a sincere leader, who goes in there, this was happening, this was going on. I mean, just the way Buhari started, he used to call in the press, have their so-called this thing, monthly, whatever, press conference. He told people what was going on. But like I said, once you enter there, even if you were not a politician before, once you start thinking like them, you become like them. Which brings me back to my other argument saying politicians are all the same. Buhari, I have to come back to that. See, Buhari, when he was in power the first time, he came in as a military ruler. When he came in as a politician, he became like them. Their ideologies are the same. Nigerians, we need a responsible person in power, not the likes of Tinubu. We go nowhere with him. I'm sorry to say. Even Atiku. I don't know about Peter Obi, because if I talk Peter Obi matter now, some people will start to attack me. That's why I try to avoid.
So you cannot just take attack and you want to.
No, I've been attacked
it's
too much.
actually a problem. People think that thing is a disease.
No,
They don't want you to say anything at all about Peter Obi. They think you are against him.
Then that is not. Then
there
that
is no
is dangerous
guarantee.
to democracy.
I promise you, there's no guarantee that
Yeah.
Peter Obi will enter power. And the things he said he will do, there's no guarantee he will do it. It is no guarantee. He might get in there and change to a different person.
Eddie, let me tell you.
And the
Eddie,
reason why there is no guarantee is not that somebody meant evil. It's simply because there is no structure to run on with. And the people will be overwhelmed. I believe it today. Buhari meant well, but is yet to tell his story.
Eddie.
The reason is that I don't know if any one of you have met him in person. The other side of him, I believe, is a religious fanatics. That is aside. When he comes to a man of a leader, he has a lot of charisma. If you ever come and encounter him, his charisma is too much. And I think he uses people that are close to him, just like his military time with Idi Agbon. He was able to do what he wanted to do. And I think if it is not this handpicked by the same guy today that people don't want him again, or Osubanjo that you guys say could have been this. Osubanjo was a handpick of Tinubu to him to become the vice president. So if he have any other person more than not Osubanjo, that is a rugged human being, that is how I believe that is the style of leadership. There are leaders that doesn't come out and swing, and those are the leaders that walk behind the scene. You discuss with them on the table, and you carry out whatever they want. And
Jonathan, let me say this, right? In 2015, you see how people are supporting Peter Obi like he's God is gonna. That is the way I was supporting Buhari.
2023. Sorry.
I actually thought Buhari was gonna be the change we want, right?
Right.
After like 6 months, I'm like, I'm never gonna invest my anything in anybody.
Buhari don't carry you go where you don't know.
Buhari carry us go where we don't know. See, Peter Obi is a good man. I believe Peter Obi will cut costs, which will be a good thing. Like, Peter Obi will not be involved in this wastage they are doing. Definitely will not. But if you are thinking Peter Obi will come and change the system overnight, Baba, you gotta see a big shock.
I have another thing. See,
but you should understand economic run in every nation, though. The economic run in a nation by the rich people. Holding back money, it is what is called recession. So if you go and the elite are not with you and they want to frustrate you, except only in Nigeria where everybody say create job, like federal government has to be creating federal thing. I don't know. I think it's to create an enablement environment where everybody can strive, but regulate well. Make sure there's a check and balance in the system. But when I hear people say create job, I don't know what they mean.
No, one other thing. I'm sorry. Let me come in here, please. Sometimes leaders need to take aggressive actions to change the course of a nation. Ghana, for instance, Jerry Rawlings took that move he tried. If they did in Nigeria, the country will burn. I'm sorry. Now, Buhari tried that the institution. He tried to go after a certain part of our government, the judicial arm of it, which is where one of our problems lie. The judges there, most of them are corrupt. He tried to go after them. When he was trying to arrest them, they were putting out this what they've stolen, this. If they had let him, maybe it's against the constitution. Well, it's against the constitution. You cannot go after people that way. But like I said, sometimes you need to take some drastic measures to correct course. Now, when he was going after the judges, they said, "Oh, Buhari is attacking judges. He's not practicing democracy." Blah 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 blah. At the end of the day, look at where we are today. You get someone who has stolen money. Governors who have stolen money and have left power, they will tell you to take me to court. You know why? Because they believe they can buy justice. They believe they can bog you down for how long and nothing will happen. How do we get it right?
Well, Eddie, I'm not cutting you short. When they say take me to court, it's not because the judge is going to favor them. The consequence is minimal. If you stole 100 billion, they're going to ask you to pay a fine of 10,000. That has nothing to do like the judges say somebody like they are trying to reward them. Another thing is to strengthen the institution where there is a consequence that there won't be that cheap loophole.
I personally, Eddie, you mentioned something that move that Rawlings pulled in Ghana that he may not work in Nigeria.
Right.
I respectfully disagree, and I'll tell you why I disagree. Look at what just APC did to the whole Nigeria. They can't even come out. Even now, they are even calling for people in diaspora to come and do and lead the fight for them. Listen, if any person in the military will stand up today, arrest all the bigwigs and line them up in Babbage and shoot them, nothing will happen. I'm telling you. The only people that will talk is United Kingdom and America. They'll start preaching human rights to us and nothing. We need a strong person. We need a strong person. And listen, I'm not saying this is my view. It's not the view of this is a disclaimer. It's not the view of Dr. Damages and all that. The only thing that these people will fear is a punitive action. I know shedding blood is not a nice thing, but what these people have done to us is more than a murder. We see, listen, because we're here talking. They are already grooming their children, and somebody will come on the comment section and be abusing me. Instead of you go back to Nigeria and enjoy the loot with them, you're in the comment section for the past 5 hours. You're abusing Tony. You're abusing Tony that is enjoying his life. That probably all your family in your life all combined, you never see the kind of money I've seen in my life.
Don't mind them, Tony. They don't know you now. Soft life.
Did you be that?
Yeah.
So, see. But the thing is, it's a punitive. These people don't care. You see, they just think that they are just God, that they can just do anything.
I'm telling you, of Senate president. Senate president of Nigeria has a slot for 600 staff. The deputy Senate president has a slot for 400 staff.
There was a time they were trying to create the office of the wife of the Senate president. I think it was kicked.
You can imagine.
He was trying to create an office for his wife.
You can imagine that nonsense. And see, I'll tell you this much. Within that 600 staff, these are jobs that are given to people that don't even show up. I'm not just saying this. This is what I know. They don't show up. Oh, this person will come home. My person says I should come and meet you for so appointment. Okay, find where to put this person. The person takes the job. It's gone home. Or just start receiving salary.
The amount of sycophants that hang around them that are officials that you wouldn't even know that they're employed by Nigeria. Some things I pick up on. I'm sure you saw the 2 videos of Wike that surfaced when it was cooking. The first one for whoever and the second one for Saraki. I can't remember the first person that visited him that was cooking in his kitchen. Did you see the amount of grown men that were in the same kitchen where Wike was just cooking for? It was like 15 men. I'm talking men in their 50s.
Nigeria had
life
they are there to feed themselves.
These are officials. Don't be surprised they are special assistant on this, special advisor.
Oh, you muted yourself.
Yeah, Wike is cooking for his guests. No big deal. He's a minister in Abuja. He's hosting Saraki. That was the first one. He was hosting, I can't remember, whoever, another big Gbajabiamila Miller. And you had like grown men, 15, 20 of them, just laughing. We go tension internet today. We go shut down internet. I can bet my life those people are officials. They are employed, special advisor, special assistant, on God knows how much.
And they're looking for how to tension internet.
Broke. How can we be broke? It's when it comes to the people that it's like the church. When you're poor, the pastor will say, pray to God. When the pastor is poor, he will say, donate money.
Donate money.
John Abba, don't do that tomorrow. Don't ask people for
Yeah. We are going to be running up around the 12-hour mark or so. Yeah, I don't want to go too long. Yeah, because I'm a bit busy at these days. I'm quite engaged.
Tomorrow is Sunday now. Kilo
Yeah, we had
this thing. Church, you deserve.
I'm having I'm getting busier. Let's be this way. I'm getting busier.
You have guests tomorrow.
No, not necessarily.
Somebody is looking for you.
Are you talking about tomorrow? Or you are talking about this morning, your time there?
I guess it's this morning. Yeah, I guess it's this morning. And yeah, around the 12 hours is relatively long. And after 12 hours, they don't even record anything on YouTube. They just cut it off and bye-bye.
Do you think these people are talking to you so that they can post it so that people in the village can see it? People are just
it's also, that's fair. That's true.
I mean, what you can do, you can end the stream.
They carry on backstage.
Backstage and talk.
Nigeria,
I think we all have to actually started coming up after all this, the initial hype of whether court case, no court case, all that is over by now. Let us started a constructive criticism of how to want to direct them, and forming a talking point of.
Bro, I said this last week. They almost
we cannot. That's what is called constructive criticism, and it can be fair in it that okay, this is not going well, this is not, and you can suggest all these people you see come and like the one that attended the one interview, he was just diffusing the answer. He just come there to cause. He was not ready for anything. So, but such people have a thin skin because in the midst of all of that, if you are in the public domain, there is a way you carry yourself that people you are serious about your job. Not this Agboro style of hey, can I all those divide and control. It's a shameful thing that in 21st century. I don't know, is it because they are not exposed? Because they don't have agenda and they just all they want to focus is distraction for the little money they want to make. It baffles me when I see whether they belong to a party or they have they are for the they are loyalist to a point, or they are a minister, whatever their position is in the government. There are times you put your own integrity, but I know all politicians look at you and lie, but then we are looking for a serious in 2023. Let us be a serious person that we can all stand by, not this one that's if I come out, I'm so tribe. I don't want to go there before some people wake up from sleep now. So they'll say, if it's because of me, if I do that, they will lock me up. If you are not ready to be locked up, you want to be a president and bring a change in this environment where you're supposed to stand on your toe and say enough is enough. So I think we need a more rugged person that will run for president. I bet you on this show, if you read Dr. Haruna, he says that if it was Dan Ladi, say Nigeria will not be where it is. I don't know if you guys heard him when he came to Rudolph's show. That if he was the one that is a principal person of
the vice president,
yes, VP. Yeah, he said Nigeria will be on fire, that they will not get away with it. But so we need somebody that will just shake them and say no business as usual. If not, all those talk and after 4 years somebody has come, then it's a long walk to freedom.
Bro, if you give Sowore 6 million votes, he go put Nigeria on fire, man.
So we would lock everybody up.
Those of us on
this space,
of anybody.
We would look for all of us and play our videos and lock everybody up.
I wanted to say that if I could vote for one person, and even though I don't agree with this person's decision, I'll probably vote if forefather was running for office.
Which
I'll
one?
probably
This one that likes Abacha.
Oh,
Don't vote for
forefather.
him.
Oh, no, he's a very nice guy. Oh, why are you people trying to ruin it now? Let us speak now.
So, Bumi, you will not vote for me, right? I'm not your friend again. Bye bye.
Why are you people trying to ruin it for me?
Abacha never vote there for